I created a school in College Football 25, and each episode I'll play an entire season with them. To start a new college though, the money has to come from somewhere, and Kentucky billionaire Tamara Gustafson was sick of horse racing. She decided that she wanted to start up her own college, and Kentucky has a northern, a western, and an eastern school in it, but there's not a Southern Kentucky University until now. After investing $369 million to start a school, the city of Somerset, located in a county with only 65,000 people, had a new college which also got a Division I football team. It's wild what spending hundreds of millions of dollars can get you. And Southern Kentucky even got a stadium that seats 15,000 people. Then when it came to the mascot, it was a no-brainer for Gustafson because a stallion is a retired racehorse and she owns plenty of those. So that's how the Southern Kentucky University Stallions were founded. SKU was fortunate enough to be invited to join the Sun Belt alongside Western Kentucky, our biggest rivals. But this team is starting at only a 59 overall, and hiring content creator James Bordeaux to be the head coach is a questionable choice, since his only experience is rebuilding colleges and video games. Nothing about Southern Kentucky University is going to be very good, and rebuilding this team on Heisman with the slowest coach XP gain is going to be miserable. There's one other thing I did to make this rebuild super difficult though, and that's using the play call limit setting to make sure that I can only call the same play once a game. We're going to start the year at number 1 Georgia, which is a terrible idea. Then we play our rivals Western Kentucky, and as the season goes on, we'll finish it at Louisville and then at Kentucky. Now it's time that we finally meet some of the roster. So coming in at Kyler Murray height, our starting quarterback is sophomore Casey Quinn, and I have a feeling he's not going to last long for us with only 81 throw power. We might have to resort to another option in this quarterback room, and guys like junior Jamal Walker have a little bit stronger of an arm. Our running back room has a couple of interesting options too, because the brother of Jake Newman is set to be our starting running back, but the issue with junior Jay Newman is he's also only 5'5", and he only has 86 speed as well. That means sophomore backup Scott Simmons could slip in with his 90 speed. Then at wide receiver, everybody's about as bad as each other, but depending how players like sophomore Chris King improve, they could be decent, because somebody has to get open even if they won't catch it when they do. Cookie Williams is a junior with 87 speed, which isn't terrible, and freshman receiver Kingston McCarty could also break out from the slot. At tight end, we'll only have senior Tyler Sams for one season, and scrolling through this offensive line, it's not like you're going to see anything that's very impressive in here or anything that's going to stand out. I'm hesitant to mention many defenders right now too, because I'm not sure which of these players could break out or end up starting for us, but if I had to be excited about somebody, it would be sophomore middle linebacker Grayson Bell Jr. because he has 87 speed. He'll be my user, but the rest of the defense is going to be rough, and pretty much every single defensive back that's starting for us this season is going to graduate at the end of the year. At kicker, we have freshman Jesus Martinez, who's only ever played soccer before, and then we have our senior punter, who we're going to use a ton. It's pretty obvious that we are starting from a terrible spot, which is why recruiting is going to be so important for us, but there are some restrictions as a smaller program. Until we make a bowl game, we're only allowed to go after 3-star prospects or lower, and they're only allowed to be from either Kentucky or Tennessee until then too. Team needs is going to show that we clearly need to replace pretty much every single position, and I have gone with the recruiter head coach archetype to help try and acquire talent. We have 5 coach points to spend right now, and I think finding fast wide receivers is my first task, so we're now able to start scouting them faster, and after recruiting, we'll start playing through this entire first season, but these are the only prospects that are available in Kentucky to us. That's going to make it even harder to acquire talent. We'll get a lot of players from Tennessee. This is the first gym I've found a 92 speed running back, but there's also going to be a lot of bust, and when they're a JUCO, there's no way they can stay on our board. It's also hit me that only recruiting in 2 states, we have very limited options at each position, so I'm so thankful that we found Todd Stark at quarterback. I want this to be challenging. I want it to be a grind. I don't want it to be something where we can get really good in just a few years. So we'll see how we do with these restrictions. I'm curious who is our school at number 1, because we can get insta commits from these guys, so we're going to offer out a few scholarships. Spoiler alert, we landed our first one, but it's a 1-star prospect, so it's not like that's going to help us out very much. And as the year goes on, we'll see who we're able to get, but it's time for our first game with the Stallions. Throughout this entire video, I get to show off all 5 of our different jersey combinations, and if you want to play along with the series, I'll leave the team builder information right here or down in the description. The player names are the only thing that won't carry over, but as you can see, we have made it to Georgia for our first game as a program, and there come out the Stallions. I like how the jerseys turned out. We're going to be starting on defense, so we'll see how that goes. I know this roster's not good, and we're facing players with 94 speed. I'm really not sure what to expect. I want this to be a challenging first year. They're already breaking 1 tackle, and I felt like we did pretty well there. Now they're hitting us with the play action. They have plenty of time to try and get open, but we could have had a pick. I don't know how the computer's making mistakes like this, but we're in a really good spot. We're about to hold them on 3rd down, and there was no universe where I thought we'd hold the Bulldogs to a 3-and-out, but we just hit their punter. I know I saw that late. That penalty's going to bail out Georgia, and I just have to know that in this series, we're not going to be able to come out trying to block the punt. Now they're running it. I'm definitely going to mess around a little bit with how much clock and time's left in the game too, because if the accelerated clock makes it feel like things go by a little bit too quickly, then we'll have to change things up. but we couldn't get to that ball. I thought we were about to stop them. And Georgia scored a touchdown on their first drive. It might be a long first season for the Stallions. I want to win a game, but I don't even know what button this bubble screen is, so we're just going to have to hand it off on the first play where we get a good bit. That wasn't too bad. Jay Newman got loose. Now we're going to try to wait on our drag to get open, and we do make the catch. But on top of that, they hit Casey Quinn late, so this penalty is going to take us all the way to midfield. I like what I'm seeing so far. Now we just have to try to run it against them. We've picked up some good blocks against the Bulldogs, and look at that. Jay Newman has gotten loose for the touchdown. At 5'5", I didn't think he stood a chance, but the 86 speed running back just got the best blocks that Southern Kentucky University has ever seen. And this team is playing with some heart at the moment. Now they're hitting us with the RPO that gets them a little bit, but that's not too bad. We're actually making tackles really well right now. And on 3rd and inches, they're going to hit us with an RPO again where we can't bring them down. I want to say that was my fault for not pressing, but I'm afraid if we do press, we're just going to get burnt deep. So we're going to have 2 safeties back whenever we run man-to-man, and this play almost worked really well for us, but we just didn't make a tackle. For the first quarter of Southern Kentucky football, that was actually an incredible performance, but I'm afraid as the game goes on, they're probably going to pull away. There's a flag on the play, and Georgia can't seem to do anything right at the moment. That's going to back them up by 5 yards, 1st and 15 now. We weren't able to guard everything. And I think one thing that's going to end up being very evident is it's going to be hard for this defense to get a stop throughout the entire season. I have to stop doing the hit stick tackles. They're clearly not working. And I really don't enjoy taking out these kickoffs because our blocks just aren't good. Since we can only run the same play once a game, we're going to have to switch things up all the time. I hit him with an end around here, but Chris King wasn't able to get loose, so we will see what Jay Newman can do on this play. Our blocking's actually good. I don't understand how, but I will definitely not complain about it. And at the moment, backup running back Scott Simmons is in the game, so we're going to get him on the halfback screen where he has 90 speed and he can get us close to the marker. We're going to play as smart as we can. If it's 3rd and inches, a fullback dive should get us the first. And there's no reason for us to continue to go away from the run. We're pounding it. The 2-minute warning's closely approaching though. The read option was the wrong decision. And this is where we're going to struggle. It's a 3rd and 6. We have to hope that something gets open, or we can step up with Casey Quinn to go to the 30. Georgia has absolutely zero home field advantage at the moment, but I should have never said that because after that play, the place would get a little bit louder. And as you can see, I wanted to call that play call on the left. That's the one we scored a touchdown on, but it won't let me. We can only run the same one a game, and we're not picking up the 3rd down. So we have a tough decision to make right here. I would call a timeout, but I feel like this is a makeable kick. We have the meter in the right spot. We're going to drill it. And I think the main key to our success so far has just been keeping things slowed down, but we got to bring them down too. The second that we have to throw the ball consistently, we're in a lot of trouble. We still can't make a great tackle either. We have one more person that can bring him down. And I'm happy with what I've seen out of Southern Kentucky so far, but we're whiffing on a lot of them. Hopefully, the longer we play, the better that gets. Our cornerback just got dusted, and we have 43 seconds to get down the field. Will we be able to do that? I am not sure. Casey Quinn completed that pass. I didn't even know what button it was. I was just hoping for the best. That one I did. And this is key for playing on the road, keeping the home crowd not that engaged. Another halfback screen is going to help us take it past the 40, but we're going to have to continue to keep moving it, and we have all the time in the world. That is not something I was expecting to have. It almost feels like something isn't correct because in some of my other rebuilds, I've had way better rosters and still had no time. So I'm not sure if it's a bug or what. On the final play though, we have to miss this ball. Oh my gosh, I just really messed that up. We should have gotten a field goal right there. I wasn't thinking. And now we're starting the second half down by 11. Mistakes like that are definitely going to cost us. We also have to get this ball out so quickly. They were about to hit us late. We're trying to get loose though, and we get 8. I'm happy with what I just saw out of freshman Kingston McCarty. This run is going to go for a ton of yards against them. And we're playing out of our minds at the moment, but I thought that was a pass. We're just going to have to get this ball out quicker. If I knew what button that was right there, I would have thrown it sooner. I'm glad it wasn't picked. And here on 3rd and 13, we can't make a single audible. We're just going to have to hope that they don't play that ball. I don't love that we have to punt it back to Georgia here, but we also can't go for it. We had all the time in the world to get that punt off. I thought they were about to hit us, and it's crucial that we make it so they somehow only get a field goal here, but I feel like that's going to be tough. For example, we had 2 defensive backs over on that side of the field, and neither of them played the ball. And now on 2nd and 2, they're going back to the run where we hit them. Here we go. This is what we've been looking forward to. We're not going to have the right angle, and they just keep on going back to the run or the pass where we couldn't bring down the tight end. We were so close to getting it. We still haven't stopped the Bulldogs. That's the biggest issue. They're getting in again. And now that we have to throw the ball, we're in a tough spot. I highly doubt that Chris King is able to toast that guy over on the left side of the field. but we have the slant and they caught up to it the whole time. Running the ball's been so much more effective than passing it though, so I'm trying to go back to it. And now it's 3rd and 10. I thought they were about to send in the blitz. I have to hit this pass over the middle, and Casey Quinn is sold for us. We shouldn't really be punting it here, but that's what a football team would do in the 3rd quarter. We're down by 18. There's only about 6 minutes left of game time, and I'm running out of safe defensive plays to call, so they have us doing a bunch of blitzes. I think that rule of only being able to call the same play once a game is going to make things even more difficult. Man-to-man's not working, but nothing has. We haven't stopped the Bulldogs once. The only time we did was to open this game up. I don't know what type of RPO they got going on right here, but we got them. And here we go, 2nd and 13. I don't know what player I'm stuck on, but they have somebody open. By now, I've pretty much accepted that we're not coming back in this game, so we're probably going to skip over more of it. And this is starting to go how you all probably thought it would. Georgia's defense hasn't played this well all game, but started the 4th quarter and they're doing everything right, where I have no choice but to go for it here. I'm hoping that we can get this throw out at least, and it's swatted. This is where things continue to go downhill. It was looking so bright for such a short period of time. We're going to get our first interception though with Brooks. I don't know what Carson Beck was thinking. And senior cornerback Asher Brooks has the biggest defensive play in school history. I shouldn't have tried to take it out. It could lead to us taking a safety against them, but we still have a halfback screen to use at our disposal, so we're just going to wait for it to get open, try to cut up with Jay Newman, and he gets us a first down. I can no longer use quarterback dive anymore. I forgot we already used it once, so we have to hope that Casey Quinn can pick this up with the quarterback sneak, and I'm so intrigued to see if we can score against Georgia's defense in the final couple minutes. Passing the ball has been our biggest weakness so far. We have a lot less time back there, and I've noticed that the best teams tend to play a lot better in the 4th quarter than the other quarters. It's a perk in the motivator coach tree. Every player becomes hot once the 4th quarter starts. We're going to get this out on 4th and 12 though. Our tight end catches it, and there is still hope for us to have some success on this drive. I honestly think we're just going to chuck up a prayer and hope that Williams can moss this guy. He almost held it, but it didn't work out for us, and by the time we're going to be on a 4th down, I'm afraid our hopes of scoring more than 10 points are probably over. Luckily for us, Georgia's not going to be trying too hard to score, so we're going to hold them. And that means only losing to the Bulldogs by 25 points. That is something we can build upon. We could win a game this season. And in the Grand Rapids series, my last team builder one, I think we went 1-11 in our first season, so anything better than that would be a huge win. Just checking in on recruiting right now. At the moment, it seems like we're just in first place for about everybody. They're not in their top 5 stage yet, so we can't hard sell players like Todd Stark, but I really want him at QB. I also have another 50 points available, so we can go after left end Lester Sheets. And I hope we don't disappoint in our first home game versus Coastal Carolina. It is finally time that we take the field at Somerset Down Stadium. As you can see, we are kicking it off first. We get to start on defense, and there's quite a few people out here for our first game at home. The entire city of Somerset has made it out. We're wearing our yellow jerseys with the green pants, and we got some black ones, we got some gray ones, so there's a lot of cool combos that can come in the future too. I don't think Coastal Carolina is supposed to be that good, so if we could pull this off, that would be incredible. And here on 3rd and 11, we could actually hold the Chancellors, but they're trying to bomb us deep, and we just can't keep up. Thankfully, we dropped the ball. We've come out in safe man on the punt return, so there can't be a penalty. And as you can see, the game's saying Chris King's our best offensive player. I don't think that's true though. I think it might be 5-5 Jay Newman. This is the play that we scored against Georgia with. But Coastal Carolina wrapped us up pretty easily, and we're fumbling the second offensive snap of the game for a touchdown. Tell me why Coastal Carolina's run defense looks better than Georgia's did. And just the fact that they got 7 points out of that makes me so sick. 3rd down again. This time, I think we're just going to take the drag and hope that we can pick it up, but we didn't. So we're going for it on 4th and 1. We're giving it to a 5-5 running back. All he has to gets a little bit, but he was too small to fight for even a yard there. And somehow we've gotten off to a worse start against Coastal Carolina than we did against Georgia. It's only the first quarter though. There's no overreacting that's going to happen right here. We should have gotten the sack. They somehow broke the tackle, and we still can't get him down. This is so painful to deal with sometimes. I don't really know what else we can do. And I think run committing might be our best option. Jet touch pass. No, it's a handoff up the middle. We are all over it. And I'm sending 7 players at this quarterback to end the first quarter if they hike the ball. Well, time ran out before then, but that means we still have a chance to hold them, and we don't. The Chancellors are already up 14-0. And this is our first Sun Belt game in school history. We cannot get embarrassed in conference play like this. We're already going to have to burn through one of our halfback screens. That was probably one of the best performing plays against Georgia. And I hope Casey Quinn is quick enough to keep it with this read option and pick up the first touchdown. That was the right read right there. It just didn't seem to matter. None of our punts are really great either. They're not even going to fair catch the ball. They hopped over one of our tackles. And if we lose by more points against Coastal Carolina than Georgia, I'm going to be so embarrassed. The fans that have come out for our first game probably aren't going to be back for another one. They're doing everything. And if they're going to run the ball like that, I really don't know what to do. We should have played that ball. Our corner was right there. But because they have low awareness and stats, they're not going to pick it. I can't do this for an entire season. We're going to have to figure something that works offensively. And I think I'm going to just hit Kingston McCarty on that zig route. Normally those go really well. But it's third down again. We cannot afford to get stopped early on this drive. We're going to have to take a drag route. This halfback draw play also worked well against the Bulldogs. They probably were expecting us to throw the ball here. But because we have such low overall players, none of our spin moves work or anything. And we're actually fortunate that the game made me pump fake right there because I was about to throw an interception. This is more of what I expected to happen against Georgia. Instead, it's just happening against a team that is much worse. And they still have a minute and a half to drive down the field and do something against us too. What the heck? Can we bring them down? Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Somebody, the gameplay on College Football 25 is a lot of fun whenever you have a good team. And I'm happy that junior EJ Clark was able to get a sack there, but it's 2nd and 18. They have all the time in the world on this next play. And I figured they were going to find somebody. If we could hold them to a field goal, that would actually be a huge win for this team. But I'm afraid they had too much time back there. They throw it away. And we have done it right here. We have stopped Coastal Carolina, kind of. I'm going to stop playing like a wimp too. We're slinging this rock no matter what. We're going to see if our receivers can beat anybody. And Chris King is on one of my favorite routes in the game. I would try to throw it on this play, but there was no time to look for it. Come on, Casey Quinn. You've got to do better than this at quarterback for us. That ball is getting swatted. And if they have a decent punt return here, they're about to get another field goal before the half. At this rate, there might not be much of a second half for you all to watch, though we're going to get the interception with Brooks, and this could be the turning point in the game for the Southern Kentucky Stallions because Brooks is going down the field to score our first touchdown. Asher Brooks already has 2 interceptions in this season. We're 2 games deep, and I considered going for the 2-point conversion, but we're just going to be grateful for the pick. That was the little bit of life that this team desperately needed because so far their defense has locked us down, but now we feel a little bit better. We're only trailing by 17. We get the ball to start the second half, and it's become more and more apparent to me that I need some fast wide receivers on this team to make this offense usable. 87 really isn't cutting it. We're only successful when it comes to running the football. And we have to remember that we have Scott Simmons on the bench, a 90-speed running back that we could get into the mix. But Jay Newman had that break-off touchdown run against Georgia, and I'm not sure if I'm ever going to be able to forget that. At that moment, I was honestly so confused, but I was also just happy we did it. This is actually going to work well. And it's taken our offense a very long time to get settled, but we're having our first good drive of the game. We keep on making guys miss. But we need to sub in our backup running back at some point. Jay Newman is clearly so tired, and if that spin move is good, he could have been gone. Well, there he is. Scott's out there on the field. We'll see if that 90 speed feels any bit quicker. He just has to make this defender miss, and you can see it. This drive has taken a lot of time off the clock, but I am very happy with what we've done. And on 2nd and goal, we're going to have to probably make a hot read, but we have to hold on to it too. We can't really throw it up in this situation. We're going to have to fit it into a window. And I think if we want to stay in this one, we're going to have to kick a field goal here because that will get it within 2 possessions. That was a 5-minute drive to get 3 points. It doesn't feel good, but it's time to lock in because if Asher can get another interception, we are back in this game completely. Come on, bring them down. 2nd and 4 now. I'm ready for the run. We were going to shoot the gap, but their quarterback did keep it. And going into the 4th quarter, it's going to be a massive 3rd and 3. I think we're prepared pretty well for it. My user's a cornerback, so he's going to be quick. They've thrown it straight to our DB. Wallace gets the interception, and hang on, this is really good. The Stallions refuse to go away. We're showing some life, even though we had a terrible start. And it would be so nice if we could just catch the ball whenever we had it. That's it. You know exactly what's coming out here. We had enough time to get the halfback screen out, but we can't outrun him. And I've set a curl route at that marker. We're just going to have to throw it to one of those linebackers, and there's the interception. There was nowhere else to really go with it, at least that I saw. The only thing that was open was the drag route, but that wouldn't have helped us move the chains. Now our defense has given up a huge passing play to the Chancellors. And I'm afraid that our little bit of hope isn't going to work out in the end. They're about to get a huge running play against us. Can somebody please just stop them? We have to go into practice and just train tackling for the rest of the day. And we're no longer in a spot where we're able to run the football. We're going to have to throw it, and that's a little bit harder. I thought being at home we would do better than we have in this matchup. And I might already be considering benching Casey Quinn. I haven't liked what I've seen out of him. He's only a sophomore, so we'd have him for 3 years, but we've already found a prospect that we want to use to replace him, and that's another interception on the day. That's 2. That's not good. It's definitely about to lead to another Coastal Carolina touchdown, but we knocked it out. And I'm really just hoping for the best right here, but there it is. Since we're already losing by so much, what I might do in this situation is just sub in our backup quarterback. And I'll get junior Jamal Walker a couple of reps just because the wear and tear effect has kicked in on Casey Quinn. I've made sure that there is going to be a drag route open underneath just so we have something to throw. But there might not have been anything open there, and I've thrown it to the defense for the third time. How am I ever going to win a championship? With my skill and the combination of how terrible this team is going to be. This series might run us to the end of the college football season. It's going to be every single Friday. And at the moment, I really don't see how things could get much better for us. Until we win a bowl game, those recruiting restrictions are going to be so tough. And I legitimately can't throw the ball. We're going to try to do it again right here, fit it into that window. And this has given us a chance to see what Jamal Walker can do. This time around, he's going to miss the pass. So that's a little bit disappointing. On third down, I know that nobody's really going to get open here. And I'm going to throw this comeback route either way. It's man-to-man coverage. We don't turn around in time. 4 interceptions in one game. This is worse than Georgia. We lost that one so badly. Our home fans are disappointed. And we scored more points on defense than offense. Since in order to start this dynasty, we had to replace another school, it looks like some of our school grades are going to drop even farther. And we've seen 2 players hit the top 5 stage, so we can start to hard sell them, but I'm not sure how much they're going to want to come to our school. I'm telling you right now, if we don't get Todd Stark, we're going to continue to struggle offensively next year. And wide receiver Josh Henry's pretty important too, because he's one of the only ones that didn't bust. Some of our other options in Kentucky and Tennessee just aren't as good. He's a JUCO, and then this kid is 83 speed. So I really don't know what to think right now, and looking at our conference standings, we're about to play the team that's in the number 1 spot. Appalachian State's pretty good, and we have to go on the road to play them. But there is one plus to that, and that's the stadium that they play in. It's honestly beautiful. One of the backdrops in the end zone is just a bunch of trees, and you might not be able to tell with this shot right here, but we've brought out the gray jerseys. We're also starting with the football, so we'll see if we're able to score points on this first drive. And it's time for Casey Quinn to finally do something. By do something, I mean hand the ball off to Jay Newman and just pray that he gets a ton of yards. And I really don't know what to do offensively. Nothing's working. We're like 10 seconds into this game and I already feel hopeless. The corner route was open though. And because we just missed that pass, we're set up to start down by 7. I'm going to trust that Asher can get an interception though. He's had one in each game so far. But in order for that to happen, they have to start throwing the ball instead of just running it against us. This Roberts kid isn't a Darrington Evans, but he's definitely a solid runner. And here we go. It's 3rd and 4. They're going to pick it up to that right side of the field and we're going to knock them out. Looking back on it, I probably should have gone with zone coverage. Now they have a touchdown, and it's probably just going to go downhill from here. If only this play could work the way that it did against Georgia. We didn't get good blocks again, and we'll just keep on handing it off. We'll see if we can get anything. We're probably playing too passive offensively. We're going to have to scramble for this first down. Quinn's going to break 1 tackle, and what a play from Casey. I know I already don't like the sophomore, but we have to rely on him for the rest of the season. We're also getting a big run, so it seems to be very hit or miss on what works. The jet touch pass is finally gonna lead to a big gain from Kingston McCarty, and the Stallions go into the second quarter feeling a bit better. Unfortunately, there are certain plays that we're not able to run again because we've already called them, but that's why I have that setting turned on, and the RPO to Jay Newman makes it 3rd and manageable. This is tough because I don't think we could get away with handing it off again. We had to mix in a wide receiver screen, and I am determined to get us a touchdown on this drive. Now we're going with the halfback screen, but what happened there? We should have had a huge gain there. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but that's a great catch, and it's taken us a couple of games, but we're actually putting on a good fight. We're also going to have a chance to make a read with this RPO. It didn't work. It hit our lineman, but I'm not sure if it was open anyway. I wanted to try and take that corner out and force it, but it probably is best if we just take our points and make sure that we keep this game a close one. I almost missed that kick, but I think there was just a penalty against them, and the refs have saved us. What a great call. They want us to score a touchdown on this drive. We're waiting for the man-to-man coverage. Someone should get open, and I just know that we're still going to mess this up. We're still going to fail to get in, or maybe not. Jay Newman got his 2nd rushing touchdown of the year, and now we just have to figure out how to hold them tied up 7-7 in the second quarter. That was a miserable attempt at a tackle. Now they're streaking down the field. Somebody, please just knock him out. I had to call a timeout after that. We need to get everybody a break because we can't let them get a touchdown in just 2 plays, and it was effective. 2nd and 13. Now they're going to try to throw the ball versus our defense. That's fine. It's not going to be a first. And from previous mistakes, I've learned that we have to run zone coverage in these situations where we have a zone over there. but we didn't pick it. What is the purpose of having a hard flat there if they don't even do their one job in that spot? And that is so unfortunate. We really do need to get new players at every position. I'm not sure if the defensive backs behind these guys are much better though. We're about to lose our starting 4 corners. So we'll see what happens next season after all of them graduate. We're only trailing by 3 points though, with 54 seconds left in this first half. We could drive down the field, at least tie things up. But I feel like that's a bit too optimistic. What's more realistic for us is like an interception or something. I don't know where that throw was to. But Casey Quinn did not put it where it needed to be. We're patient enough, though, to find Kingston McCarty. And apparently, if you just stay in hurry-up mode, you can run the same offensive play twice. We just got to get out of bounds now. All right, there's still a little bit of hope. 29 seconds left in the half now. We might have just burnt number 7 deep. And here we go. What a route that was. We're going right back to Williams. We're going to take it inside the 4. And we are going to run the football in this situation. I want everyone to try to stop it. But I pitched the ball and we didn't get it out. Everybody just bit right there. It worked how I wanted it to. Now we can't take the sack. I'm throwing it away. And I don't know if we're going to get this final field goal off. I had to click as quick as possible. That is such an unfortunate way to end the half again. And that's the second time that we've had bad clock management now. This might be Southern Kentucky's best chance to pick up a win. This is the best we've played. But now Appalachian State has it back. They're driving down the field and Roberts just got a little bit of a speed boost there. And we'll see what they do on this 3rd and short. I am not able to get my hand up in time. O'Neal doesn't make the tackle, of course, and they just made him look stupid. I want to say the Stallions can still fight here. We're going to put our best receiver on a streak. I knew it was probably cover 2, and it was, but there was no space to put that ball. It's time to let Chris King get loose another type of way. We have the reverse coming in. He only gets us 5. And I really like the look that we have here on 3rd and 5, but their linebacker got over to Cookie Williams. So how has he come away with this football? I couldn't tell you how we just pulled that one off. The fade routes sometimes work, and we got to go back to running the ball every so often. That was our key to success. I don't like that it's already 3rd and 8, but if we get this out, we should have plenty of good blocks to make sure that we're able to move the chains. And one thing that we still haven't had in any of these first few games is a fumble. I've never played every snap of every game in a season before. That was meant to be a throw. So I'm picking up on some new stuff in this game, but I think that might be intercepted. We came back to the ball to get it, and it might be smart to try and attempt this 54-yarder. I'm not sure if we have the leg for it, but we have to give it a shot. This could put it within 3, and we almost hit it. It turns out freshman Jesus Martinez needs a little bit stronger of a leg, but he still has plenty of years in front of him to where he can still develop. Now they're going to run it. And what was our best chance to get a win so far is starting to turn into a game that's over. We need the Mountaineers to make a really bad mistake, like throwing us an interception or something, but they're being smart with the football, and we just knocked that out in time. I feel like if I somehow clicked on quick enough there, we could have had a pick 6, and those stats show that we're playing pretty well against Appalachian State. We're just not going to be able to do it in the end. Holding them to a field goal is the last thing that we could do that would still give us a chance. But no, I've lost most hope when their running back is literally just hurdling over some of our players for fun. And that was so unnecessary. He literally just wanted to show off against us. What's worse is next week we have to play against Western Kentucky, our in-state and biggest rivals. And we are nowhere near as good as we need to be with this team, but we have a touchdown. We had a touchdown. I'm giving Casey Quinn until like week 5 or 6, and then he's done. He just threw an interception. Granted, that was probably my fault, but I'm blaming him because I'm like my ex. I'm not going to take accountability for my own actions. And I think it's safe to say that this game's over. I don't know what else we can do here, boys. I tried. I think every time we go down by a lot, I'm just going to put in our backup quarterback. So that way Jamal Walker can get some reps too, just in case he becomes the starter later on. And let's see what he can do with this team. They're going to run some coverage like that where we're just going to have to check it down to Jay Newman, who's able to get loose. And I have to give the little guy credit for having 86 speed. He's been fun to play with. He definitely feels a little bit faster than that. Jamal Walker just got destroyed though. He's now stepping up and running because he's decided he's not just going to sit back in the pocket and take hit after hit. He's going to get out if he needs to. And I have to say, this drive's going a lot better than some of our past ones. There's the 53 overall kicking in though. We knew that he was bound to make some bad throws. That bad throw was just because I thought Zero would stick off of our receiver at some point. Don't tell me they're about to get a pick 6 too. No, this score is going to look even worse than it was. I can't do this. We're already just getting destroyed in every game. And the poor Southern Kentucky Stallions are just no good. We're throwing up a 50-50 ball. Chris King's going to make the catch. But the fact that we turned it over in the red zone the last time was so heartbreaking, and we actually had a touchdown right there. Listen, normally at this point in the game, I wouldn't care to show much more, but I see something in Jamal Walker. I feel like we have to get some reps in with him. And there it is. He finds Chris King for our receiver. receiver's first touchdown. That 86 throw power is definitely a lot better to use than the 81 we have with Casey Quinn. But being a junior quarterback, I know that he's not going to be around as long. We're in a tough spot. So far, just looking at his overall stats, I feel like he is the better option. But just in case we don't land Todd Stark, we need to develop our sophomore. At the moment, it seems like we're going to get every prospect that we're going after. I'm actually really happy with how recruiting's going. But there's still a long season ahead of us. A lot can change, and we're ready for our rivalry against Western Kentucky. It took us less than 2 hours to get here by bus. It really wasn't a far drive. And we are starting off on offense. I'm not sure how to feel about this. I kind of like starting on defense more. We're still sticking with Casey Quinn for the time being, but I think if we get to the point where we're chilling at 0-6, we might have to make our quarterback switch then. Good first run from Jay Newman though, and if he's going to be pushing it down the field like that, we're just going to continue to keep it on the ground. That didn't last for long. Now we're going to get Scott Simmons loose with the halfback screen. He is 90 speed. He's supposed to be the faster running back, but because he's a little bit taller, he definitely doesn't feel like it, and we definitely had the first down right there. We just didn't get the ball out in time. That's unfortunate. I didn't want to have to punt it back to the Hilltoppers, but we really had no choice. We're going to have to be a bit quicker with our reads, and I'm ready to shoot the run gap, but they hit us with the counter. After that last performance against Appalachian State, I'm actually pretty confident in how we're going to start this game out. I figured they'd have some motion in, but even though we had 2 players in the area, our coverage just couldn't stop them there, and we get the user pick. That is senior Keon Sanders with the play. Now we're going to try to score the first points of the day, and Cookie Williams was not the player that we needed to get the ball in that situation. We're going to get the first though. I'm so pumped up with that turnover. Right now we're in a spot where we can take a lead on our rivals. Just need to make a couple guys miss, and we might just have to hand it off to Jay Newman for the rest of this drive. He's having a great start. It only makes sense to go to the air if they heavily commit down on the run, and we're in an interesting spot because I feel like we should go for it on 4th down if we don't pick this up. If this kick wasn't straight down the middle, I definitely would, but we should take our points too. And after getting a really good kick return, the Hilltoppers are starting this drive on our side of the field, so that's not great. And how on earth is Sanders this slow? He was able to get the user pick, but he could not get in the position to make a tackle there. Now we need their quarterback to make a bad read, and he just had too much time in the pocket. I'm afraid that the Hilltoppers are about to go up by 4, but it is 3rd and 1. We've stacked the box as best as we can. I'm ready to stop the run right here, and we didn't. We need better players in here immediately. I'm ready to pull everybody's scholarship if we could, but that's just the nature of having a new football program. It is now 3rd and goal. If they run the ball, they're going to have a touchdown, but I expected them to go to the air, and we are about to get a sack. Come on. We should have had him there. I mean, I'll definitely take holding them to 3. That's still really good. But we had 2 guys just not take the proper angle after getting by their offensive lineman right there. Since we did get the ball first, it's crucial that we end this first half with some more points. I feel like we're about to get a huge run out of Jay Newman, and he breaks the tackle to keep on going. I wish he was a little bit quicker. That was his moment right there. He's such a good running back for us, but he doesn't make much happen here. And I'll continue to hit him in the flat and see if he can make anything happen. We're going to spin, but not go anywhere again. All right, it is 3rd and 7. I feel like we were going to beat them deep with this play, but we're going for the aggressive catch. And if we could just score inside the red zone, we'd be in such a better spot than this. This time around, their drive's starting from the 25-yard line instead of past midfield, so that's better for us. And we actually locked up really well in that situation. We weren't prepared for the halfback screen, though, so I'm glad we still stopped them. If this blitz gets in quick enough, we're going to get the ball back. But instead of just getting the ball back, we're going to get the ball back with a pick 6. Asher Brooks to the crib. We just shaded down. I pass committed. We predicted it perfectly. And this is the best start the Stallions have ever had. I can't believe we're playing this well against our rivals. They're probably feeling the pressure at the moment. We might have another interception. Give me that to Lee. Oh my gosh. Southern Kentucky's going to come out on top. This is our first year as a football program, and Western Kentucky's already having issues with us. We don't make the catch. But as long as we're smart about how this first half ends, we're going to be in a really good spot. Cookie Williams spins to the outside, and Cookie Williams is in the end zone. I cannot believe what we're doing to the Hilltoppers right now. But apparently we missed the extra point, so that's what I get for simming it. I thought we could just skip over it. Up by 3 possessions. I'm hoping that doesn't come back to bite us, though. They are starting to laser it over the middle of the field, and we'll see if we can still hold them. I'm not sure if we're able to get over to that ball either. This is actually embarrassing. After how well our defense played early on in this game, we're just giving up a ton of yards over and over. And now we're only going to go into halftime with a 10-point lead with them unless we can make something happen with Cookie Williams. I'll also let Jay Newman try to break off one more run. It's just not happening. And we'll see what can happen on this final play of the half. I hope this isn't an interception. I just wanted to have a chance at getting points. Either way, it was still the best first half we've ever played, but mainly because of our defense, not our offense. So I'm super hopeful that that can happen to continue in this third quarter. though their receiver that just got that on the reverse is super quick and we're going to have to bring him down. Oh, he just got destroyed. There's other words for what just happened to our defender too, but I have to make sure I keep it family friendly. And here we go, 2nd and 8. We're going to get over to that hitch route, though they might have the slant later on, or we're going to get the interception. Their quarterback is blinder than me. If we blow this game now, we don't deserve to win the rest of the season. This is our best chance. And I can't believe there was a period where I doubted what Casey Quinn could do. He's actually played a really solid game. That's another throw that's just good enough from him, though this run didn't work. And I'm not sure how to feel about this RPO play. It doesn't go for much. Cookie Williams is certainly on an interesting route on this play. We don't have many options to go with here, so we're just going to have to hope that break is able to get open, and it wasn't. There were 3 players over there. I didn't really have a choice. We had to throw the football or else we're going to get nothing. We have to try out new stuff whenever there's not many plays we can call. They're about to score again, though, which is really unfortunate because we were just in such a good spot. I don't know what type of pitches they got going on at the moment. They're getting a lot of motion involved with their offense, but it gets them a touchdown, so we better lock in. We're only up by 3 points and we can't get much. I swear, we better not choke a 17-point lead. We cannot recover from that. We have to make a good throw. And all of a sudden, it is 3rd and 8. We're going to have our corner route open. It accidentally went to Cookie Williams, though. And I already see the writing on the wall. They're going to play much better once the 4th quarter starts, too. We have actually blown it against Western Kentucky. We literally have to get them off the field before the ending of the 3rd quarter. We're over to make a tackle right there. We're still holding them up to bring them down. And then they just ran out the rest of the clock. At the moment, they're leading us in both passing and rushing yards. And I'm super nervous for what they're about to pull out. It looks like they got a little bit of motion involved once again, and the tight end is open. They've run that play twice now, but I'm biting down when I really shouldn't be. And we're just throwing anything out there defensively, hoping for the best. But somehow, we just got done so dirty. Sophomore Grayson Bell Jr. still has a lot to learn. I don't know how you let that happen to you. Are you serious? Bring him down. Okay, it's 2nd and 8 now. This is still manageable. They're going to hand it off. We're going to shoot the gap. And of course, they're still standing and going for the 1st. They've also been running down the clock, which is not good news for us. Can we please just make a tackle? I can't do it anymore, man. They just can't bring them down. And we've given up 21 straight points to the Hilltoppers. It doesn't get much worse than that. Luckily, there's still plenty of time left, though, and we had no time there. So I don't know what I'm doing. We need to go back to running the ball, but I hit the wrong button. My instincts are still messed up from NCAA Football 14 with the read option. Thankfully, we are able to get inside the red zone, and I think we're going to have to turn on chew clock from here and just hope that we get in at the last second of this game. I really don't trust our defense to stop the Hilltoppers one more time. We haven't had much success as of recently, and we're so close to getting into the end zone now. We just need this to work. I think this bubble screen could actually pay off really well. They looked confused and we're celebrating our way in. Now we've left them a decent bit of time, so I have a feeling they have a decent shot at getting into field goal range. Like, that's just the reality of the situation, which is pretty frustrating, but I don't think they have enough time to get into the end zone, and that's my bigger fear. If we blew this game fully because they drove down the field in that short of a time period, I'd be so much more frustrated. And I'm surprised that they're running the ball. It's almost like they're just settling for overtime. I took a timeout to try and ice their kicker. It all comes down to this, but he drills it. And we have 5 seconds left on the clock to pull out a miracle. If somehow Jay Newman is able to score a touchdown here, that would be insane. But instead, we couldn't take down Western Kentucky in regulation. It was definitely a choke. Now we have to play overtime with these rules, and I just hope that we get to start on defense. Southern Kentucky's won the toss, so that's what we're going to choose. And their first play is going to be an RPO over to that left side, where Lee is not able to get to 17. Well, it's not looking great for us, but we've definitely stacked the box. That's going to work. And on 2nd and goal, they just hand it off up the middle. Here we go. This is it right here. If we can stop Western Kentucky, they're going to only take 3, and we've actually done it. With a touchdown, we're winning this game. I think it only makes sense to feed the ball to our running back. He's the one that's put us in this situation, along with our defense, of course, but they're getting a little bit more aggressive when it comes to stopping the run. If we can't pick up this 3rd and 7, I'm really tempted to go for it on 4th down, especially if it was short. But we couldn't make that catch, so it might just be smarter to take our 3 and go into overtime number 2. We need to have a better plan than we did there, because run pass did not work, so I think we're about to pass after this run. Wait, Jay Newman to the crib. That's what we needed on the last drive. He does it in the first play of 2nd overtime. And now we have to go for the 2-point conversion. I feel like we have to pass in this situation. Our slant route is open, but they're saying we didn't catch the ball. Chris King had a perfect opportunity here. It hit him in the hands, but he dropped it. And we have to hold the Hilltoppers now from not only getting a touchdown, but also a 2-point conversion. If we lose on this play, I might cry. They're going to the air. Come on. Somebody get a sack. They've had way too much time back there, and they dropped it. Now is when things get really good, because we're about to trade 2-point conversions back and forth. Everything's boxed up besides that. You know, I think it's only right we give this to one player. And our blocks also need to be good in this situation. We can't motion King over to the right side of the field. He has one player to make miss, though, and we just lost to Western Kentucky. We had such a good chance. I'm so heartbroken right now. I thought we were going to pull that off, and we might never see a game as good as this one again out of Jay Newman. It's frustrating some of our players, too. We now have 10 of them that want to transfer, but we're playing Arkansas State, who's 0-3, so this is our best opportunity, especially since it's at home, to get a win. Just checking in on recruiting, it's looking good for most of these players, but Memphis is catching us on the 3-star receiver we really need. It's because our pitches just aren't good, and after seeing these 3 grades for middle linebacker Kevin Amatova, I think we're just going to remove it and instead send the house. At the moment, this 1-star receiver is still the only commit that we got, and I forgot we had the instant commit out of him. I have no idea what his stats are. Just looking at the conference standings in our division at the moment, we're at the bottom, but so is Arkansas State, which is why we really need to pull off a win at some point. It was only a matter of time before we brought out the blackout jerseys. We still have a decent amount of fans in the crowd, and Somerset, Kentucky's showing out for this new team, even though the Stallions haven't been good. That's the first time a halfback screen's gone really south for us. Now we're handing off the ball. This is our favorite play to run, and look at that. Jay Newman, one guy to beat. If that defender didn't come out of nowhere, we would have been up 7-0 already, and we're just going to keep it on the ground. We clearly can run the ball pretty well against Arkansas State. After we just got so close to a win, I feel a lot more confident with this team. We have what it takes to pull it off. Clearly, we just choked, and I think it's important that you keep it fun as well. Mixing in stuff like the reverse play Kingston McCarty goes nowhere, but one of those days I'm confident that will pay off for us, and the corner route didn't get open. I'm trying my best to not force it down here on the goal line, though that has a chance to be a dot, and Cookie Williams holds onto the ball to give us a lead in this game. The Stallions are up 7-0. I'm kicking all the extra points, and I have to say, I think this stadium turned out really well for this Team Builder series. Our impact players have been the same all year, so those must not update the way that they did in NCAA Football 14. We're already missing one tackle, but that's okay. We expected at this point, and now they're going to get the first down plus a good bit more. I'm so excited to be playing with a Team Builder team in a series again, though. It has been a long time since Grand Rapids, and it's going to be a journey to make Southern Kentucky the best team in the country. Every Friday, these will be coming out 6 p.m. Eastern time. I've gotten back to a pretty consistent schedule now that the launch stuff's over with. And here we go. We got to be aggressive on 3rd and 1. We could have gotten them off of the field. Unfortunately, they got just enough. And their running back's trying to do what Jay Newman did. But it's going to be hard to top some of the performances that he's had recently, and this number 2 kid is so shifty. We might have to learn the name Jaquez Cross. Now they're hitting us with the play action. But junior left outside linebacker Julian Jones gets the sack, and now they're going back to handing it off where we hold them. I think we can force them to take a field goal here. All we have to do is make sure they don't pick this up, but they get into the end zone instead. And what do you all think about the end zone designs? I think it turned out pretty well. I definitely don't want to see the other team reach it, though. We're going with the jet touch pass. We're going to pick up some good blocks, and we just had to make this guy miss. The fact that I can't spam the same play a bunch really makes this a lot more challenging. But I also really like that because we're going to discover new things. RPOs with the bubble screens have worked well for us in this situation, and we just got to keep on pushing it down the field. We have a lot of blockers coming over to this side. Jay Newman once again fighting for a lot, and I'm gonna try to hit Chris King over the top if they bit down on that, but this might have been a really dumb read. There was no reason to switch things up from what was working. I have to remember we're using some terrible wide receivers, but Jay Newman gets out and gets a touchdown. This 5'5" little kid might be our best chance at scoring all year. And if you all don't know what the reference to that name is, who his brother is, Jake Newman, it was my first huge series that really blew my channel up. I used a 5'5" wide receiver in Road to Glory, and it was a ton of fun. So I wanted to have that experience on this team the first couple of seasons. I mean, he is a junior, but we're about to get the sack, and that's junior linebacker Wyatt Gray. All they're going to do is hand this ball off. We should be getting the ball back here. No way we just gave up that big of a run to them. We literally just can't do anything right. We always make mistakes at the most important time in the game. And now they're probably going to tie it up to end the first half. We just need to get a fluky interception or something. Come on, just make a bad read. You all are 0-3 for a reason, but of course they get open again. And I think I just have to run commit every play and hope that that confuses the computer a little bit. Somehow, no one got pressure, but they also didn't get a touchdown. Once again, we've run committed, and that time it didn't work. I'm surprised at how much they just passed right there, but they're going with cover 0. This little time left in the half. If this throw is good enough and we can outrun that corner, we'd have a touchdown. We need better wide receivers on this team so bad still. And we've just had to make sure that this is the final play of the half. There was no room for error, but we could have had a huge run too. It's 14-all. They get it to start the third quarter. And we need to hold their offense. They're going with a run on this first play. It's just been a battle of running the ball. Our stadium pulse has definitely not gotten loud enough. The fans need to get more engaged. And here we go. We could get them off the field on 3rd and 5. but they're going to have multiple people open. That might have been a decent spot to blitz. I was ready for the bubble screen against them. And we're going to apply some pressure on this play as we shoot the gap. This is it right here, 3rd and 11. Please tell me we're able to stop them. They went with the halfback screen, and they are not going to get enough, I don't think. But apparently they did, and now they're hitting us with the read option. The blocks are holding up really well, so we're going to have to knock their quarterback down. All I can say is we have got to figure out what we're doing if we're going to hold them. They have open players everywhere, and Malik Hornsby is doing whatever he wants against us. We have an RPO ourselves, though, to Cookie Williams that's going to get us quite a bit, and I have to give him some credit because he's so tall. I think he has the best spin move on this entire roster. It looks like we're using our backup running back on this play, though. Church is in the game. It's not even Scott Simmons, but now Cameron Church is out. We needed our 5-5 running back on 3rd and 1, and we're going to use every stretch play we have in this playbook. If we get the right blocks here, we could have a huge one, but Cameron Church is in again. He's more of a power runner, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I love the quickness of Jay Newman. Now we've mixed in some play action. The corner route should be open, but they might be able to play that ball. Thank goodness they didn't. We've made so few mistakes in this game, but we still can't pull away, and I just realized Cameron Church is our power running back. That's why he's out there in all these formations underneath. Our tight end is supposed to be running a corner route, which he catches and then drops. So it's going to be 3rd and 12. I'm hoping that this screen gets open, that they're a little bit confused, but it didn't work for us. We're going to have to kick the field goal, and I swear, I just missed it to the left. That is such a terrible miss to have. I can't believe we just shanked it. And it could ruin another great chance for us to get our first win of the season. On the bright side, it is 3rd and 10. They're going to go with 4 verticals. We just need our DBs to play it here, and we can't get back to the ball. Asher Brooks just got toasted by number 7. He's been our best cornerback, but that play really, really hurts us. And at this point, it's just a rinse and repeat of the same process in every game. We feel like we have a slight chance, and then as time goes on, we blow it. But this is an interesting cover 0 look that they're showing us. We might be able to beat them deep with our fast wide receiver. I mean, 87 speed's not that quick. It just is for this roster, and on 4th down, we need this throw to be completed. Come on, Jay Newman. Not all hope is lost yet. We're not out of this game yet. We need that to be on target, though. And we're probably still better off just feeding it to Jay Newman and letting him go to work. With 2 minutes left, we're in a pretty tough spot, but I think we might have them beat deep with Kingston. Kingston drops the ball, and now it's 4th and 3. We should have had that all day, but we're still going to get this. It might be a little bit too late to lock in like this. The game's probably over. I mean, we have all of our timeouts. And it might be time to bench senior tight end Tyler Sams after this one. I mean, that ball could not have been an easier thing to catch. How did he drop that? This roster that I'm working with at the moment is just no good. We're fumbling it away. The game's over. And how have we managed to lose to Arkansas State? We played so well. I'm still going to keep on run committing, just trying to get the ball back versus them. I mean, we have them on a 3rd down, but we know that our odds are not good from this point in the game, and they're taking the sack. I think Malik Hornsby had a lot of players open there. He just didn't really see it. And Casey Quinn's just getting another opportunity to try to fit it into tight windows. That ball wasn't placed well. The corner route could beat them deep, though. Number 7 got confused. And I really wish the game didn't force us to just run out of bounds immediately. That's been tipped into an interception, though. So we're ending this one 28-14. Wait, it's saying that it was Jalen Rayner starting at quarterback. So that means at wide receiver, it was Malik Hornsby that caught a touchdown pass. I swore this dude used to be a quarterback. That's a crazy position switch. What I should have been looking at is Jay Newman's rushing stats. And we've gotten our first commit in quarterback Todd Stark. That's the best case scenario. We just got the future of our program on the team. And I can use those extra points to start scheduling other prospects for visits. I'm going to do it on bye weeks because it's impossible for us to lose those. Unfortunately, Kentucky's probably going to catch us with this JUCO tight end. So we'll make sure to monitor that. And now we're going on the road at 0-3 James Madison. They're also in our division struggling as well. But if we lose this game, it might be time to give Jamal Walker a shot because he does have a little bit better of throwing stats. We don't really need to develop Casey Quinn anymore. We have our future quarterback coming in. And the Dukes are the lowest overall team that we've faced yet. Being a 73, they shouldn't be that hard to take down. The only issue is it's on the road, and there are a ton of fans at this stadium, even though their team has not been that good this season. Their quarterback transferred to Texas State, but they got Dylan Morse from Washington, so I'm not sure what's caused them to take a huge step back from Jordan McLeod, but he's already rushing for 7. We might need to just apply pressure early on, and that hit makes it 3rd and 7, where they're looking to throw the ball. I'm all over that, but they also had a curl route open. I've noticed that they stay in hurry up mode, which is going to be a little annoying to stop, because our same defense has been out there on the field for this entire first drive. And I know that some of our defenders out there have to be tired. They're going to have that slant. Well, we could have guarded it. We're going to get the interception right here with Asher Brooks. That's his 3rd of the year, and Asher Brooks starts us off right. We have been waiting for something like that to happen. Don't wave goodbye yet. It is way too early to be celebrating like that, but I do feel really good about how we've started out in this one. Jay Newman with a run. This This is actually so much fun to use someone like him, but we need to put him in at power running back too, because Cameron Church isn't getting the job done for us. We're going to take this corner route to our tight end. Or maybe not. There was no way we were ever getting that throw off, and not that one either. That's about how much time I expected to have in the pocket against Georgia. I'm not sure why it had to come against James Madison, though. This punt is almost on the money, and we've wasted such a crucial defensive stop against the Dukes, unfortunately. If they stay in hurry-up mode all game, this is going to be a high-scoring one, because time does not go off the clock as quickly, but I just missed shooting that gap. I think that's the exact look that we're going for. If we were able to generate pressure, now they're breaking off another huge run, and I'm just dreaming of getting a win right now, to be honest. This is the last game that I'm playing before I go play basketball for a few hours, just to get a little bit of a break. So it's as fresh as I'm going to get for a while in this season, and we get the interception with Jones. Okay, we've already gotten 2 in this game. Their quarterback is as blind as can be, but the read option never really goes far. And it's about time we give Jay Newman our favorite play, the halfback stretch that doesn't get much. Okay, it is 3rd and 6. We can't mess this up again. They stuck with what I wanted to throw, and that actually just dropped into their hands. No, there is no shot that they just got an interception on us like that. I've seen enough. Jamal Walker is getting his start now. We're not going to do this later. I'm going to give him a chance to help us pull off this upset. They're about to score a touchdown, and it's sad this would be considered a huge upset since they're winless. I'm going to try to run the speed option to end this first quarter. We're going to pitch it last second. Jay Newman has plenty of green grass in front of him, and we'll take this. Jamal Walker's a little bit quicker than Casey Quinn, so we can actually pull it on the read option if it's there, and he does have that, but I think we're about to get stopped. I can't risk fumbling the ball. This has definitely opened up a big door for our offense, though, and my main read on this play is simply going to be the drag route. I just want to take the smart stuff. Was it worth it for just a yard? Probably not, but we can also step up and make sure that we pick up the first until we fumble. That's why I need to slide. It's just dumb mistakes that continue to cost us, and I'm not sure when they're ever going to end. I feel like I do them no matter what. It does make me feel good that this is 3rd and 7, though. We could get the interception, and that was supposed to be cover 4 coverage. Hurry up mode is so glitchy. I just hope it's out there on the field here, because that's what I was expecting. We get over to make the tackle, and this time around on 3rd and long, I have the defense out there on the field that I wanted, but we weren't able to stop number 1 from breaking free. Going down 14-0 at this point is certainly not ideal, but Jamal Walker has a chance to prove himself. I truthfully think he is our best option just because of the stats that he has, but if he doesn't perform any better than Casey Quinn, we got to stick with the sophomore. We're able to find Jay Newman to get close to the first. And to be real, no matter what happens here, I think we'd go for it on 4th down, but we picked it up on 3rd. That was actually a really good play. I had no issues running it back. This time we're going to find Jay. And they're coming in with a super hot blitz here. I was ready to run back and throw it on the run. Jay gets a little caught up though. So we'll see what we can do on 2nd and 7. We have the touchdown on the left side of the field. It's also a perfect throw. And Cookie Williams makes it a 7-point game. You simply can't doubt this team. We just need to make sure that we get a stop versus them. I think I had a really solid user there. And let's see if they can get any yards on this play. That's a pick 6 all day. Come on, don't fall over. Keon Sanders has now pulled that off twice. And I should be excited, but I'm still terrified that we're not going to finish this off. I really like that matchup that Cookie Williams has. If this is man-to-man again, we would have taken it to him. Instead, we're going to get a couple of yards. And on 3rd and 4, we're just going to let the drag route get open, where he is going to take us to the 6. We have 4 plays to get into the end zone from here. We're going to do it on the first one. And Jay Newman ties this all up at 14. This could be a program-changing game for us, because if Jamal Walker's really that much better, that could change the course of the entire year. They have so much time, but we get the sack. And I've literally called a timeout because I wanted a chance to get the ball back again, but I could regret that. We'll let them run out the rest of the clock. They're not going to score on this play. And this is the same situation as our game against Arkansas State. The only difference is we've shown that we can stop the Dukes. We've done it with 3 different interceptions. And we also get ball to start the 3rd quarter, so we could take a lead on this drive. You know that it's just going to be us handing the ball off to Jay Newman a bunch. And then on 3rd and short, we'll let Kingston McCarty come across with the jet touch pass. We get the good block, but there's a flag on the play, so it doesn't matter how far we get down the field. That is so painful to see. We had a huge gain there. And now it's 3rd and 11. They're going with man-to-man coverage. But we have created separation, and we dropped it, of course. You know, Jamal Walker has played pretty well. He's done everything we've needed him to. That was his first incompletion, and it wasn't his fault. I'm still a little bit upset about the fumble. I was ready for them to throw it over to this left side of the field, but we're not going to lurk them again. Now it's going to be a 2nd down where I couldn't get over to that ball either. That was an insane cut, but we've gotten lucky because before the next snap, they would commit a false start. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that penalty called in this game. That's pretty neat that it's actually in. For the computer, that is. It's happened to me all the time on offense when I tried to hot route. Unfortunately, we knew that was probably coming, but it's all good. We could still tie it up on this drive, and that was the wrong read. 2nd and 13 now. We're just going to hand it off again. The blocks aren't great, and this is a huge moment in this game. We need our blocks to hold well. I'm going to actually scramble with Jamal Walker. We'll take the first. I don't think it could have worked out any better than it did right there. And James Madison's done a lot better job at stopping the run in this second half. I made the wrong read here because I should have cut up. I was worried they were about to send a blitz, but it's cover 3 and we had it beat. I don't know if I should be punting here, but now I don't want to burn one of our timeouts. I might have pushed that meter too far to the left. Yeah, we did not pin them back at all. And the more I see all the drops that we're dealing with, I want to recruit more receivers, even more. Can we bring this kid down? I'm definitely getting deja vu to Grand Rapids season 1 now. This is what we went through, and I'm ready to fill that hole up. Come on. Somebody bring him down. We know exactly what we need to start the fourth quarter, but the question is whether or not we're able to get it, and we get the interception. That was an incredible user play. Let's go. All right, we really have to take advantage of that now. There is zero room for error at all, and this could be our moment. We're going to use the jet touch pass. This is going to get Kingston McCarty at least a first down, and now we're handing it off to Cameron Church. That kind of felt like a waste of a play, and we aren't going to have anything here. I got to throw this away. That's on me. That was just great coverage from the Dukes. It's going to be 3rd and long. I'm waiting for that crossing route to get open, but it's dropped. And so many times our offensive drive is just ended because we're not able to make a catch. It's really hard to deal with. I still believe in this team though. We've gotten a lot of defensive stops in this game. We can get one more against them, especially if they want to hurry it up, because they have no reason to be doing that against us, and we're not going to make a play on that receiver. No, he's gone, and that's going to make it 28-14. This is exactly what happened against Arkansas State. It is no different. And I'd say it's worse than that game because we've had so many opportunities that have simply not panned out. I gave Cookie Williams a chance to moss that defender. We're going to go to the halfback screen on 3rd down, and on 4th and 7, I'm reading that corner route on the left side, but we don't have it. It's been an offensive collapse. It's the same thing all the time. No tackles either, which means that this one is pretty much over for us. They're in field goal range, so there's no reason to even try. But just in case we get super lucky, we are. Southern Kentucky has to win a game by the end of the season, and it's time to just use this drive as a test for what we can use. That play clearly wasn't it for us, but I do think we should stick with Jamal Walker. That was a really good throw. And what we might have to do is just switch up our playbook for the rest of the year. I think I've seen all that I've wanted to out of this one. It's not great, and we have almost zero hope on 4th and 20 unless we somehow make this aggressive catch. Once again, super rough second half, but at some point we are going to change that 0 in the win column, and when I get back from basketball, I think our best chance is going to be one of these next 2, or maybe on the road at Georgia State. It's not like our conference is good. These team overalls are not that high. We're just so much lower. I think we still have that commit secured, and we just have to finish the rest of these battles. Josh Henry was another one I was concerned about, so we will be scheduling him for a visit in week 7 against Marshall. It might be our best chance because our bye week in week 9 was already taken by the Tigers. We also have 10 points to spend, so putting them into this receiving game section is something we should probably consider. And the playbook switch over to Alabama's is now official. I hope that it helps us and doesn't make our offense worse, but it shouldn't. I think it's going to suit Jamal Walker's play style a lot better. We're going to be able to run with both him and Jay Newman. As you can see, there's not many fans behind the end zone at this game. This isn't a good showing, but I can't blame the fans. It's been a pretty rough season so far, and we almost had a pick. That would have been the most legendary way to open up a game that we have had all season. And instead, it's a 3rd down where they're going to go with the play action. There's no way they were running the ball, but they found someone open. I still don't know how to feel about zone defense in this game, because versus man-to-man, I feel like it's better. We're going to run some blitz on this, though, and they still get a few yards. I mean, they're just staying in hurry-up mode. There's nothing that we can do to stop the run, and Jalen White is such a quick running back. Either that or our defense is just really slow, because the second that he turned the corner there, he was gone and we have nowhere to go. We really can't go 3 and out on our first offensive drive in a new playbook. We're going to have to use Jalen Walker to step up in the pocket. I should have slid, and that's a really good reminder to do that the rest of this game, because there's a lot of chances where I probably wouldn't. I want you all to know that we're probably just going to run the football even more. That seems to be what works best for us. But if we have to throw it on 3rd down, I think we're more than capable of doing so. We're going to have an open drag route to pick up the first. And now we can mix in an RPO. I want to throw this bubble screen so bad. We have 2 blockers over there instead of 1 in the last playbook. So that's going to be a fun play to have, even if we can't call it anymore in this game. Now that it's 2nd and 11, I'm going to mix in our first halfback screen of the day. We didn't pick up the blocks the best that we could have, but we have made sure that this drive is going to stay alive for a bit longer. There's some stretch plays in this playbook too, so we do have a chance to get loose, but I feel like I'm stuck spinning instantly or else we're going to lose yards. Using Chris King with the jet touch pass, we're taking the ball inside the 7, and things are getting real to start this 2nd quarter. We're going to try to use some motion to get into the end zone, but they weren't biting, which means we had another chance to throw the bubble there, but it was guarded. It shouldn't be on this play though. We have a lot of options that we can take. 2-on-2 over on that side of the field. And you know what? We're going to be aggressive. We're going to go for it on 4th and goal. I feel like we could step up with Walker and fight our way into the end zone. That is exactly why we have Jamal Walker out there. And now the pressure's on them to respond back because we've been able to tie it up. Oh my gosh. I saw the vision there. If we didn't have somebody ready to make a play, they would have easily been gone. But now it's 3rd and 6. We have a bunch of cover 2 stuff out there and Tucker's stuck with the deep route instead. All we had to do to make sure he played it, or at least attempted to play it, would be shading underneath. And since they've had so much time recently, I think it's best if we mix in a blitz. Now it is 3rd and long. All they can do is hand it off. We're going to call a timeout. And getting the ball back with 3 minutes left in the half is plenty of time to move it all the way down the field. I am going to lose my mind. I didn't come out and punt safe man. So the one time we get a defensive stop, it might actually mean nothing. I know they said they addressed that bug, but I feel like it still happens more often than it should in this game. So they probably need to tune it a little bit more. There's 3 players over on this right side of the field and we almost had an interception. Instead, they've slipped off. We were literally in the perfect spot until that penalty. That is so frustrating. But we just tell them with that sack right there and they have somebody open. All right, our main goal before we get to the end of the first half is just to score at least a field goal on this drive. But we have finally had a deep passing play. I noticed they were pressing Chris King. I liked what I saw, and they probably thought we were about to go with the jet touch pass, but that didn't really work. Now they've sent in 6 players. We have to get this one out so quickly and leave it up to our tight end to fail at catching the ball once again. I'm going to try to hit him on the sideline, but it was a bad throw. We held on to the meter for too long. This should be a good field goal, though, except it's a bit off. And what a terrible way for us to end the first half if they're able to score more points before. There's still like 45 seconds left. I'm still salty about that flag that we had whenever we forced them to punt the ball. Our safety just didn't play it, and we're losing by 14. I'm not sure if what we're doing in recruiting is going to be enough to save this roster. I just threw an interception too. This is the worst ending to the first half we have had all season. I have never seen a team blow a game like this, at least one that we were closely in. And what are you even supposed to do at this point? We were supposed to get the ball back in a tie game with them, but then we didn't. And then we gave up 21 straight in a heartbeat. I don't know why we're even trying to get a throw off to end this first half. We're obviously not going to win this one-on-one. And this is a collapse I don't want to talk about. I honestly think we should use the whole second half to just learn the new playbook that we've switched over to and see what type of stuff we can get to work. I think these bubble screens could be good. That actually was one of the worst things that we've done yet. We had an orbit cross screen though. We had a lot of motions going on. I tried to do something with it, but we're just not that quick. And with a quarterback draw, a linebacker throws us on the ground. I truthfully believe we have no choice but to go for it though, and we might have picked it up. So we're just going to hope that the refs don't review that play, and using the spin, we get nowhere. There's some other moves I could probably try to pull off, but I feel like that's still the best one. I'll go for the juke on this one. And it's not letting me snap the ball. It actually just gave us a penalty for that. I'm slowly losing my mind. We have man-to-man coverage over there on that left side though. I tried to test them, but what I really need to be doing is just taking our short reads and trying to get yards out of it somehow. They got pressure in so quickly right there though. I didn't even have a chance to think. That corner route did not work, and it would be irresponsible to go for it instead of punting it right here, but that's one of the worst punts we've had. If they score again, it's done. We can try again next week. What was that defense? I mean, it was a bad throw, but we pretty much just tried to give them a touchdown. And here on 3rd and 7, I'm pass committing. I want everybody to be aware and ready to stop it. We had 2 people over there. This roster is actually so cooked. There's nothing good about it. I'm never going to forget that game against Western Kentucky either. It was our best chance. If we go 0-12, there might not be a season number 2, because this is the worst start to a football program either, and they got me with all those motions. They're still not getting into the end zone. Assuming they don't right here, we're still going to only be behind by 3 possessions. The game won't be entirely over. We forced a fumble too. Can we get that? The fact that one of our 4 guys in the area didn't get it's disgusting. And we're going for a deep pass here. I'm not sure if we're going to have the time to get it off, but I think it was actually open there. Our tight end is on a delay route, and I don't know why I tried to wait on him to throw him that football. We didn't dust this guy deep either. We're going for the aggressive catch. And this might be the saddest set of downs in school history. There's no way that we picked this up. I might go insane before the end of this video. Things aren't getting any better. And it's a shame that we're going to follow up that sack by giving up a touchdown. Is there anything positive to see on this side of the ball? No, it just keeps on going downhill. The halfback screens aren't even good. And I hate to say it, but we might have been better off using the playbook that we had. Hang on. The play that we just ran is actually so good. I'm going to remember that for next week. It literally might be our first one of the game. And throwing the ball is where we really start to go downhill. It just doesn't work out that well for us. Like, I'm honestly surprised we just completed that pass. They tried to press Chris King, and instead of trying to drag a foot, he just jumped out of bounds. I have a really good play for this, though. We're literally just going to throw it to our tight end. He catches it. And this is another RPO that we might have a touchdown on. I feel like if throwing that fade route could work out well for us. There we go. Kingston McCarty just came down with the football. And the freshman receiver just showed out, even if this one is completely over. I'm still happy with what we saw right there. The score might have been bad at the end, but it should have been closer than it was, and that's a commit that we desperately needed. We're also so close to landing Josh Henry, which is a really good sign. Just looking at the other prospects, Kentucky is going to get this tight end. We're going to remove him from our board. And sometimes these athletes that are supposed to be running backs end up being super good linebackers, so Alani Diggs might be that for us. I do find it a little bit weird that most of the 3-stars that are interested in coming to our school from Tennessee and Kentucky are JUCOs, which isn't great, but we need all the help that we can get at every position, so it doesn't matter to me. This is another winnable one for us. Marshall's 2-3. It's not like they're amazing. And if we can't pick this up, we're going to have to finish the season with 4 straight road games, which are even more difficult. I'm not proud of where we stand in the Sun Belt standings at the moment, but one thing I will say is I'm happy that it seems like we're going to struggle for a bit, and the reason for that is by the time we eventually win a championship, if it takes like 12 seasons, it's going to be super rewarding. And at the moment, this is on pace to be much more difficult for us than Grand Rapids was on NCAA 14. The restrictions are working. It's a real challenge. I meant to keep it, and I do feel like I need to play almost perfectly for us to get a win. It's now 3rd down. We have the delay route to Tyler Sams, and he's going to go to the 44. Now, there was a play that I said in the last game I wanted to try in this one. I forgot about it until right now, but here it is. It's a halfback angle screen. We got super good blocks on it when we ran it in the last one, and we didn't catch the ball. Jay Newman might have sold, but I'm going to give him the direct snap, allow him to try and pick up the 1st down. And then we've gotten ourselves another bubble screen that we could throw, but they almost picked it. There's a lot of those in the playbook. I'm just afraid that we're going to throw an interception on one of them. And that ball couldn't have been placed better. I can't believe that that actually just worked for us. We are sweating it out at the moment, trying everything just to get points on this first drive. And I think it's time for Kingston McCarty to come around on the jet touch pass. We're going to see if he can outrun this defensive back right here, and he can't. If this wasn't such a hard field goal to make, I definitely wouldn't be going for it, but I felt like we could get the halfback angle route. And this drive has taken the entire first quarter, but I think it's going to be worth it in the end. We were so close to getting the touchdown, and I hope the fact that they're stacking the box this heavily doesn't affect us here. All we needed was good blocking, and I'm not sure why I just went to the outside. It still worked out. Jay Newman was able to get in, but that was definitely a struggle for us. They're running the read option on the first play, and Marshall's probably the team we have the best chance of beating. I know in college football imperialism, they lost to Penn State 69-7, which makes me think that they shouldn't be too difficult to take down, but Penn State is a lot better. It was the worst loss of the whole thing. It just stood out to me. We did run zone, but our coverage looked like it was man-to-man, so it could have been a match coverage instead. All I know is it has not looked great for our defense so far. I mean, they've done whatever they've wanted, and what was that stop and go they just hit us with? The computer in this game plays like they're an actual person, and we're going to have to use the rest of the time in the first half to score again. As patiently as we can, we're going to try to move this ball down the field. If we had a good block right there, we would have gotten a lot, but Jay Newman kind of let us down, and on this play, he has nowhere to go. Well, it's 3rd and 11. I'm still going to put this ball in his hands. I felt like there was going to be a lot of open space over on this side of the field, and we couldn't get out. That was almost it right there. It would have been a huge play for us. The halfback angle route, though, will get us like 10. And if he's our best receiver in this game, so be it. I am going to step up. I felt like there was nobody ready to stop us. And it's not like Jamal Walker's the fastest. I think he is 78 speed, but he can take advantage of this if there's not a quarterback spot. Ideally, we'll force them to put a spy out there, which would make it much easier to pass against them. But there was nowhere to really go on that play, and I think they're about to get the sack. The odds of us converting on a 3rd and 17 are so low, especially if they're going to send in a blitz. And I'm not sure if we can even hit a 55-yarder, but I do want to attempt to do it. I feel okay, we should not have attempted to do it. I don't even want to say anything. I'm actually speechless after that attempt. It couldn't have been any worse than whatever we just went through. They had somebody wide open on the left side of the field. They decided to test our corners deep, though. And we need some life in this team at the moment. It's a halfback screen. We're all over the ball. So now it's 3rd and long for them, and they're going back to their running back. We should have had a good angle. I don't know what the computer's doing sometimes. I should have just clicked on, tried to make the tackle myself. And here we go. 2nd and 10. They have plenty of time to find somebody open, and that whiff tackle is going to cost us an entire touchdown. Things were actually looking so good for us. It was literally just one play, one sack that changed about everything. And honestly, if a team runs man-to-man coverage versus us, we're probably better off just not throwing the ball. What I'm gonna do is still try to throw up a prayer on this final play. We've actually beat 36 deep, but we didn't place that pass where it needed to be. And now we have to start the second half on defense. I did see some phones in the crowd though. That's so cool. I don't know how I haven't seen this before, but in this game, you can see lights flashing in the crowd like they're taking pictures. And that's a cool little detail to at least notice. They're starting off with a big run. Please do not break this tackle, because we all know we can't go down 21-7. It would hurt morale way too much. There's only a few winnable games left on our schedule, and this is definitely one of them. But it's gonna take getting them off the field on third down, and we do. I'm about to burn a timeout though to make sure that we don't hit their punter. Please do not. Okay, I was literally just clicking everyone hoping for the best. Now we just have to figure out how we're going to crack this defense again. And there's a lot of motions going on with this play, but it works to our tight end. He's able to get out in the open field. Why did I just try to hurdle? Okay, I'm going to get clowned. That actually was the worst idea I've ever had. That was not worth a highlight clip. And Tyler Sams really just jumped for glory. It didn't work at all. It was funny for a second, but now we're going to lose to Marshall. And I can't let my stupidity get the best of us here. Please do not give this up. Oh my gosh. Our cornerback just got ran by. We weren't even pressed. And all that work we put into getting the stop didn't matter. This is painful, dude. If we can get the payoff of one win in this video, it's actually going to feel so good. And by now I've just accepted that we're going to have to go for it on stuff like this fourth down, where we might have it, but we dropped the ball. That's not making it any easier for me. I still want to lose my mind. And if anything, we have to make sure that they are literally sacked out of field goal range on this drive. But I missed the tackle. I went for the hit stick. This is literally going just like our last game, where it felt like we had a chance. What is 23 doing? His awareness must be way too low. He is in a zone in that area, and they're showing us the top 25 like we're ever going to be a part of it. I saw Kentucky in there, who we have to play to end this season. And normally I'd be happy that my Wildcats are doing well, but not in this. If anything's look good for us though, it's probably going to be our red zone defense as we get the interception. And this game is not over yet, folks. We just need to get some huge gains, and we're going to find Cookie Williams. This team has some life. Jamal Walker's going to get a little bit of a quarterback draw here. We'll see if he's able to get anything. But he didn't, so it's probably best if we just leave all the running to Jay Newman. Drags might be our best friend. With the accelerated clock on, everything's going down a lot quicker than I would have liked as well. But I really shouldn't have taken a sack there, and we are not going to get it out in time. It's like every time I go to throw the ball, I just don't know what to do. And it certainly doesn't help that I struggle on Heisman even when I have a 90 overall team. Now I'm playing with the worst in the game, and I'm just hoping that we can get them off the field on third down. But we didn't, and that means we're going to drop another. At least we still signed wide receiver Josh Henry. We need players like that. And we got another running back in Abdul Madden. 11 players are at risk of transferring, so the transfer portal period's going to be big for us. And I guess our gym running back still hasn't committed, but he is pretty close to doing so. So everything's still looking pretty well when it comes to recruiting, but we only have 400 hours to spend at once. The prospects in Kentucky were also just not that good this season. All the ones that are still available as 3-stars are either JUCOs or a running back. So thankfully there's still Tennessee. We have a tight end we can go after, and then a left guard and a right end. There are more 3-stars too. Maybe we won't be completely screwed. Without even looking at his stats, the 6'5" receiver Trey Ramsor really intrigues me. We're going to try to sign him. And we're also still trying to get our first win, this time on the road at Old Dominion. This is one of our last winnable ones. We better make sure that we don't make any mistakes. And for whatever reason, I really don't remember Grand Rapids being this difficult off of the start. It probably was, and I just erased it from my memory because of how bad it was. But man, we are starting from the bottom for sure, and they're already getting like a 20-yard run. There's definitely going to be no attempted hurdles in this game. Nothing dumb going on, especially if they're running like this, because there's not a soul out there that wants to be our first loss. And I can't believe we just got the sack. It's now 2nd and 16. Come on. Don't give up all 16 yards in one play, boys. Absolutely spectacular defense that we got going on here at Southern Kentucky. I mean, they're just doing whatever they want to. And I don't even know what we have out there on the field at the moment. They've run the ball the entire game. Because of that, I am so confident sending the blitz. And I'm not sure what they're going to do on 3rd and 8. They're actually going to have to throw the ball versus our defense, where I feel like we've locked up pretty well. Just stop them short. We've come out in safe, man. We're taking no risks. And the 17 fans in the crowd just celebrated the fact that the Monarchs are now up by 3. We're going to have to play our best offensive game yet. We really haven't done that much. And that goes for the entire season. We might even switch back to Kansas State's playbook. I mean, all these pass plays that Alabama has are nice, but we can't use them whenever we can't throw the ball. Our best receiver isn't hanging on. And it's not like any of our receivers are getting open most of the time either. They almost hit our punter there. That would have been perfect. But instead, it's probably back to the run, so we are prepared to shoot in that gap, and they got the block off in time. You've got to be kidding me. We were right there. This is a painful experience. I want to win games. I am a winner. I don't like losing. And here we go. 2nd and inches. They're not going to play over on that side of the field. We're still spinning because that's pretty much all I know how to do. I also figured out that you can like stop and go real quick. We did not just fumble the ball right there. Old Dominions picked it up. They're gone. 17-0. My patience is absolutely gone. If they're going to send in a blitz, I'm literally just floating it over to that side of the field. And what's the point in even trying? We're already trailing by so much. It's not even the 2nd quarter yet. Oh no, this is probably going to be a pick. You can just see that all hope went out the door after that turnover. I mean, they're sticking to everything. They're going to intercept Jamal Walker again. Go ahead. Just return it for a touchdown. Make it even worse. I am trying so hard to stay strong right now. Do not rage. But it's not getting any easier, especially after that touchdown. Okay, did we just run by their corners? No. If I've learned one thing from this game, it's that I am done with the Alabama playbook. No more. And I'm actually going to be really curious to watch this back and see if there was actually stuff open, or if our team is just so bad that nobody ever gets open. Going for this might be an interesting choice for most teams, but I just don't care at this point. We need to hold on. And as Old Dominion tries to run out the rest of the clock at the end of the game, I would love if all of us just wipe this performance and score from our memory. It's the most embarrassing showing in Stallion history. But for whatever reason, players still decide that they want to come here. We got Lester Sheets to commit. That's a good pickup for our defense. And we have needed this bye week all season. It's going to allow us to pick up a middle linebacker too. But we did miss out on this cornerback to Vanderbilt. And now they're trying to steal this right tackle from us as well. I'm losing my mind. I'm adding as many 1-stars as I can to my board and offering them all a scholarship, because we're in first place for each one of these guys, which means there's a chance that one of them could insta-commit, and that would help us out. Well, we got one more. It's a middle linebacker, and I'm literally taking anything I can at this point, but I can't believe our class is ranked in the top 40. That doesn't even add up to me, but it is time that we go on the road at Louisville. And for these final 3 games, we will be back in Kansas State's playbook. It really doesn't matter to me who we start, but clearly Jamal Walker's progressed a lot better. And even if he's not going to play for us next season, at least we're going to have a half-decent backup. The Sun Belt standings are never going to look good, though. I'm not proud of this. And let's just go ahead and get this over with. When I started filming, I had hope, and that's what caused us to play pretty well against Georgia in the first half. So even if it feels like everything's going wrong for us, now that we've switched our playbook back to Kansas State's again, I'm going into this game with a little bit of hope as well. We have nothing to lose here. We're supposed to lose by 40. And as a Kentucky fan in real life, this would be such a cool upset to pull off. That was a solid first play. We only gave up 4 yards. They did route us up, which means we probably need to sit in zone coverage, and we just weren't able to fill that hole in time, unfortunately. Positivity can go a long way. They're going with the jet touch pass, or maybe they're trying to fake us out. I came back to it because I knew it, but it was too late to make a difference, and we stop them here. We can only use plays out of this front so much. We're going to run out of them, but I felt like it might have gotten us this stop at least when they ran the ball, until they just busted off against us to get a first. Now it's 2nd and 12. I pass committed on this play. I'm hoping their quarterback throws it to us, but we couldn't get to that ball, and Tyler Shucks put the Cardinals up by 7. Now it's going to be a long day trying to get it down the field, but we have our running plays back, and get Cameron Church out of the game. We need our quick little 5-5 running back in this situation. We're going to dump it off to him with the halfback screen. I mean, there's not much to go, but we have made it a 3rd and manageable, and we're going to have our drag route, which is all that we needed. We're also breaking a tackle. Look at Tyler Sams. All we wanted was a new set of downs versus the Cardinals. They're going to stop us here, but my hope is we can make something happen to end this first quarter. We're pitching it last second, and we just gave Louisville the freest touchdown of all time. That was my fault. I can't even say anything about it. And if it wasn't, there's nothing that we can do about it now. We just have to try to get a touchdown. We already knew what was likely to happen against the Cardinals. And that last game in Sun Belt Conference play against Georgia State is really going to be our Super Bowl, at least for the season. We're basically just preparing for that game, because if we can score a lot versus Louisville, then we should have no issues versus them. But that ball was not put where I wanted it to be. It worked out for us, but it almost went south. Now we're just going to run it for the first. And it's time to waste our only fullback dive of the game just to make sure that we move the chains. I thought we had it, but it said that we were stopped just a bit short. And we've been very patient here. Now we're going to take our halfback screen. We're going to hopefully hold that block for a little bit longer. And we're going to chew clock with 2 minutes left in the first half. That is for sure. In order to still have a chance, this needs to be the final drive. I ended up flipping this run, but it didn't really go well. We're putting this ball in the hands of Chris King on 3rd and 4, and he cuts up to fight for for the first. That was a very impressive play from him right there. We're also getting some decent blocks, but we all know there can be some slip-ups when putting it in, so we have to make sure that we still do. On 3rd and goal, I'm trying to make a hot route adjustment, but it's just not going in because we're on the road. We have our slant open, and Chris King makes this manageable. The sophomore from Maine has put us in a 7-point matchup, and Louisville just takes it to the half. If it wasn't for that fumble, we would probably be winning, because when you look at these stats, we've controlled a lot of the game. It'll really all depend how we start this second half. We have the football, but it's also when we normally make mistakes, and I think the power running might just be our solution for winning. Every single play we just hand it off unless they give us an easy bubble screen to take, and if these blocks are perfect right here, we're going to have a huge lane with Jay Newman. It's unfortunate they weren't. Now on 3rd and 4, I'm being patient. I'm taking our inside zig route because we're in no rush at all. If anything, it's going to be hard for us to get defensive stops. Unfortunately, Cameron Church is going to be in for this carry, but Jay Newman has to get rest at some point, and on 3rd down, we had it. I don't care if it's not realistic for this situation. We are going for it on 4th down. That's what we deserved. They're going to pick it up. Do not get a touchdown out of this too. Oh my gosh, they've just been gifted 2 of them in this game. What an unfortunate way to end that last drive. I just know that there's no way we're actually outrunning their corners in the long run. So they're really able to come out and press us and really do whatever. Though if this ball is placed well, we might be able to run under it, and that's what we've done. We're figuring some stuff out. We might not win this game, but I think we're prepared for our next one. And that's really our last chance to get a win this season because Kentucky's our final matchup. Here on 3rd and 7, they didn't send the blitz that I thought they were going to. And it also wasn't man-to-man coverage, but our running back's open, and what was that route? It was supposed to be a wheel, but he just stopped before he finished it. And I think that's going to take away any real hope we had of a comeback. I mean, we've still gotten them to a 3rd and 9, but odds are they're probably going to pick it up. Neither of our zones played it. And for whatever reason, this game's been really laggy for me on the menus. You all can see that right here. It's just going to take a second every time I go into something. Then when I select a play, it does that. So I'm curious if any of you all have run into that before. I haven't personally seen it yet, but it's pretty weird. I'm just going to close app after this matchup to fix it, and they don't get anything here. But they're already chewing clock. I can assume that they're going to hand the ball off. I ran commit up the middle, and here we go. It's 3rd and 8 where we had people there to stop the run. They break a tackle, but it's not enough. We need to score the quickest touchdown in school history, maybe off of a return. That would have been cool. And if we can somehow do that, this one still isn't over. Now, I don't believe that we'll be able to, but you never know. We could get lucky at some point, and no, we're not. It's already 3rd and 17. They want this game to be over, though our running back had a chance to dust them deep. And here we go. Probably the final play of the game. We're going to try to thread it up the seam, but it's going to be a pick for Jamal Walker instead. I'm sure that he absolutely loves that on his stats. They made matters worse too by scoring another touchdown on us, and I am ready for this one. 2-8 Georgia State. Here's our last chance to get a win this season. It really all comes down to this. If we won at Kroger Field, that would just be pure chaos. And Vanderbilt's trying so hard to get this right tackle from us. I'm just going to schedule him for a visit to guarantee that we're the ones that lock him in. If we land everybody on our board, that would be 15 3-stars in season 1, and that's honestly a great start in recruiting for Southern Kentucky. Well, we've made it to Georgia State Stadium. It's time to try and win. And they actually have one of the most unique venues in the country. It's a converted baseball stadium into football stadium. If you can tell in the background, it doesn't look like a typical one would. So we can't lose to a team that doesn't even play in a real football stadium. That wouldn't be a great look, and we're hitting them with RPO already. I'm going to mix in some passes to it. Could be risky off the start. The play action freed us, but that didn't get open. Mainly, we're just going to try and feed Jay Newman as much as we can, though if we don't get great blocks downfield, the halfback screens aren't going to work. And I've got an RPO ready just in case they try to bite down to stop the run. Well, it's 4th and 3. I don't care. We're running it with Jamal Walker. We're going to take risks like this in this game where we're able to pick up the first. And throughout this series, I will try to keep play calling as realistic as possible, but all of that's going out the door whenever we're 0-10 and I just want to win a game. We already have the restriction to where I can only call things once, and this route did get open over the DB, or at least I thought it would, but he was still able to get a hand on it. We're going to hit our halfback wheel route, and the fact that we're still out there on the field driving down it is impressive in itself. We did get a couple of good blocks there, but it's just not enough. We have to have more than 5-yard gains like that, and we're only getting 2. This drive is going to waste all of our best plays, but if we go up 7-0, it might be worth it. And I'm going super try hard right now. I'm even motioning over an extra blocker before we hit the halfback stretch in this direction just because I thought it would help, but it didn't. So so we're going to try and get trickery involved. Kingston McCarty comes around, and Georgia State's defenders are not able to bring him down. That is big. I thought we were going to lose yards there for sure. I know they can't hold us on this 3rd and 2. We don't want a field goal. And I think it's very important that we keep drag routes open underneath the take instantly, because that's going to lead to our first touchdown. It was about time that we had a great start. And that's going to do it for the first quarter. The Panthers still haven't touched the ball. And if anything, I'm just hoping that they have to at least struggle to get down the field versus us. We're going to get the interception on their first offensive play. And hang on, this is the best start that Southern Kentucky has had besides the Western Kentucky game. I really can't get too excited. That game ruined all hope for me because I feel like we could lose at any second still. It's because of stuff like that. We were set up to get a huge gain, but the jet touch pass to Cookie Williams goes for 7. It is actually 14-0 right now. We're going to need to play well defensively again. And I really like this cover 4 quarters look. They're handing it off, but not getting much. I wish they'd stay in hurry up mode just because that would be the only way we could call that play a lot throughout this entire game. And so far, they're having absolutely zero issues running it versus us. That was disgusting. Grayson Bell Jr.'s back literally got blown out because of that. And I'm sorry, but you can't let another man do that to you, especially in front of like 20,000 people. That's going to be on the internet forever. It is never going away. We need to stop the run here on 2nd down. We do. And Grayson Bell Jr. is already ready to come back. I didn't let him out there though for this 3rd and 2. He needs time for more recovery. I thought we were going to hold them there. And it's frustrating that they're just going to stick to running the ball, but we can handle that. We're still coming out in this dime package and it's not doing that terrible against the run. But now that it's 3rd and 6, we're switching it up with some palms. One of my favorite coverages to run. They just have a couple of slants out there on the field and we're going to get another interception. Lawson has nobody that should catch him. Okay, number 4 might. Number 4 might actually do that, but we're going to break the tackle too, going all the way. Dante Lawson makes it 21-0. And I have locked in so hard for this game because I couldn't go winless in a season, so this feels good. We can't act like there's still not a long way to go though. I mean, I can be happy now, but we're going to give a lot up. And they do get ball to start the 3rd quarter. They're about to thread the needle again. We hit it out. So that's honestly what you love to see. Now they're going to have plenty of time to avoid the sack and somehow throw it. Wait. We just snagged that out of midair. Oh, we're stunting on them. It's going to be 28-0. This is actually the greatest moment in Southern Kentucky school history, and I'm not even going to deal with it. Let's go ahead, go over to the settings. We will do a difficulty check. I read too many comments, way too many of them. So whenever I see stuff like that, it just irks me. This is well deserved. We have been waiting all season for a moment like this. They still feel like they have nowhere to go. And by now we've probably used every single cover 4 quarters that we have in this playbook. But it's seriously the best coverage. We're knocking everything out. We got to cover 4 palms here, but they just hand it off. We're going to stuff it. And I've even burned a timeout to get the ball back again. For whatever reason, I just don't trust that we're going to hold on to this lead. And whatever we do, we have to make sure that we limit turnovers and don't risk anything. I don't even like that I'm throwing the ball on this play right here, but we have to try and get in field goal range. We are still going. What a move. It's like everybody played so terribly all season, but when it matters the most, we're coming up clutch. And I know there's only 23 seconds left, but I felt like running the ball was the best thing that we could do in this spot. All I'm looking for is a field goal. That would put us up 31-0. I mean, I'd feel pretty comfortable if we had a lead like that. But we need about 10 more yards to seriously pull off something like that, and we have to make sure that we go down in time. I'm spamming it. We have never come close to playing this well in a first half. We're not missing the field goal either. And it's really been our defense that's done it all. We have hit our full potential with the Stallions, at least for this season, but you never know. We could upset Kentucky too. This is definitely the most rewarding win that I've gotten on this game so far. Nothing comes close because I've been playing all day, struggling all day, watching myself just lose game after game. And I know I've made a lot of mistakes, but there's also been some stuff that's been out of my control. Like that spin move is insane. We are in a really good spot in this game no matter what happens on this drive. So this is the first time that we're about to get a win where I feel like I don't have to show every play. And Georgia State's so desperate for points they kicked a field goal. If we turn on chew clock from this point forward, I think this game's just over. But maybe not. We're already on a 3rd and 4 where we should be able to hang on to the ball, and we do. It is Cookie Williams breaking free on the left side. I don't think I've ever been this excited in a video either. I mean, normally I like to keep it pretty chill. I'm still not going crazy though. I almost raged a lot at one point, and that's because I normally like to stay pretty relaxed. But this is a special occasion with a special team. We literally have our backups out there on the field. For our first win, it's going to be a blowout. And Casey Quinn is finally back out there on the field doing stuff for us. I definitely made the right decision putting Jamal Walker in instead. And we're about to hand it off to Jordan, who's a player that we haven't even seen before. I will say I am a little bit curious about Scott Simmons and if he'd be the better option at running back because of his speed. But by now, we simply can't bench Jay Newman. And at the end of the day, we would give up a touchdown, but we still won by 28. This is going down as the greatest moment in school history. And they gave player of the game to Wyatt Gray, who had that pick 6. This is the first time I actually want to look at our team stats too. Jamal Walker did amazing, no turnovers of course, and then when it came to running the ball, we really didn't do that much. It was mainly just all the interceptions, Wyatt Gray, Dante Lawson, Owen Lee, and if anything, that should make a lot of players want to come to Southern Kentucky. We got this guy who Vanderbilt was trying to steal from us, and I still can't believe how highly our class is ranked even though we can only go after 3 stars. Since we can, we might as well go after another quarterback too. He's still available, and all it took was 1 win for our championship contender to go up a little bit. It looks like we're still going to finish at the bottom of our division though, and just conference-wide in the Sun Belt, we were pretty much as terrible as Louisiana Monroe. I'm hoping we can take a big step forward next year. We'll see how it goes. Kentucky's in 84. So as much as I hate to admit it, Kentucky's basically on the same level as Louisville, which means if we could keep up with the Cardinals and had a chance at beating them, we could also pull this off. This isn't even the main reason to stay tuned for the rest of this episode though. It's mainly for the transfer portal period. We better not have just given away a kick return touchdown. That's the first one of the year, and that hurts to see. Brandon White was a road to glory legend for me. He is literally so quick. But in order to have a chance in this, that was not the opening that we needed. And I'm ready to see what type of players are available to us in the transfer portal already. I don't think we're about to pick up this 3rd and 15. And since we got our first win, we're back to playing realistic. We would punt in this situation where a good bounce could make this go a lot farther than I thought. No, it's Barry and Brown picking it up. They almost had another return touchdown. I just realized we're not going to be able to stop him in his 98 speed because we're pretty much going to have to back up our defense on every single play. And that still might not be enough. They got this ball out in time. He's going to get them the first down. And this is our last chance this season to beat at least one team that's in the state of Kentucky. Since we lost to Western in overtime, we're obviously considered the worst in the state at the moment. I mean, we can't make a tackle. But that's nothing new. We're so used to it by now. They're hopping over our hit sticks. And I've just accepted it at this point. We're not expected to win here, so there's no reason to get frustrated. We got what we wanted against Georgia State, and in an incredible fashion too, though we just forced a fumble. No way they're about to pick this ball up. They get a touchdown? Okay, Brock Vandegrift, I want you to be good, but that's a crazy play to make. And we might have used up all of our good luck last week. They were pressing our receivers. I had to try it. Even if we haven't been able to beat a single team deep all year, there were some good blocks, but Jay Newman couldn't penetrate that hole the right way, making this a 3rd down where they covered everything. We're punting it back to Barry and Brown now. They almost blocked it, though they hit us. That's perfect. We have lucked out. Our drive has stayed alive, and we can't make any hot routes on the road, even though I had a plan for this play. We're going to use Playmaker. This could be a huge gain and a solid way for the Stallions to end the first quarter. This is it for season 1. We have to soak it in with this original roster that has been atrocious. And we're just going to hit them with the reverse. Why not? Try some new stuff. I mean, we've used it pretty much every game. But it's better than a bunch more inside zones, and we're going to have to go for it on 4th down. I was preparing for it, though. I wanted to make it a 4th and manageable. They got in so quick. And no matter how well we play against Western Kentucky, against our rivals Kentucky, this might take us like 5 or 6 years to ever stand a chance against them. I mean, next year, hopefully we get to play at least them at home. We played them on the road this time. And let me know in the comments who else you want to see as non-conference games going forward. Like, should we schedule Louisville every year? Personally, I think it'd be cool to play all the teams that are in the state of Kentucky every season, but I understand if you all want to see different opponents too. And that Barry and Brown drop did cost them a touchdown, but I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. We still can't get a kick return. I knew it was going to be an uphill battle whenever that's how they were able to start the game. And looking back on that Georgia matchup, it still felt like the easiest team to run against. I don't know what it was about that. I just felt like we were picking up huge gains. Maybe it's because I was confused how we were doing so well against the Bulldogs. And I think we have to go for it here. It's 17-0. If we're going to stay in this game, it's really our only chance. But there's the karma, since that's normally where teams would punt. I knew that would probably happen though. Now we're going to get the sack. And I gotta know how the clock is running after they just threw an incomplete pass. We're actually playing good defense versus Kentucky. We just can't seem to score the ball at all. And we have to make sure that we take advantage of this chance before halftime. Scoring before halftime and then to start the second half would get it back within a possession. Jay Newman is going to fight for the first. And that was a crazy amount of effort for a player that shouldn't have been able to do that. He's only 5'5", making stuff like that happen. Now we're going to take our zig route over to McCarty. He gets it to the 40-yard line. And here we go. We still have hope for a touchdown before we get to the half. That was such a weird route from the freshman though. What was he doing? He was supposed to run a little in. I am so confused confused right now. But that's just a miscommunication. That stuff happens in football, but it shouldn't happen to us. As the Southern Kentucky head coach, I want my team to make no mistakes, and I hope they just settle for a field goal before the half. I don't want to give up another touchdown. Well, it's 24-0. We're just going to take some shots down the field. And we let this one get out of hand a lot quicker than I would have liked, but I'm so ready for the transfer portal that it really doesn't matter. We ended up just taking it to the half, 24-0. And the only way that we even stay in this game is if we get a touchdown and a 2-point conversion to open up the third quarter. We're going to have to do it pretty quickly. Just handing it off to Church probably won't do the trick. And on a 3rd and 1, I'm going to pull it with Jamal Walker. I just wanted to see the quarterback run a little bit. But this is probably the last game that he's ever going to start for us unless we're dealing with some major injuries. He'll be a senior next year, and before the end of this episode, we'll see the freshman overall. And we have training results coming up. I mean, there is so much to still look forward to. I'm excited for the offseason more than this actual game. I love living in the menus. I've been on the field too much in this video already. They literally ran that route for us. What else do you want me to do? It normally beats man. I've had enough. We're just going to accept our loss to Kentucky. And it's time to set this roster up for season number 2. Just looking back on our schedule, Appalachian State finished in the top 25. We lost that one by a lot on the road. Western Kentucky finished at 7-5. That was the closest loss that we had by far. And statistically, Jamal Walker's passing stats were not great. He threw more picks than touchdowns, just like Casey Quinn. Jay Newman's rushing stats weren't even that great either. He only went for 524 yards, 6 touchdowns, which means when it comes to catching passes, these aren't going to be good stats either. Cookie Williams was our best receiver. He's a junior. Sophomore Chris King was number 2, but he is a deal breaker, so he could transfer. And then true freshman Kingston McCarty came in and put up 354 yards and 2 touchdowns. Defensively, my user, Grayson Bell Jr., the sophomore, led the team in tackles, right ahead of Keon Sanders, the strong safety, who I got 2 user interceptions with. And we're just going to look through these sack totals for a bit. We're going to appreciate them, but the big thing was the interception totals. Asher Brooks had 7. I feel like 18 as a team could lead the country, and it looks like Central Michigan had 19. We were so close to leading the nation. That might be why we've been able to bring in multiple 3-star corners, and it is time to fire both of our coordinators. I'm getting rid of them. That made Denario Song happy. He decided to come to our school, and so did the 6'5" wide receiver Trey Ramsor. Jeremy Bernard, Alabama's wide receiver, won the Heisman with those stats, and just out of curiosity, it looks like Appalachian State won the Sun Belt Conference Championship. These are the teams that made the playoffs. We'll see who wins it all in a second. But first, it is early National Signing Day. We can finally see what dev trait Todd Stark is, and he's a normal dev at QB. That hurts my heart. Stokes is also a normal dev. All of these 3 stars might just be normal. We got an impact with this running back, but I don't think we're going to see any stars or elites in here. That is so unfortunate. Everybody's normal besides, hang on, Trey Ramsor's an impact. That's great for a 6'5" receiver, though Tennessee's taking this right end from us. And you know, if there's anything I love to focus on with my coordinators, it's always both being a motivator and a tactician. We have found that on both the offensive and the defensive side of the ball. Barry Thompson, get in here and say hello to the Southern Kentucky Stallions' new coaching staff. To end the season, we'd sign one more 3-star, but we're about to get to the players leaving tab where it looks like we're going to have up to 9 players that could enter the portal. I don't like the thought of that. We know Clemson won't take them though. They just won the national championship, and all of them are leaving for playing style, including wide receiver Chris King. There is 0 persuasion chance, so we have no hope. On top of that, when it comes to players graduating, there are going to be a few guys that we're losing, especially starters on defense. I mean, all of our DBs, we know that not many of them were that good. That's a lot of seniors gone, actually. I definitely know better than the check draft results too. We're not going to put anybody into the NFL for probably like 5 or 6 years. And with our school grades, pretty much everything just went down. The coach stuff adjusted to what it should have been at the start of the year. That terrible coach prestige blocks us from signing guys like Lyle Bond though. And looking at this transfer portal, there are so many different players that want to come to our school, but I'm pretty sure not anybody's going to be from Kentucky or Tennessee. I didn't really factor that in, but we've been scrolling forever, so maybe we're going to have a ton of options available to us. And there it is. From Kentucky, not a single player's interested in transferring to Southern Kentucky. Tennessee's gotten us a couple options though. There's a tight end that we can go after and a linebacker, but that ruins the fun of the portal, so if they're transferring out of a school that's in one of those states too, I'm going to allow myself to add them to the board. We found a transfer from Kentucky, then this kid from Memphis, which is located in Tennessee, and then there were a couple from the Volunteers, but they're too good to want to come to our school. So now we're looking at all the Vanderbilt players, but they're probably too smart to want to come to Southern Kentucky. Then there's Western Kentucky, and it would be so funny if we could steal a player from them and then beat them with that player, but nobody was interested. So these are the 4 transfers we're allowed to go after, and Nichols is by far the best one since he's a freshman. I might just try to get these JUCO juniors from Kentucky as as well since they're 3-star prospects. And we're not gaining very many points, but I think Tennessee stopped going after this right end. It ended up being true, and that's great for us since Vanderbilt's about to take this JUCO. And I don't want to get too overconfident, but by the time this period ends, we're going to sign everybody that we're in first place on their board for. So like these 1-stars are all going to commit to Southern Kentucky. And then on top of that, we have a lead on pretty much every transfer. There's a couple that they could come back on, but I think we might have a full class of 34 or 35 players. This is the type of stuff I want to see. I need the true freshman 3-star commits. And then we're also going to start getting the transfers. This deal breaker came in at the last second with playing time. I'm not sure why, but the more frustrating thing is we have fallen behind on Nichols. I wasn't hard selling him and I should have been. I didn't want to guess and mess everything up. So now we need a visit to save us. I think we have a really good pitch. Playing style, that's an A+. And it's time for the moment of truth. We're about to go through this screen. We got a punter. We had to get one of those. But as you can see, Nichols went to Michigan State and then this player went to Cincinnati. That's why I don't like to get attached to certain prospects, but just looking through this board, we signed a total of 32 guys. I mean, this is a huge first class, especially for only recruiting out of 2 states. And it's ranked 62nd in the country with 21 total 3-stars. Behind Louisiana, that is the best in our conference. And funny enough, the highest overall player on this roster is true freshman Todd Stark. You know that we're about to move him to quarterback. We pretty much signed any athlete that we could, so there's probably going to be some other guys that also go to that QB position. And with 92 speed, Juwan Marcock was the athlete that is an elusive back. He's supposed to go over to halfback. He is impact dev, but he's actually going to be an even better wide receiver. Pairing that with the 93 speed that 6'5" Trey Ramsor has, I'm feeling so much better. And some of these other athletes were supposed to be running backs as well, but we're going to put him at linebacker. Abdul Madden's the last position here, and we do need some running back depth or tight end depth. I think it'd be fun to have him at that position. We're getting closer to being ready for season number 2, but one thing I've noticed is we need a defensive tackle. This guy's a 66. That's going to be a big step up for us. And I think we're going to make our current kicker a punter. Jesus Martinez has 16 less kick power than freshman Brian Hoge. He's going to be our new kicker for this team. And Jesus wants to transfer out anyway, so it doesn't really bug me. Now it's time for the ultimate moment of truth, though. We leveled up all the way to level 11, which is incredible. We have a lot of coach points to spend. We have a huge jump in overall with some of these players. And he might only be 5'7", but sophomore cornerback Deion Scott is going to be our best cornerback for sure. 74 overall feels a bit misleading though. The game likes to inflate that. We're going to encourage a couple players to transfer. And then after advancing, you're going to see that our coach prestige is going to cause other players to want to as well. Getting our coordinators both on this motivator pathway was a huge deal for some of our progression. I'm also going to start pouring points into it myself. I need to unlock it. But first, we should probably make sure that we're all the way down to tier 3 on pretty much every prospect. We're not going to be entirely there yet because I didn't realize how quickly 100 coach points would go by, but that'll help out in recruiting where we have 22 team needs. We're losing 12 seniors, and clearly we still have a whole roster that we just need to fully flush out. At quarterback, we're definitely going to roll with Todd Stark, but what will really make the difference or not how long we have him as our starter is what his skill caps are, and we need to start looking for other QBs still. He's going to be a good player still, but we need guys that are going to grow to high overalls. Jay Newman, for example, has a lot of room to improve still. And at wide receiver, it's going to be interesting to decide which of these guys actually play because we have a lot of options that are very similar. The only one that's locked in is Juwan, but unfortunately his skill caps come in and are going to ruin his progression throughout the rest of his career. And the same is true for Trey Ramsor. There's no reason to have impact dev if you can only get up to like a 78 overall. We'll figure it out. Even if we're projected to finish last in our division again, this team is so much better than what we just played with. Now just looking over our roster, there's going to be a lot of positions that we're going to have to focus on filling. Like running back, because after this season, 5'5" Jake Newman will be graduating and we have to move on. I'd like to say true freshman Rylan Pfeiffer would be a good option for us, but most of his skill caps seem to have to do with receiving instead of running the football, so he could be better suited to be a wide receiver where our room is so much better than what we had last season. I want to highlight 6'5" Trey Ramsor. This guy's a beast. He also comes in with a shocking 93 speed. And we also brought in Juwan Marcock, who grew up less than 2 hours away from Somerset. He came to Southern Kentucky for a reason, and Abdul Madden might enter the transfer portal, but at least for now, we have a tight end with 89 speed. So just glossing over our roster, I feel like we need to address our offensive line and defense more than anything else. Now, if you watched the first episode, you would know that I can only recruit 3-star prospects or lower from Tennessee and Kentucky, so that limits the type of guys that I can go after, but this player almost has my last name identically, and he's a gym, so we have to land him. We even look almost identical as well, and at the end of episode 1, I spent pretty much all of my coach points on this recruiter tab, so we only need another 10 to finish upgrading everything that I want. 1. Of the 9 3-stars from Kentucky, a lot of them busted, one of them was normal, but we also got 3 gems out of it, including a 93 speed wide receiver. So I like how the board's coming together, but we're also going to scout through the state of Tennessee. There we found 2 more gems, including a linebacker with 86 speed and then a running back with 92, Duke Fowler. We've had a Ben Fowler in a team builder series before, so he could keep the Fowler last name alive, but I don't like how many players are at risk of transferring. They should be excited that our school's now ranked in the top 130, and this stat is kind of crazy. We can only get 5,200 people to come out to our home games. We also only get 350 hours a week to spend on recruiting, so this is the only 6 players that we're going after at the moment, and the only good thing about that is they're all gems, but we're ready for our first matchup against Louisiana. Of course, I don't feel great about playing an 81 overall team, and we have like 1 player that's over a 74 overall, but our team overall is a 74 overall, so overall will mean nothing in this series. I'd say if we're being realistic, we're probably about a 68, which is still a step up from season 1, but I'm sure we're going to struggle against about everybody. But maybe not, because now we have quarterback Todd Stark. In his first snap for Southern Kentucky, he's just going to hand this football off to Jay Newman. And the last thing that I filmed was playing with a perfect 99 overall running back, so you can imagine that this feels a lot weirder to run with, though we made the right decision on 3rd down, and our first drive stays alive. Now we're getting it to our 6'5 receiver, Trey Ramsor, who is going to have the speed to hit that outer edge, and what a play. Last year, we really struggled because we didn't have speed to beat anybody deep. I think this is Damian Dennis Jr., and he's one of the few backup running backs that we have. The RPO didn't work, making it 3rd and 6. Our offensive line's gonna have to block for long enough, and tight end Abdul Madden catches it. Not too bad of a start for the Stallions. Normally, we'd get held to a 3 and out. Now we have Jay Newman hitting the outer edge, and Jay Newman goes down at the 1. That's exactly what we're hoping to see. I'm going to keep it with the freshman quarterback, and Todd Stark has changed everything for Southern Kentucky. Our offense genuinely looked good out there, but there is one big rule that you have to keep in mind, and that's that I can only call the same play once a game, which could really hurt us. We're already missing a tackle. So nothing has changed with that since last year, but they're going nowhere. We probably still have to sit in zone coverage. I doubt man-to-man's going to do too much for us. I got to click on. And here on 3rd and 3, they're actually handing it off instead, but we weren't prepared for it. I figured they'd pass the ball, and now they're gone to the crib. We were not going to catch this kid. So to end the first quarter, the Raging Cajuns have tied it up, and this player has 94 speed. He's a senior wide receiver that's only going to see the field on returns. This is one of our final halfback stretches, and it was a good first quarter, but we have a long way to go. We haven't tried to throw the ball too much yet. We can also step up in the pocket, but that didn't work too well for us. Now it's 3rd and 8, and we just have to hope that our tight end fights for the first. As you can see, stuff like the halfback stretch is locked out from us picking it again, so that play call limit forces us to use the rest of the playbook, and I actually really like it. Damian Dennis Jr. is going to have a chance to bust off a big run on this play. He's kind of caught, but he gets the first. And I really like what I've seen out of our offense, at least compared to last year. He's breaking tackles over and over. Unfortunately, though, one of our players looks like he's hurt. He also held at the same time. So now it's going to be 1st and 16, and Cookie Williams is going to catch the RPO to get us 5. Besides him and Kingston McCarty, our receiving core is pretty brand new. He does have a little bit of an edge, but we still didn't get the first, making this a 3rd and 2 where Jay Newman is going to shoot up the middle. We've really managed ourselves well so far in this game. That's also an amazing throw. And normally we're bound to make mistakes, but we haven't had those yet. Jay Newman has nowhere to go here without that spin. But what I want to try is a play like this with those routes to the outside, which did not get open at all. I've seen it work for me in other situations, so I'm surprised it didn't there. We have the drag though, and we're just going to let Todd Stark take a quarterback zone up the middle. I also just realized I have to turn on chew clock. There's only a minute left in the half, but Louisiana does have a chance to respond again. I like what I'm seeing out of this team. It's a lot better than last season, though that zone coverage didn't go well. And our defense was definitely the better unit last year, but that might not be true for this one. It's too early to tell, but they're starting to fly down the field. I need their quarterback to take a sack, with Lucas Lake getting the first sack of the season, but they're in 5 wide and they're open. Running a cover 6 is kind of tough because on that cover 2 side, they normally give stuff away. But we're mixing in all sorts of defensive play calls since we can only call each one once and they threw it away. All right, we just got to make sure we hold them to a field goal. And I feel like we're going to. It's now 3rd and 10. I'm all over that route over the middle. So we're going to take a timeout because that sack forced them out of field goal range. And I want one chance to score on the final play of the half. That would be incredible if we could. It's setting up for a good season from what we've seen. But you also have to keep in mind, we collapsed in the second half a lot last year, and they're starting with the ball, so they're going to have a chance to tie it up. Our run D better get better. I can just tell this could be a disaster for us at some point. And I thought we were about to shoot up that gap with Scott, but it didn't happen. Now we're going to miss the tackle on them. I shouldn't even try to hit stick because it clearly isn't going well as they break another tackle. We had hands on number number 7. Can somebody put him down? This is torture to sit through at the moment. All I want to do is hold them, though we could get the interception right here, and that's what we do with Dion Scott. The play of the game, he is going to get down the sideline, and that is our sophomore cornerback. I'm starting to feel real good about this one. Jay Newman with a burst of speed, the spin move to the right side of the field, and Jay Newman's 86 speed is just going to beat these defenders. The Stallions are off to the races, and I can't believe how well things are going versus Louisiana at the moment. All they seem to know how to do is run the football. Now they're trying to pass it, and on 3rd and 6, they're going to go with the play action. I thought they were actually running, so that was probably best case scenario for us. We almost had our hands on that football. It is a shame we couldn't get it right there. That would have changed everything. Now they're going to their running back. He is insanely fast, so we're probably better off just not trying to tackle him in the open field, though their quarterback has enough time to just scramble. Come on. I guess I need to make sure that we have a quarterback spy out there. Now they're lasering us over the middle, and this is what I'm afraid of. The computer's never going to go away. There's still a quarter left of football, and I no longer have my favorite running plays, but Jay Newman's getting loose still, and we just need our blocking to continue to hold up like that. We've collapsed in games before. That just can't be the case right here. They're ready for it, making it 3rd and 7, but we have the receivers that can get open on those corner routes, and it's off target. Todd Stark might have just sold us there. That's going to sting a bunch. Now they're getting the ball back almost near midfield against us, but that's kind of what I expected using a freshman. Now that 2nd and 9, they're probably going to go through the air. I'm all over the hitch route. I don't want to have to make a tackle here. That is terrifying. Nobody is doing it. Oh boy, now they're going to keep on moving it down the field. The read option we were not prepared for. We got to knock them down, and I'm trying to stack the box as best as I can to stop the run, but they've now busted it to the outside. If they want to do that, I'll just put 6 DBs on the field. It should make it easy to get a stop here, and I feel like the computer's not going to run in this situation, but they do get open. I think all we can do is just run commit up the middle. It's a jet touch pass, though. We were not prepared. Are you serious? I just watched Dion Scott get done so dirty. I cut to the outside because they're supposed to go that way, and it would have stopped them like 5 yards short, but that juke was filthy. Game on the line now, 21-all. We're on the road. I'm not liking our odds, but all we have to do is get down in field goal range, which is definitely manageable. Jay Newman almost got loose, and I almost want to try to beat them deep because they're pressing, but I'm not sure if we're fast enough or not, so we just went to our freshman receiver who's going to take it to the 45. This is the final drive of the game. We have to be able to seal our win, but now we're starting to have to use plays that I haven't really gone with that much, and the drag's all I feel comfortable with. 3rd and 7, we have 2 of them out there on the field for this play, and that's going to work to Abdul Madden, the tight end, but we're only on the 40-yard line. I know for a fact that we are not in field goal range yet. Come on, get out of there. We were so close to getting free. I almost think we have a touchdown right here, though it's completely underthrown, and back to running it is. We're going to pull it with Todd Stark to get a couple, and at least we're down the middle if we're not able to pick this up on 3rd down, but I'm gonna have to throw it away. Brian Hoge is the freshman. This isn't moving too much. We can hit this one down the middle. We're taking a 3-point lead, but there's definitely a pressure to choking. I've already felt it a couple times. We're just gonna have to hope that their quarterback makes one bad read. They've already done it once in this game, and after spiking the ball, it's 3rd and 7 where we couldn't stick on number 30. I really don't like this 5-wide look. It scares me a lot, but we've everything covered besides right there, and at the moment it's looking like this is gonna be an overtime game, but we get the sack. That is so huge. They have no timeouts left. They have to spike the ball, and I'm using JUCO Rick Thorne right here. We picked him up. I knew where they wanted to go, and they've had to throw it out of bounds. This is the game. Everything is on the line. I just can't give up anything over the middle, and no. Louisiana has scored with like 10 seconds left, and I don't know what our linebacker was doing right there. I protected the stick so we drop back far and pick stuff like that. I cannot believe that we have choked this game. That was my greatest fear, and it actually ended up happening. There's only 6 seconds left on the clock. We're going to try to get out of bounds, setting us up for a Hail Mary where we do have a 6'5" wide receiver, but we're just going to have to get it all the way to the end zone. That ball is right there. Please catch it. No, they're saying we couldn't come down with it. I swear somebody got a hand on the ball, and Elijah Davis has ruined us having a great start to the year. Looking back on this final play, we almost had that one caught, but Abdul Madden got it knocked out, and if I've learned anything from this right here, it's don't protect the sticks and run cover 2 on a 4th and long. That type of defense got us our 1 win last year. I guess not this time around, though. I'm getting the player that has my last name. We're still keeping an eye on all these 6 prospects, and I can't let that one loss get us down. We still have a long season ahead of us where I'm hoping that we're able to get at least 4 or 5 wins. I want to challenge for a bowl game. I think this roster is clearly a lot better, and we're just 2 weeks into the season, but we're already getting to hard sell on some of these prospects. With 1 loss in the 79 overall team, I'm not sure how Louisville is ranked in the top 25, but maybe that overall is an accurate, and we'll see if we can upset them. We're coming off a heartbreaking loss to Louisiana, but we can't let it upset us too much because we still have a long season ahead of us. And starting on offense, first drive in the rain, you know that we're just going to run the ball as much as we can versus the Cardinals in this one. Jay Newman's going to get plenty of opportunities to take the handoff. And on 3rd and 2, I just have to hope our offensive line holds up as he's going to get enough. It's going to be a long day for Louisville if they can't figure out how to stop us on the ground. We're getting another big one right here. And we're just going to keep on going back to it. Jay Newman sees the open lane, but he's not that fast. If he had something like 94, 95 speed, I'm pretty sure he'd be unstoppable. And getting warped into that animation means that we are going to have to pass for it on 3rd and 9, but our tight end is open on that part of the field, so we have it. By the time he's a junior and a senior, Abdul Madden's going to be so solid. And even now he's good. I'm going to look for him on this play as well, but they're getting in pressure. We have fumbled it backwards. Thank goodness Washington has picked it up. This is one of our linemen. And for a second, he looked kind of tiny. We are undersized. It's 3rd and 21 though, and a halfback screen's going to have to pick it up for us. We might not have gotten it, but I know our kicker can hit from this far out because he has like 93 kick power. It's just about timing it up right, and I did not time it up right there. I shouldn't have put that type of pressure on the freshman. I just didn't want to punt it back to the Cardinals. That would have felt like a waste of a drive. And I could justify attempting a field goal, but not just going for it on 4th and 12. They're already starting to move it against us, but I'm sure that if we stack the box, we'll have a better time stopping them, which is why we've come out with 7 players down there, and that's what worked. On 3rd and 3, I'd assume that they're just going to go to the air, but they've actually handed it off, so they might never throw the rock. We're prepared for it this time around, but what was that? The computer just hit us with the craziest RPO of all time, and all I'm saying is we should not have gone cover 0 right there. Come to think of it though, I've run that same type of play before, so now that I'm aware it's existing for them as well, I won't try to stop the run like that again, and Abdul Madden is going to be open in order to hold on to this football and also get open to the midfield line. Getting us in this area is big. We're already halfway to scoring a touchdown against them. I'm also going to step up. I need a block right here from our running back because ideally with 3 minutes left in the first half, this will be the final drive, and I'd feel pretty good if we could end it with a touchdown. They also went with man-to-man, but I missed my read in the flat, and now we're going to take the fade route, which was open, but it's out of bounds. That was our moment to tie it up 7-7. I'm holding on the power too long. They're going to get this punt around the 10. They're not fair catching it. No one was down the field, and we've given them the chance to go up 14-0 against us as they're already about to have a big run. I'm glad we were able to catch him. Now they're throwing it instead of running it on 2nd and short, and that leads to midfield. I don't really know what to do defensively. Our zones don't seem to be playing their job. Like, we had a zone over there, but he just acted like he wasn't guarding that part of the field, and the same thing happened on the next play. Now on 1st and 10, I was hoping they'd throw the slant, but instead they hit their flat, inching them even closer. This is play action though, so we can rush in and try to get the sack. I've shaded underneath. I've pinched our linebackers and defensive line in case they wanted to go short, but it wasn't enough to hold them. I thought we were prepared for both the run and the pass. Instead, they hit above our cornerback, and the refs are reviewing if this is a catch or not, but he definitely got a foot in. They get ball to start the second half as well. This has just been a poor showing from us in this game. We almost got free though, and we're about to find out if we can throw it down the field in 42 seconds with some of our new receivers on this team. I actually think that we can if we're smart about the reads that we're taking, like this right here, because if they run man-to-man coverage, we have a mismatch at tight end, but that didn't happen there, and it's probably best that I got sacked or else I was throwing straight into an interception. We're gonna roll out, and I'm just gonna hope that we're able to go over top that zone. Instead, we stayed flat. I was playmakering, and they better not get into field goal range with 7 seconds left in the half. That's my zone right there. Okay, come on. Thankfully, they're just going to run the ball on this last play, but we got embarrassed in that first half, and if we want to come back in this one, we're definitely going to have to fight. It's a halfback screen, first play. They're already breaking 1 and 2. So as you can see, the rain is not helping our ability to tackle. We already couldn't do it, and it just continues to get worse. This is supposed to be a better season for us than what happened last year, but I'm afraid that it might not be. They're gashing us up the middle. At least in order to compete with what we did last season, we only have to win 2 games. That's not difficult. It's just the fact that we have a pretty rough schedule to start the year. And what are we doing over on that side of the field? Why did our cornerback just fall over? Oh my gosh. I literally pass committed. We should have played that ball right there. We're going to try to return this with our 94 speedster. And we're just in a bad spot if we're not able to score on this drive. If this is man-to-man coverage, I'm not expecting anybody to get open. They're going to be able to lock us down, which is why we just stepped up. And we play Kentucky next week, so things aren't going to get any better. I tried to beat them deep. We have to figure out how to pass against these better defenses if we want to do better against the Wildcats. We even get to play it at home. But first, we have to pick up this 3rd and 1, and Todd Stark is going to get it. I think rolling out is going to help us a ton as long as our line holds up. It's just I want to be able to playmaker the deeper routes in those situations. And that's what caused us to throw our first pick, but there was also a penalty on the play. Somehow we had an illegal man downfield. I'm not even sure how that happened, but it's all good. It was only a 5-yard penalty and our slant is open. We got it out in time. They probably thought that they were going to get that sack off before we got the throw off. That's what I mean with the playmakers. It can lead to huge gains. And imagine a 21-point comeback in the fourth quarter. That's exactly what we're going for. We've stopped running the ball, though we're about to take a sack. And we'll see what we can draw up on 2nd and 10. Nope, no time to throw it. This is going to make things a lot more difficult for us, but at least it'll be a 4th and manageable. And I think the only correct thing to do here would be putting it in the hands of Jay Newman. He's going to get open, but our blocks simply aren't there. To be honest, that does it. We're not going to come back at this point in the game. They're just going to run the ball a ton. And can somebody bring him down? At the end of the day, it finished 31-7. And I'm not happy about it, but we played a top 25 team on the road. Since we're losing games, though, it is going to make it harder to pull away on some of these prospects. As you can see, we're competing and it's about the same gains for each team, which means we're going to have to start scheduling visits, and I want to do it against Western Kentucky, our biggest rivals. That would be a huge win, but for now we do have to go against Kentucky, an 82 overall, which is going to be a night game at home. Now, they didn't focus in on Berrien Brown, but that's the person I'm most worried about stopping in this game, because we know with his 99 speed, we're not going to be able to press at any moment. And here on 2nd and 4, they just continue to run the football, but we're not able to bring them down again. It's like the first time we ever get our hands on a player, we're just going to miss the tackle. This is not setting up well for us. And here we go on 1st and 10, another run. I'm prepared this time. We're sending a blitz at Brock Vandegrift. We're going to make it. And now it's 3rd and 9 where we are running a Tampa 2 where we protected the sticks and we didn't pick it. There were 2 players in the area right there. And all I'm saying is we forced the computer into a terrible read and it still didn't seem to make a difference, but Jay Newman gets loose. It is a shame that he is not any quicker. He would be so good for us, but he is still the life of this offense, our best player on it for sure. And with the threat of him taking a handoff, we're actually able to throw the ball pretty well. Todd Stark still has a little bit of improving to do whenever it comes to escaping the pocket, but we're about to pick up the first down, and Damian Dennis Jr. comes into the game to take the handoff for almost nothing. We're going right back to it though. I think this trap play could go really well, and it's been a quick first quarter, but we're trying to establish a good running game. I believe this is 4-down territory, so we can go with the run on 3rd and short, but it got us caught on our linemen, so we have to throw it in this situation, and we've just fumbled it. If they pick that up for a touchdown, I think I would have lost my mind, but that's still frustrating. Now I'm prepared for them to go with play action. We're ready to stop the run too. And there's nothing about their offense that really scares me so far. It's just whether or not we bring them down. Berrien Brown hasn't been used that much. On 3rd and 12, it's a halfback screen. We just have to hit them short, and now we're getting the ball back, even though that punt looks like it's about to be really good. Inside the 10-yard line is not a fun spot to start a drive, and I'm convinced these offensive linemen don't want to block for me in the right ways. No, that was a safety. We have gotten so lucky. Somehow that ball is being spotted on the white line. I almost stepped out of the back of the end zone, but with the halfback screen, we have a chance at picking up the 3rd down. I think we would have had it too if we didn't get caught on that one player. Now they're returning it with Berrien Brown. Oh gosh, this is where things could get a little scary. I'm not sure why he's their 3rd wide receiver. I just watched him take off though, and they throw it to our zone instead. Bryant's gonna get the interception. I'm pretty sure I manned him up with Dane Key, and this play is gonna make it 7-all. Kareem Bryant just came up so clutch for us. Now we're going for the blitz on the play action, but Berrien Brown gets loose out of it, and this is what I was afraid of. You've got to be joking. He just outran everybody. I knew it was coming. I just didn't think it would there. And that was literally a perfect response for throwing a pick six the play before. We have 2 minutes left in this half to respond back. Our running back was caught on the line for a split second, but eventually he was able to get out of there. And on 3rd and short, we have to make sure we go down. I didn't want to risk dropping the football, but the refs are still reviewing. And I couldn't tell you what they were looking for there. Now we're going to wait for Abdul Madden to make his cut. That ball's put perfectly on the money, which should have led to a huge moment for us, but instead we're now throwing it up to a 5-5 receiver. In order for that to work, I needed another second in the pocket. We're not going to have enough time here either. So once again, we're punting it back to Kentucky. They almost hit our punter, which would have been a flag. Unfortunately, they didn't though, and Berrien Brown is getting loose. If we want to win this game, we're going to need another pick six. Another mistake from Brock Vandegrift. Doesn't seem to be happening here though. And I'm not sure if it's going to do us any good to have Berrien Brown manned up. That's what I did on this play. They made that catch in bounds. But anyway, I am going to have Berrien manned manned up every single play because I think it would make a difference. You mix that in with zone coverage and they're going to have to find somebody else. They're getting way too much time in the pocket though. We should have gotten a sack. It might be time to run commit though. They did throw the ball and I thought they were running because of the motion. That is unfortunate. We still need our offense to come alive in these final seconds though. We can't go scoreless. I'm not counting that defensive touchdown. When it comes to the offensive side of things, we haven't gotten in. And at the minimum, we could get into field goal range before the end of this first half with some good throws. The only issue is this time around, we're going to have to get to about the 30-yard line and we don't. So it's going to be hard to hit this 54-yard kick, but the game is saying that we can and I missed it to the left. However, they decided that it would be a good idea to hit our kicker after the play. So true freshman Brian Hoge is getting another opportunity and this time around, he's going to hit it. That means we're only going to be trailing by 11 points and getting this ball first to start the second half is a big deal. We might not have been able to upset the Cardinals, but we still could against Kentucky. That's going to be picked for sure. And there's actually no way we've been bailed out with this. They're showing the instant replay. I'm not sure what happened, but that's 1,000 IQ from Trey Ramsor to pick up that ball after we were about to drop it. I really love the true freshman that we have on this team, though that didn't work. And this is not good. We have to pick up this 3rd and 8, at least make it a manageable 4th down to where I can justify going for it, because this is the only way that we're staying in the game. We have our hitch route and he ran backwards. It looked like for a split second Cookie Williams was going to cost us. Thankfully, we still have it. The jet touch pass is going to lead to a big play. He's still fighting. And if this is cover 1, I'm looking back in Trey Ramsor's direction, but it's not, so we got to go to our running back instead. I think between this and the Louisville game, this is going to help us build a lot of character for the rest of the year. We're just going to slide and still fumble it away, which is ridiculous. I literally did the right thing and they almost threw another pick 6. That was our moment right there. We were driving down the field to get it back within a possession. And the fumble means that we have to hold them. I've switched stick to someone I didn't know I was on, but we still got the sack, so we're getting it back. That was Lester Sheets on the end of that one. We have our 94 speed returner coming in here, juking, and he's going to break a tackle too. Hang on, could this be our first return of the year? Keep on going. It's almost like the fumble didn't even happen with where we have it back on the field now. But the plays that I actually want to run are starting to dwindle down because we're later on in the game, and Jay Newman still does it. We're about to approach the 4th quarter. Last time we ran a read option like this, I didn't slide in time, so I'm doing it early. And on the final play of the 3rd quarter, they are all over it. If we don't pick this up, I think we have to go for it on 4th down instead of kicking the field goal, though Jay Newman looks like he's gonna get it for us and he fumbled it away. I have to throw the challenge flag. That's ridiculous right there. We'll see what it shows on instant replay. And it seems like his knee was on the ground whenever he dropped the ball. That was such a clutch decision. The refs have overturned it. We're about to punch it into the end zone and we might just have to do it with a quarterback sneak, but we're still getting held up. They're not making this easy. Now we're gonna attempt a fullback dive. Finally, we get it. But more importantly, there's still a 2-point conversion and it didn't go well. We know what we have to do. The real question is, can we do it or not? They're gonna bust off of that tackle just instantly. They didn't even go down. So we all know it's gonna be a struggle to get them off the field. On 2nd and 13, Brock Vandegrift's making a lot of adjustments, so I figured they'd probably be throwing the football. I could intercept that slant. Why do they have all the time in the world though? We need to send some players. I'm like hitting buttons and I was lost right there. I'm not gonna lie. I couldn't figure out who I was on. I was just panicking, trying to stop him. Bring this kid down. And that's just so unfortunate because they're starting to chew the clock. They faked me out with that little handoff and they pick up a first. We can't allow them to pick up any more first downs. I am run committing. I've sent everybody at him. And we'll do that same thing 2 more times as it's about to be a 3rd and long. They'll probably throw it here, so I couldn't run commit again. They got me with the play action somehow still. And we're very lucky that Kwame Grant got that sack. We're gonna have about a minute and a half to respond. We have to get a touchdown in the 2-point conversion, but that would send this game to overtime, giving us a chance to actually beat Kentucky. I think we can pull this off. The question is what type of coverage they're running. That's cover 3. We can dot that up all day, except that's when Trey's finally gonna drop a catch. Now where our running back is just waiting to get open. We're trying to beat him deep, and look at that. Jay Newman is streaking down the field. All he has to do is outrun number 3. Keep on going. I have been waiting to hit that play in this dynasty, and I think we have to throw it on the 2-point conversion. The last play call didn't work too well for us. We have our drag open, so it is 24 all, but I am a little bit afraid that we have left them too much time on the clock. I couldn't risk going down short of the end zone. That would have been the wrong move. Barian Brown gets open, and I'm not sure what their field goal range is, but I'd expect them to be in it now. With no timeouts left, our best move might just be sending a blitz and hoping that we force them to make a mistake. Actually, I'll let them get in because now we have 53 seconds to get a touchdown of our own, and I think we've beat them deep. They decided to press Cookie Williams. Keep on going. He's going all the way to the 10. Now I'm already thinking whether or not we should go for the 2-point conversion. But before we snap the ball, apparently somebody false started. So we can't get too far ahead of ourselves. I feel like we do just fine in overtime. I don't really want to risk going for the 2-pointer. And with no timeouts left, we have to be a little bit careful. We have our receiver open though. I floated it for too long and I just panicked and possession caught it when we needed to run with that after the catch. There's 5 seconds left. Snap the ball. I'm literally spamming it. Oh no, this is not how we're going down to Kentucky. Our quarterback's acting like he's hurt after a terrible read, and you can just see where the true panic set in. This is definitely the worst way that we could have lost in this dynasty. And all of the energy and excitement that I just had has been washed away. We have some other games coming up though that we could still win. I can't be too upset. We got the gym running back Duke Fowler to commit, but the more games we lose, the more players that are going to want to transfer. And the Hilltoppers are trying their hardest to catch us on some of these gym 3-stars, so we're just going to schedule all of them for a visit for this game. I've also discovered a quarterback with 90 speed, magician, and field general's abilities. This would be a great start, but assuming he is normal dev just like Todd Stark, he's not going to be much better for us because as you can see, like Todd can't improve on his accuracies at all. Skill caps hurt us and now we have to go on the road at 2-0 Marshall, who might be undefeated, but they haven't played a single conference game yet. Between with the way that the game against Kentucky and the game against Louisiana ended, we are due to finally get a win. And we're rocking our gray jerseys in this one. They're getting the ball first. We have a chance to get a stop, but they have a senior quarterback, which doesn't make things easy. That guy's going to come with a lot of experience. First play's just a handoff where they juke one of our defenders. They break a tackle from another. So that's why I always click on and try to hit stick. It feels like the only way we're going to get it, though we have been beat deep and it took them 2 plays to score. Nice to know that the Thundering Herd have their own version of Barry and Brown that's going to be able to do that to us all game, though that hole up the middle was so free. And I thought we were about to score a touchdown. I am thirsty for a kick return touchdown. I'm not going to lie, this RPO goes nowhere. And I don't know if that was a crazy thing to say or not, but I seriously mean it. I want to get a kick return touchdown so badly. For now though, we're just going to run this jet touch pass, get Ramsor out in space, and the blocks picked up almost perfectly. The hurdle attempt was kind of crazy, but if we pulled it off, it would have been cool. And I'm not sure what I'm doing right now. I need to be feeding it to Jay Newman. He's our best player. It's already 3rd and 15, though we're going to have that cut and we have to hang on. Though apparently freshman Juwan Market got his hands on the ball right here and just let it slip. Now we have to punt it back to them on our first drive. That's not what I wanted to happen right there. They're even getting a chance to return it. So this is not the way I was hoping we'd open things up against the Thundering Herd. We know that they can beat us deep too, so we're kind of having to back some of our players up, and I hope that doesn't cost us. On 3rd and 10, they went with a halfback draw instead of throwing it. So it's like the computer knew to adjust to us backing up some of our DBs. The CPU on this game is so much smarter compared to NCAA Football 14. I will give them that. But I think it's a good thing. It will be difficult for us to ever win a championship. Then if you factor in the fact that I have absolutely zero composure whenever stuff gets difficult, we could be running this series for a very long time. I don't want to fall to 0-4 though. I feel like this team's much better than that. Don't break a tackle. And just the fact with forward progress that they got a first down is so disappointing. Now it's 2nd and 12. I'm prepared for the pass. We don't have the best man-to-man though, so we couldn't hold them. I'm just gonna run commit. I figured they'd do something here where they get in. We better step it up quick if we want to avoid falling to 0-4 this year. And part of me still thinks we could be good enough to make it to a bowl game. I'm not sure why. I feel like with the way we competed in those first couple, we just have a roster that can win. But we have to end this first half with a touchdown if we even want a chance at that, and that's a pretty good throw. Now we just have to hope our offensive line can hold their blocks on a 3rd and 1, and they did for just long enough, though this play we're gonna have to throw that ball away. Now we're hitting them with the halfback screen. You know we had to pull it out, but Marshall did not want it to work for us. We're gonna have to wait for our crossing route to get open to Abdul Madden, and he catches it. Unfortunately, some of my favorite passing plays have already been used though, which isn't good for us at least throughout the rest of the game. We'll take some drag routes and try our best. This is a huge 3rd and 8. I feel like Jay Newman's open over there in the flat, but we're gonna go for it on 4th and 4. He didn't get everything that we needed there. I'm stepping up. I trusted Todd to get it for us. Somehow still 51 seconds left in this first half. I mean, time's going by slowly, but neither of the halfback screens, which normally do so well, have done anything for us, and we got a slide. We're at the point now where we should probably pull out the speed option. I forgot that we had this play in the playbook. Jay Newman just scooped that ball up, and if he would have missed it, it would be 21-0. There is still 31 seconds left on the clock though, and they have 2 timeouts. They're going to get in field goal range. At least that is my expectation, is as we start this drive, so I'm not going to be disappointed when they do. I'll give cover 2 man a shot. I just know that it probably won't work. And hang on, that actually almost went really well for us. They're trying it again, but this time they catch it. That's what I'm talking about. They were always going to come away with something. Now they're inside the red zone. And of course, they're probably going to hit this field goal. We tried our best, but we're going into halftime trailing by 2 possessions. And that makes it so much harder to come back. I have a feeling this could turn into a year like last year where we just try to get wins. And so much for our roster being a lot better. It hasn't seemed to make a difference. And I thought Jay Newman was on a curl route. That's going to look like a terrible read, but in my defense, I thought he was about to stop around that first down marker and chill. So thankfully, he's made it a 3rd and short for us where he is fighting for the first. I like what we're doing so far to start this second half. We're going to hit our backup running back, let him get a couple. And if these blocks pick up well, we could have had a big gain. Instead, though, it is 3rd and 10. That looks like it's going to be cover 1 that we can take advantage of. And the only reason we could even pick that up is because we had the inside leverage on 6'5" Trey Ramsor. He's doing well for us so far this year, and probably my favorite receiver outside of Abdul Madden, though this freshman's also a beast. And Juwan Market gets it back within 3 points. We just have to get them off the field one time here. A bad read would be perfect. And it feels like we kind of have them figured out at the moment. I think we're going to make it a 3rd and short. So we'll just shade underneath with a Tampa 2 look. And please throw me this ball right here. I'm all over it. That is huge. We're getting the ball back. Now we're going to try to return it. And we were about a second away from getting a huge play there, though Todd Stark can still make something happen as he sheds 1 tackle. As much as I complain about the broken tackles when I'm on defense, it does make this a lot more fun. And I don't want to go away from feeding it to Jay Newman, but if we don't get a big gain on this run, we're going to be in some trouble. On 3rd and 4, it looks like they're about to get in immediately. And I had a plan there. I just couldn't do anything about it. That punt is also terrible. At least it bounced. But now we have to get another stop. We can never come up clutch whenever it matters the most. They're about to get another breakaway touchdown. Like, can we please make a tackle? Brian Robinson has done that not once, but twice in this game. The jet touch pass allows us to get a little bit loose. But time is of the essence, and we might have our 89 speed tight end deep. I tried to beat them with it, and he's going to shed the tackle, march his way into the end zone. Yeah, this is disrespectful. Abdul Madden is such a fun tight end, though. And we've got ourselves a game headed into this 4th quarter. Read option is fooling everybody, though. Somebody please just get over and hit this quarterback hard. A fumble could have been nice, but I'm also going to adjust our option keys. So that shouldn't burn us again in this game, and of course they're going to get at least 10 or 15. I can't bring too many people down into the box just in case they do throw it. What are we doing, Valentine? We just keep on letting them score easy touchdowns. So even though it's one of our better offensive games in this dynasty, I'm not sure it's going to make a difference because we can't hold them. Todd Stark is literally having a career day, though. This isn't good. And we'll see what type of coverage they go with on 2nd and 10. I might just have to step up. We need some blockers, though. That's why I ran over to this part of the sideline. It's always scary handing it off on 3rd and 1 to a 5'5" running back, but he actually had a huge hole. And if they go with man-to-man coverage here, we'd have a touchdown, but instead it was zone where they've gotten back to that route. I got baited. I'm not going to lie. That was really good of them. It's embarrassing, but we're falling to 4-0. And the Todd Stark era is not off to a good start, even if he has played pretty well besides some user errors. I'm definitely more comfortable on the offensive side of things this year, which is a good thing. But everything's starting to fall apart. They recover a fumble. And if they pick up this 3rd and 6, it's only going to get worse for us. I've been trying to get them off the field, and we should do it on this 3rd and 10. But the issue is there's only about a minute left, and we're down by 20. Todd Stark's had a couple of costly turnovers that are going to end it. But we're just going to keep on learning from every loss that we go through, and that really includes targeting Abdul Madden. He has been super consistent for us. He's also going to get open on the corner route. And then we'll see with this play if any of our players can actually beat the press deep. I think we might have done it with this one, and we did. Juwan Markix making stuff happen, but as you can see, like every single play's locked for us. So that just shows how many times we've thrown the ball in this game. It was probably too much. I really want to end it with a touchdown, but I'm terrified of throwing an interception. We're going to try to scramble, and they're all over it. Oh, well, it's 4th and goal now. We had them beat here, but I saw it a second late, and we still have a lot of work to do if we're going to pick up our first win of the year. It's always a bad 4th quarter that ends up costing us, and after advancing the week, you're going to see that we still haven't picked up any more commits. It's going to take some time, but we're about to play at home against Georgia State. They are an 80 overall, and that's never an easy team to take down, but it is winnable. This is the one team that we were able to beat last season, but I highly doubt they're going to let that happen again. So we're just going to have to play a really good game, and with the first RPO, we go for a 2. I'm actually excited for Jay Newman to graduate, as good as he's been for us, just because I want somebody a bit quicker and also a little bit stronger. I think we're going to have some good options next year. He breaks that tackle, though. He's still fighting. And now we're going to throw our first pass of the day. That was man-to-man coverage, we definitely got bumped on that play. But if we didn't, I think Trey would have gotten a ton of separation. Now we're hitting him with the halfback screen, and it's going to be 3rd and 6. I know how this game went last year, but I'm nervous that we're not going to be able to do it again. We're scrambling right here with Todd. He has the speed to do it. And I always try reverse of some sort. They don't normally go that well, though. That might have to be the last time that we do that. It was just a waste of a play, though. We're making the catch. And the fact that you have that much control of where the ball goes is such a great feature in a game. I love it. I know college football 25 isn't perfect, but it is far better than Madden. That's all I'll say about it. And if EA can build on this foundation correctly, I think we're in for a good few years. Now we're on a 3rd and 2, though. I'm going to pull it no matter what. And that was the wrong decision. They've stopped us. We have to kick a field goal. I have to keep in mind, this is a different Georgia State team than the one we beat last season. But I still have the expectation that we're going to take them down. And I just want to get a win so bad, especially after we blew that one to Louisiana in the first game. Since that moment, that's all that's on my mind. And we'll see what they pull out on 2nd and 6. It's the read option, so we're just going to adjust our settings. On 3rd and 1, once again, they're handing it off, but we didn't have enough people. So for this next play, I have a blitz set up, and it goes so much better. They haven't really done much to impress me. Now they're throwing it. I figured that they'd have something like a hitch route open, but we didn't bite on anything too aggressively. And on 3rd and short, we just got to hit them hard. It was hard to tell, but we did force them to miss it. I thought we just hit the punter right there. I was so nervous they were going to call flag. And the fact that they couldn't make that catch could literally win us the game. We have a chance to end the first half with a 2-possession lead or even just go up 2 possessions. But we got to be careful as well. They've already gotten us to a 3rd and 5 and the pass is off target. It was looking so good for us right there. This punt isn't great either. I wonder if they're going to catch it. I can't really get mad at Todd Stark. He's going to do stuff like that as a freshman, especially since his accuracies aren't perfect, but some of those missed passes are driving me insane and we get the sack. Cover 4 palms should work well for us right here. They just went with the halfback screen. We did drop almost everybody back, but apparently it was marked as a 4th and inches, so they have no choice but to punt it. And what on earth are they dealing with when it comes to their punter? These are some of the worst punts that I've ever seen, and if they run man-to-man coverage versus our tight end, because Abdul Madden is 89 speed, we're going to win that battle. Very few linebackers are keeping up with that. I'll continue to go back to the drags because he is just so good, and I think we've handled this first half pretty well for not playing the best offensively. At the moment, I'm just chewing some clock, so this is the final drive. But I don't want to only settle for a field goal. I want to get a touchdown, so we need this zig route to actually be caught. This hurts to see, knowing Trey Ramsor normally holds onto the football, but he couldn't here. And I can be happy with 6-0, but that can all go away with 1 touchdown. I'm sure they might try to get into field goal range with a play or something, but they actually just handed it off. And that made this a very boring first half. It's a defensive battle. They have 10 rushing yards and 20 passing yards, which is pretty crazy for 12 minutes of football. I think we do a good job of keeping the clock on our side, though, and look at that. Bryant's gonna get the interception. That's what we needed right there. He's another one of our sophomore corners, and that play from Kareem Bryant is gonna allow us to take a 2-possession lead, maybe even on this play, as Jay Newman goes all the way inside the red zone. We needed a defensive stop like that so badly, because for the first time this year, besides the Louisiana game, of course, I feel really confident about us pulling off a win, though they're about to stop us on 3rd down unless Todd Stark can fight all the way to the 1. That was a little bit risky. He could have fumbled the football, but instead, Damian Dennis Jr. punches it in. Now we have a 2-point conversion to get, and Georgia State is going to force a fumble out of it. Hang on. If they pick this up and return it all the way back, that'd get their first 2 points. I'm glad they couldn't make that happen, but 12-0 is an ugly score. And we'll see what they draw up on this play. I'm ready to intercept everything. I think this game is a great example of why team overall means nothing in Dynasty. Because even though Georgia State's supposed to be an 80, they're clearly the worst team we faced. And they've made our defense look good when normally it's spread wide open for anybody. The running lanes are normally the biggest ones on the planet. Not today, though. And here we go. It is 3rd and 6. I figured they'd probably have somebody open, but not this guy going all the way for a touchdown. I'll admit, we shouldn't have pressed here, but we also shouldn't have just hovered around for a couple of seconds. I'm not sure what number 2 was thinking. It was Kareem Bryant, so I can't really get upset at him. He's the only reason that we're winning. But now the thought of choking has popped up in my head, and what are we doing? I literally cannot do this for another game. We've got to beat the man-to-man coverage. And what is this right here? Trey Ramsor just runs straight into another player. This is not good for my mental health. They're about to hit us though. Wait, what? I have never seen this happen before. How did we not get the punt off in time? This is the stuff I'm talking about. The game just doesn't want to see us win. And like, I literally don't even know what I could do differently there. This is such a huge play to start this fourth quarter, and they had someone open. We actually just got so lucky. Now it's 4th and goal. I think the Tampa 2 works perfectly down in the red zone. They're throwing it short. Thank you. Georgia State couldn't take advantage of the perfect setup. We're about to take a safety though, and I'm terrified at the moment. We just got to hand it off and hope that they're not able to catch us before we get it back to the 5. You almost just have to throw the ball. They sent in a blitz, so we knew we were going to have Markic, but because of where he cut, we didn't have enough time to pick up the first down, and they're not blocking that punt. This has actually been such a miserable game for us, and it's 6 players versus 5 until they took the RPO over to that side of the field. If they handed it off, we would have won that battle. We sent in a blitz, but we hit stick them into getting a huge run against our defense. How is your hit stick so weak that they just bounce off of it? Now they're going to the 6. And once again, we're just running Tampa 2, hoping that we can force them to throw an interception or something. We definitely have the coverage. I'm telling you, this cover 2 look is so overpowered. Though I feel like someone might get open, and they could hand this ball off for a touchdown if they wanted, but they decided to throw it instead. That's on my user. Oh no. I didn't think they would test it. I was right there, and I cannot lose another game because it's my fault. Going through this at the moment is not fun. It's okay. We still have 2 minutes left. We can get a field goal, send it to overtime, touchdown wins it. And on the first play, we're just going to see what type of coverage they run. It's man-to-man. We're fumbling the ball, so I'm already shook up. I might be the least clutch player in the entire world. I'm really hoping that they give us a cover 0 look though, because I had Abdul Madden on a streak and it is just off target. That was literally it. It was the perfect play call. Now we're stepping up. They didn't have a quarterback spy out there. I saw the pressure coming, but we should have had them beat deep. And if that's man-to-man, we're going to have that on the sideline. They said we didn't get in though, so I've challenged it. You can see that at least both of those feet were in, and they still didn't overturn the call. How do you miss that on a video game, especially after challenging it? We're beating that smaller corner though, except it wasn't placed perfectly, so Cookie Williams couldn't come down with it, and their linebackers stuck with us. 4th and 7. The failed challenge means we don't have as many timeouts left as I would like, and Abdul Madden dropped the ball. We're actually going to lose to the Panthers. All we can do is just send the house and hope that we stop them. But that's clearly not happening. This game's over. They're just taking a QB kneel. And instead of punting the ball back to us, they're going for it on 4th and 1. I didn't see that coming, but we couldn't get it. We have just lost another game that we were ahead in, and these chokes are starting to get out of hand. This is a painful second season right now. But then we signed the 93 speed wide receiver, so I'm a little bit happier. We also got Demarius Bordeaux, so my name is on this team, and a middle linebacker Jim as well. We picked up a ton of signings. Okay, I guess there's another one too. And just looking at our recruiting board, now we can start to go after some other prospects because this Jim is the last original player I had. We have to keep sending the house because our grades for him aren't the best, and he's on a visit against Western Kentucky. So if we get our first win of the season against the Hilltoppers, our biggest rivals, I think that would cause him to commit. Last year, we were on pace to take them down, and then we choked, kind of like we've done in a couple of these games so far. So going into this, I'm feeling confident we can definitely beat them. On 2nd and 4, they're just going with another handoff, but we're there to fill it up. And I have a feeling that they're going to stick with the run for a while, but that's not going to go anywhere. Now it's 2nd and 10. Once again, they're just feeding it. But here we go. 3rd and 2, a chance to get them off of the field, and they're going to complete the pass. I figured a hit stick would probably end up forcing that ball loose, but it's all good. We know that they're going to continue to run the ball, and now they're making it 3rd manageable. No, they're picking up a first down. This has been a long drive down the field for them where they tried to hit us with a reverse, and I think I need to start controlling the safety so we can bring more people into the box. It is now 3rd and 7. I'm on Marlon Valentine. They are going to have a bunch of slants out there on the field. We have a zone on that part. What is he doing? They threw the ball in his direction and he just decided to run away from it. Now they have a touchdown. And this is what I'm saying. We just need our players to develop. We need to get some better cornerbacks in on this team because that was absolutely ridiculous. It's going to be a long drive down the field for us. Jay Newman isn't able to get out of this situation well. And I'm going to put our tight end on a streak more often just in case he's able to beat everybody deep. Final play of the first quarter. It's just going to be a handoff where we could have had a much bigger gain than this. I hit the hole wrong, but it's all good. We're on 2nd and 9. The halfback screen to Jay Newman should have worked, except nobody blocked, even though there were 3 people there that should have, and we're going to throw it against that zone. This is driving me crazy right now. They hit our punter right there, though. I know that they made contact. That almost hit him too. But there was no penalty flag out there on the field, and that play action has gotten me where both of our players manned up and a zone get burnt for a touchdown. Maybe Western Kentucky's better this year, but 14-0 already is crazy. I thought this would be our best performance. And we'll see what type of coverage they're running right here. It's cover 3, which means we're going to have the first down. I'm already in hurry up mode, even though the game just started. I don't want to go down by more. And I feel like if they're going to come out pressing us, we have the players that can actually beat them deep this year, but that throws out of bounds. Leave it up to Todd Stark to disappoint. They've gotten in pressure immediately. And we have to punt it to them again. It's 14-0 and it's not looking good right off the rip. Now they're going to hand it off. We're going to miss a tackle. We're about to miss multiple tackles. And we're missing even that last one. So it's 21-0. How do we come back from something like this? I wasn't too worried headed into this game, but now I'm just annoyed with our performance. And even that pass wasn't done correctly, but if it was, it would have gone for a lot. I tried to lob it up, 3rd and 4. I'm just rolling out and taking the crossing route, though we can barely catch it. And this whole game, we're just going to be slinging the rock because of how much we're trailing by already. This is not an open route, but we're throwing it up. For whatever reason, I don't think this one's over. I feel like we can pull off the comeback. We have an open route on this play. It's our backup tight end. No, it's Markick. He's going to make that defender miss, and we just got to keep on going. Now we're going to hand it off. Halfback stretch. Easy touchdown for Jay Newman. But whether or not we can get a stop is crucial. I think the strategy might be to send a blitz on 1st down to stop the run, and then get like 4 or 5 dudes down there to do the same thing on 2nd down, but they almost outran us. Once they get to a 3rd down situation, all we'll do is shade underneath, and we hit them at the legs, but they might actually pick up the first down. Okay, we felt them short. I'm going to call a timeout just to stop the clock. And we can't hit their punter. We didn't, thank goodness. We're also going to have a lot of space for Wright to return this kick. I feel like he has the speed to get a lot. But instead, they converged on him in a way that I just wasn't expecting. And that blitz is getting in so quick. Abdul Madden, though, can't make this catch. It's already 3rd and 10. I might be aggressive and go for it on 4th down if this is a close call. We're going to have our tight end right here as long as he holds on. But these broken plays can't go on forever. We got to start playing better. That run is going to make this a 2nd and 7 where we just hit Jay Newman, hope that he can spin for a first. And I can't remember whether or not we get the ball to start the 2nd half, but if we do, we're in a perfect position. We should be able to tie the game up with 2 scores. I actually really like the speed option in this game, and we have 5 of them in our playbook, which means we should be able to run this a lot. Our freshman running back's going all the way to the crib, and Rylan Pfeiffer might have gotten in too soon, but he looked really fast. I couldn't stop him. He had too much momentum going in his way, and shanking that kick out of bounds means that they're starting this drive in a crazy spot. That's a bad mistake to make. Let's just hope that this blitz gets in or something. We need something to go our way. And I'll literally send in numbers like that again. It seems to be working. We're going to make the tackle, which makes it 3rd and 9. I'm going with my favorite defense, cover 4 quarters, and we're going to swat it down. It would have been better if we caught it, but now they're attempting a long field goal, and I think it's wide right. So here we go. We have a chance to get more points before the end of this first half. I have an idea of the type of route that I want to throw right here. It's going to get open versus the man-to-man coverage. That's what you want to see. And we're going to go for that same look if it's man-to-man again, which it actually was. Unfortunately, we don't have any 4 verticals left to call, but our tight end beat him off the press. And Abdul Madden has tied this game up at 21-all going into the half. That was the best comeback that we've had in this series yet. And we're giving the Hilltoppers a taste of their own medicine for what they did last year. For a split second, they probably thought that they had us beat. But now we're getting the ball to start the 2nd half. Literally all the momentum's in our favor, and I'm ready to score again. If they commit down on this read option, we would have had a huge running lane, but I'm not sure if I made the right read there. We seem to be doing better when we just throw the ball, so that's what we're going to return to. I want to get a bubble screen going on this 3rd and 1, but I'm afraid it might not go well, except it did. The only issue is we can't really run it again, though. We are going to get out in open space here, and we'll see if they play the bubble screen again. They are, so all we can do is hand it off. I was so excited, but now we have to pick up this 3rd and 8. It puts us in a tough position, except that pass is perfect from Todd, and now we're down inside the 23. I should have never doubted this roster. I am so excited with how this game's going. And we're just going to give it to Jay right here, who is going to pick up the 1st down. If they don't play underneath either, we would have had a touchdown right there. We're still about to. And this might be the perfect time to mix in the jet touch pass, where if we pick up our blocks, we should be able to run it in. This is going to get ugly if we have to go for it on 4th and goal after driving all the way down the field, but the drag was boxed. And this could end up being the wrong call in this situation, but we play these things aggressively. What are we doing with that pitch? Oh my gosh. Not only are we not going to pick that up, but they are running all the way for the end zone. Come on, Madden, you're just going to have to track them down. This is our tight end. I should have done the one with a quicker release. We waited too long to get that football out, and that's going to ruin all of our momentum. At this rate, I'm never beating the choking allegations. They're hitting us with the run up the middle. It wasn't even a jet touch pass, and I'm not sure what to think. This is 3rd and 3. They keep it with the option, and they look so slow. Come on, that's got to be short. I thought we had them there. Now they're just going to hand it off again. And on 2nd and 7, it's actually a pass where they've dotted us up. It's back to trailing by 7 points. There's only 4 minutes left in this game, but we were playing at our best whenever all the pressure was on. I'm just not sure about it now. Western Kentucky had their moment where they choked. Now they're starting to play a lot better defensively. I need a block here from Jay, and he gets it for us, but we might fumble. And now I'm pulling out my favorite deep passing play in this playbook, but it didn't get open. I just wasted it right there, but this is definitely cover 0, so we're going to have them beat deep, assuming 27's not fast enough to knock it out, and that's going to make it 3rd and 14 for us. I'm just going to roll out and hope for the best right here. I think we're going to have to scramble. Come on. Pick it all up. This is literally it for us. It's man-to-man coverage. That route is actually amazing from Cookie Williams. But the main issue is we still have to get into the end zone, and I'm afraid that throw might be bad. Cookie Williams on this next play, though, is on a fade route. So if he can outrun this defender, we're going to tie things up. Except it's never that easy. Somehow he has managed to drop this football. I'm starting to think that this game just doesn't want to see us win. I think that Abdul Madden's going to make the catch, though. And I am stressed out of my mind. We're in hurry-up mode right now. They're going to have a chance to get the ball back even if we get in. So our defense is going to have to come up clutch, but that was such a laser. The refs are trying to take it away from us, though. They're challenging this play. We might not have had a foot in. And it was hard to tell, but we're kicking the extra point to make it 28-all. Once again, though, apparently I've shanked the kick. I didn't mean to. And they get to start around midfield. I got to pay more attention on those. We could force an interception, though. There's 2 people back on that ball. Come on! It takes a lot for me to get this emotional about a game, but I'm close to being super frustrated. They're throwing this one on the run. That's got to be us. No way. I can't believe it. They've got it down on the goal line. They're about to punch it in. And I'm run committing. I'm doing absolutely everything that I can, but it won't matter. Last year, we went to overtime against Western Kentucky. It might not be any different this season if we can score again. But what worries me is we still have to drive down the field, and that is not an easy task, especially when I'm throwing it to them. He's literally celebrating, though, and they're going to call a flag on him. So we'll take the bailout. That was not PI, and the halfback draw to Jay is going to get us like 15. I can't use coach suggestions anymore, though. We've pretty much used every single play that we have. Now we're coming back to this football. And there's no reason to be in a huge rush. We still have all 3 of our timeouts left, which is plenty with this much time. I even feel comfortable mixing in a run just to see what we're able to pick up with him. And apparently if you call a play out of hurry-up mode, you can use it again going forward because we just ran this a couple of plays ago. They're letting us do it again as well. That makes me feel pretty good, though that read was bad. And the plan for this one is to roll out and fit it into a tight window, but they got in pressure, so we just had to take that. All right, it is now 3rd and 3. Once again, rolling out. We're just going to throw it and keep on running, Newman. You got to get in. I don't feel great about this play call, but it's an RPO, so we could have taken the slant if it was there. And it actually all comes down to this. Time's winding down on the clock. I'm going to take it in the flat no matter what. And we're short. Words cannot describe the amount of pain that I'm going through right now because we lost a game on the goal line against Kentucky, now against the Hilltoppers, and as the year goes on, more and more players are going to want to transfer out. If we lose any more games on this schedule, we're not going to be eligible to make a bowl game, and we might lose out on this prospect to the Hilltoppers because of that loss. Knowing that we still need to improve our offensive line and defense, I'm starting to go after players at those positions. And at the moment, we're 0-4 in Sun Belt Conference play, so we're at the bottom of our division, but if we can win on the road at the Teal Field against Coastal Carolina, that might change. I'm sick of getting embarrassed. I'm sick of losing games. I feel like we're capable of winning. So I'm excited to see we're starting on defense. I feel like that gives us a better chance. They do have a good quarterback. That does concern me a bit. But the rain might help us because we like to run the ball so much sometimes, and that's a great start. I've been making so many adjustments pre-play that it might be better if I start to leave things stock. We're getting out there for the jet touch pass. We're going to bring them down. And here we go. It's 3rd and 6. I already know that that motion means they're throwing the ball. They have stuff open underneath, but they don't drop it. Not only should we have stopped them there, which we needed to, but we potentially should have had an interception, and I see what routes are about to get open. I've also left the running back in the flat, so that means they're going to the 35. Please just hand this ball off. I ended up pressing, hoping that we could stop the run, and we'll continue to do so. They're going to fake us out with the read option RPO, though. I didn't even know the quarterback could keep it, and it's taken no time for them to get inside the 10 where they take it in. We have a long first drive ahead of us. Blocking-wise, we didn't pick up much, and we better start to figure things out. I can cannot lose. Like, I'm not kidding. This is the most important game of the year to me. Even though I already know that we're not going to finish the rest of this season undefeated and then make a bowl game, I want to feel like we actually could still. And yes, we just went for it on 4th and 3. That's the level of frustration I'm at the moment. I just want to win. And this actually feels worse than last year because I wasn't expecting it this season, though we just had them beat deep on a deep post. You literally just can't miss that throw. I have no words for us at the moment. And I guess we're punting it back to Coastal Carolina because our freshman quarterback has accuracy issues, though this bounce on the punt was pretty solid. All right, let's see what they go with. It's obviously a run. We tried to shoot up that gap. We can't miss this tackle. They're slipping off of it, of course, like I expected them to. And I'm not sure how Coastal Carolina's just 1 and 3 because this roster feels like one of the better teams we've played against. Now it's 1st and 10. Little bit of a draw play or play action mixed in. I thought it was going to be a draw. Now they're beating us over the middle. And I already know that they're about to take a 2-possession lead, but I don't know how bad it's going to be. We're going to intercept it with Valentine, and maybe I should be using the safety more. After that right there, I might be done with the linebackers. Even though I really enjoy it, we're going to hit them with the RPO. And I'm just going to sling this rock. I am past the point of caring too much. We're going to hit them short. But that ball was dropped, so now we have double slants out there on the field, and that's a sack. Well, my hope in this game is very short-lived all of a sudden. Though we have beaten that player deep, we just need to hold on to the football. And Trey Ramsor gets it done for us. Now we're going to wait for our tight end to get open, let him run with it. But the refs are reviewing it, trying to say it wasn't a catch. If they took that away, I would have been sick because at the moment we have so much momentum. But I guess our offensive line just completely forgot how to block both of those players. That's going to ruin our entire drive. I'm not sure what they were thinking. We have to get it down now. And I guess we're going to hit him with the jet touch pass. But no, there was a penalty before we could even get the jet touch pass off. This is quite possibly the worst way that this drive could have ended, but we would have had some separation there. And my team just decided, no, we'd rather kick a field goal and miss. This is getting close to a Bordeaux crash out. Those rarely happen, but we're going to get the interception. Never mind. I'm happy again. We're back in this game. That was the one thing that could have potentially saved us. I cannot believe they threw it to us. But here we go. We have another chance to score some points, just like we needed, just like I asked for, and that's a red pass. That bad ball was definitely my fault. I'm not sure what I was thinking, but we have the corner out. And if we could just get enough time to take this zig or step up in the pocket and scramble, we might get a tutty. This is where we're always going to struggle. Again, I'm going to try to step up and just run it in, but that's 2 failed attempts in a row. They've gone with zone coverage, and this is going to be short. You know what? We're going to be aggressive. We're going to try the jet touch pass. I feel like it could work for us. We just have to hold our blocks, and somehow we have tied this game up. Because of how poorly we've played in this series as a whole, I am questioning my college football 25 abilities. But I also have to remember the type of team that I'm using. It's worse than what I would normally be going with, and how did they break that? I think I might have turned tackling down a little bit too much when I created the team, but at least we've gotten them to a 3rd and short where they're going to get it out. We had a flat and a man over there, but we still couldn't guard that route. I literally predicted exactly what was happening. Come on, get the sack. Unfortunately, the computer was very smart. They chewed the clock after that play, so we're not going to get the ball back again, but they're also not going to score. And that means we're going into the half all tied up at 7. It's taken 2 interceptions, but we are in this game, and we still haven't called a lot of the plays that we normally would. So I find that exciting because if they work, we're going to have some pretty huge gains. Now, of course, when things start to look like they're going well for us, the refs are going to hold us back. But by now, I should know something like that's coming. They went with cover 0, so Madden should have them beat deep. I went with the play action, and he drops the ball. Some things in this game are never going to change. We're always going to struggle with certain issues. We're not going farther. And on 3rd and 11, I really need enough time in the pocket to hit this crossing route, which we got, and Abdul could have been gone. He stepped out of bounds, but that's one of my favorite plays in this playbook to hit. It's a shame we only can use it once. And there was an injury timeout for Jay Newman, which is very concerning to me because I'm not sure when he's going to be back out there. Well, as you can see, he's not returning for the rest of the game. So when we need our star player the most, he's not going to be out there. We have to rely on a true freshman. And I saw that Abdul Madden was also hurt. I haven't gotten a pop-up for when he'll return yet. There it is, though. It says he'll return soon. And this might be risky, but I think we can trust the speed option to get us 3 yards in this situation, assuming that pitch was a little better. Now we pretty much have no choice but to go for it. Our hitch route is open. Just make the catch. And that's a huge relief because we were not going to hit a field goal from there. That pitch is going to let this guy get in stride a little bit. And Duke Willingham seems a little bit better than Rylan Pfeiffer's been for us. Todd Stark is going to break free, but there's a flag. That's 2 times in the same drive. It was also the backup tight end that's in. So all that could have been avoided if we just had our starter and we ran the same play where we fumbled it. This is actually going so south for us at the moment. I'm going to try to scramble. Maybe we'll just throw this ball and see what we can do with it. But there seems to be almost no reason to try and force it into the end zone, as that throws way off. Brian Hoge better drill this kick. He's already missed one. The freshman will hit it. But guess who shanked the kickoff out of bounds? I hit too much power on it, and next thing you know, they're starting this drive at the 40. We've just given up a touchdown on the first play. Great coverage, boys. There is something that is so addicting about this game that makes me just want to keep on playing it, keep on getting wins with this roster. But at the same time, I'm about to lose my mind, and their coverage is just solid, so Cookie Williams getting free is a massive deal. We're clearly dealing with a ton of wear and tear. You can see our quarterback is fully depleted. That is a big issue. And we've been having so many problems trying to get into the end zone throughout this game. On 3rd and 3, I'm just going to wait for that route to get open, but he turned around. And I thought that was a simple hitch route. Now we have to go for it. We barely got that out, but at least it all worked out. It made sense to go for it right there. The halfback screen is going to get free, and we're able to get about a first down. I have one route on this play that I'm going to wait to develop, and then I'm going to throw it underneath just so we can come away with it. But when it comes to getting into the end zone on this drive, I have no idea what we're going to do that's going to get us all the way there. We only have 10 points. I feel like at the moment we can't hand the ball off to our backup running back. We can't scramble for much or throw it because our quarterback's wear and tear is super down, but we're getting a big gain, and we can only run jet touch passes for so long. That zig route will allow us to take it to the 7. But I need a new plan, and I'm not sure if coming out in I form is really going to do it for us. We still don't have our star tight end, so we're just going to have to hope that we don't drop the ball. And just like that, it is 4th and 5. I am going to roll out, and I am scrambling. That is all we're doing. We just have to pick up the block. What a moment for Todd Stark. We needed that so bad. But just knowing that we've left Coastal this much time makes me sick. They could run it versus us. They could throw the ball. They have the option to do either with this much. And it's not like they need anything more than a field goal, which is pretty simple to come by. Now it's 3rd and 1. We have to stick in a cover 2 because we're not able to run anything else. And I think only being able to call the same play once in a game on defense is much harder. It means that I can't really rely on just one formation. I was not expecting them to go with motion like that though, and they're out of bounds. All right, we'll see if this can hold up. I'm stuck on the defensive line though. We had cover 2, so it should have stopped that short theoretically. And I really don't want to have to press them, but this seems like the only thing that might be able to get us a stop. If anything, what would be ideal is if we could just hold them to a field goal. Our zones covered everything besides the running back, and they're spiking the ball now. That felt like a really odd call, but we'll see if we can force in a blitz on 3rd down, and the pass isn't caught. I don't know what went wrong, but they have to hit this field goal, and even if they do, we have 30 seconds. Now the issue is we have almost no good passing plays left because we've used them all throughout this game as they swat that down. But I'm just happy to have a chance at the moment, and our slant is wide open. I just need to escape the pocket, put this on the money, and keep on running with it with the freshman. Come on. That has taken a lot of pressure off of us. I'm gonna have to throw this ball away. But we've already gotten decently down the field, and we're just going to throw this short and fall down immediately. I think we've lined it up the middle. That's about the best thing that we could do. And it is all on true freshman Brian Hodge to drill this. I don't know why I was saying Hodge earlier on. My English pronunciation's terrible. Come on, please give us a win. This feels better than the win last year. I'm not going to lie. Because we've been waiting for this moment, and why is the Clemson Tiger mascot celebrating with us? There's a long season ahead still. There's 5 games left on the schedule. But I have so much joy at the moment. We're going to get this right tackle to commit. And I can't describe how good that felt. Why would these players still want to transfer? Just looking at the rest of our schedule, Appalachian State at 1-4 is winnable. 4-2 Arkansas State's not going to be fun on the road. And we also play at Tennessee still. But if we manage to win all 5 of them, we are bowl eligible. And more importantly, in recruiting, we've taken care of all the players I wanted to sign because as you can see, we have 5 3-star gems on this board. We have a middle linebacker with 86 speed, a wide receiver with 93 speed, a halfback with 92. And now we're slowly just starting to go after other 3-star prospects so we can continue to get more players in. That's going to be a good time. So will the transfer portal at the end of this episode, but for now we're playing App State. And I'm not sure if we've even ever worn these all green jerseys. As you all can probably tell, I like to mix up the type of jersey we're wearing pretty much in every game. There's so many different color combos I can switch between, but we might need to pair these green ones with other colors. I already can't read a defense, and some of these players look like they are almost invisible on this green field. We're not able to make the tackle. No, we just push them into a bigger run, and this kid is still going. We are not opening up the game, giving up a play like that. You can already see the smile wiped off my face, the frustration starting to sink in again. But it's all good. This is the challenge that I wanted, and we've left the flat wide open for them to take it all the way to the 5. I think we can hold them from here depending on if they run it or throw the ball. They ran it, so they scored a touchdown, but they've also come out pressing our receivers, and we haven't really tried to beat teams deep yet this season, but we have beaten a team deep finally. It was disrespectful to press some of our guys like that. We're taking a touchdown. But I have noticed Jay Newman's out with a foot fracture for the next 2 weeks as well. I thought it was just for the last game. I didn't realize it was for multiple weeks. But that didn't seem to stop us from winning in the last one. Now we're going to try to do the same against App State. On 1st and 10, I'm expecting them to hand it off. I mean, their running back already did amazing. I just got frozen when I tried to make a tackle there. But it's all good. We're sending 7 at him this time, and they hit us with the play action. That is not good. We can't let them outrun us, because then it would be 14-7 already. They hit us with a fake jet touch pass. And the fact that the computer can do that with motions makes it so much harder to stop them. I enjoy the difficulty, but it is a different change of pace compared to NCAA 14. And that's why I have no idea how long it's going to take to win a championship. We could be at this for 15 seasons for all I know. We started off the year horribly. And until we can make a bowl game, our roster's never going to be too great, though we should be getting the sack right here. And no way. I clicked on to make the interception. What are we doing? This is actually crazy. We literally just missed it. And I guess we're just going to have to score another touchdown versus them to get it tied back up. They're coming out pressing us again, but they have 2 safeties deep, so we're not going to beat them the same way. And I'll try to throw the ball since our new running back doesn't seem to be the best, but I hit the wrong button. We have fumbled it. And apparently triangle was not a route that was out there on the field, though it is on this play. And once again, we're going to catch it. That press isn't paying off for Appalachian State anymore. That's the type of stuff I want to be seeing. And I'm so used to running it with a tiny running back at 5'5". It's almost weird to be using guys that are normal sized, but we're getting a huge gain right here. Maybe we should be pounding it a little bit more. Our blocks are picking up pretty nicely. And on 2nd and 8, depending on what they do on that right side, I was going to roll out, and I'm just going to throw this over that linebacker into an interception, not over him. I'm not sure why I thought I could fit that there, but it means that that drive is not going to end the way that we wanted it to. Now we're in a spot where I'm not too happy about how we're playing, but if they can't pick up this 3rd and 8, they'll definitely punt it back to us, and I see the drag. That is also open, but it was a bad throw, so they are punting it right now. We could still tie it up at 14 going into the half. That's really the dream. I'm cutting it to the left side as well. We've used this fade route before. I'm not sure if it's going to actually work. They seem to have it locked up, but it was worth the risk, and you have to wonder what type of defense they're running on that side of the field right now. We're going to hit the seam immediately to Trey Ramsor, who's gone to the crib. The Stallions are playing some good football right now, and this is the best that we have thrown the ball all season. I am thrilled. I know there was that one interception, but that's something that I can look past. We're going to make the tackle. We're pushing them backwards, and it's a shame that that still counted because of forward progress, but we get the sack. I've actually called a timeout because of it too, which might seem odd, but I feel like we can get the football back as long as they don't pick up any huge gains, so we just have to bring them down right here. All we're doing is protecting the sticks with a cover 4. It's gonna be play action. We're prepared for anything, and we have a zone right there. Give us that pick. That worked better for us than cover 2. We've learned that this year. I'm not sure what type of punt that was, though. It was terrible. And now we have an opportunity to score on this drive as well. Just got to hit the halfback screen quick enough, and Ryland Pfeiffer is going nowhere. All of our big plays have come from straight defensive lapses, and that throw is not going to go the way I wanted it to. So it is already 3rd and 15. I'm not too happy about it, but we have our running back open. Now we have an opportunity to hit this fade route if we have enough time, if that's the type of coverage we need, but that throw is out of bounds. We've used the 2 of those that we have in the playbook, unfortunately, which is a shame, but we're still going to have this over the middle of the field. And I'm not sure if we should even go for the end zone at this point. I don't know why I threw that ball. It could have been picked, but I just want to center up the field goal. We're going to dive. And this is a kick that Hodge can easily hit. We just have to make sure that it goes far enough. That's a great first half for the Stallions. Probably one of the best we've had. And can you imagine if we hadn't thrown that interception? Just getting that one win last week has helped us get a lot of our confidence back that we needed. And it is kind of weird that without our best player, Jay Newman, on offense, we're performing even better. Maybe that's because we were leaning on him a bit too much. The jet touch pass to the outside, if the blocks are good, could have been a first. But instead, we have to pick up this 3rd and 6, and we have that open if it's enough. The refs are saying it wasn't a catch. I feel like we got our foot in bounds. I've decided to just challenge it. And as you can see from this angle, in front of the marker, you can't see if his foot's down or not. I also can't pause it, so great angles from EA right there, letting us see whether or not we actually made the catch. They're going to catch the punt return, and we just have to hope that they're actually handing this ball off. I fully committed to it. There was no other way on that play. I see the fade route out there on the field. We're going to get the interception with Scott, and I think he's gone to the crib. What a play right there. We have needed something like that to happen. Sophomore Dion Scott might just be that guy. And it was only a matter of time before we started getting more interceptions. We got so many of them last year. The read option kind of faked us out. They're not quick, though. So now I'm prepared to just run with some man-to-man coverage, and we didn't lock up. I wanted wanted to switch things up, see if it made a difference. I normally just go Tampa 2 on every third down, or maybe a cover 4, but they've picked up so many of them throughout this entire season, and that's a great juke move. We have a lot to figure out about defense, especially more than offense, but we could have gotten a pick, and now they're just going to hand it off, which we're all over. This time it's cover 4 quarters. It's a wide receiver screen. Once again, they tried the same play that they just failed on doing, and instead of going for it on 4th down, they're just kicking their 3. I don't like that. It keeps the computer just one stop away from being able to hold us, and I'm kind of terrified to throw this RPO right here, but we went with it and it paid off. Final play of the third quarter, we're just going to give it to this outer edge, and we're going to let Rylan Pfeiffer go to work. 6 minutes left in this game now. The drag's wide open. This is what we need. We just need one solid drive, and if we can get at least a field goal, I'd feel pretty confident about holding on to our lead. The only issue is not everything is going to work for us. I think this hitch route and just running with it might set us up well though, and this feels like 4 down territory, but if it's man-to-man coverage, we're going to have them beat deep again because it was a linebacker on Ramsor. Appalachian State's defensive strategy's been terrible, and I wish more of the schools that we faced came out in that same type of coverage and mentality with a lot of pressing. Ever since I stopped panicking and taking stuff like that, we've been performing a lot better, which is what we needed. So it could have been there in those earlier games, but I was just in a completely different mind state. Why is this quarterback so slow? If he was like a Jalen Milroe, we would have already given up so many different touchdowns to him. We're not getting over to that ball, but they're also letting us hit them late, and we'll see if anyone gets open besides the running back, of course. Since we've used all the defensive plays in this formation, them calling hurry up is actually really hurting us because I literally could not audible to anything, and now they're gonna hit that hitch. We also don't seem to be able to make audibles just in general. I'm not sure why, but I went into instant replay and it seems to be working again. That normally fixes issues. It's just it was too late by the time I figured it out, and we're gonna have to run out the rest of this clock. There's also a 2-minute warning, so we pretty much just need 2 first downs. I'm okay with passing it as long as we complete it, and going down a yard short of the marker could actually be super helpful for us. We just need 1 more first down now. They have pinched their entire defense, so a jet touch pass should work wonders. Cookie Williams isn't going all the way, but we've gotten another big run, and it is so tempting to just audible to a pass and beat them deep, but I know we have to get the win instead. That's gonna do it right there. We have won 2 in a row, and these mean so much for the Southern Kentucky football program. We tried so hard at the beginning of the year, but it's finally working. It helps that the Stallions finally have some good receivers too, and I wish UAB didn't start putting points on this guy because I don't think we're gonna get this corner, but we're gonna try our best just to convince him to come here. It's a bye week, but he's on a visit at their school, and unfortunately he did decide on the Blazers. It's okay though, we could still go after Dalton B. 88 speed's not the best, but it's definitely an upgrade from some of our guys, so sometimes you just have to take what you can get. And look at these conference standings. We're not at the bottom of our division. Now we're playing Arkansas State, who could still make the conference championship, but they're on a roll. We could still beat them, and in fact we're still bowl eligible, which is even better. I know the odds of us winning out are so slim, but I like to keep that thought in my mind because on top of building our team for season 3, trying to become bowl eligible is something to look forward to, and on the first play I almost picked that off, but we just weren't there. Rayner's going to be a hard quarterback to stop because he's fast, he's young, and he's good, but he almost made a massive mistake. And is this a jet touch pass already? We know to go to the outside and just hold it, or we're going to miss a bunch of tackles. I might just send in a blitz early on to generate some pressure. We're going to have to hit them hard because it would not have been good if they got free there, and now they're picking up a few more. It's 3rd and 5 though. They're going to have to pass the ball. I thought it might be a bubble screen. We have everything locked up underneath besides that one drag, and that's so unfortunate because I thought we had hard flats out there on the field. Their running back's not getting open anytime soon though, so we were ready to try and get back and pick the ball, and we could have done it here. I ended up having to burn a timeout though because I accidentally selected the wrong defense, and we needed it out there on this 3rd down where it didn't make a difference at all what we called. I thought we were prepared for that play, and out of frustration my water took it out on me. I'll show a full face cam in a second, but hang on, we're about to have a return for a touchdown. And what I was talking about was I just made myself super wet. Pause. I kind of just grabbed it quickly out of frustration and forgot I left the lid off. But I've noticed Jay Newman is back from injury, and I don't know if we should continue to start him. We won 2 games without him out there on the field. I'm not sure if he had anything to do that, but if this is cover 3, I'm hoping that route on the left side can pull that safety. It might be cover 2, and that wasn't a laser. I thought we were about to beat the Arkansas State defense the same way we beat Appalachian State's last week, but we didn't. We've dropped the ball, making it 3rd and 10, and our favorite fade route is out there on the field, but I'm afraid it's underthrown. I accidentally hurried it up too, so we called another timeout, and it's only the first quarter, but we've already used 2 of them. Thank goodness this is in the first half. It's definitely been an interesting start to this game as well. They're gonna just hand this one off up the middle, and I'm hoping that we can get a stop on this drive right here, as it should be 3rd and short. We're We're going to be super aggressive, which could lead to a touchdown pass, but they just ran it. And that means on the final play of the first quarter, they're punting it back to us. Wright has an opportunity to get another good return, but he doesn't. I think it is time to roll out and try to throw a corner route unless we can scramble up the middle. But no, the pressure got in quick and they're sending a blitz. I figured we could beat them deep if they really sent it, and we didn't catch the ball. I went very aggressive on this drive. I wanted to get some big gains. Instead, it's third down. We're going to fall over. And instead of taking it slow, now we're punting it back to Arkansas State just 3 plays later. That did not pan out the way that I was hoping it would for us. Come on. Now we have to get a whole other stop. There's a flag on the play though, and I clicked on it the wrong time. I was confused what it was. I went to click onto that guy, but I accidentally brought him back, and they basically got a free touchdown. That might be the worst 4 plays in Southern Kentucky history. We just ruined this game for ourselves, and it's back to what's worked. It's running the ball with Jay Newman, letting him put in that work against the D, and if he puts it in hard enough, we might be able to come back in this one. On 2nd and 9, they're going to think that we're running the football again, but we are going for the deep shot. It was open, but they hit us when we were throwing. And I swear we had a touchdown right there. If you all didn't see it, go back and watch it. We played so well for 2 weeks, and now everything's starting to crumble apart. But I'm not as locked in as I once was, and we should have had that interception right there. It's a touchdown instead. I knew that beating the Red Wolves would be quite the challenge, but I thought it would be closer than this. And all the things that were working for us previously aren't in this matchup, but they tried to send in a blitz themselves, and we can't break it. The waterfalls in the stadium look great, though, and they run every time the Red Wolves score, so they've been on all game. On 3rd down, I'm literally just stepping up and scrambling for the first. I'm even trying to make those defenders miss, because when the game's already over anyway, you might as well take risks, and that's an interception. I knew at the second that it left our hand. There was absolutely no reason to throw it. I was just due for performing bad at some point. We even missed the sack on Rayner, but we came back against Western Kentucky after going down like this before, so I can't entirely give up. Here on 3rd and 2, we sent in a blitz, but we didn't have a hard flat over there to guard their simple flat route, so it was all for nothing, and now they're running the football. We might need to test out this formation more often though. It doesn't seem that bad, because it can stop the run, it can stop the pass, and on 3rd and 6, we're going to force them down. That's going to make it stay a 3-possession game. This is winnable, at least if we get the ball to start the second half. Surely we weren't the team that got it first. If we did and we're losing by this much, then it's just been a really bad game. Our corner route was open, and the wheel would have been too eventually. I'm just going to step up and see what we can do on the ground. I think that's the best thing. I'm sick of throwing interceptions. It might be the worst game of Todd Stark's career. He needs to get better stats. And there's plenty of good routes that are still out there on the field, though they had a zone playing that. Match coverage is so difficult to read sometimes. It's a mix of man-to-man and zone, though I think we beat this guy deep. We're possession catching. And I know for a fact we have a touchdown right off the line here, the way that they're pressed up if this ball is placed well. Trey Ramsor holds on to another one. But what we can't do is give up a field goal with this much time left. They should just hand this ball off and take it to the half, but you know that our run D is very suspect. We hit the QB, and somehow he couldn't even get it out before handing it off. Even with the turnovers that we've had, we're not out of this game yet. We're going to take this return, see if there's a lane, and then we're going to hit them with a deep pass on the first play, just in case their defense is still sleeping, but they weren't. I tried to catch them off guard. That would have been a really cool play to have. Instead, I think we're just going to have to do it ourselves, going all the way for the first. And this is a very important 3rd and 1. We're just going to hand it off, and Jay picks it up. I still can't tell if we're better off throwing the ball a lot more or just running it. I feel like we've done a pretty good job of throwing it, but we fumbled. They literally had 2 quarterback spies out there. They knew exactly what they were going for. Now they're running it with their own. And that was actually such a good adjustment from the defense. I'll give credit to them for that. Now this game goes back to feeling almost unwinnable. That play action, though, is going to lead to an interception, and we're back in it. It's a shame that we've had to play so bad in this one. We've actually done pretty well on defense, but we just keep on giving them the ball back, and I was trying to throw the RPO on this play, but we slipped out of there. I'm going to let Juwan Market go to work here too with the end around. It didn't work though, and that's why I stopped calling it in the first place, but for whatever reason, I just had the urge to hit it. Now we have a halfback screen. This spin doesn't get anywhere, which means it's another 3rd and long. They're going to get in pressure almost immediately, and we're throwing this there every time, no matter what. I will take the interception. We had to at least try to pick up the first. There was only one route that could do it. The computer's not going to make a bad read here, unfortunately, and we need another turnover in this one to still have hope, which is kind of crazy because those do not come that often. It's definitely been the worst game of Todd Stark's career yet. All of that motioning caused their running back to get a decent lane, and we'll see how they open up the 4th. It's 3rd and 7, and the man-to-man is not going to stick on everyone. So that's pretty much it for us, even if they do come out pressing our best receivers, and I don't even think we're about about to beat them deep. It really stinks that this one had to go this way, though. We do have the outside leverage right there, and we still couldn't even get a catch. That's just our luck, but once again, we have that leverage and we drop it. It's the fourth quarter, so we can definitely go for this here. That's cover 2, but they're still going to stick with it in the end, and I think that's enough of this game. I have seen enough. They're just going to continue to destroy us. Oh my gosh. We were due for something like this to happen, and I knew when we were facing Jalen Rayner, we were going to struggle. I haven't shown any of Todd Stark's stat lines really, but this is the one you all get to see, and that's going to ruin his season stats for the year because he threw half of his interceptions in one game. By week 12, we finally started to get some commits again, and we're super close on a lot of other players. We just need them to eventually decide on coming to our school, but this corner we might have to beat out Marshall for. There's still a lot of good roster building things we have left to do in this episode. We're going to finish the year with James Madison at Tennessee and then against Old Dominion. So if anything, my main goal is to not finish at the bottom of our division, and we have to beat the Dukes in order to do that, who's a 74 overall just like us. Now whether or not that's true, I'm not sure I believe it. This is what our best players look like, and then this is theirs, so there's clearly a better roster over there at James Madison, but it isn't too large of a difference. I'd assume Todd Stark improved on his IQ since he did go up in overall. That's what went up, and that doesn't really help us. We need a quarterback without any skill caps. There's a chance we'll find one in the transfer portal. Devontae could also be that answer. We just don't know what his development's going to be yet. And let me know down in the comments what your all's favorite jersey combo we wear is. If there's a favorite, maybe we'll wear them more often. And I feel like I did well with the school colors I picked for Southern Kentucky. I wanted something different. My elementary school was gold and green, so I just thought it's always looked cool throughout my life. They're about to break free. But thankfully, for the one time that it matters, we make the tackle, and I just took a terrible angle bringing down their running back. He's going to score in the next play. I guess it didn't matter. His type should not be outrunning our defense like that, but it is what it is. And I'm going to try to throw a corner route here. If it's not open, we're stepping up with Todd Stark, who's going to take it to midfield. Newman's still out there, so we're just going to let him take this handoff, see what he can do. But I also like when Damian Dennis Jr.'s out there. He's had some good runs. Clearly not right there, though. It is now 3rd and 12. They're getting in pressure kind of quick. This throw was a red bar, and I must have held it down too long trying to make it a bullet pass. That would have gone so much better if I just let go a little bit sooner, though the bounce was nice, and we just have to hit them inside the 25. My goal in this game is to not get beat as bad as we did last week against Arkansas State. That was embarrassing, and I've felt a lot more relaxed ever since those couple of wins. We can't be that way, though. We need to get some 3rd down stops, which we almost did right there. They broke the tackle, and they've stayed in hurry-up mode this entire time, which almost led to us giving up a touchdown. We still might. Whenever they end up flipping their play or selecting a new one, it makes our defense flip as well, and their zones get all messed up. So be very careful of that if you're ever playing a team that likes to stay in hurry-up mode. How is he getting the first? He literally had enough time to run to one side of the field, realize the hole wasn't good there, and then run to the other. I have no words for what's going on at the moment, though they're going to try to throw it short. I could have picked that if I was a bit quicker. And that gets them a whole new fresh set of downs. I've overcommitted to stopping them right here, though. They ran straight by our defensive end, and they won't fumble. This is brutal. It's about to be 14-0. No matter how much we run commit, they're just going to bounce off of everything. The rain could benefit us as well, though, so I'm going to try to use it to our advantage. We had a wide open Jay Newman, and that was an unexcusable miss from Todd Stark. We're going to use the play action to try to beat them deep again. See, I'm taking advantage of the D, but no, it doesn't work. We just dropped the ball. The rain has caused us to drop it. 3rd and 10 now. We have to make sure we pick this up. We can't go 3 and out. We were able to just get enough. I should probably go away from passing it this much, but it just feels like the most fun thing to do by now. And the runs just don't work the same way that they used to, though. We're out here getting into space, so we'll see if Jay can get loose. We somehow have to find more speed at that running back position. I think we might have gotten it with one of our new freshman recruits. We're breaking that, and that was a pretty cool animation. I've never seen that one before. I didn't even hit the spin move myself, but we get nothing. I've hurried it up. We're running that play back on 3rd down, and this time the flat is open. We should have taken it. I don't know what took me so long, but on this side of midfield, we are going for it, of course, and I think this is a situation where Todd Stark just had to make the play himself. This is a good drive as a response after we didn't do too well on our first one. We had an open Jake Newman, and I guess we can just expect to miss a bunch of throws. We're about to take a sack as well. I already knew what was coming. There was no reason to get upset. I'm going to try to run to get us into field goal range at least, but now I'm kind of wondering if we should just go for it here. I feel like that might be more effective. I'm going to hot route that route down, and we should have it, but they played the ball. We simply just got greedy. I couldn't have told you where that guy came from. I didn't see him. So that was a pretty solid zone rotation, and we just got destroyed. The fact that they didn't pick that up is actually really impressive. We have sent in a blitz, but they hit their target, and I just have to hope that this look intimidates them, which it might have. We are going to let them get another 5. I might just send it. We don't really have anything else to lose at this point, but we need to back everybody everybody up. It is 3rd down, and they're just going to take the drag, so we got to hit them, but we missed. Every time that happens, there is so much pain. And here we go. It's 2nd and 5. I might have gotten caught lacking. They're going to hit the halfback screen. So I don't want to say this game's completely over yet, because we're going to get the interception with Bryant. Bryant is going back to the house. We needed something like this so bad. Thank goodness we are right back in this game. Kareem Bryant with the house call right there. He's hitting the gritty. And apparently he's only a freshman, so he must have been redshirted last year. I think we might just have to use every single play out of this formation until we just run out of them, because it helped us get a defensive stop, but this time around we didn't pick it. There's all sort of looks out of this playbook. Again, the flat's not playing that, but they're gonna have to start calling timeouts. And on 2nd and 3, I'm just hoping that we don't give up anything deep. I'm all over that right there. We have lurked the computer. We have a chance to tie this one up before the half. We might have found exactly what we need on the defensive side of the ball, and we probably should have burned one of our timeouts there. We just have a couple routes out there going deep, but that didn't go well. We have a fade route on this play. I'm just gonna throw it before they get the sack, and we have to make the catch on the sideline. Of course, though, instead of doing that, Cookie Williams somehow just drops the ball. So now we're not in field goal range or anything, but our corner route is, and we'll take that. We do need to set it up down the middle real quick just to make it a lot easier. I need to go down quickly though, and that was almost a huge mistake. I was spamming the timeout button, but it all worked out. For how bad that half started, I'm happy with how it finished. And we're going to use that defensive formation more often in the future. We've also done a spin move out of the kick return, and I'm gonna run straight through this ref. He almost got in the way, but I think we're getting our first kick return for a touchdown. The fact that they've given us 17 straight points is amazing. And senior Tanner Wright finally did something good for us. We're running low on plays that we can use in this formation though, which isn't a great thing. Our safety isn't playing the tight end or wide receiver. I can't really tell what he is. I'm assuming it's a tight end. And I think that's why that one has to be my user right there. This time around, I'm taking responsibility over the middle of the field, and we didn't get to that, making it a 3rd and 3 where they are due for a mistake, and we get the sack. This is literally the best thing that we could have discovered. But I don't think we have any more play calls out of it, which is a big issue. Maybe another kick return for a touchdown, though. I'm not sure what's up with their kick return defense, but Tanner Wright is going to juke that player out, and we've just gotten 2 in one game after getting none all year. This is a career day for the senior. I am so happy with how everything's panning out. And look at that. We can call one more play. If they just stay in hurry up mode, we'll get to run this for the entire drive, though it might not be the best one. They're breaking that tackle too. The rain is causing a lot of broken plays, and we're not going to catch 19. Can somebody please knock him down? At least we get to stay out there in this, but that was brutal to watch, and they're going to the 2. Well, now we have to have a new defensive formation out there. That's not as fun. And I have to go for the 3-peat. We'll see if they kick it to Tanner Wright again. They're going to. We know what side we're going to attack. You just cut it up the middle, spin to the outside. But maybe it was just a super lucky fluking coincidence. Now we have an RPO to get us a couple. But the Dukes are hitting hard. You can tell that they're frustrated that we are still in this. I feel like I've used up almost every play, though, that I would normally run, which is going to make it hard to have a good finish. But look at this. Dennis Jr.'s getting 20. There's just certain times where he feels better than Jay Newman, a lot quicker, even though his spin move's not as good. And we'll see if he can go to work again on this play. We just need our linemen to pick up those blocks. But it didn't pan out. It is now 3rd and 2. We're going with the jet touch pass over to this left side. Come on. Pick up the block, Jay Newman. Cookie Williams with one guy to beat, and we couldn't cut in time. This has been such a good game for us, though. I mean, we have competed our best. And how is Kentucky sitting at number 6 at the moment? Our game against them literally came down to the wire. I think we had the corner route on this play. I'm going to throw it late. I hope they don't get over to that ball, which they didn't. Our backup tight end's able to catch it. This is turning into the Todd Stark redemption game. I'm really liking what I'm seeing. With man-to-man coverage, everything's stuck for long enough, but now their quarterback's taking off down the field, and we had a terrible angle right there. Can we please just catch him? You all know exactly what type of defense I wish we could be in at the moment. It's not looking great for us. And all of this hurry-up stuff is really starting to throw us off. We're also in dime, so it's really hard to stop the run out of it. And they're restricting us to cover 3 because of things we've used in the past, but their QB didn't cut back. I just realized I've been trying to stop open field runs like I'm playing an online player that's going to hit a spin move or do a stop and go real quick. We're going to see if we can get another kick return. But even though we can't, I'm not sure if it's the end of the world because we might have a touchdown here if we have enough time to get off this throw. We went by that corner, but it wasn't good enough. They baited me into trying to make that play, and it worked to perfection, but we're still going to hit the sideline. And I didn't realize this was a 3rd and 2. Fullback dive might not be the best move. I thought we were a little bit closer than that. I should have probably burned a timeout just to change up the play, but I'm sure this punt's going to take a pretty good bounce, just not as far as I would have liked. We've certainly had a lot of trouble when it comes to closing out games. This one's probably about to be no different. They have a touchdown right there unless we're able to make a play, click onto it, And no, they're just breaking tackles. They're about to be gone to their crib. We needed a deep safety over the middle, and I'm kind of forgetting that half of our points in this matchup have come off of kick returns. It's not like we've had a flawless offensive game. In fact, it really hasn't been that solid, though Todd Stark's going to get us 15. Go down. I'm trying my best to hit that slide button, and I think we have them beat deep right here, but everybody just ran into each other. That's going to miss. It was a good read if there wasn't a bunch of collusion. I'm terrified of making one, though. I'm stepping up, scrambling for as much as I can. And we might be at the point in the season where we just go for the 2-point conversion if we're able to get to that point. I think we had a touchdown right there, but we needed just a little bit more time, and we'll see what's open here. It's the crosser. It could be off target. Those yellow arrows always really worry me. You never know what you're going to get out of it, though we have our post, and we just got to come back to the football. That's perfect. Now, I have turned on Chew Clock, but I'm not sure if James Madison's going to let us run away with as much as I'd like, but we'll see. We have 4 plays to get into the end zone. On this one, we're just going to take it to the outside, and I don't think we can outrun them. To make matters worse, I accidentally went out of bounds. I wasn't thinking. Now we're running the speed option, and they bit on our running back. That means we have no choice but to go for it. I think rolling out and scrambling's our best move. We just got to get in. No! They're saying they stopped us a yard short. We're literally sending everybody trying to get a safety. And we didn't get in time. They've also faked us out with the read option, so unless we knock them out of bounds right here, it's all over. And if their quarterback just goes out, that would be perfect. But no, he's breaking the tackle, and he is gone for a touchdown. I was trying to play that strategically, waiting until he got to the sideline. I thought we could actually pull that out. But now we're just stuck losing another game because of like an inch down on the goal line. We can't come up clutch at the end. And was it this easy? I don't even think what I just said was English. I'm literally losing my mind at the moment. We don't take the sack, though. Hang on. We have plenty of time to deliver a dot right here. Let's get a little aggressive catch. And apparently that was the final play of the game. I must have left on Chew Clock. Joshua Douglas is only a freshman too. We have to play this kid for 3 more years. But at least we have a quarterback of our own. I just don't know how good he'll be. We also have another lineman we can move around. And on top of that, another one. Even a strong safety. So many commits in just 1 week. And our freshman corner won Sunbelt Defensive Player of the Week. That touchdown could have changed everything. Now we have to go on the road to Tennessee. And looking at these conference standings, we're going to have to beat Old Dominion in our final game of the season. I am happy to say at least that we have signed, I think, 10 3-star commits. No, 11, even better. And I'm going to keep looking for players that are available to us, but right now we have the 31st best class. If anything, we still need some linebackers, so I might have to search for some and get some 2-stars on our board. But I don't love the idea of that. We have no idea how good George Beck really is. Now Tennessee gets to try and have their way versus us. I'm not excited for this, but I think there's enough exciting things coming up at the end of this episode that we can finish out the year happily. We've been hit with a flag, though. There's no way that they just did that. Are you kidding me? The Volunteers shouldn't need any help, but they already have some of the softest calls going their way, so that's fired us up. I want to beat a top 10 team super bad. We just got to lock in for this. We've taken everything that we've learned throughout the year and put it out there on the field for a 3rd and 4 that they're going to pick up. I'm not sure if this formation is as intimidating when you're playing a team as good as the Volunteers, but we almost had the user interception, and I can't believe they just threw us off of them like that. That's ridiculous. We almost forced them into making a huge mistake. Instead, they're scoring. Unless one of these blitzes get in, and believe me, I'm literally just sending it at them. I really don't care. It should always be scary facing a team that has absolutely nothing to lose. What are we doing, though? There was one player to guard in that kid's zone, and he just decided not to do it. He took the play off. It is what it is. We'll just work it down the field ourselves. We don't even know what button is what, and that might be the worst way to open up a game. Never in my life has anybody played that underneath zig route. So it's almost like a safety blanket that I just hit without even looking sometimes. But no, Tennessee had 2 players on it. We've gone down 14-0 so quickly in this one, and it's not going to get any easier. The best thing we can do is keep trying to sling the rock. But I'm not sure if that's going to work against this defense. We might not even have enough time to get these throws off. We're just throwing up a prayer. We completed the pass. There is 0 reason we should have caught that ball, and we should be getting another set of downs. But it happened. And they've got to be so annoyed right now. I would pay to see the reaction on their coach's face. We're going for it on 4th down too, just to have a chance at staying in this game in case we can't pick it up. But we did with that great throw, and now we have them beat deep over on that right side of the field. That's right, I saw it, and we're going to run with it for a touchdown. Cookie Williams has silenced this Tennessee crowd, and that's what they get for running press man-to-man. In fact, we have better offensive stats than they do. But that pick 6 was one of the worst reads of all time. I'm not sure what I was thinking. There are a lot of obstacles that Southern Kentucky's going to have to overcome in order to ever be good on this file. We're about to give up a huge run as well. Oh my gosh, it's literally been one play. Can we please just hold them for a second? How Tennessee is playing is how I thought teams like Kentucky and Louisville would have played against us, but they clearly weren't as good. And now we just need to have another big play ourselves. This game could be a big learning moment for us. We created a little bit of separation at first, but we still dropped it. And it's back to just running around and throwing up one of our 4 verticals to see what gets open, though we're going to have to step up, and Todd Stark is not going down. Even if the freshman's pretty much already at his ceiling, I like the fight that I'm seeing out of him. We couldn't get the spin off, and I probably just abandoned the run throughout the season, but I feel like we haven't gotten Jay Newman as involved as he was last year, that's for sure. That might just be because I've enjoyed throwing it a lot more in this episode, though we could have a big run with Dennis Jr. right here. That's what I like to see. And he's our best power back on the roster, but outside of that, he is the worst one. Everything scrambled when we're trying to throw this ball on 2nd and 11. I didn't stand a chance. And we might as well consider this 4-down territory. We're going for it on 4th and 19 no matter what, but it would be nice if we could make it a little bit manageable, and we did. They're saying it's too far to even attempt a field goal, though I feel like we could make it from here. That pass was off target, and we need a miracle. We need Nico to somehow turn this ball over. He's throwing it, and they do turn it over. We got an interception. That looked weird. I couldn't really tell what exactly was going on, but we are going to fumble it immediately. Can we pick it up at least? It took us almost no time to crumble. I'm blaming our offensive line, though. They're just not holding up, so I'm sending up the 50-50 ball with the aggressive catch. That didn't work, but we just have to keep on sending up our shots. Why not? If they do end up paying off, we're going to pick up the first. If not, we're punting. The fumble made absolutely no sense to me, but there's nothing I can do about it. Now we just have to hope that this takes a good bounce. The returner misses it, and there's like 4 dudes chasing him down. There's very few people that want that to happen to them. Now we just have to hope they don't score again before the end of the half, because if they do, that's going to seal the inevitable fact that this game is over, which it is no matter what. I can try to have a little bit of hope, but it's hard to when you know how good the roster is, and the seats that they showed on that last thing would be miserable to have. Nice little sack, though, is going to make it 2nd and 16, and they ran down the clock. I didn't expect them to do that. We could have gotten the ball back. Never mind, we're giving up a slant for a touchdown? Okay, this is just ridiculous now. Our defense isn't that bad. We literally had a zone in the area of where that slant was supposed to be. I'm literally just sending up prayer after prayer. And we got one more in us. We'll see if we're able to get it off before the end of the half. Instead, they have us in the backfield. So what a beautiful game we're playing against Tennessee. We've both thrown 1 interception, but they have 4 sacks. And I'm not sure what to even try on this drive. I know we can't drop back and throw the ball versus them. The problem with that is we can't really run the football either, so maybe we'll just do a million RPOs. And I don't quite understand all the motions on this screen. I think it's supposed to be like a fake bubble or something, but Todd Stark is going to get a big game. If we want to make sure that we don't finish at the bottom of our division in the Sun Belt, we're going to have some stuff in store for Old Dominion, and we didn't have time. I have ideas of some stuff that can work. You all know I love my fade routes. Our tight end is also quicker than that linebacker, but the safety still caught up to it. It would only get worse from there, and at the end I am going for some sympathy touchdowns, but we can't really beat their coverage, so we need an aggressive catch. That worked. At least we put up 14 points. And I'm so ready to see how players develop, but we also might be finding out a lot of our players are transferring. It's been a rough season. I'm not going to act like it hasn't been. It's still been better than year number 1, but I want to finish the year with 3 wins. And after this game, there's a bunch of off-season stuff to look forward to, like the transfer portal, but we have to come out on top. It's been an interesting year to say the least. This is it right here. Kickoff return to start the game. Or not. That could have been a cool moment. I'm literally going to throw this zig route that Tennessee did a pick 6 on. That's what normally happens. And I'm ready for a new team next season. As much as I've enjoyed some of the players on this roster like Jay Newman, it's about time we get a couple fresh faces out there. Some new offensive linemen would also be nice. And also just seeing the development of our freshman receivers over the year is going to be even better. We have Abdul Madden as well at tight end that's just had an incredible season. And I'm starting to think that he might be our number 1 wide receiver on this team at the moment. I feel like we've given him the most targets. We'll check the season stats after this game. And that's just a frustrating sack to take. I don't think we're picking up this 3rd and 18. We should have tried to get in field goal range at the least. This punt is just going to put them at the 15. And I've played through this entire season today. Normally each video takes a couple of days to record, but this one I've been grinding. And that's probably caused some errors on my part that I normally wouldn't make. I'm so invested in this team though. I feel like I need to play through the entire season in just one day. I don't want to take my hands off the controller. Except when I start throwing interception after interception and we give up big touchdowns. That's when I start to lose my mind a little bit. I've spent the whole day working on this though, just so we can go to the transfer portal portal period, because I'm super curious what other players we can get in here, and we just got to bring them down. This entire drive's been out of hurry up mode. It's been a bit ridiculous, and I was hoping we could get them off the field on 3rd and 5, but we didn't. I've just been yapping away as they refuse to do anything else. And finally, after losing yards, we see this play call screen, so you know that we're going over to double mug. It is time to apply some pressure to Old Dominion. They're throwing it, and we're going to get the interception, or we're going to miss the ball. I thought we had that lurked. I think I need to get a little bit taller of a user there. So we'll see who we can move to safety this offseason. They're bouncing off of that. And we know that they're probably just going to hand this football off, which means we were prepared. On 3rd and goal, there's simply no way that they run this ball. I'm dropping back. We're ready for it. But what are we doing? We have a zone that's supposed to be playing right there. And he just doesn't do his job sometimes, but that's the man-to-man coverage we're looking for, or the cover 3 look. One of their deep zones was pressed too far up. We're going to see that pre-play. Now we're going to take the drag, see if we can pick up at least one block, make that defender miss as well. And I'm ready to respond back. I can't believe that we gave up a touchdown to them there. I thought we had them stopped. Ending this season 3-9 is so much better than 2-10. It looks a lot different because nobody wants to play for a school that just had double-digit losses, and I'm afraid that's not going well. I think we can take our 3 though. I'm confident that our defense is going to get a stop eventually. And for a split second, it looked like we missed that kick, but it turns out we didn't. Their quarterback's just kind of quick. I've adjusted our settings to stop the run like that. It shouldn't happen again, but we have been burnt deep. Thorne is not quick enough, and I pulled him down way too low. I'd actually prefer if the JUCO does not start for us next season. He's had a pretty rough year, but we're going to get by number 9 and we're going to make the catch. Cookie Williams simply couldn't do that last season, so he has improved a lot from what he was. Now we're hitting him with that nice little zig, and I've started to chew the clock just to make sure this is the final drive of the first half. In case we have to settle for a field goal, we've moved it to the middle of the field. I'm still hoping that we pick this up, but I'm also pretty confident that we'll probably make a mistake of some sort and we're just scrambling for it. We're going to have to truck these defenders. I thought we got the first down. It's marked as a 4th and inches, but that's not going to change our play call, and that could be the final touchdown of Jay Newman's career. I just realized that this is his last game for us, and the same goes for other seniors like Cookie Williams. They're throwing an interception, though, with no time left in the half. And if we return this for a touchdown, we're going up 17-14. I don't know what they were thinking. Alani Diggs has put us up. And that's the true freshman I remember recruiting last season. That was a wild first half. But this game's far from over. They get the ball to start the second half, and we're all over the run. A lot of their formations have been super wide like this, though, which has made it tricky to stop, especially when they just decide to hand it off. And guess who's still in hurry-up mode? It's 3rd and 3, but we got our defense out there, and we just missed like 4 tackles. Number 3 is fast enough to be gone or not. It's actually driving me nuts at this point. We can't change a thing. But if it's this annoying, maybe this is how I'm supposed to be playing against other teams. I just feel like our players would get too tired too fast. They're about to punch it in. And we'll see if Wright can get one final kick return as a senior. Between him, Cookie Williams, and then Jay Newman as well, we have quite a few of them. At least more than I was thinking. I'm sure there's a few that start for us on defense, especially on our defensive line. And the same probably goes for our offensive line. It's just those players don't matter that much. I'm not going to take the time to do a deep dive into most of them on this team because most of their names we're not going to remember. We had them beat deep though. And because it wasn't an accurate pass, it is now 3rd and 11 where I just made a blind read. I'm almost positive that we had circle wide open there. I'm really just hoping that we get a really good bounce with this punt, and that stopped. If they're going to stay in hurry-up mode, we're just going to run double mug. If we can stop the run out of it, we'll be fine. But they've spaced us out so much, sometimes it's hard to do it. All it would take would be a slant, and we'd be in a ton of trouble. So I'm hoping they don't realize that, and we just have to fill up this hole. Here we go. It is 3rd and 7, and I'm trying to get in pressure. I'm stuck on the defensive line. They throw it away. So we're getting it back. We're starting the first play with play action, literally just trying to beat them deep, and that didn't work. They have a zone on that. Oh my gosh, I really just threw it. I feel so bad for our freshman. He's acting like his hand was hurt. He's like shaking it off. And I need him to take some accountability for that terrible read. What was he thinking? It's so hard to coach this team whenever my quarterback's blind half the time. Can we just bring them down? All right, it's 3rd and 5. I know they're not running it here. We just have to cover everything. And we are about to get the sack. That should be a fumble. It's actually incredible we're still in this game at this point. But I'm like half awake right now. It's almost 4 a.m. This normally happens. Whenever I try to finish a video, it just goes so much longer. So there you go. You have my excuse for when I throw another 2 interceptions before the end of this game. Come on, hit that outside edge, Trey Ramsor with the play. All right, the fade route cannot fail us. This is our final play before the end of this quarter. and it isn't going to fail us. We've run straight by number 5, Cookie Williams, the senior, with the touchdown. That literally might be how we've passed for half of our touchdowns. And we've still only been able to go 2 and 9. We might just need to find a playbook that has that same play in there like 20 times. And 2nd and 5, they're going back to the run again. That's all they like to do. But it's all good. I think we're prepared to stop them on 3rd and long, and we're covering that route. We might even try to make this the final drive of the game. 5 minutes on the clock. All we have to do is get into field goal range. We'll see what Tanner Wright can do with this. But there's still probably too much time left for us to drain absolutely everything. We'll see how it plays out on 2nd and 8. Once again, we've beat them deep, but that safety's getting back to the ball. So we're pulling out this route. It's the only other time we have it in our book, and we didn't create the separation I was hoping for, but we'll go for the aggressive catch. Well, we might be ending senior night in a very disappointing way. This is probably the worst punt ever. It actually turned out to be pretty good still, even though I messed up that kick. And I really don't want to lose this game, but I feel like we're not playing well enough. They've also got us in hurry up mode with a defense I really don't want out there. We're not prepared to stop the run at all. And we can barely audible to a better play call because we've used almost everything out of this formation. Calling a timeout would have been better, but I just ran into their linemen, and now we can go out there ready to stop the run again. They're the ones probably trying to settle for the field goal now, and they must have really seen something that they've liked because they're staying in hurry up mode. It's 3rd and 7 and we get the sack. Neither team seems to be able to score at the end. That could be a good punt too. And we really need to have Jay Newman out there on the field if he is going to take control of this senior night, not Damian Dennis Jr. It is Jay Newman's time to shine. 2 years at the program have been pretty solid. I mean, he's given us hope. He's getting a huge play right here. That spin was almost crazy. I'm trying to find some plays that'll let him go to work. We've rarely used this formation, but it's a bad throw. We cannot mess this up now. All we have to do is get into field goal range. Come on, there's a flag here as well. That means this is coming back no matter what. Wait, it's against the defense. Did they hit our quarterback late? Oh, that is beautiful. It was roughing the passer. We are now on the 34-yard line. We don't deserve to win this game, but we're in a pretty good spot. I'm not sure if this is field goal range yet, but what I've started to do is just run out the rest of the clock, and I didn't realize Jay Newman wasn't in for that play. 3rd and 8. This is probably the biggest one of the game. We have our drag over the middle, and look at that. Juwan Markick is gone to the crib. He was such a nice addition to have to this team, especially because we had players like Chris King that just decided they wanted to transfer out. It would have been nice to have the sophomore for 2 more years. But no, he left us at the end of last season when we've only gotten better since then. Even in just this video, I feel like there's been a ton of improvement. I was protecting the sticks though. We should have played that. After spiking the ball at 2nd and 10, but they're completing it over the middle again. And they might actually score a touchdown sending it to OT. These wide formations have just been a little bit difficult to stop. I feel like we could pick that ball off though. We're going to get it with the true freshman, and that is going to do it. What a moment for this team. We've taken down Old Dominion. And while trying to get Jay Newman a couple more runs, we committed a false start, but I don't care. We're not going away from it. We might be trying to pull a Miami, but I'm seriously going to miss him, and he has nowhere to go here. What are we doing? It is time for the final play of his career, the final play of SKU season number 2, and he has a chance to go all the way. Never mind, I'm kidding. That was a great way to end the year though, going 3 and 9. And Todd Stark played pretty well for being just a freshman. We're going to keep running him at quarterback, but I just don't like that he has almost no room to improve. And looking at these conference standings, we didn't finish at the bottom of our division. Now we end the year recruiting, and as you can see, there's certain battles like this one against Marshall that are neck and neck. But because our school grades are so low, I think he'd choose their school over ours. We have a C- championship contender. We're top 100. I couldn't tell you how after going 3 and 9, but it's helping us pick up commits. And Dalton B did choose us over the Thundering Herd. Looking at our season stats, Todd Stark almost threw for 3,000 yards. He was 11 yards short. Those turnovers are a little inflated. But 9 interceptions for me through an entire season really isn't that bad. I know Jay Newman didn't rush for that much. He had a couple games that he missed. And we more focused on passing the ball, where our top 4 receivers are all very similar. It's hard to say who was actually wide receiver 1. Defensively, what you'll notice as I scroll through this is most of these players are either juniors, freshmen, sophomores, so they'll be back next year. Our sack leader, Julian Jones, was a senior, unfortunately, though. And our interception leader was Kareem Bryant. He had 2 pick sixes for touchdowns, while these guys were all tied for 2nd place. Not a bad year all around. I'm tempted to fire some of these coordinators just because they have terrible coach prestige, but I really need them to stick around and continue to grow with me. I've only gained 10 coach points throughout the entire year. I can use that to finally max out the blocking in tier 3 though, and the same will go for our defensive line. We can put 65 points on all all those players. It seems like Texas State won our conference championship over Arkansas State, and that got them a playoff bid, so it's possible to make the playoffs from the Sun Belt. It's also early National Signing Day. We have 13 3-stars to look at their dev traits, and Nick Smith, the 93 wide receiver, has star dev. I then found my first 3-star ever with elite development with my last name, and I didn't even know it was possible to get elite dev on a 3-star recruit before. Another star with Durant, and then another star with Joshua Lawrence. Our offensive line is going to be amazing. We actually really lucked out with this class. This strong safety has it, and I didn't even scout him, but the rest are normal. And I know we've only signed these 13 players so far, but I feel like we've covered everything I would have wanted. Anything in the transfer portal is just going to be extra stuff, but there are 10 players that could leave us. And the thought of Abdul Madden playing for another team makes me kind of sick. I think I accidentally skipped the season recap though. I closed the app as fast as I could. But we are in the players leaving tab, so I have no idea who won the championship. I think it was Georgia though from the pop-up I saw, but all of these guys have no chance at coming back. The persuasion's at none. This is actually a joke. We're literally losing so many freshmen we recruited last season, like Lester Sheets, Abdul Madden of course, Alfonso Stokes. And then the graduation, of course, Jay Newman's departing from the program, Cookie Williams is departing, and then our sack leader, Julian Jones. And I'm going to try to put together a class of 35 players because of it. Remember, in the transfer portal, we can go after players from the state of Kentucky or Tennessee, whether they're transferring from their home state or they played for a school in that state. For example, this cornerback from Louisville is from Kentucky, so we can add him, but we can also add all these players from Memphis because they played for a school that's in Tennessee. And unfortunately, because of academics, none of Vanderbilt's players are ever interested. Western Kentucky, our rivals, did have a 3-star that is though, so we might just try to snag him for the meme. And players from the home states of Kentucky and Tennessee didn't give us many more options, so we're probably gonna have to look at the prospect list. Never mind, I forgot we only have 525 hours to spend as a smaller school. This guy's on a visit, hoping we can beat out Memphis for him. I want to get this 2-star linebacker as well. And then I put points on all these transfers that aren't juniors because we could have them for a few seasons. Looking at week 2 though, just off putting 50 points on Ricky Lee III, we might be able to get him. And we ended up stealing this corner from Memphis. I accidentally skipped week 3 though, so I'm just thankful we didn't seem to lose any battle, but it might affect how many players we sign in total. I've seen people say there needs to be a confirm button on the advanced week. I don't think it'd be the worst thing in the world, but it's also my fault in the first place. Those transfers were not that hard for us to acquire. And remember, all you have to do is be in first place on a prospect when this week ends for them to come to your school, so we might be able to jump into elite on this 1-star. I'm just trying to make sure that this team has depth at every position, so we'll see how all of this works out. And at the end of the day, I'm expecting to see a ton of these screens. We pretty much won every battle that we were in, but more importantly, we picked up extra pieces, and that is a lot of green. I'm a little confused if this player flipped to Tennessee though. I didn't realize we lost him, and then also this running back went to Ohio. We put no points on it. All in all, it's a class of 31 players. I'm going to start looking through the dev traits just to see if we can find anything good. Our fullback with a star dev is kind of crazy. And I just realized that Devontae Newcomb, the quarterback, has impact. Our class is down here at number 66, but I would rate it high above what we had last year. And I could make Devontae a receiving back, but I feel like he has every ability you would want out of a quarterback. We also have Prince Cherry, but unfortunately this guy's a 52. I shouldn't have taken in the 1-star. And then if you ever get an agile athlete, he is going to be much better on the defensive line than the offensive line, or at linebacker, I'll make him a speed rusher. I will say it's nice to see Duke Fowler's a 70 overall halfback. I think he's going to start no matter what. And because we lost our tight end to the transfer portal, I'm going to see if Josh Henry goes up when he's moved there, and he does. Unfortunately, my lookalike's only coming in at a 64 overall, but with elite development, I'm starting him no matter what. And what I've learned is we have 2 free safeties, so one of them's probably moving over to strong safety. Connor Magnum's going to be a fun user, but for now, we're putting this guy over here. I would also like somebody taller like 6'4" Kelly Jones, which makes me want to move him away from cornerback, so we'll have that option as well. And I'm happy to say that after that period, I've received all my levels. I have 40 coach points to spend, so we can start to put it into this motivator tab. I've decided our wide receivers need to always get the off-season training boost. They won't get it this year, but they will next season. And then our DBs will as well, with our linebackers hopefully having that unlocked by the end of next year. This is my coach build so far. We still have a main focus on recruiting. Our coordinators seem to cover the motivating stuff mostly, and we'll see how it's impacted this team through training results. Going into year number 3, we're up to a 78, and I think we might actually be a true 78, or maybe more like a 75. I'm seeing lots of big jumps. It's going to be hard to justify sitting certain players. But then there's positions like wide receiver, where clearly the 2 players that are going to go up the most are Trey Ramsor and Juwan Markick. I also have to encourage some transfers, so that's what I'm going to be doing. Only 3 of them. This one's definitely going to hurt me, but it's been done, and the final player that's getting taken off the roster is Casey Quinn. You know what? I've decided we should probably do that to more players that aren't going to play for us, so maybe that'll help us recruit better in future years. For example, I just don't want an 84 speed corner. Same goes for Marlon Valentine. He started for us last season, but now he's being taken off the roster. And trust me, I do know that Kareem Bryant has 84 speed. I saw it, but he led the team in interceptions, so he can stay on our team. I'm actually really excited for next year with this 6'4 user. A decision at quarterback where I feel like I should start Devontae Newcomb, just because he has stuff like Field General and Magician as an ability, and he's an impact dev with some bigger skill caps, especially accuracies. Then at running back, I think we need to just start Duke Fowler. Again, this is a player that's going to have impact dev, and his skill caps are going to be so much better than what we're dealing with. Nick Smith, another true freshman, star dev, so there's a plenty of room for him to also go up. And the list goes on and on. In fact, it's so crazy we found a 3-star with elite development trait that's never happened before, and even more of a coincidence, his last name's almost mine. Because Todd Stark's already hit his skill caps and he's not getting any more accurate, I have decided we're moving away from him, which means we'll be starting 2 freshmen Devontae Newcomb instead because he has impact development and he also has 90 speed. Then true freshman running back Duke Fowler could be the best running back we've ever had because his skill caps are very high. And at the receiver position, Trey Ramsor and Juwan Markick are back, but we also have true freshman Nick Smith with 93 speed and then tight end Josh Henry with 89. I can't forget about Demarius either. He's the first 3-star with elite dev that we've found. He is a beast. And the goal for this season is simple, try to make a bowl game. But so far we have struggled with Sunbelt Conference play, and we also have 2 top 10 teams on this schedule. We should be able to build on this year pretty well though, since we're only set to lose 7 seniors. And I wish I could go after more than just 3 stars and below in Tennessee and Kentucky, because the number 2 player in the country is from Kentucky and he would have been interested. That recruiting restriction's in place until we win a bowl game. So until then, we just have to target 3 stars, and I'm hoping that Tony Ruggs knows how to keep his speed down, especially since he's a gym. I found another gym at quarterback too. We keep getting more options, and Ben might be the dream prospect, 95 speed with takeoff as an ability. It's actually really important that we found him because after advancing the week, it's clear that Ruggs has been locked up. So I had to highlight 6 guys that could stay under the speed limit, and with 350 hours to spend, these are the guys we're targeting. I think we've done enough preparing for the season though. I'm ready to open it up against Louisiana Monroe, who were technically a higher overall then, but I have a feeling that's incorrect. Our best player's only an 80. He's not even starting. While they have multiple guys over that threshold, but they're really not that much better than us. If our true freshmen are any good, we could very well start the season with a win, which is something we've never done. And I'm so excited to see what Devontae Newcomb can do. We're just going to hand it off to Duke Fowler right here. Maybe a first run gets us like 8. And if this is somehow the first episode you're seeing of Southern Kentucky University, we play through an entire season in an episode. A couple good runs is a nice way to start. Now we're going to laser it over to our hitch. But tight end Josh Henry dropped the ball. He's a new face on this roster, and they locked up the halfback screen. It is 3rd and long already, but we might have our corner route if this is a good pass. And that is what we need to see out of our starting QB after dealing with Todd Stark all of last season. It was frustrating. I like how things are going so far. They're going to allow us to throw this RPO where we break the tackle with Juwan Markick. He's going to spin out a defender as well. So what a drive this has been so far. We also can only call the same play once a game, which has just been an extra challenge to this series, and I'm just going to wait for our tight end or someone to get open. You know what? We're scrambling in. What a start to the year for our freshman quarterback. And now we'll see if our defense has improved. We're not going to be starting the highest overalls this year that we can because I wanted to get some of the younger guys out there in the mix, though they already threw it straight at us. And this hurry up type of offense is not very fun to play against. They're going to get another first down. We'll see if they hand it off again. We're prepared for it. We're going to fill that gap, but miss 2 tackles. And here on 2nd and 2, it's an RPO that we were all over. There's only so much that we can do. I know that I'm using a true freshman at the moment. Our coverage was absolutely terrible there, but we can get a stop inside the red zone. This is definitely not the worst position to have them in, though. That play is going to take it in, and the Warhawks have tied it back up at 7. Maybe Kingston McCarty can get a good kick return going for us right here, though. And if not, we'll just hand it off to Duke Fowler again, who's going to get some decent blocks, but there's a flag. It's coming back. We already know that that was going to be a holding call, and it was on tight end Josh Henry, so he has not had a good debut for us, but Duke Fowler picks it back up. One thing I've learned after having senior Jay Newman last year, the 5'5 running back, is we have to pound the rock. But once again, we're getting hit with a holding call. And I know that we're playing on the road, but you can tell what type of result the refs are trying to set up today. Josh Henry breaks the tackle, though, to get us a first down. I still haven't tried a read option yet in this game. I thought that I kept it on that play, but clearly I didn't, so we didn't pick very much up, and we're just going to have to get the ball out fast. 3rd and 2, this is a chance for us to keep the chains moving, and that's what we're going to do. I really like how we have played this one offensively so far. We're going to be using Pfeiffer quite a bit this season too. He's our 3rd down running back, and Rylan was helpful for last year to us. Now we can't go far here, but we'll be fine as long as we pick up this 3rd and 5, and that out route is going to be caught. Because of how slowly we've been moving it down the field though, a lot of the first half is already gone. There's just a couple minutes left, and that was true freshman Nick Smith holding on onto that ball. We're going to hit our hitch right here and pick up another 7. Devontae's 9 for 10 at the moment. This has been a really good start, and as I'm saying that, I'm throwing it straight to the defense. See, these are the things that hold this team back. Nick Smith has 93 speed. He can't even catch number 2, and we've already had one bad read during the year. They went with man-to-man coverage on this play, but he didn't bite down on it until here. And that is not how I thought this first half would end, but we might have them beat with a fade route deep, and we're going to take that all day to Markic, who is gone to the crib. A little bit of play action made them bite. We've run the ball enough to where they were worried. And now it's time to use the formation that performed best for us last year and got so many stops. Come on, we need their quarterback to make a bad read, or we just needed to get in some pressure. I didn't send a blitz out of it that time, but I'm going to do it right here. They have nowhere to go. And since they've started to chew the clock, they might just be taking this one to halftime, though they're throwing the ball on this play and they're down. I called a timeout because I kind of want to get it back, though we're just going to hold them on the run. And now we might be able to make something happen. I want to see if Nick Smith can get loose. He has 93 speed, though he's about to get hit instantly. So we'll just have to find a creative way to get him the ball to end this first half, and he has nowhere to go. Final play right here. I just wanted to try to get into the end zone. I don't think it's going to happen for us, but we did our best, and it is a tie game at the end of the quarter. After that pick 6, things could have been much worse than they are. They're starting it off with the jet touch pass, our specialty, and I know they want to hand this ball off on 2nd and 1, but they've decided to throw it instead where we just weren't covering well. I'm not even sure what type of defense we have out there on this now since they've been in hurry up mode, but I felt like we covered them pretty well right there, and we just have to stop them short. 3rd and 6. They're going to be throwing the rock. They aren't attacking the seam, but the halfback angle route was wide open, and there's only so much that we're able to do about that, unfortunately. We probably need to send more pressure in their direction. I sent 6, but we just didn't cover well, and this is where it's on our defense to make a stop on Louisiana Monroe, but they get 8. I think we have to run commit. Our defense just got gashed, and they're reviewing whether or not this was a catch. On the field, they said his feet were out of bounds, but it might have been a touchdown. And since the replay angles are so bad, I'm checking it for myself. That's 6. We gave it up right there. That's because I ran commit, which is why it was such a good choice to pull out an RPO in that situation. A couple guys I need to make miss. We almost got out of there. And if we're going to tie this game back up at 21 now, we need to have a really good drive. If the play action is working, then we might be able to get a huge gain. Josh Henry was open. It was underthrown, but he comes back to the football, and that's what I want to see. That could have been terrible for us, but he actually made a good thing happen. And I think because our receivers are faster now, we should be able to hit him with this end around to at least pick up a first. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, but this looks like they're going to have some sort of cover 0, and we're going to have a touchdown. Juwan has allowed us to tie it up to end the 3rd quarter, assuming we hit the extra point. And that puts all the pressure on our defense to get a stop against their offense, which we haven't done a great job of doing. They're so solid, though. Those RPOs are faking us out. They're about to have a huge pass play, and I thought our man-to-man coverage was going to work a little bit better. It's not like the corners that we have on this team are that bad. They're trying to cut it up the middle. It's going nowhere. So here we go. 3rd and 5, and they just handed it off again. I thought they were going to pass for sure. This time around, I am prepared for a handoff. We're shooting up that gap, wrapping up, and I'm forgetting that we have 6'4" Kelly Jones to also use as a user. Now it's 3rd and 6 because of that tackle, but we couldn't guard everything. And if they hand this ball off, we're giving up a touchdown, so we've just had to run commit and hope that we get in the gap. At some point, Louisiana Monroe realized they could just run down the clock versus us, and they get into the end zone. So now there's just 2 minutes left in this game, and I think we're going to have to step up and take off with Devontae, which we haven't done much of. There is 0 room for error right now. They're about to get the sack, and there's still 90 seconds on the clock. No reason to hurry up and panic too much. Josh Henry can get us the first, but we're going to have to start taking some shots down the field if they're there, and if not, we're just going to pitch it to our running back for another 9. With a minute left, we're still fine. There's plenty of time. I'm just going to take it to our tight end, who is fast enough to get us to midfield, but we are running low on my favorite passing plays to use. I'm going to roll out, throw it to our running back, and hope that we can get out of bounds. If this works right here, we will have a touchdown to Nick Smith. I'm throwing the RPO immediately, but we didn't pick up our block, and it probably would have made sense to burn a timeout because now there's only about 30 seconds left. If this is man-to-man, we should have Henry right off the line, but he is not beating them at all. And now we're really hoping for this cover 0 look. We're going to have a fade route if it is, but it's not, and that's going to be picked off. We've thrown it straight to them. Louisiana Monroe is going to take us down. They shaded to the outside right here, but looking back on it, we just needed more time, and the blitzes have always caused me panic, leading to our first loss. There's a long season ahead. I think we can still make a bowl, but one thing is for certain, we cannot turn the ball over anymore. I was 20 for 23, but those 2 picks are what cost us. I think that was a great first showing, but if we don't take down Marshall, we're in a ton of trouble, because then most likely we're set up to start the season 0-4, so we really have to come out on top. The second half of our schedule is really not too bad. It's just just getting through the first half. And we really need to make a bowl game at some point so we can start to go after better recruits than these 3 stars. It's time to see whether or not we're capable of bouncing back. And if we're going to have to play this one in the rain, that means that we're going to have to run the ball a ton. Devarius Sands is the freshman quarterback we're trying to stop. And at least we know that we're not playing a vet, but he's already completing a pass. We might have a lot of issues trying to stop him in this game. We'll see. We're close to getting a sack, but instead he is going to scramble. And if they hand this ball off, they're going to have an easy first down, but they decided to throw it straight to Alani Diggs for the interception. That is what we needed to see out of our defense. Now we're just going to let Duke Fowler go to work. And I am ready to have a good game today versus the Thundering Herd. If they pinch everybody in here, Nick Smith could be gone with his 93 speed. It's just how fast he is. Can he outrun everybody? And they're bringing a lot of players down trying to stop the run, so we're going to keep it with Devontae Newcomb to go down at the 6. If these linebackers bite, we have an RPO ready, but instead we just handed it off. And I really hope Duke Fowler is able to punch this one into the end zone. We're in a tough spot, but I flipped the play. We're going to motion Henry over there, and I'm hoping that we can just get a touchdown right here. He is going to hit that outer edge. So your Southern Kentucky Stallions are already up by 7. That was the perfect way to open this one up, but there's still a long way to go. It's not even the end of the first. Plus, we all know that we're going to be due for at least one mistake at some point, though we have everything boxed up on this play. I need to look into what teams we took down last season. It was only 3 of them. This RPO might get them the first, though. Come on, we've got to make that tackle. Anyway, it turns out that Marshall doubled our score last season, so we're trying to get revenge. And here on 2nd and 7, they're just handing it off. We're getting out to their running back, and we're going to bring him down. I'm very happy with how the first quarter went, but now we have to hold them on 3rd and 6, and I think we're good right here. They're just going to miss the pass. We're set up really well with it coming down this hard. We're just going to keep on running the football. That pitch could have gone for a ton, but instead Devontae Newcomb just missed, and we're about to take a safety. We got off to such a good start. For it to all get thrown away like that is so frustrating, especially since the speed option is normally one of my favorite things to do. That's what happens though. There can never just be an easy game where we play super well. They have somebody open. And here we go. It is the start of our collapse already, even though this one just started like a quarter ago. Now their freshman quarterback's starting to get a little bit more comfortable. It's only like his 2nd start ever in his career, but we're going through the same process with Devontae Newcomb, and they're getting out of there. I've brought a lot of players into the box just in case they want to hand this football off. We are prepared to stop it, and we'll see if we can hold them on this 3rd and 4. I'm hoping that they try to take a drag route underneath, but they had somebody open, and we're not going to hit their quarterback in time. There's only so much we can do. You can't cover everybody forever. Nick Smith isn't getting loose, and we better make sure that we make 0 mistakes to end this first half. If they're going to run man-to-man coverage, we will step up and scramble all day. We have plenty of time to get down the field. There's absolutely no reason for us to rush it. Duke Fowler gets us a big run, and we'll continue to do that. Just no more speed options. Those did not work out. There's only so many times that I can call plays out of this formation, though. That's what's concerning. And time is also winding down in this first half, but we could get some good blocks and keep on moving it. Running the football has been by far our most effective way of moving it so far. We can't cut inside, though. And I think it's time that we start to throw the rock. That's man-to-man coverage, and we'll take the first. However, we can't rely on our freshman receiver yet. The ball literally just went through his hands. It slipped right out of him. And that's what happens when you play in the rain. It's 3rd and 8. I'm going to step up with Devontae, and he is going to try to scramble for the first. That was a close call, but thankfully it worked out for us. We didn't pick up our blocks well, and we just need to beat them deep with some of these routes, but that hasn't happened. We got to throw this football away. We get the ball to start the second half. I am content with settling for 3. Our left tackle or tight end just got destroyed, and we were so close to being able to roll out there throwing for the touchdown, but instead Brian Hodge is going to have to hit it. Thankfully we're on top though. We still played a good first half, and we've rushed for the same amount of yards but with twice as many attempts. Maybe we should be throwing it a little bit more. I thought we were a lot more effective on the ground than that. And let's just hope that somebody gets open on this 2nd and 11 where I didn't want to force it, so we're going to run instead. This is not a spot where I want to hand off the football, but we really had no choice. And keeping it realistic, this is a position where a team would punt. There's no reason to risk going for it, even though I felt like we could have definitely picked that up. Marshall just has to get into field goal range, and they're going to be able to take a lead. So that's unfortunate, but as long as we hold them to just 3, I'd be pretty happy with that. That was a really good route. Somehow they just sat between like 3 or 4 of our zones out there. Now they're running for a bit. And this is the time where we need an electrifying play, but that pursuit was so off. We just let them walk into the end zone. And if they hand this ball off, the 2-point conversion wouldn't have been very hard to pick up, but they're not going to scramble for it. Even though we're trailing, it's not the end of the world. We're only down by 5 points. Maybe we should just go back to running it. And I will after we try to beat them deep one time. That's all that I wanted to do, but they boxed it. Even if I really want to, I'm not going to force it if it's not there. The halfback halfback screen somehow almost got picked, and we're starting to collapse right here. We're gonna have to step up and run for this first down. There's no choice but to fight. We probably should have fumbled right there. We're very, very fortunate that we didn't. Now this handoff goes for like 6, and we cannot let Marshall do this to us. We have to get a big run coming soon. I think we might be able to get away with this right here too because of how much we've pounded the rock. We should have our running back beaten them deep right there. He's going to come down with it. Rylan Pfeiffer takes it to the 10, and to end this third quarter, we are going to try to throw the seam, which is almost picked. It was not a good idea to let Nick Smith try to grab it, but I felt like I had no choice but to risk it there. Devontae Newcomb is going to have to slide quick. And here we go. 3rd and 5. The read is the tight end. He should get open on the drag, and we're going to get into the end zone. Josh Henry has done it for us, but we need the 2-point conversion as well. We're going to try a new type of play, and I'm not sure what I was thinking with that. I didn't really know what was coming there. I just wanted to give it a shot, and it is time to hold the Thundering Herd. We almost were able to make that tackle in the backfield. A big issue we're running into, though, is we've run a lot of our favorite coverages already, using them so much. So I just have to hope that a cover 4 drop works right here. And come on, get out there, make the tackle. We're getting the ball back with less than 4 minutes left in this game. We should be able to run out the rest of the clock. I tried to fair catch it. And we're in a really good position to close it out. I'm just hoping that we actually can. Duke Fowler's going to have to break free, but the line isn't giving him a chance. And I'm not sure I love the idea of running a halfback screen on this play, but if we get the right blocks, we should be able to pick up the first down, and that's going to be close. This is a hard decision to make, but I think we're going to be the most aggressive coach in the country. We had to go for it on 4th down, and we've picked it up. I really couldn't trust our defense to hold them from getting a field goal with that much time left. Now we almost broke free, and what we're about to do is hope that they just run commit so we have the free touchdown, but we don't. Normally the computer would there. They're being very aggressive on 3rd and 19. We might have a touchdown on this play. I had to get it out or they were going to sack us immediately. Trey Ramsor catches the football. Oh my gosh, that was the blindest read possible, but he still held on to it. Devontae Newcomb, you are getting a highlight play right here, but you just got so lucky as a freshman. I literally just chucked that up and aggressive caught it. Our 6'4" sophomore receiver might have just made the catch of the year. I mean, he is a beast, and I'm so proud that we're about to get our first win. We're now 1-1. If we want to make a bowl, we really needed that. And besides a terrible pitch, Devontae played really well. We have to figure out a better strategy than running it 30 times, though. We're averaging 2 and 3 yards per carry. And because we've been successfully offensively, our punter wants to transfer out. He won't commit to it yet, though, because we're about to face off against Ohio State. We should be doing it a lot in this game. And at the moment, we're still on pace to sign every recruit, even if there are going to be some that come down to the wire, like Quarterman or a D. I need the linebacker from Kentucky, though. He is 86 speed. And if we could keep this one within 21 points, I'd be happy. I mean, we're going into a hostile environment. I'm pretty sure this seats like 100,000. And it probably wasn't the best idea to schedule the #1 team in the country. On 1st and 10, I'm expecting a run, so we're going to shoot in that gap, which actually went pretty well for us. Now they're running an RPO, and we couldn't get there in time. We have nothing to lose in this game. The expectations are we're going to get blown out. So that really takes the pressure off. On 2nd and 7, it's another handoff, and we stopped them short. We could actually hold them if they decide to run it here. Instead, though, they've motioned around, and we can't stick on everybody. What is Kareem Bryant doing? That curl route hit him so hard that he was just stunned for multiple seconds. We're not getting over there with Deion Scott to pick it, and we're already down 7-0 versus the Buckeyes. We're going to have some big plays go our way if we want to come out on top. But clearly running the ball isn't going to work out too well for us, and I'm not sure passing is either. I am really hoping they send a blitz on 3rd and 17 so this halfback screen stands a chance, but now we're not going to pick it up. There's no way. Which means Martinez gets to punt the ball, and that is one of the worst punts I've ever seen. I guess that's why you don't hold the power down all the way. They're breaking one tackle, but we were still able to hold them. They're trying to throw the ball, and of course, once again, we're getting beat with the hitch. I think the best thing I can do is just send the house on 3rd and 1, though they kept it with the read option, and that is some good D right there. That is what we needed. This time around, we're not going to abandon the run so soon. I'm going to give it multiple chances to work, but it's going to be hard for that to happen whenever their defensive line is so much better, and I really hope this is cover 0. If it is, we're taking the shot down the field. We had to go for it, and we're coming back to the ball with Trey Ramsor. You could also say it's Ramsauer. I'm calling him Ramsor for the rest of the series. But either way, when we have to throw it up, he has been our guy to come down with it, and it's 3rd and long again. We'll see if we're able to convert right here. I think we're just going to have to hope our drag with our 6'5" receiver goes for enough. And we might have a touchdown right here if this is man-to-man coverage, but it didn't get open the way that I was hoping it would, and we probably shouldn't even be throwing that. We still caught it though. That was a very weird play. I am surprised it went like that. But I'm not thrilled that we're going to use our third down running back for this halfback screen. Whenever we call these, we need to make sure that Duke is in the game instead. I know Fowler's only our power running back, but surely he can catch the ball too. And he hasn't really had a great chance to shine yet with all of his speed because these defenders are quick. This might actually go really bad for us, but we're going to see if we can hit him with the end around and cut up and fight for it, which I did just to set us up in the middle if it didn't work out because I wanted to make sure that we got on the board. We've seen that go for big gains. It just didn't happen there because the Buckeyes defenders are so much better than our offensive line. We're going to hit them hard or miss, and I should not be out there in man-to-man coverage at the moment. We're not going to stop them that way. If a team like them's throwing the ball, we have got to be in zone coverage. I'm ready for them to throw it straight to us though, and they came back to get it. Mangum is going to get the pick at some point, though they just threw it straight over our zone. And let's see if Jones can force anything. He's a little bit taller. They didn't take that route. We almost baited them into doing it, and this had the chance to be such a big play. If that's caught, it's a pick six. I cannot believe that we just dropped it right there. That was what we needed, though they're throwing it straight to Lee the third. And could we have a pick six right here? Is it going to be 10-10 going into the half versus the Buckeyes? We are keeping up with the #1 team in the country. I cannot believe they just gave it straight to Ricky Lee the third. But we're going for the upset in this game, and if they throw it to us again, that would be beautiful. Give me that. That was literally it right there. Now they hit us with the play action. It definitely worked to fake us out. And because of that, I should probably remove myself from using any safety. I'm pretty sure they might have just had a touchdown open over the middle. And I don't know what they're doing. That was such an odd pass to throw. If we could bait them into throwing that hitch, it would be wonderful. Here we go. It's 3rd and 10. We have pretty much everything locked up, though they're catching that. And if they get this spike off, they're going to have a field goal before the end of the half. I backed our guys up and everything. I don't know what else we could have done. Still, though, this is going way better than I ever thought it would. So we have to make this drive count. There is zero room for errors on it, and I thought that was supposed to be a running play. Audibles are not working at the moment. We cannot see what we're running before we snap it, of course, because we're on the road. They're going to make it tough to win in Ohio Stadium, but we're still going. And an upset is on the horizon. I feel like we could get a touchdown on this drive. If Devontae is able to keep this ball and not hand it off, he could have a huge run right here. There's just one defensive back to get around, and our quarterback is going inside the red zone. We just have to keep on doing what is working. Another read option is going to get us like 8. And you best believe from here on out, we probably won't even throw the football. We're just going to hand it off to our running back. Duke Fowler was so close to getting into the end zone there with the right blocks. He's going to do that while stunting on them. And there we have it. We have a lead on #1 Ohio State. This is it right here. We're set to pull off a huge upset, and we're just going to have to rely on our defense to keep on doing well. I trust we can cover them on 3rd and 7. I'm going to stick with this drag route. They don't have anything open at all, or at least they shouldn't have if our zones would just do their job. We're set up to stop the run, though. That's what I'm hoping for. They decided to throw it instead, and they're going to break out of there twice. Okay, this is the computer just getting a nice little boost. We know they're going to play well, especially when that 4th quarter hits, though I don't want to give up a touchdown. And now we have to drive down the field again versus the Buckeyes. Come on, break out of there. Keep on going. This is the Duke Fowler game right here. We're going to hopefully be able to get around that edge and then spin them, but there's still a long way to go before we get down the field, and I don't know where to go here. I don't know if our hot routes are going to work on this one, so we're just going to go over to Duke in the flat again. We need to make that guy miss, and I'm just hoping that our option pitch actually works this time around. Come on. Get it loose to Rylan Pfeiffer. Rylan Pfeiffer running down the sideline. We still have 4 more of those to go. I think we can get it pretty close to the red zone at least. Come on, we're going to keep on running the speed option. And this is the exact drive that we need versus the Buckeyes. They almost got to us there, though, and the juke didn't work. I just realized there's only 3 minutes left in the half now. Time is definitely not on their side, but only if we can pick up this 3rd and 11, keep the drive going, and I don't know if I should even do... No. They just forced a fumble and recovered it. We had nothing to throw. I want to see if this ball came loose before we went down, and that better not be what cost us the game against them. They're gonna just take their drag all day. We can stop the run right here. We know exactly what's coming, though. I just got hit weird on the line, and it's time to start using our timeouts. We had a clean hole that we could have gotten through there. The blocks are picking up well for them, and I've literally brought everybody down. I'm not sure what else to do. They're getting the first. I think that's game, but they're still running the ball. They're trying to pull a Miami versus us. Can we push him out of bounds? And there it is. They're just gonna take a QB kneel. We were so close to pulling off the greatest upset in program history. And that is such a heartbreaking way to go out. I keep watching this one back, thinking about what could have been done differently. Maybe we had the drag route late. And why does Kentucky have to actually be good in this dynasty? They are number 5 in the country. It gives us a chance to pull off another top 5 upset, but it's going to be tough as well. These recruits are still set to commit. And we're basically just waiting on it to happen as we're about to take the field again. I really like starting out on defense. It gave us a great chance versus Ohio State. And I'm hoping it can do the same in this game versus Kentucky, though they're already getting 8. The Wildcats aren't as big of a rival as Western Kentucky is, of course, but it would still be nice to beat them. We've never been able to make it happen. On 2nd and 11, they're going to drop back to throw it, and we're just going to be able to hopefully hit them short of the marker. But tackling's certainly not our strong suit, and handing it off means they're about to pick up the first plus a bit more. We got to be locked in. I feel like we could actually win this still, even if they are a lot better, because all it took was 1 pick 6 in our last matchup to make things go in our favor, and they're just continuing to shed tackles. These guys need to learn to wrap it up. It is not worth it to keep on doing this. And on 2nd and 10, it's an RPO, but if that was a run, we would have had them stopped in the backfield. Here we go. We'll see what they go with. I'm expecting play action. They actually kept it, though, and they're in. It highlighted Jamarian Wilcox before this one even started, and he was their key to success right there. We're coming out in 5 wide as well, which might not be the best move. That was a little bit aggressive for a team that runs the ball so much so well, but I don't want to get held to a 3 and out. We're going to have our drag all day and just hang on to the football. If these blocks would actually hold, I'd like to say that we'd have a touchdown here, but that hole collapses so quick. We'll see if we're able to beat them deep with either of these routes, and I think we're just going to have to come back to it. I will take us to the 30. We've not had as many accuracy issues this year out of our quarterback, which has definitely been nice, though we're fumbling the football, and Kentucky just got it back off of that. Clearly, nobody on our team knows how to wrap it up because we can't do it on offense either. They're going to get 6. And on 2nd and 5, it is a 7 versus 5. We brought guys down into the box, so we were able to stop the run, and we just have to stop the pass on this 3rd and 4 where we have somebody over there. Dion Scott's getting the interception. That's our first one of the year, or not the first, the 2nd. We needed that so bad. I'm also going to try to take the top off of their defense just right here off the rip, though they're getting in pressure. And it turns out being aggressive did not pay off. I think if this is man-to-man coverage, though, on 3rd down, we can outrun one of these players, and our tight end just didn't get open enough. I thought for sure we were about to get that, actually. I've punted it back to them. It's not a great one either. They're going to be able to return it versus us. They've already missed 2 tackles in a row, and we'll see what they go with. It's just a simple handoff that gets them a lot. It's a shame that we haven't had a good offensive game because we've done exactly what we've needed to defensively. They've got an open receiver for a touchdown, and it is so dangerous whenever the computer runs play action. We're going nowhere with the run. We'll see if Fowler can do anything different. I need to get him more involved like we did right here, but we have to pass it for the 1st down, and I think that's man-to-man coverage, which means we're going to take it to Trey. We have 2 minutes to drive down the field and get it back within a possession, and whatever we do, we cannot have a turnover on this drive. No interceptions, just smart reads. If we set them up to go up 21-0 before the end of the half, we're in a lot of trouble. They read that perfectly. Okay, we threw an interception. That's exactly what I didn't want to happen. We had to get it out quick, and that play was the one that had the drag open versus Ohio State. This could be a really good throw, though. And the one time we do something right in this matchup, the refs are challenging whether or not it's even a catch. I thought it was pretty clear. We're taking another deep shot. I love these fade routes. It's just going to be a bit off target. I know Devontae needs to work on his deep throw accuracies, but that's going to really cost us here. If he's able to evade the pressure, that would have been great. But now it is 3rd and long, and I'm not going to force a pass into a window that's not there. We're stepping up and scrambling for the 1st down. We still have plenty of time to get into the end zone. I'd love to come back down 21-0. And if anything, after this game, I am so ready for Sun Belt Conference play to start. We had our one wide open. I thought somebody would eventually get on Ryland Pfeiffer, but nobody ever did. They're going to pick that off. I really don't know how this is considered a 1st down. We cannot have routes like that into each other. And you're not going to believe it, but this was ruled as a catch somehow. He lost the ball the second it hit the ground, but I guess he got enough done for it to count as one. And I think it's safe to say we just got bailed out. This has definitely been one of our worser performances this season, though Duke Fowler is going to take it to the crib. Finally, the Stallions had something go their way. But the main issue now is we're trailing by 14, and I don't remember who gets the ball first. I think it should be us. Whatever we do, we can't let them get in field goal range before the end of this half. And it's a good thing that they're not trying to. They're letting the clock run down. This is going to be the final play, and all we have to do is just wrap them up. Whenever you click onto a player, sometimes they just freeze, which is very scary. Thankfully, it's just a 2-possession game. Jet touch pass to Nick Smith to start the half gets us loose already. We're going to stretch this field to the best of our abilities using all of the jet touch passes in this playbook. I want to have a good drive versus them. And we're going to run out of those pretty quick, but we also have this speed option, which which we are going to get a pitch off to Rylan Pfeiffer, and he's going to get us 15. This time it's going to be Trey Ramsor that gets this ball. I highly doubt he's going to go for too much. He's not known for being the quickest, but he does get a bit. And we have 7 jet touch passes in this playbook, even though we've only been running like 1 or 2 a game. I have got to use these a little bit more. That was one of the only ways I could even move the ball when this game first came out. And if the blocks hold up well, you would think that we'd have a touchdown right here. It's just a halfback stretch to the outside. Duke Fowler's 92 speed gets us quite a bit. Last year, I'm pretty sure we had to come back like this against Kentucky. No reason we can't do it again. But not being able to hot route is going to really hurt us on this play. They're getting a sack instantly. Now it's 3rd and 19. I'm not sure what we should even go with. And I really don't want to have to kick a field goal, but it feels like our only option. It's back within 11. I remember EA saying it's super difficult to pick up those 3rd and longs in this game. It's supposed to be. And just what I've seen in the 2 months of playing it, I can definitely vouch for that. It is much harder than NCAA Football 14. If our corners were a little bit better, we might have been able to take that one to the crib. We were right there. And the fact that we didn't get that interception is actually crazy. That cut up was also so good, I can't even click on. This is why we kicked a field goal though. In case they got in field goal range, we're still in it. It's just time is starting to run down a little bit quicker than I would have liked, and please pitch that ball. I think that flag's against them. It's holding. It's going to be going back. And this is where our defense can really make a stand. They're just handing this one off. It's 3rd and long. Here we go. We'll see if we can stop them. I got stuck on the defensive tackle. Nobody's guarding number 18. And now we have to fly down the field because we're trailing by 3 possessions with 4 minutes left. There was an instant flag on this play too. I think it's against Kentucky though. They hit our QB late. So we're already up to midfield, and if that's man-to-man coverage, we're going to have this corner route, though there's a flag again. This time it is against us. Lawrence committed the penalty, and I knew the holding call was coming. This team is almost as undisciplined as Georgia. 2nd and 20. I think we're going to go for the corner route again, but this one's off target. And to be honest, we need this to be cover 1 coverage, which it is. We're going to have Nick Smith deep. That is what I wanted to see. It really stinks the clock's running down so quick. Our tight end should be able to get open. And this time we're taking the slant to Ramsor, or they're going to generate quick pressure, which means we're throwing it away. This drive is touchdown or bust. It is nothing less, though. That's going to be off target. And now that it is 4th and 10, it all comes down to this, where we are going to have our tight end open. Please just hold on to the ball. Okay, Josh Henry makes the catch, but we're probably going to have to recover at least 1 onside kick, and they didn't miss the football. They picked that one up very well. I think we all know what's coming, though. It would make 0 sense for them to try and throw it. And it is crucial that they snap this ball before the 2-minute warning hits if we still want to have a chance. They did snap it. There we go. All right, it's 3rd and 12. They probably are just going to hand this one off again, which they have. We're going to wrap them up to stop them, I think. And we still have 2 timeouts left, so we're not out of it completely. What we're going to have to do is score very fast, though, because to force another 3 and out, we need there to be about a minute left on the clock. We actually had the corner out right there, too. It's just I stepped up too soon. We're going to be able to get out of bounds at least. I will take this. And I'm really looking for them to try to cover us underneath, but it isn't going to happen. We're going to have to make this throw on the run that they're able to pick off. Here you have our best route runner on the team, Juwan Markick, who gets 0 separation on a route that always beats man coverage. And that sums up the state of where this program is at the current moment with our receivers. We're recruiting some better ones, though. That's what is so crucial to keep in mind. We need some better tacklers, too. And even if we do stop them here and get the ball back, this game's already over, but they're going to make the score look so much worse. I really hope that we're able to stop them short. Come on. Do not miss the tackle. Oh my gosh. Thank goodness we have saved the embarrassment of them making it 38-17. And I'm not happy about how we lost this game, but it's only our 3rd season as a program, so it's still expected. It's really just the turnovers that are costing us. And as much as I want to blame it on Devontae Newcomb, I think I can say some of it could be user error. That loss has also caused multiple players on our defense to want to transfer. But they shouldn't be so quick to want to leave. We're about to start Sunbelt Conference play again. For all we know, we could still win our division and make the conference championship. And all I'm saying is it was about time we started picking up our first commits. Because John Liggins is a gym agile athlete, he might be like a 76 overall defensive lineman. We're also getting a lot closer on wide receiver Ben Remigio. Remember, he is 95 speed and takeoff. We have got to get him. And if Josh Quarterman's going to come down to the wire just so we have some more quarterback depth, we're scheduling a visit versus Coastal Carolina for sure. Now it's time to get into the easier slate of our schedule. I'm actually really excited to see if we can make a bowl or not. And we're going to be starting off this game on defense. There are not many fans behind the end zone in the stadium, but that's about it. We're starting to get some more people showing up on the actual sidelines. And I actually really enjoy using these corner blitzers, though I stepped ahead a bit too soon. They've thrown a flag, so it doesn't matter. I'd rather them just get a new set of downs instead of it being 1st and 5. And this time around, I won't be as impatient. I'll be able to chase down the jet touch pass, or they're going to hand it off up the middle for a 1st down run. I remember Elijah Davis's name. I don't enjoy playing against this kid, and they also have a solid backup running back. Our run D has got to be a little bit stiffer. They faked us out with the play action now, and what are we doing coverage-wise? coverage-wise. Everybody seems to be open on the field, but we're gonna sack them. And there we go, we've made it 2nd and goal. We have a decent chance at holding them or not. Whenever the computer starts running RPOs and play action, I'm just convinced you have to hope for the best. I knew this was probably gonna be cover 1 though, so we came out with a couple streaks since they were pressing. That was a great way to open things up, and if this play action works, we might have a touchdown over top because we have an 89 speed tight end. 2 plays to the end zone. I no longer care tight end Abdul Madden transferred out. We have Josh Henry, and I think that's going to be our quickest drive of the entire year. What a perfect setup. I like this Louisiana team. They're just going to run it, and they're going to send a lot of players. So we can adjust to that and hopefully take them down. We are all over this run, but they're breaking the tackle. That's why I don't like Elijah Davis. He just does stuff sometimes. He should never pull off. And on 3rd down, we have to go with a Tampa 2 look where we were on Elijah Davis, but he still gets free. We will find an answer for all this running eventually. We are out there to stop the run. And here we go. 2nd and 11, another handoff. That cutback was filthy. I think we've played a really good first quarter though. I'm confident on this 3rd and 11 because we're able to pass commit. They're not able to run it. They have to throw for the first, and we were able to get the interception with Kareem Bryant. Protecting the sticks made sure they had to throw it straight to us. And we haven't even run the ball once in this game yet, though we're able to start doing it on this drive. We're in a fantastic position to take control of this one. Duke Fowler needs to get a block here. He's shedding a tackle. And now we're the ones in control of this matchup. Some good blocks again, but we're not getting too far. I'm not sure they learned from their mistake, though. They've come out with another cover 0 look, and this time around, Josh Henry catches it again. He had that linebacker on him. He says it's his time to shine. And the fact that aggressive catches work on this game make it so much more fun. We've had so much fun in this game already, but there's still so much time left. So, of course, that means a lot can still go wrong, but they keep on handing it off, and we got to bring them down. Here we go. It is 3rd and 6. They are going to definitely throw the ball. They had their running back in motion, and I got to get to that hitch route quick enough. We might be able to pick this off too. That was such a close call, but we were just half a second too late. And I really thought we had them right there. This is clearly a draw play though. We can stop it. We've opened this one up playing some really good defense. We're also filling the hole. So that makes it 3rd and 10. We'll see what type of play they go with. And I don't think we're going to be able to guard everything. They're going to try scramble. They slid before they could even fight for the first though. So we have the ball back to end this first half, and I'm waiting for our drag to get open. If it doesn't, we're just going to throw it on the run to our running back. To be honest, at the moment, the confidence is through the roof. I feel like we can do anything. But what would be super nice is if they started pressing us again, and we're going to have Nick Smith for 15. Here's the look that we were hoping for. I'll even mix in the play action. I'll be patient. But we have not beaten them deep right here. We're going to have to go for the aggressive catch. Every so often, it doesn't work out the way we need it to. They've also gotten in pressure immediately, though our running back is gone down the field, and we've completed a pass to Rylan Pfeiffer for the touchdown. So much for being a running team, because we are throwing the ball so much better versus them, and that's not going to get them much. I know for a fact if this doesn't go for a first down, they'll pretty much give it back to us before the end of the first half again. But nope, instead they're able to pick it up. That route is not going to get open underneath, and we have missed the sack and another hit. This is ridiculous. Here we go. This is the start of the computer making sure that they stay in this game no matter how well we've played. If they make a bad read, we would have had a pick, but they just dumped it short. And I think it's very clear that's the defense we have to continue to run because they're bound to make a mistake at some point. 3rd and inches now. They're going to spike the ball, and instead of kicking a field goal, they're punting the ball. That was the weirdest combo of plays I've ever seen. Now, I should just be satisfied with the type of first half that we've had, but I wanted to try to go for one more big play, and I don't think this is going to go for a touchdown, unfortunately. After all the terrible games of thrown interceptions, though, what we did in that half has to build up our freshman quarterback's confidence. 210 passing yards, we barely ran it, and we even get the rock to start the 3rd quarter. We're in a perfect position to improve to 2-3 at the moment. Now is when we can return to running it too. We're going to get Devontae Newcomb loose. He's got a slide, and we have seen the reverse work in some other games, but here we almost lost some yards, so I'm glad that Juwan still got it for us, even though we fumbled. Stuff like that's going to happen. If they want this game to be close, you know it's coming. And I'm not saying this game's scripted, but sometimes it feels like it just to make sure that everything's pretty tight. I think mixing in 2 running backs is actually one of the best things that we could have ever done. No one's ever too tired, which is perfect. And Duke Fowler as a gym is a really good prospect to have. I mean, his development could be a little bit better. Impact's not perfect, but he has very few skill caps. And even if we don't get this 3rd and 10, as long as we kick a field goal, it's fine. I probably made the wrong read there, but we just have to drill this with Brian Hodge. It looks like it's in. And we'll see if they start to throw the rock or if they continue to try to run it versus us. Apparently, they just refuse to go away from it. Can somebody bring this kid down? Thankfully, it's not a tight game, or else I'd be a lot more frustrated than I have been so far. I'm not sure if we can make this tackle in the open field. And here we go. They're staying in hurry up mode, but that's completely fine. Whenever they hurry it up, we can run the same defensive coverage 2 plays in a row, though they're shedding everything. So I feel like I need to be very aggressive on 3rd and 1, but we're just not going to make that tackle in time at all. I don't think their tight end's quick enough to beat us deep though, so we can bring safeties down. And they've taken a lot of clock with them on this drive, which is just going to hurt their case of coming back. Now it's 3rd and 8. I'm stuck on Hernandez, and somehow number 9 is wide open. So they've gotten their touchdown, but that's about it, and we're going to hopefully pick up a little bit with Pfeiffer on the ground. There's moments where he sometimes feels quicker than Duke Fowler, even though he is 4 speed less. And I really hope I can pull this read option, but instead we're just going to go wide with it. There's still 5 minutes left in this game. It's not over. We have to keep moving it, and not getting the ball out in time means it is 3rd and 13 where we have beaten their press coverage, but it's a bad pass. Now is not the time for us to start making mistakes like that. I think they have to fair catch this punt, and we'll see what they go with on 1st and 10. Of course, it's a run. We tried to get in there in time to stop them, but we couldn't. As much as I was hoping it would be by now, this game is still not over. Their quarterback's going to be able to take off, and Eli Holstein is going to be dropping back on this play where we did not guard that well with Ford at all. I guess the computer noticed he wasn't turned around and they just threw it straight at him. That's a fine check down to take. But at the moment, no matter what, they're set to make this a 1-possession game, and we got to hold them short. It is 3rd and inches, and they've decided to throw it instead of passing it. I was manned up on Elijah right there. And here comes the comeback. We're motioning a guy over. I'm going full try hard, hoping that we can get a big gain on this play. We just needed our blockers sooner. Now it's 2nd and 5. I'm going to pull it with the option, but we've pushed him into us. And this is actually starting to become choking territory. We had the hitch open. I didn't even look in the direction of it. The blitzes are what messes me up so much. That is what forces me to make terrible reads. They're going to be in field goal range, basically. And we cannot choke this game like that. We've got to make an interception. Come on. We have guys literally right there. I mean, what else are we supposed to do? They throw it straight at us. And now it's 2nd and 10. They're not running the football. They're literally just slinging it. I'm content with them settling for a field goal if that's all that they can get. This is a 4 verticals that we should be able to get over to, and the fact that he was out of bounds has saved us. All we need is a field goal ourselves, but you best believe that is not going to be the easiest thing to do. I think it might be best if I start to chew the clock just in case this has to go to overtime. We did not get open at all with Henry, and he was boxed. Nobody there could have made a play. They're literally settling for a field goal. Or maybe not. Maybe it's too far. They are hurrying it up, and that's just a check down. This is such a big 3rd and 7. They're not going to hand it off. They're actually throwing it. I'm all over the running back. We're going to get the interception with Deion Scott. Thank goodness. What they're going to want us to do from here is just run out the rest of the clock, and that might actually be a good idea. But we have a couple more attempts to just heave it up, put the ball in the right spot, and kick a field goal. If this doesn't work, so be it. But there's a chance it could beat the cover 3 deep, and I guess we're headed to overtime versus Louisiana. This has been a choke. There's no other way around it. And unfortunately, I think we're starting on offense. We're not settling for a field goal, that's for sure. We're going for the touchdown. How did they get free? We should have been able to hold that edge. Now it's 2nd and 15. Nick Smith, it is time for you to use your speed to the outside, make it manageable. I'm going to be ready to throw this to Rylan Pfeiffer the second the motion comes in. Sometimes they get a free release, and he's kind of open. Is that a good pass? Catch that ball. That was the craziest dime ever from Devontae Newcomb. Now we're getting the blocks and going down at the 1. I cannot believe it, but I think we're about to get the touchdown we wanted. And this is 4 down territory for sure. We just have to punch this one in. I trust the speed option. This should work. I'm just going to hope that they don't pick up the blocks, and I didn't know what to do. We probably could have just cut that one up. But now the game's over. We got down to the 1-yard line and couldn't finish off a drive. This is such an embarrassing loss to have, though. We might be able to get a sack right here. And we're doing the same thing on 3rd down. I want to send in a blitz. They're throwing it straight to us. We are not going to lose this game. They should have just kicked their 3. I don't know what to say about this matchup at this point. It has been wild. But clearly we have a way to rattle them, and this is a handoff. I've seen that fake all day, though. They still get a huge run. All right, here we go. It's 1st and 10. Now they're throwing it. We're about to get a sack, though. They break the tackle somehow. They're going down at the 2. And I don't know how they were able to avoid taking a sack. All we can continue to do is run commit, or hopefully hope that they make a mistake. They didn't catch it. And here we go. It's 2nd and goal. I'm ready to shoot that gap all day. We're in there, but they score. This is the big moment right here, though. The 2-point conversion that they had someone open on, and we're in a lot of trouble. We're going to have a good 2-point conversion play. We should beat the press right here. We had the outside leverage, and there's no way for us to challenge if that's a pick or not. This is a collapse that I cannot forget. And all of a sudden, Josh Quarterman's questioning if he wants to come here or not. Next up on the schedule is James Madison. That loss is still just so depressing. But after dinner, I'm hoping we finish the year strong. This team is capable of finishing 5-2 and making a bowl. Alright, it is time to win some football games with Southern Kentucky. And surely we can take down James Madison. They're currently sitting at 1-3, so it's not like they're great. We could definitely use less interceptions with Devontae. And in order to avoid those happening, we're just going to hand off the ball quite a bit. We basically just need to score on every offensive drive to guarantee that we're going to get the win. This is going to be a hard third down to pick up. And I don't love that we're already in this spot. It's 3rd and 7. And look at that. Josh Henry has broken free out of the bunch and he is gone to the crib. Big passing plays always. We've now had a couple years of our tight end being our best receiver, and I knew it was a touchdown the second I saw man-to-man. The computer has to have some safety help over the top. I thought that was going to be a pass. And I always get so worried whenever I'm in control of the deep safety, but we're holding them. They've been in hurry up mode. It's 3rd and 3, and this isn't a handoff, but I bit down at it and they have an open tight end. I was so desperate to try and stop the run right there. They've also gotten to that second level, and we'll see if we can do anything differently on 2nd and 3, but it looks like they're going to move the chains. I think it's time to come out aggressive. We put everybody up there on the line, and we all know that this blitz is coming in super quick or stopping the run. Here we go. It's 3rd and 5 now, and they're going to take the drag underneath, but apparently that was enough to pick up the first down, and they have a hitch wide open too. This has not been great defense from us. They're about to get in, but if we run commit, I feel like we should be able to hold them. All right, it's back to being on the offensive side of things. We're going to have our bubble all day over the Juwan Markic, and this is looking like a cover 3. We're just going to hand the ball off and see what we can get. Final play of the first quarter. I am hoping that our slant route gets open. That was thrown behind him, but I still think we've opened it up well. There is no more rooms for errors in this season though. We're about to lose a lot, and you all know whose direction I'm going to be looking in on 3rd down as our tight end makes the catch. I think this is just going to be a handoff up the middle. We had the read option there, but I didn't want to pull it and lose 5 yards. Now I'm hoping our drag can get open because that should make it 3rd and manageable or a 1st down. There we go. Confidence is starting to build up. Now we're going to have our running back for another short gain, and it's time that we just feed it to Duke, who is going to get some decent blocks, but not enough. Of all the jet touch passes we can run, this is my favorite. Nick Smith is going to have a chance to outrun every defender, but he was not getting free right there. We're going to try it in the other direction, see if Trey Ramsor can do any differently, and we're going down at the 2. I think Duke Fowler should be able to punch it in though. Come on, we just got to truck that guy, and that's a good moment for Southern Kentucky. Still a lot of time left in the half though. It's been back-to-back seasons now where we've choked games against Louisiana, so it's starting to really affect me. And mentally, I can't take another loss right now. Not with this team that's supposed to be improved. I really want them to make the wrong read, and instead they throw it out of bounds. The real issue is we're starting a lot of young guys on the defensive line, and they're just not generating pressure. But we need them to get better, so they have to be out there on the field, and I'm hoping they go to their running back. Instead, they're trying to scramble. Time and time again, we come so close to getting the stops. Now they have somebody wide open, and we'll see if they can do that again. I think we have everybody covered right here, though. We're going to intercept it with Overton, and Carmelo Overton has just set us up really nicely. If this is cover 1, which it is, but they have a safety back there on Nick Smith. That's a bad read. I was so excited. I almost forced that ball into a spot that I really shouldn't have. The same happened here, but it seems like the big passing play just isn't going to work for us unless we're able to catch this corner out. Now I feel like we have a cover 0 look. I'm expecting a blitz to come in. You know that we have the faster guy in this matchup, and Nick Smith is gone. I've been starting to try and read the defense before the play, but we always blow our leads, and I'm afraid that this game might not be any different. They have plenty of time to score before the half. I'm also pretty sure that they get it to start the second, so they could always make something happen. They're just trying to scramble. And I promise, if this game's tied up the next time that we see the ball, I'm going to be so upset. We were able to knock that one loose, though. They couldn't come down with it. I think our coverage is sticking perfectly. They've been confused by the cover 4 palms, and we've gotten another pick. It was about time that we started getting some interceptions again. It felt like the computer was just perfect. We're going to break a tackle right here, and I should be settling for a field goal, but I want to get the touchdown. I'm going to be greedy. We're going to get as close as we can. The speed option didn't work like this in overtime against Louisiana, but I'm going to give it another shot because I've seen it pay off. And I swear, we might actually miss this. I don't think you're able to hit it from this angle. I've seen it glitch out so many times. Like, what differently could I have done there? I angled it right. Maybe I just can't hit it down the middle. And maybe that's where I'm going wrong. I'll test it the next time we have a chance to hit a field goal from that short. They're already running. We're going to stay out here in this quarter's defense. It's a jet touch pass or it's some play action involved. All they they could do was take their flat, but he's going to run for quite a bit. And here we go, an opportunity to get them off the field, though we are going to not make a play on it. I panicked clicking on, and it ended up pulling that guy down. We might have been able to intercept it. And we'll see what happens on 2nd and 4. It's just a draw play that they're going to pick up. I feel like I need to figure out how to use the switch stick in this game because my current method is not going well. And they just keep on driving down the field. He came out fast on that run. All right, here we go. I am prepared to stop a screen if it happens. And I thought that was going to be a bubble, but that works too. It's 2nd and 10. It's another screen play. This time they're going to get what they wanted, but I'm ready to stop the run, and they ended up just throwing the football. These long drives are the worst, where we get so close to stopping them. And we'll see if they actually hand this one off up the middle. They did. They're out there in hurry up mode too. We're going to call a timeout because I wanted to make sure we had some good defense out there on the field, and they're scrambling. We had a freaking contain. Now they have it back within a possession, and I can already feel the collapse coming. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. That's probably why I choke so much. But here we go. We have got to get a field goal out of this drive. There is no room for mistakes, and if we pick up this block, it would have been a big run. We definitely have the numbers to this left side of the field, though. I'm just going to quick hike it, hope that we are able to get around all of these defenders. And if they're going to bring people down to stop the run, I think we have to take one deep shot, though it's a sack instead. Definitely not enough time to get that ball out, but we would have had it if there was enough time. I am stepping up, and we're going to try to cut inside too. Devontae's not had a fumbling issue yet, which is nice. If this is cover 1, we're gone. Come on. Please. No, I think they have us covered right there. I cannot force throwing it into that window. 2nd and 7, we're just going to take our drag immediately. We're going to let Josh Henry go to work. We're almost in field goal range, and this is a solid drive. Right now, Kentucky's ranked number 2 in the country. So we have some solid losses on our schedule, but we also have ones that just shouldn't have happened in the first place. I have audible do a pass right here just in case they are running cover 1, but instead our slant's open, and the read option is going to be big right here. I couldn't pull it, but we couldn't pick it up. All right, Brian Hodge, you've got to drill this field goal right here. It's straight down the middle. It could not be a better kick. But now we have to be able to hold James Madison as well. I need them to make a mistake, and we're not there to grab the interception. Instead, it's going to take them one play to reach the end zone. I already know they're going to make it tough to win, but we can come away with it still, even if there's a lot of time left and there's just nowhere to go. I think we should be able to use the play action to pick up a pretty big gain right here, though. And we literally had it. We just couldn't get out in time. Now we have to hope that this drag gets us enough. There's still 3 minutes left in this game, even though I started to turn on chew clock. And I'm not sure what type of blocking that is right there, but it is not very good. This is the biggest 3rd down of the game. We have somebody open. We just have to possession catch it. And we're one step closer to picking up our 2nd win of the season. We basically need just one more 1st down. I really don't think we should throw this bubble, but it would have been open. I just got worried. And it doesn't matter, I don't think. We got enough. We can take a kneel and just end it. So thankfully, we did not choke this one. It was becoming a common theme, no longer for Southern Kentucky, though. And now we start our run of trying to make it to a bowl game. We're also not out of the running for making the conference championship. We still could. And we've gotten commitments from the 2 other gyms I really wanted to land, so they could be the future of the program. I don't think we're going to get Donald Burfict, though. Kentucky's starting to take a big lead. And these hard sells are just terrible for us. That's why we need to make a bowl game. We've got to improve some of these school grades. And I just found another gym at running back that we're going to have to pursue. Just looking at the rest of our schedule, there's no reason that we shouldn't be able to win at least a few of these games. And it all starts at Appalachian State. They are 1-4. We could easily come out on top. To open up the game, they have the ball, which makes me feel good. I always love starting on defense, especially if we can stop them on this first drive. That really would set the tempo. This is our defense for 3rd and 11. I feel like we should be good, but they went with the screenplay. For whatever reason, Todd Stark is still one of our key players. And that makes 0 sense since he isn't even out there on the field, but we're going to hit them with a huge passing play to start the day. Devontae Newcomb cannot be missing receivers like that. We're not going to pick this up either. So we might be held to a 3 and out just like we did to them, but I think we have our drag. We had plenty of time to get it out, and we'll take it. After the last game with some of the big passing plays that we've had, I cannot be afraid to sling the rock. We should have had a huge gain right here. We're still going to aggressive catch it, but that was way off target, not where that ball should have been, and I think just rolling out, I might have to playmaker here. And oh my gosh, it's off target. We had the tutty. Now we're going to hope that we can just roll out, do the same type of thing, and make the aggressive catch, which we are bringing in. If there's anything I've taken away, I have got to feed Trey Ramsor the ball a little bit more. And part of me really wants to throw this fade route down on the goal line. I'm not even sure if they work, but we're going to go for it, and it's swatted. That's going to look really bad if we end up having to settle for a field goal, but the zig route did get open, and we missed. I really don't want to settle for this right here. I might just call a timeout. And I don't don't love that Pfeiffer's the running back that's out there for this, but we are being aggressive. We're going for it, and we're stunting on them. That was a play call that would have been terrible if it didn't go right. But we got the exact result that we were looking for, and they're just going to hand this one off where they get a few. I'm feeling a little bit better about Kentucky Southern now. And of course, we're going to protect the sticks on this 3rd and 10 where the computer isn't going to have anything down the middle. They're just going to take a flat and we're getting it back. I feel like that was a terrible play call, but maybe it's just because we had the perfect defense for corner strike. By the way, the background here at Appalachian State is beautiful. It's probably got a top 5 location in this game. Come on, keep on going. I'd say some of the other best backdrops are probably out in Colorado. UTEP has a good one that has some mountains in it, but I think it's kind of desert out there too. And I'm a little bit worried to include a play action on this play because normally we don't have enough time with it, so we'll throw it out. Now is not the time to try and learn more of this playbook. We need to do the stuff that works to go up 2 possessions. But unfortunately, it is 3rd down, and I'm going to wait on that wheel route to get open. Well, they're getting the ball right back. This punt also is not great, so they're going to have a chance to get a decent return in unless we're able to make this hit. And we'll see what they're able to do right here. They just handed off, which we're all over. It was about time that we started to tackle correctly. The fact that we didn't for so long in the season cost us a bunch. And these teams that love to run the ball a ton are so much easier to stop, in my opinion, if we just hit them. Whenever they drop back to throw it a lot, that's when I really don't know what to do. We were prepared to stop the run, though, and they still got a good bit out of that. If they hit us with a play action, they're going to toast us. The reason for that is I'm about to start selling out to stop the run. And here we go. It's 3rd and 6. We'll see what they go with. I think we're going to have everything boxed, at least over top. I see something open in the flat, though. They're starting to scramble, and we missed our tackles. That was it right there. We had them stopped. Those are the things that we just can't come away with, and now they're going to take a smart read. Our defensive line clearly needs to get a lot better. They went with the halfback screen here. We were able to shed that lineman, and this is a great chance to get them off of the field, but the curl route worked well. I think we know what's coming. They're about to score a touchdown, tying things all up, though we should have caught that. And they cannot be getting away with making terrible reads like that right there. Now they're going to have a 3rd manageable. I'm pass committing, though. We know exactly what's coming. The question is whether or not we can stop it, and they throw it straight to Overton. Just go down in the end zone. I made sure to man up our middle linebackers with the guys that would have been attacking the seam. Now we're hoping the fade route does something. And there's still time to score before the end of the half, but we're going to have to be a little bit quicker. This has not worked out for us, so it honestly might be better if we just punt it back. And I'm not going to be very happy if they somehow get a field goal, but there's a decent chance that they will because they're going to be taking this return to about the 50. We need their quarterback to make another mistake, though. I feel like we can force them into doing so. They're throwing it into double coverage. And I'm not exactly sure how we didn't intercept that ball, but it's a halfback screen, and they are going to actually take this for quite a bit. If they get a touchdown out of this, no. A field goal is not great either, but it's much better than 6. And that was a low-scoring first half. It's nice when defense comes to play, though. I enjoyed defensive games a lot more than offensive ones. And let's just hope that this jet touch pass can start this 3rd quarter right. The blocking simply was not there, though we're going to have our tight end open on the drag. I wasn't even going to try to force it deep. I knew we wouldn't have time. And Duke Fowler needs to get a little bit more involved. We're going to hand it off right here. We almost had some perfect blocks, but they didn't hold for long enough, unfortunately. And right here, they are going to. We just need to beat these 2 defenders. This is what I like to see out of our offense. Now we have number 7 in the game. He's only run twice this year for us, where the first time I think he had like a 30-yard gain. He got nothing there, though. The halfback screen should result in a first at least. I will definitely take it. Rylan Pfeiffer continuing to go down, and that's put us on the 8-yard line. We just need to keep on going. If they commit too hard to stop this run, we would have had a touchdown through the air. Instead, we're just going to have to cut it up. And I'm not sure if I trust Devontae Newcomb to get in right here, but we're going to snap it to him, and he's going to try to dive. I accidentally hurried it up in the process. I'd much rather run a quarterback sneak, but I guess we're just going to have to run this play back. And that is twice now where we've gotten into the end zone on a 4th and goal. Between that and the goal line interception, this game could look a lot differently. But we have stepped up inside the red zone whenever it matters the most, and that play action definitely fooled me. Deion Scott doesn't get it. We're actually just lucky that he was able to get back to that ball. They are going to take this for like 7. And here we go. It's 3rd down. I know their running back's open, but they went with the drag instead, and he is about to take them all the way past the 40. It is time for our defense to step up again. I know that we're capable of it. And on 2nd and 11, we should be able to get an interception here if they throw it to us. If that throw was just like half a second later, I'm pretty sure we would have had it. But it also doesn't help that this game's felt a little bit laggy to it. I don't know if you all can tell, but it's just a little delay. For example, example, when I go to select this play on a 2-point conversion that they're apparently going for, you can see that little split difference and it's kind of throwing me off, but they're not picking it up. I'm just gonna have to restart app after this, but we have to finish this one out at least. And a kick return for a touchdown is what Kingston McCarty's gonna get us. He was a starting wide receiver in year 1 at Southern Kentucky, but now he's mainly a kick returner, and what a play. That puts a lot of pressure on Appalachian State, though there is still 6 minutes left, and we have done everything right in this game. I'm hoping that we can make their quarterback make a mistake here. It looks like he's about to run. Instead, he threw it, and they're also going to get even more. That's fine, though. As long as we're able to stop them, I can't complain, and there it is. Another big gain. We got to make the tackle. I've called cover 4 quarters so many times that we no longer have like any more available, and that's been the main secret to our defense recently. We'll see if we can force an interception, though, and I messed that one up with my own user. There's still 4 minutes left in this one. That leaves a lot of room for error, and if they didn't swat that down, that ball would have 100% been intercepted. It is so hard to close some of these games out, but I think we should have the corner route, and Devontae Newcomb really just sold for us. This punt also could have been worse, but there is a flag on the play that saves us. They were so desperate to block that they have hit our own punter. And that's the first time it's happened this season where thankfully it benefited us. We're not holding on to the RPO though, so now we're hitting them with the reverse. I think we could have a chance at getting a lot, but instead it's 3rd and 8. It looks like they're going to send in the blitz, and that means we have to have somebody open. I just realized there's only about 3 minutes left in this game as well. We only need a couple more firsts, which is super nice that it's already a 2nd and 4. We don't need to go far. I think my plan for 3rd and 3 is to throw this flat no matter what and just hope that our tight end can run to pick it up. Now we're in a spot where they could still get it back with, let's say, like 20 seconds left, but I'm fine with that. We're just going to run out as much time as we can, or we'll pick up the first down and end it right there. Another week, and it is another QB kneel to end it. So we've improved to 3 and 4, and we are back on track to making a bowl. Now for our freshman quarterback, that's probably one of his worst performances, but as long as we're not throwing picks, we seem to be doing fine, and this is an even matchup. Coastal Carolina hasn't even won a conference game yet, and it was only a matter of time before we pulled out the yellow highlighter jerseys. I personally like them. We have a chance to get a kick return with Kingston McCarty, but that cut wasn't quick enough, and these stats aren't terrible for a freshman. There's definitely games that we've thrown the ball a lot better than we have in others though, so we're gonna see how we can do in this one, and I'm starting to have no fears in letting him just sling the rock and see what he can do. I mean, we're gonna pick some decent gains up. Juwan spins out of there, but unfortunately he just got caught at the ankle, and this run barely got us a first. My biggest hope is we can get them to bite down on a play action. That didn't really happen well here though, so we're just going to scramble instead. And if we're not passing for huge gains, we can continue to run it and work it slowly. 3rd and 3, if this is zone, I can pretty much just trust that Henry will get open, but he didn't, so we're throwing it to our slant on the run, and Ramsor goes down at the 3. He is such a reliable target. It's a shame that he has to line up on the outside, and are you serious? Due to my controller dying, that play just got cut off. We're still going to hopefully get into the end zone, and I think I have to go for this right here. I love this play in NCAA Football 14. It's a fake fullback dive, but we're not getting it. Being aggressive worked against Appalachian State. I'm hoping the same can be true in this game today. And we just love to score touchdowns on 4th and goal. The bounce back has been real. Ever since getting some food in my system, we haven't lost. And at the moment, it feels like we're on pace to extend that streak. We'll see what they go with right here. It's a run, but I'm confident we can hold them. We're going to be aggressive. We sent in a blitz, and they didn't catch it. I've noticed that happen more and more often where the computer and the receiver just don't seem to be on the same page. We had a chance to get out of there. And I think it's only right if we send up one deep shot to the 6'5 receiver, though it could have been picked. I want to give Trey chances to make plays. He rarely seems to get those. We're about to lose yards here, but his big frame allowed us to at least pick up a couple. And on 3rd down, I think we're going to make the catch. That was a blind read. It literally was. But we laid out for it, which ended up going well. And it could have been too soon to run another reverse play, but we're getting a nice bit. Now it's 2nd and 4. We'll see if they bite on this jet touch pass, because that sometimes allows you to just throw up the ball. I think we're going to have the seam, and Pfeiffer's gone. That is 2 receiving touchdowns for our backup running back in this game already. And I'm pretty sure after this week, we play our rivals Western Kentucky, who we've never beaten. We're so hot right now, though. We are fully prepared for that matchup. That was a tackle. They shouldn't have broken that. Juke was also good. Come on. I guess it was only a matter of time before stuff like that started happening for the computer again, and 22 is streaking down the sideline. We opened up things so well offensively, but defensively, we can't let them move it down the field like this against us, and they're out of bounds. We got the perfect coverage for this 3rd and 16 too. I'm not even worried that we'd give this up unless it's a halfback screen. That gives them a decent chance. And if they miss this field goal, that would be perfect, but it looks like it's in. I'm going to give Kingston McCarty a chance to take out pretty much every kickoff though after that last game. And I'm also going to let Duke Fowler Fowler try to get loose here. I'm not going to outrun our offensive lineman. I'm going to let the blocks pick up. But we fumbled it. No. This is not what should be happening. All right, they can celebrate right now, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to challenge. That sword is pretty dope, and we're going to see whether or not this was a fumble. It looks like his knee was not on the ground in time. It's so hard to tell, though. It might have been, and I guess this is that home field advantage because I kind of can't believe it, but we have it back, and we're throwing that comeback route that's dropped. This cannot be a ball never lies situation. We have got to pick up this 3rd and 4. We fumbled it again, though. And I guess it is true. The ball never lies. We're going to miss the run right there. And all of a sudden, Coastal Carolina probably feels like they're right back in this. On 1st and goal, they've actually turned on 2 clock. The computer's being smart. And Coastal is right back in this one, but they're pressing our best receiver this year, and we didn't lead him enough. I should have known Trey was probably going to hold on to the football anyway, though. We didn't have our running back to throw. And what happened right there? His button just disappeared when I was pressing it and didn't work. Now we're going to be on a 3rd and 20. I think the most that we can hope for out of this drive at this point is probably just getting into field goal range if we made this catch, but we didn't. So now we have to punt it back without getting a single point versus them on that drive. This is why I just can't get too excited whenever we have a decent sized lead at the start. I know they're trying to scramble, but you will never get a good hit stick off versus the computer. They always slide in time. They also have thrown us a pick that's going to the 1. For the amount of times when we've had a guy there and he hasn't intercepted it, I am so thankful. And it seems like guessing pass correctly has made a huge difference for how we do in coverage wise besides on this play. There's still 21 seconds left in this first half. That is a great opportunity for them to at least get in field goal range. And that would make it back to a 1 possession game, though I want to bait them into an interception. I'm going to try to come down, come up, and they throw it out. What's crazy is if they were a little bit more patient, they might have had it. They have shanked the kick. And I'm not sure if we can get into field goal range in 5 seconds, but it surely can't hurt. We might have them beat deep over the top, and Juwan Markick is gone. What an ending to this first half. 28-10. We have come out playing perfectly, and EA might need to code the computer a little bit better. I'm not sure why, but they just refuse to come out and prevent defense ever to end the first half. They're trucking one of our players right here, though. We didn't click on in time to make the tackle, and they are going to make it an 11-point game. I was sitting there about to talk about how the computer needs to get even smarter and better, but maybe not if they're going to make plays like that. And I guess we're just going to go back to running the ball. We have a good enough lead to. I am really tempted to see if we can get them with the play action again. I think we are going to have this crosser. And this is showing a lot of improvement from season 1. We would have never made that throw then. I feel like I've gotten in some targets that I can really trust. We are going to have our running back deep, though we couldn't get it to him. And the only reason for that is because it was match coverage. For whatever reason, that play always works on it. I think we're going to step up, try to run for it. But there was no luck in picking that up, and we'll see if we can pin them inside the 5-yard line again. I'm pretty sure they're going to catch it, or it's going to bounce. We have had a lot go our way. It would be super embarrassing if we still ended up losing this game. But I'm afraid, at least on that last drive, I'm getting a little bit too complacent. We're going to keep up all this pressure, though. We're prepared for a run on 3rd down that they are going to be short on. And it is so much more fun to be playing teams on our level that don't break 3 or 4 tackles before we then have to eventually bring them down. I promise this is the last attempt at a deep shot, but I'm just going to see what they go with coverage-wise. And that did not work for us at all. I just tried to throw that RPO, though. We would have had it too. Now it's 3rd and 17, but I think we just got open right there, assuming they don't pick it. And as well as I've talked about Trey Ramsor, he didn't catch it. I'm hoping for another stop here defensively. That's a good hit. And here we go. Now it's 2nd and 11. They just hand it off again, and we don't get over there quick enough. This is going to be a huge play call to start this 4th quarter, and I thought we manned up that guy right there, which we definitely did. It's a good thing that they didn't hit their target, and now we're just going for the sack. But the pursuit angles are terrible. What are they doing? I'm about to look around in the sliders or the settings to see if I can fix something like that, because they should have just run for the first, but apparently you can't adjust sliders mid-game. That was such a weird play from the computer, though. That is for sure. We're going to have this hitch route all day, assuming we hold on to it. And just 5 minutes left now. We're going to hand this one off. We're going to pick up some good blocks, and this is where Southern Kentucky could go up by even more. We got our double-headed monster in the game right now. It is Pfeiffer taking this one, going to the 1, and I think he deserves to finish this drive off for us, so we just hurried it up. It's Duke Fowler's turn, though. We cannot afford to not get this 3rd and goal. Using his speed, he is not going to get in. But I can at least try out my theory where I feel like you have to hit that part to have the kicker kick it to the left. Okay, I have it down now. I know how to hit it from short distances, but that was a little bit too much. So somehow with 3 minutes left, this game still isn't over, and we didn't get the sack. That's actually crazy. We should have easily had that right there. I think they're going to try to scramble, though. They actually took a good quarterback running angle, and if they stay in hurry up mode, we're just going to be stuck in this Tampa 2 where I saw that coming. We're closely approaching the 2-minute warning though. They're definitely in a rush. We are not going to make a play on that ball right there. And this has to be one of the last cover 4 match coverages in the playbook, but it's normally such a good defensive play. Something's going very, very wrong right here though. I hope that this hits the 2-minute warning. It doesn't. They've gotten the snap off and just go out of bounds. I really hope we are not choking this game at the moment. I think they had somebody. Because if we're being real, that was 100% my area, but we got lucky. I even called a timeout for this 3rd down because I wanted to make sure that we had the right coverage out there on the field, and they just threw it to us. They really have no choice but to attempt this field goal. And they've saved up all 3 of their timeouts to try their best and get a stop versus us, though we're getting like 5. Interestingly enough, they're not pressing or bringing everybody down. I was just going to try to beat them deep with a throw. But instead, we're going to have this halfback screen work on 3rd and 7, and Duke Fowler is going to be short. Oh my gosh. I thought that was it, but they gave us the first. And we have improved to 4-4 with Southern Kentucky. Devontae Newcomb has really started to perform so much better. And he's already gotten us more wins than Todd Stark did last year. If we just win 2 of these last 4 matchups, we're going to be going to a bowl game here in year number 3. And we're now up to 6 commits, adding on Chad Willies and Brian Sr. I think we're going to lose the running back we started going after late though. And taking a look at these conference standings, Old Dominion's having a really good year. It is time for us to take on the Hilltoppers though. We've lost to them 2 seasons now. We've never beaten our in-state rivals, our biggest ones. And it's always been a close game, but we had a bad kickoff to start it. Anyway, in season number 1, I know it went to overtime and we choked a huge lead. And then in season 2, it came down to the final play where we simply couldn't score on the goal line, though we might have an interception right here. Even if we didn't grab it though, we've been playing way too well to lose again. I think we have everything covered. I'm going to send somebody at their quarterback and they're throwing it late, which we can't get over to. I don't know why Lonnie Diggs couldn't play that ball, but it's definitely going to cost us. We didn't get in time. And we just went from almost holding Western Kentucky to potentially giving up a touchdown, which we just did. That was not ideal. This is a strong start from them compared to other matchups. And I've kind of gotten used to getting off to an early lead from the start, but that's not happening. Our offensive line just let them get in instantly. It is 3rd down, and we are going to catch it short. I am not liking how this one is opening up. They're not going to hit our punter, so we're not getting a lucky penalty flag either. I feel like they did actually finally fix that bug. And we all know that a handoff's coming here. The question is whether or not we can stop it. I still can't believe how much time they had on that other play. Our defensive line had been better recently. But it's all good. It's already 3rd and 4. This is corner strike, and we should be able to pick this ball off. I don't know if I play this game too much or the computer's just super predictable, but I've been able to call that out a couple times. And if they didn't have a deep safety over top, I might have tried to just throw it deep and see if we could beat their defense. I really want to get a huge play versus the Hilltoppers. The reverse almost worked flawlessly, but they got in. It's 3rd and 9, and we just need enough time for our receiver to get open, which we got. After winning so many games, you start to play a little bit worse. You're getting more comfortable just being able to dominate. And I cannot let that happen right here. I am so sick of losing to the Hilltoppers. We got some good blocks right there, and we couldn't cut it. What I feel like I figured out is it's much more effective to just cut up instead of trying to do a spin move, but it hasn't worked too well for us in this game at least yet, and we are not going to get around that defender. I should have taken a better angle there. Now it is 3rd down, and I think what we have to do is just hope that this playmaker works the throws off target though, and Devontae still needs to work on getting his accuracies up. I mean, that's what we should be expecting out of a freshman. We caught it though. Now we have to send the crib at them. I'm hoping for a safety. Instead, they're getting a bit. And that felt like our chance for a slight second. Instead, they're getting a big run. I was literally so excited. I think they're just trying to take their flat. We're not able to wrap up though. That's always an issue. And I really hope this isn't the final drive of the first half, though we're about to hold them. 3rd and 3's coming up. I'm thinking that they're going to have to block a lot of players, though they found the open space. And I'll retire the double mug defense for the time being. It clearly is not working at the moment. I feel like we should have had that. I might have bid a little bit too low, but we were right there. They're about to complete this, or they're going to drop it. It's now 3rd and 4. I think they wanted to take the bubble screen. The hitch is going to be dropped too. What a defensive battle this has been. That punt's going out of bounds, unfortunately. No chance to return it. But we are going to have a chance to see what type of defense this is. It is cover 0, and our tight end is quick enough to beat them deep for it. Now, unfortunately, he couldn't go all the way. He couldn't get the touchdown, but I'll still take it. We're going to find Henry again, and he's going down at the end zone, I think. Did he just glitch his way in? I was not trying to score. We've given the Hilltoppers way too much time. I mean, they could very well just drive down the field and score again. So that's why I would have preferred if we went down like a yard short and were able to drain some clock off. I think we have everything locked up, though. It's just the matter of fact that we're not able to generate anything with our line at the moment. I know we only sent 3 and we have like a 66 overall out there, but I'm still expecting better. I might just have to click on and do it myself. And that's what I'll be trying on 3rd and 10. They got me with the play action right there though. We get the sack. And I cannot believe that that just happened, but we should be good to hold them on this 3rd and long, which we are. All right, now they have to attempt a super long field goal, but it's perfect. And I feel like kickers don't miss as often as EA said they would, but that could also just be the fact that we're playing on the hardest difficulty. Our slant should be getting open here. I guess we'll just have to hope for the best on this play. I want it to be cover 1, though it might have been cover 3. And not having enough time there really hindered what we could do. This is going to be dropped as well. They have figured out that if they start the blitz, we're going to have a lot of issues on offense. They're also going to catch this return, take it past midfield. They're going to get another field goal. If they're lucky, they might even get another touchdown. That was embarrassing from us. We are getting dusted by Scott. And I expected better out of Dion Scott right there. They did leave us 19 seconds left in the first half, though. We know the computer is prone to having terrible defense out there with no time left. So we might be able to hit them with the play action post deep, and that's what we have done. All right, 9 seconds left now. I think we're going to have our corner route if it's a good throw, and it is. So Josh Henry just helped us pull off a miracle. I'm trying so hard to make this team bowl eligible, and I'm really hoping that this episode of the series performs better, but if it's another really low performing one for the channel, the last episode might be the next one. I don't want to surprise anybody, so I do want to put that warning out there, but what I would do for it is just play until we win a championship, so there would still be probably 2 hours of footage, but instead of showing every play, we'd probably have to go through like 5 seasons, kind of like some of my normal rebuilds on this channel. If it does well though, we'll just continue to do it the same way that Grand Rapids was. And I hate that I have to switch up a plan like that on you all especially, but if something's not performing very well compared to other things, it makes sense to. I have to learn from it too. Maybe there's something about this series that just isn't as entertaining as Grand Rapids was. And I have a lot of great video ideas that I want to test out, but it's harder to do whenever there's an active series. If the feedback's great on this though, I got to keep it going. We also haven't had much success until this season. Later in the year, Nick Smith gets into the end zone. And I promise, as much as I love my roots, this is the final series that'll take place in Kentucky. I might do another team builder series in the future. You never know. And I still need to start filming another Imperialism. I have a plan to use 150 teams in the next one. I know that video is going to do great. Enough channel talk though. It's 3rd and 3. They've decided to run the ball. I pass committed, so they were going to pick it up. But I just figured they were going to hit us with a play action, and they didn't. Here on 2nd and 8, they're going to hand it off again. I mean, they just continue to run the ball. And this is going to be a breakaway one. We have to knock them down. Come on. Sometimes I love this team. Sometimes it just makes me so frustrated. 13 is destroying us. To start the 4th quarter, they've come out in 5 wide. I was almost able to get over there in time. And at least they didn't pick up a single yard. I know that they're throwing whenever they have that motion involved, but they have pretty much everybody open, and we missed the tackle. So much in having a lead versus Western Kentucky. We know this one is always going to be a close one. And if this is cover 2, we might just have a touchdown. The play action is going to allow us to sling it to Trey, and he comes down with it. We're finally starting to use our speed a little bit better. We're going to allow Smith to get out in space, and he's in the end zone. This is by far Devontae Newcomb's best game in his career so far. But if our defense can't hold them, that's going to be a major problem for us. Come on, somebody make the tackle in time. They're still going. It's always a classic whenever we play against Western Kentucky. I've done that reverse play too many times though. So I knew exactly what was coming right there, and why do they keep on running the ball? I'm out there in a pass defense. I'm committing so hard to stop it. They're going to get a run on 3rd and 1 that picks up the first. And instead of being so worried about the pass, I got to be worried about the run. I mean, they literally just dropped a ball that they should have caught. This is going to be a screenplay that they're going to pick a little bit up on. But that could have gone much worse. And the real issue is they're just going to keep on going for it. They're not going to kick a field goal. That means we're going to go down on this drive unless we somehow stop them. And I think they're about to pass here, which is not good because I ran commit. Just like last year, it's all going to come down to our offense. I still remember not being able to score on the goal line. We almost broke free. And I feel like we've already used a bulk majority of the passing plays that I would want to at this point in the game, but we should hold on to that. Not being able to hot route well makes things a lot more difficult, though we might have this corner route if it's a good throw. And I'm just going to be a little bit more patient here and hit our zig. It's really hard to be patient and do that though whenever they're screaming in pressure. We're going to have to come back to this one. And that's the first time Josh Henry has let us down. We're going to need him to make a diving catch right here. What a perfect throw from Newcomb. It literally couldn't have been better than that. We have to throw it away, though. And the real issue is we've just run out of decent passing plays to use at this point in the game, but we should have gotten that. 3rd and 22 is not a great spot to be in, though we should have this corner out if we possession catch it. And if it's 4th and inches, we can go with the fullback dive. That is going to allow us to move the chains at least. I'm not sure why I've saved all 3 of our timeouts up to this point. It doesn't really make much sense. We're either going to score on this drive and lose or not. And it's not like we could get a defensive stop in this amount of time, so we're going to start using our timeouts. Pfeiffer is going to outrun both of those defenders. So this is literally setting up exactly like last year, though I need to snap this immediately. I think we have a touchdown on the play. If this is placed perfectly, go on, make the catch. I saw the messed up defensive alignment. You know what time it is. And Trey Ramsor is going to help us finally take down our rivals. If we give up a touchdown in 16 seconds, I will never forgive ourselves. And I'm literally just coming out in prevent defense where I thought we had that picked. We almost baited them into it. They are literally flying down the field. And now we don't have a prevent defense to call. I did not think that through very well, but we're running cover 4 quarters. That should at least allow everyone to get back. And the fact that they got that timeout off in time to have one more shot at the end zone is just sickening to me. If they catch this ball, they better not. Come on, knock it down. We have come out on top versus Western Kentucky. Our guys don't look too happy. Why are they upset that we just beat our rivals? That makes no sense to me, but Devontae Newcomb went off, and he has won his first Sun Belt Offensive Player of the Week award. It is hard to believe it, but we're currently sitting at 5-2 in conference play. We just need Old Dominion to lose, because if we somehow keep on winning, there's a chance we could still make the conference championship. We are just 1 win away from being bowl eligible. Arkansas State isn't going to be easy, but we seem to be allergic to losing at the moment, besides on certain commits. Since I know we're going to need to rebuild our offensive line going forward, I'm recruiting 4 different offensive linemen at the moment. I haven't scouted them to know how good they are, but they should be decent, and it's much better than recruiting some busts. I also think our receiving stats are kind of crazy at the moment. Pretty much all of them are averaging almost 20 yards per catch. While on the rushing side of things, we can barely get a few yards per carry. Pfeiffer's doing a lot better than Fowler, actually. That's weird to me, because even though he is the higher overall, he is a lot slower. I guess his change of direction's a bit better. And I didn't see myself doing this, but Pfeiffer's gonna go out there and start on most running plays now. Duke Fowler's mainly a power back, so he's still gonna be out there in those formations, but it won't be as often. And I want to see if that can help us win some more games by even more. It looks like we're gonna have to deal with a little bit of rain in this one. So part of me wants to say we should cut back on how much we throw it, but the other part of me wants to come out on this first play and look to just sling it. If not, we'll step up and take 10. What we really need is some match coverage out there on the field. That'll give us a chance to go deep. And I think we had it right there, but I waited a little bit too long to throw the ball. Now we're just getting it out to make it a 3rd and manageable. This is what happens, though. We have one really good game throwing the rock, and then we just go away from running completely, which makes no sense, but they're coming out pressing our guys. Now I feel like we have to audible over, get a couple streaks on the field, and see if we can burn any of them deep, which we can't. We had the hitch, though. They baited me into doing that. So much for making Pfeiffer our starting running back, because he's barely had a chance to do anything so far. Now it's 3rd down. We need that route to get open, and we're going to have to aggressive catch it. This is not the time for us to play poorly. We need this punt to actually bounce super well. There's a chance that it could roll a far bit. And why is Todd Stark still an impact player? That's just a little bit of an oversight to have in this game. They're going to hit us with the read option on the first play. This guy's quick. And I just realized it's Jalen Rayner as a senior. We're probably not going to get a single stop in this game. He's going to be very hard to hold. I am not looking forward to this at the moment, though. We could have potentially had an interception right there. Our zones aren't getting back to that one. And there were some good chances for us to bait them, but he seems to be pretty composed as they catch that. Our winning streak cannot end right now. We need to have another good game. Of course, there's a flag on the play, and we all know it's coming back. The ref doesn't even have to say it's holding. Never mind, it's an illegal man downfield. I'm so used to the holding calls. That's actually a relief to see. We're going to take Josh Henry, let him get a couple. And this is a formation that I thought Duke Fowler would actually be out there in, but it is Ryland Pfeiffer, so that's what becoming the starting running back has done for him. What we really need to do is just bring in somebody with like 95 speed to throw at this position, so then we can really outrun defenses. But I will say that change of direction that he has is definitely nice. Not having enough times how the quarter ends, and we'll see how the defense reacts to this speed option on 3rd down. We're going to have to pitch it, and Pfeiffer's going to catch it. He might have a lot of space in front of him. If he can just outrun 35, we're going to tie things up 7-7. Ryland is making the most of his opportunity at the moment. And this is going to be a hard one to come out on top of, as they're just throwing us off of them right there. I mean, that was ridiculous. They're even hurdling us. But I'm excited to get back on offense. This looks like it could be a jet touch pass, and instead it's a handoff. They might have a touchdown right here. If their running back just had half decent vision, they probably would have. That should have been picked. And what's the purpose of having a defender sit right there if we're not able to stop it. It feels like every time I pass commit, they run the ball, so we didn't pass commit on this play, we actually held them. And that could be the key to our run defense actually having success. I know that the pass is coming here though. If we pass committed, we probably could have stopped that. And on third down, they're just going to hand it off, which we are all over, but they break a tackle. You can't make that up. You know that the game wanted to give it to them, but they're missing the field goal. And it's time to hand this one off to Ryland. I'm starting to think that change of direction might be better than having speed. I mean, that was a terrible, terrible example of it, though we could have had a touchdown. And I don't think this play action is going to work well for us right here, as we have basically nobody open. We're going to have to throw this one crossbody on the run. What a pitiful 3 plays that was right there. I am embarrassed for what we just did as a team. This punt, they're going to miss, though. Then they're scooping it up. He is platinum something. And let's see what Arkansas State can do with 1:42 left in this one. They're going to throw it straight to us, but we don't get over to it. Now, it would probably be smart for them to just run the ball here, make sure they move the chains, but instead they are going to throw it. And I guess we should just be dropping more players back into coverage, as they're going to throw it straight to us. Okay. That was actually perfect for us. I didn't know we were playing against DJ Ukulele. There was absolutely nothing open there. And I'm not sure this offensive drive is going to go very much better for us, as we threw it straight back at them. I have no room to talk now, but I just panicked, and we might have them beat deep. I think we do. They got a little bit confused with their man-to-man coverage, and it is Trey Ramsor that's gone. I was surprised he only had 1 receiving touchdown this year, but that'll give him 2, and he keeps making the plays that we need desperately at the right moments. Come on, let's make this tackle. All we have to do is get them to a third down, and then they're going to try to run it. We're going to hit stick them hard. But now that they're at midfield, they have some hope that they can get into field goal range, so we have to be a little bit concerned about that, though we could have had it. If Jalen Rayner would just take off and use his legs instead of trying to throw the ball, we'd be in trouble. But instead, he just sits back there, keeps on making terrible reads, and on third down, that was a good throw. I can't really say anything about it. He placed it perfectly above that zone, and I just hope that we don't give up a touchdown to end this first half. I'm all over the route that they want to take. He has way too much time back there, though. If we could just get a sack, they have no timeouts left, so they'd probably panic. I'm going to rush in with Diggs, try to generate a little bit of pressure. And why is he not stepping up and scrambling? I don't know if that's the computer being smart, since they didn't have timeouts left and they didn't know if they could spike the ball or not. But they got their 3. They're making sure that this is the final play unless we go down quickly. And this is perfect. I wanted one chance to just throw the ball up, see if we could make anything happen. I guess what we're going to try to do is go with the playmaker instead. And there is zero reason that they should have gotten their hand on the ball there. The longer I get into filming these, each game feels like more and more of a blur. So I couldn't tell you exactly how we got here, but we're up by 4 starting the second half. We just need one more win to become bowl eligible. We have bounced back from an atrocious start to the year. We could have picked that too. We literally had a defender right in the area. Now they're just handing it off. And on 2nd and 8, we're going to go with a lot of man-to-man coverage where the running back's open. We missed the tackle, and he might be gone to the crib. This is not a good look for our defense. We're also somehow starting on the 3-yard line. Yes, I did make the mistake of simming the kickoff. But what did the computer do? Did they do a glitch kickoff versus me during sim? I mean, this is ridiculous. It's already 3rd and 10, and I am terrified of taking a safety. We just got this out in time, but Nick Smith should be gone to the crib. 93 speed, I swear. If number 12 or 16 catches you, that would be embarrassing. 16 is hitting the Jets to come back. And that's one of the craziest chase downs I've ever seen. How on earth did we not get a touchdown? I'm sure Ryland Pfeiffer's not complaining. He gets another one. But having it on the 3-yard line was super stressful, and I just hope that the winning streak continues. So close to picking that ball off. Now they're hitting us with the play action. I wasn't even able to get in there in time. We're gonna have a chance to pick this one off, though. We just got to time it right. Come on. We've got to get our awareness overalls up a little bit. That was embarrassing right there. Just a good hit makes it 3rd and 8. And here we go. Cover 4 quarters is the perfect defense for this situation. They're floating it straight to us. We're going to get the interception with Magnum. I want to call him Magnum. I don't even know what I'm saying. But we picked up Connor Mangum in the transfer portal. We have finally nailed it. And I went with play action right here. I don't know why. We're not beating them deep. Trey is not catching that ball, but we had it in our hands. If we lose this game, I can't forgive Juwan Markick for that. And let's see what we can do on 3rd and 8. We have beat their coverage deep, but that throw is so bad. I'm not even sure if we can hit this field goal. It's a 55-yarder. It is moving awful quick, and it doesn't matter. That's going to get shanked so bad. I should have just gone for it there, but I didn't want to be as aggressive. They got me to bite with the play action. We dove trying to hit that ball down, and we missed. So in a matter of seconds, everything's been messed up. Let's see what they go with inside the red zone. I feel like in this area, the computer is prone to throwing an interception. And on 2nd and 3, this is just going to be a handoff. We know what to do, but they're going to get to the end zone. They fought their way in. I want D'Angelo Cooks on my team. That was actually ridiculous to witness. We almost got free. And there's still 5 minutes left in this game. There is plenty of time for either team to come out on top, though Rylan Pfeiffer has a chance to make a huge play here with cuts like that one right there. Keep on going. Poor Duke Fowler has been forgotten about, though he is going to get a chance to have a play right here. And I don't know if this is going to work or not, but we're going with the play action and we take a sack. They didn't bite like at all right there, though it's cover 1, I think, so we just placed that perfectly. And I think we got to start watching the clock. I just realized there's only 3 minutes left in this game, but we could also score a touchdown sooner. It might not be in our best interest to try and run it down. It all depends what happens here. And I think we're just going to have to try and burn as much as we can, but they read it. This is a huge 3rd and 9 for us. I think I just hit the wrong button though. We had the corner route. Oh, that was a bad mistake. I haven't thrown a pick in a long time. I really hope that's not going to be what cost us making a bowl game, but they're about to have a huge run versus us. And it might be best to just let them go into the end zone and save all 3 of our timeouts, unfortunately. There's really not that much we can do down by this much with this little time left. But we'll see. I'll try to force some things into certain windows like these corner routes, and now we're missing. I already know that interception is going to be a painful one to watch back, though we might have been able to dust them deep, and we didn't. 4th and 10 now. We really are about to throw 4 straight incompletions. I guess we do have Josh Henry open. We can also make sure we get out of bounds. But at the moment, this has been a very unimpressive drive, and we had them. That was it. We had the touchdown. We just didn't get it off in time. We also might have won right here, so maybe this game isn't completely over. Clearly, we just need to run 4 verticals more often. And it's raining, so the chance of recovering this onside kick could be kind of high. They don't drop the ball. This kid has some good hands. All we can really do from this point is just run commit. I felt like that was going to be a fake. And on 2nd and 9, we just have to make sure we fill that hole, but I missed the running back. I'm pretty sure they are so content with just giving us the ball back as long as we hold them, and they fumbled it. They fumbled it. We're going to pick it up. There's actually some hope right now. We'll see what type of coverage they go with right here. That is cover 1, and we are going to be gone with Trey Ramsor. What an incredible comeback from Southern Kentucky. We needed something like this so bad. We're making a bowl. I can't believe it. I think we've won 5 straight games. This is the first episode where I have not choked as many games as I have won. And this is actually incredible. We could even still make our conference championship. I know the odds aren't high, but we play Old Dominion, so we can give them 1 loss. We just need somebody else to also take them down. This is the final play of the game. I'm going for the interception. Our guys should be so happy right now. We've improved to 6-4. And this type of run means we're about to have an incredible ending to the rest of season number 3. I mean, we're getting better and better each game. This is actually a crazy type of run. Each win has just been by 1 possession. All we have to do is win on the road at Vanderbilt and at Old Dominion. And then we'd be 8-4 in season 3, which is nuts, but Old Dominion has got to lose something. I'm really praying on their downfall. I'm excited to see what Ben can add to the offense with the takeoff and 95 speed. I mean, our recruiting class is not great at the moment, but for only being able to go after 3 stars in Kentucky and Tennessee, I feel like it could come together pretty nicely. We're just gonna have to see whether or not Vanderbilt can take us down. They're a 76, but I have a feeling when we compare our roster to theirs, it's gonna be quite a bit better, and it looks like a lot of their best players are on defense. Starting off with the ball, we're gonna have to have a good first drive versus them. I think we could have a kick return here too, but that hole closed up pretty quick, and his season stats just keep getting better. As I've gotten more comfortable just slinging it on Heisman, we've been able to do a lot more. Our corner route is wide open, by the way. We're not running anymore. We are just going to keep throwing. It felt like the more passive that we played, the worse that we played. We're performing so much better now that we're slinging it. But that's probably because I'm just not playing scared anymore. Our drag to Josh Henry could have been good. And we're going to act like you all didn't see me try and pitch that football. I had a plan, but they sack us. That was not how I was expecting the first drive to end. I thought we'd pick that up for sure. Normally that play works well, though we should catch this before the end zone. And that was such a close call, though. We filled in the gap, and they're still on their feet. Here we go on 2nd and 5. We'll see what they do. It's going to be an RPO that we were clearly not ready for. And I feel like that's the type of game that we're going to get out of them. A lot of runs and a lot of RPOs because they're good on the ground. They continue to move to chains, and we've just given them a gaping hole. This is no joke. I know Vanderbilt's an SEC school, but I kind of saw them on the level of some of the Sun Belt opponents that we were facing off against. What am I even doing defensively? That was by far the worst tackling sequence we've had all year. We didn't play it, and I'm ready to sling this rock. They're clearly coming out pressing us on this play, so we should have the fade, but 26 is keeping up. We're getting rattled by the stadium pulse at Vanderbilt. That is a sentence I never thought that I'd ever say. And let's see if Duke Fowler wants to do anything for us in this game. He's going to pick up like 7 yards. If our blocks just held perfectly right here, you would say this could be a touchdown if we had the speed to at least outrun everyone. But we don't, and I just realized one of the main reasons we've had so much success is because we've played at home. I'm not able to audible the way that I want to versus Vanderbilt at the moment, and it's driving me crazy. But the more comfortable that Newcomb starts to get, the more we should be able to do so, and I think we're going to have a completion right here, assuming Nick Smith is able to keep going. All right, just 4 yards away from tying it up now. We get some decent blocks, but it could have been better, and I think what I'm going to do is just let Devontae try to finish this one off himself. They have us spread out on this play, which is very concerning. I never know what's going to happen then. And I should probably find a playbook that has some of that in there. I think Tennessee would definitely have it. We'll just have to look. I feel like if you can effectively stretch the field, it's the hardest formations to stop in the game. And let's see what they come up with on third down. I definitely had PI over there, but they still had a hitch route completed. It might be a curl, actually. I'm not entirely sure what separates the two, but they're pretty much just the same thing. One of them might be a little bit shorter than the other, and they have moved the chains again. I honestly feel hopeless trying to get a stop versus them. They complete it, and I think I have to send a blitz right here. We're trying something new. They're literally chewing the clock, so we have no time to work with if we get the ball back before the end of the half. I mean, that is just evil, but that's what I'd do versus the computer. I can't get over how smart they are on this game. I say that as they've missed 2 passes in a row, making this a third down where they had us beat, and we just couldn't get our hands on that one in time, but I feel like we could still get lucky if the pass is even in bounds. I mean, that was just an embarrassing throw from our freshman. The play action is going to allow us to try and take this corner route, but at this point, it might be safe to say that neither is going to work for us, and we're just going to step up, throw this one on the run, and hope that Nick Smith can hang on. This is the questionable type of defense I'm talking about. It is 4th and 10. 2 seconds left in the half, and I think they're going with a cover 0 look where we were just out of reach. The computer might not be smart, but they just got lucky. And Vanderbilt has kind of dominated this game. It's a shame, but our winning streak could end right here. And I really don't want that to happen. They're going to hit us with the jet touch pass, and somehow 14 has gotten loose. We've got to get off of our blocks or something. I thought we had the defense to stop something like that from happening. Now they're going to take an easy first down again. And this game is really making me wonder how we ever even kept up with Ohio State. I think it was just the pick 6 that gave us a good opportunity, but we're getting dominated. And I can expect another run right here, which they just spun out of a hit stick. I have no words at this point. Their RPO is going to get them at least 5 yards because nobody was pressed up. And I know we shouldn't do that on 3rd and 2, but there's a decent chance they just hand this off where our defensive tackle got in and they still move the chains. It's 1st and goal now. We're just going to have to trust our red zone defense. And I think it should be fine. Tampa 2 normally works pretty well, but I'm not sure if we have enough guys over there. Knock them short. We've gotten very fortunate that before their next snap, they committed a false start. And now we just have to hope for the best on 3rd and goal. It's a cover 2 look or a cover 3 look. I can't remember which. We'll take the sack. That gives us a little bit of hope at least. But that was a 5.5 minute drive. They took almost the entire 3rd quarter with them. Due to that, I feel like we need to score pretty quickly. We'll see what type of coverage they're going with, and that could have been picked. It's like I've almost lost my patience to move it down the field slowly after some of our last performances. And this better be man-to-man coverage. If it's not, this isn't going to work. I'm throwing it up either way, and it is way out of bounds. Unfortunately, they might have patched the fade routes, and we have no choice but to go for it on 4th and 14, where that is not cover 3, it's cover 1, and they're going to get the interception. This game is pretty much over unless we hold them. If all they can get is a field goal, that would at least keep us in it. What type of RPO is that, though? I mean, actually, like, what am I even supposed to do about that? I mean, we can be lucky that it's 3rd and goal, but I don't know if it's going to make a difference. Surely somebody's going to be open eventually, and that's a great throw. The refs are reviewing it, trying to save us, but I'm pretty sure that he got a foot down. And we're going to have to bounce back whenever we play against Old Dominion, though this throw could be a huge one for us, except it's dry. I don't like how little they respect our wide receivers, though. They come out pressing them like we can't toast them deep, and we really can't. I don't want to talk about this game after all the great performances that we've had. This has just been a bad showing. And unless we pick up this 4th and 17, this one is completely over, which we're not getting. After they scored yet again, we're starting to move it down the field, but even if we do get into the end zone here, which we're not doing, we're not coming back trailing by 24 points, and I don't even know what I'm doing back here in the pocket. This game, I've just lost it. I have lost the mojo that had us playing so well, and I guess that's what happens when you face a good SEC opponent. That was so weird, though. We played better against Kentucky, and that was a freshman quarterback that destroyed us. The only way to redeem ourselves after that is if we somehow upset number 22 Old Dominion on the road, and with them being ranked that high, there's no way we can make the Sun Belt Conference Championship. We'd make another signing, though, so our linebacker depth keeps on improving, and whatever just happened against Vanderbilt is not going to hold us back here. I was kind of hoping for a snow game. We didn't get any of those this season, but it could still happen in the bowl. This could also be a decent return, and it is time to not sling the rock, but instead try to run it. I forget we're facing a top 25 team. Stuff like that's probably not going to work versus them. But what we do have is Josh Henry open. And I couldn't tell you what's happening to this team at the moment. I mean, we're just playing completely differently than we did earlier on in the year. It's making no sense. The reverse has worked for us for like the past half season. Now we're going to let Nick Smith try and get at least 5. But it's just not going well. This handoff is going to be blown up completely. And here we go. 3rd down now. I'm going to take our drag route over to Josh Henry. And Josh Henry is going to be the guy taking us inside the red zone. All right, that's actually a really important and good play for us. Now we're hoping for the man-to-man coverage so we can deliver a dot. I think his accuracy is starting to get a bit better. And finally, our impact players have changed. It took all season, but I think it's based off of the highest overall player on offense and defense, so that's why. And I don't like that the Monarchs seem to want to stay in hurry-up mode. That's not favorable for us, though we could have stopped them on that 3rd down right there. They're shedding a tackle. We have to win this battle, and he just keeps on going. Can somebody bring him down? I can't do it. These games in the rain are going to make me go insane. We're going to drop easy passes. We're going to miss every tackle, and I'm run committing. I don't care. If they're not running the ball, they can take the free touchdown or they'll get it anyway. So much for being patient. If they're going to come out in a stupid defense, they're going to have to pay the consequence for it, or they're going to drop back and cover that route perfectly. I basically had one read there. It wasn't open, and now we are going to wait for our running back to get open where that ball was almost underthrown. Now I'm hoping that this is a cover 0 look. It seems like it's more of a quarters look though, which means we're clamped. And on 2nd and 10, they're sending a lot of players in trying to stop this halfback screen from getting out. But because we had enough time to do so, we're going to get a huge play. We just keep on pushing it down the field. Our RPO is going to allow us to pick up another 20 yards. And now I'm the team that wants to be in hurry-up mode. It seems to be going well for us. Though we have fumbled the football, it just slipped out. That's when you got to put it back in, but they had their hands on it before we could get on it. And that's going to bring us to the end of the 1st quarter. Now it's on our defense, of course, which is not the position you want to be in. But at least this is setting up to be a pretty quick 3 and out. I'm going to stick on this route right here, and we're just not fast enough. It's like I just predicted it perfectly. I knew what was coming. But they have the better players. We need to get some faster users and safeties on this D. I'm thankful they've stayed in hurry-up mode, though. It's allowed us to stay in cover 4 quarters. Of course, they had him open. And there's really not much else that we can do there. They're breaking one. You would assume at some point we would figure out how to stop the run. That's not happened. And their offensive line has to be exhausted. All they have done is just continue to push it down. I ran commit and every single player was open. My patience might just be gone, and that could be the biggest issue. We're going to hand this one off and we're going to get a very clean run from Pfeiffer. The problem is I see this press coverage and I know that we should be able to beat it. We're going to get out of there with Trey though, and that was so close to being a touchdown. Maybe playing in the rain isn't too bad. You're going to slip off a lot of tackles. Whatever happens, this will be the final drive of the 1st half. We cannot afford for them to stop us. And I have the perfect read right here. It's just going to be our tight end over the middle, which he drops. I'm going right back to Josh Henry. I trust him. He is going to hold on to this football. He's going to get enough. He's going to stay on his feet. And at least for now, we can just hand this one off, hopefully cut to the outside and make at least a decent play. Now the clock is running down. We're going to cut to this right side. I can't make both of them miss. But what we can do is get Duke Fowler into the game. Their defensive line is not lined up to stop this run, and we're in the end zone. Now, the only unfortunate part about that is we did leave almost a minute left on the clock. But that could be a good thing if we can just get them to a 3rd down. That's really what's going to determine whether or not it's a good thing. They've thrown an interception to our 6'4" safety, and Jones takes it to the 30. That's exactly why it was a good thing. We've been given an opportunity to get even more points, though I'm not sure if we're able to escape the pocket. And I'm a little bit worried because my favorite target in situations like this, Josh Henry's not out there on the field, though we're going to throw it up. And how did they snag that ball through our body? What? This was actually the perfect play. It went exactly how I wanted it to. And all we had to do was take it in. Aggressive catch and all, we should have been able to score a touchdown there. Instead, they run it. And I guess it's just going to be all tied up at the half. I think what we're going to do is just start sending a lot of blitzes, because if they're going to run it as much as they have been, that should help us stop the run at least. And it's remarkable that they stay in hurry-up mode, even though they just lost a ton of yards here. We're going to miss the tackle, and they are getting a 1st down. I actually can't do this right now. I am rattled. I'm about to just send 10 players in their direction. They keep on flipping the play in hurry-up mode, messing up our alignment so we can't even defend. And look at this. Our zone coverage is so screwed up that we are about to just give up a touchdown. Oh my gosh, please hit them. I am terrified right now. They're going to use the read option to probably move the chains again, but they've been marked short, and I don't care what is happening here. I am run committing, which is going to pan out. We got the stop that we wanted. Their kicker is going to make this, but that's okay. We can take the lead right here, and we have all the time in the world. There's no reason to rush it at all, no reason to force any deep passes. We can probably pound it, and I'm excited to potentially just run the ball on every single play on this drive, though that's going backwards. Never mind, if we want to move the chains, we're going to have to do a little bit better than that. That was absolutely embarrassing. I did not mean to throw it straight to number 10 right there. I thought they were in man. And if I didn't have to fly to North Texas at like 6 a.m. tomorrow, I would have definitely gone to bed already, because I'm no longer playing as good as I once was. One way or another, we are finishing this season tonight though. And all we have to do is make sure that all they get out of this drives is a field goal. We can very well do that, assuming they don't pick up a huge running play on 3rd and 10. And that was rough. I got so frustrated, I didn't even try to make a tackle there on the 1-yard line. I pretty much just let them get into the end zone. And now we're trailing by 2 possessions. We're starting to throw the ball a lot more. I'm going to use that playmaker and then take this comeback route. That'll get us 20 yards or maybe even 30. I really don't want to throw a 3rd interception in this game, so we have to be a bit smarter about the reads that we're taking. Our tight end should be able to get open there. But nope, he wasn't. They continue to be able to press us really, really well, and we're just scrambling where we should be fumbling. I think if anything, I'm just like a really streaky player. I have good moments, I have a lot of bad moments, and the fact that we're on a 4th and 6 is a pretty bad moment, though we just need to possession catch this football. It has not gone very well for us, but there's still plenty of time to make up for it. We have a full quarter ahead of us, and if this play action fools them, which it really shouldn't because we've been throwing the ball so much, we might have had a big gain. Instead, we just need some blocks. I can also just hope that Trey Ramsor gets open on some of these routes. Instead, we're taking off with Newcomb again. And I really need this to be zone coverage right here, because then we can dot it up or take a sack. It's going to be hard to get into the end zone right here in this spot. The halfback angle route is also dropped. So now it's 3rd and goal. What I'm going to do is just hope that our slant gets open. And what type of throw was that? What I'll do is I will kick this field goal right here, assuming it sneaks in. Or I'm going to accept this penalty. We're about to run the football 4 times versus Old Dominion. And if we don't punch it in, then I'm just going to give up. There it is. That's all we had to do. I'm also going to even try the onside kick. I don't think we've recovered one yet this season, but it would be nice to. That could have been it. And I have no issues with doing that. There was simply no way they were ever going to throw the ball again. So we know what's coming no matter what. And they actually just went with a play action to score a touchdown. Are you kidding me? The computer is literally programmed in situations like that to not do that. But they hit us late, so we are accepting this penalty. It might be under 2 minutes where they're going to run it every single time, so I could have gotten it wrong. And they just screamed off of the edge. They're about to do it again as well, so this throw shouldn't even be completed. Okay, it's now 3rd and 18, though we might have them beat deep. They tried to press Markic, and Markic said that's not going to work. We're going to have one more chance to get this ball back. And even if we don't recover this onside kick, we have saved up 2 timeouts. That literally went straight to number 3. Here we go. It's 1st and 10. They're going to hand this one off to the left, and they get a couple. But that's not too bad. We'll see what they go with on 2nd and 8, and they've been held. They're probably going to throw it right here, though. There would be no reason to hand it off, so we are prepared for it. I am all over the slant. And they have the hitch underneath. We're going to wrap up with this tackle. So they're forced to attempt this long field goal with about a minute left, and I think they have enough on it. This is perfect, though. We've been given the opportunity that we wanted. We're even going to try to return the kick just to see if we can get lucky. Now, I am pretty much out of passing plays at this point, but they are coming out very aggressive versus us. And I don't think we have anything to throw besides this to Ramsor, unfortunately, even though they pressed. It's like they're trying to bait me into making a terrible read. I think if we're patient enough, that is going to be a terrible read, and we'll see how much I can lean this ball over to that left side. We beat the press with Trey Ramsor, and Trey Ramsor is about to do it again. We might have left a little bit too much time on the clock, but I don't care. We just scored a touchdown, and we're on the verge of beating number 22 Old Dominion. This is also going to waste a bit of time. What I need for this to be is a drive that they just spend forever on. We have locked everything up, though they have too much time in the pocket. This should be intercepted. Instead, it didn't let us jump up for the ball right there, and they broke a tackle. Are you kidding me? No. We just got cheated right there. And literally, what is this attempt at trying to pick the ball? I am spamming triangle, and he just lets it happen. He didn't even turn around and try to chase him down either. He just got upset at himself. Then he runs the other way, and I have seen enough. I am encouraging Mangum to transfer at the end of this year. I don't care what year he is for us. He's gone. And it's not like Trey Ramsor can pull off another miracle for us. We're just going to throw up a prayer. I think that's been a little bit underthrown, and it's going to cost us. Great. Final play of the game. This is when the defense actually comes out in the right coverage that they're supposed to be in. We're going to get a flag, though, and that gives us one more chance. Now, I don't think we're going to get enough time in the pocket to really throw up a Hail Mary, but we might, and I'm hitting the button. Okay, I was hitting triangle. I was about to rage at the game, but triangle was not out there on the field. And I don't know how we just lost that, but we did. This was a very weird season for Southern Kentucky football, though. We went 6-6. We made a bowl game like we wanted to. And we haven't gotten a committed screen all year, but this one finally popped up. That's been a bug since the last title update. Jackson Arnold won the Heisman. And our bowl game's been decided. We're playing Sam Houston. By early National Signing Day, we started to pick up more commits. We now have 12 3-stars signed. But what's more important is what dev trait each one of these guys have, and we found an elite left tackle. He's also 6'7". I didn't even scout him, so that was super lucky. We're going to have a quarterback with impact, though, and the star was Liggins. Unfortunately, Ben is only impact. It might not be on pace to be the best class in the Sun Belt right now, but we are one of the better teams, and we should continue to stay up here no matter what happens to the future of this series. I'm still not sure how I'm going to film episode 4. I'd like some feedback in the comments. Either way, I'm going to have a blast with it. And this was my favorite season yet. We didn't really run the ball much, but receiving-wise, pretty much everybody ate, and the guy with the most receptions was our backup running back. On defense, both Carmelo and Kelly Jones had 3 interceptions, and we might still be a long way away from making the playoffs, but I'm ready to see whether or not we are capable of taking down Sam Houston to win a bowl game. I feel like it's only right that we rep our team colors for this huge moment for our program, and I really want to win the first bowl game that we have ever been a part of. As you can see, we've passed the ball on 81% of our plays, and that doesn't feel right, but it actually might be true. Their running back's a number 85, and he's about to get a huge play. We're not giving up a touchdown here. That is simply not how we need to be starting off such a huge matchup for this school. Who is this kid? He's a senior, so he's a real player that plays running back and wears number 85, but they tried to throw it. And literally their first passing play of the game, we just got an interception on them. That felt really good to see. They're about to sack us, though. And they're coming out in the double mug formation that is so intimidating. Most of the time, it doesn't really generate much pressure, though. And you know what? We have all the time in the world to make this catch. Sometimes evading the pocket's not the worst thing in the world. We're going to get stuck. But I'll go back to the run one more time just to see if we can pick anything up out of it, and we don't. It is more efficient for us to just sling it 40 times a game. It's also a lot more fun to be throwing it, though we're not picking it up, making this a massive 4th and 1, and we just had to hand it off and they're still on it. Sometimes you can make the right read with the read option and it's still not the correct one. But the last time they tried to throw the ball, we got an interception. I just pass committed because I saw the guy in motion and we almost got to that. Here we go, 3rd and 3. If they hand this off, I pass committed again, so I'm surprised we stopped them. But this has been a game of defense. They're punting it back to us, and that's probably going to pin us inside the 10. With that in mind, I see no harm in hitting the play action and seeing if we can beat them deep, because we know that we have a fast receiver. But Newcomb is going to miss that throw, and here we go. We're going to try it again. This time they're getting back to that. Wow, we're about to get held to a 3 and out. This is just not an impressive showing. That's going to be 4th and 1. And I'm going to have to hope for a really good bounce on this punt. If they get to that, it's not going to take one, though. And they're still picking it up. We do not deserve to be in this bowl game at the moment. At least offensively, it might be our worst start to a game yet this year, but they threw that straight at us. Now it's 3rd and 12. We'll see what they draw up. I know what type of zone I have to be covering, and we're going to get the interception with Magnum. I don't care. He is still going to be encouraged to transfer, unless we have like no other options at safety, but I'm sure we will, and we almost got free. It was a very low-scoring first quarter, but I'm hoping we can at least get 3 points out of this drive, and that's a sack. I had no hope. I saw the guys getting in almost immediately. All we could really do was just accept our fate, though we should be able to pick up this 3rd and long, and now we're starting to make some progress. I am hoping that they don't get instant pressure, and they didn't, which means we should be able to complete this one to take us inside the red zone. And with one of our running backs being tired, Duke Fowler's going to get his opportunity to punch it in or not. Now Rylan Pfeiffer is back out there on the field. The blocks didn't hold, and I guess I'd be content settling for 3 if we have to, but ideally we're going to complete this pass, and they swatted it. I guess we'll take the first points of the game. But going in, I thought this one would at least be a little bit more exciting. Their quarterback's kind of fast too. How is he breaking that? I mean, he had no issues at all getting right by us. We couldn't bring him down there either. And on 2nd and 8, they just go straight back to running it again. Here on 3rd and 5, it looks like they're going to hit us with a draw. So I'm starting to question how Sam Houston even went 9 and 4 in the first place. And that means they made it to their conference championship. Now, I was hoping to get a little bit lucky here. I don't think that's going to happen. though we had tried to escape the pocket. And I just made the camera angle get so confused and weird. We'll see if Pfeiffer can make this guy miss. That's a clean juke. I was looking at his stats and I realized that he has 89 juke moves, so we should be able to do stuff like that more often. I gotta stop hitting the spin at least. And I want to see if we can get one really good clean one. They almost picked that off and we're gonna make this defender miss so hard or not. My main goal with this play is gonna be to roll out to that right side and then throw it over there, though we're just gonna have that route take a low possession catch. Or not. We just set them up with a Peyton Manning-like throw. The halfback screen is going to pick up the first down though. There's still a minute left on the clock, so we have plenty of time to score on this drive. I will be willing to step up and go for the big run, just one guy to beat. That was a good little play right there. The RPO is going to be a run. And I hope chewing the clock wasn't the wrong decision. We shouldn't need more time than this. We're either getting into the end zone on this play or we're just going to settle for a field goal. I think we're going to have a chance to scramble for it though. And Newcomb takes it in. That is what it's like having a fast quarterback. I didn't use his speed that much, but clearly I should have. And to start the second half, we get the ball too. I didn't realize how well we just played defensively. If we're able to score on this drive, we basically have a 3-possession lead. This is going to lead to not a huge gain, but we should be able to convert still on 3rd and 3. We keep it with the read option. We make a defender miss and we're fighting for it. That's our quarterback right there. He is doing everything he can. We're going absolutely nowhere. And it's time to see if we can hit them with a cover 4 coverage, and we didn't. So we're scrambling. We're going to see if we can make this guy miss, and we don't. If we do catch them in quarters, certain plays are touchdowns like this one right here. We just need to keep on running with Nick Smith and he is gone. That is exactly what I wanted to see. We're now up by 17 and I had a snack in between this game and the last game, so that seems to be the difference maker. If I start playing bad, I just have to go get a mouthful of food and that seems to really help me out. That better not get clipped out of context. On 3rd down, the RPO is going to give them a for free touchdown. I mean, they literally just did nothing there. Like, I'm so confused. What were we doing defensively? I mean, it's fine because we've been playing well, and I am going to go for a huge play right here, though nothing is open. I think this is going to be a really dumb read, but we're coming back to it in aggressive catching. I'm trying to figure out how we can exploit this defense deep. I want to get some big gains. I will step up and scramble for the first at all times, but I really want to have another big play. Those are always the most fun to have, and we'll see if Fowler can get around anyone. I mean, basically everyone that's out there on the field right now is going to be on this team next year. So we're just preparing for season number 4, where I feel like we should be able to have a pretty good record. Evidently, that ball needed to come out about half a second sooner, and with this punt, I didn't mean to do that. That's going to give them a 15-yard penalty. And now they're starting around midfield. They're doing the RPOs again. Those are scary. It's the only way that they've been able to move the ball so far. They broke 1, but they're not going to break 2. I'm going to stack the box, and we're going to hopefully stop them. If this was the 4th quarter, they would definitely not be punting it back to us right now. So that 25 seconds, it makes a huge difference, and we're just going to take it with Rylan for a nice sizable run. I'm also going to see if we can get a touchdown on this play. Sometimes he outruns the safeties, but that wasn't the case there. Now it's 2nd down and our corner route is kind of open. But I want to go for some bigger plays. I'm doing way too many dumb things. I am running around with like a 70 overall quarterback, like we have a 95 overall quarterback. He's not getting that out in time. And this is why we choke so many different finishes, though that punt should be pretty perfect, except they got to it. Maybe we'll come away with another interception or something, though. At some point, they have got to start throwing it. And when they do, it's clearly not very impressive. The halfback screen is boxed. Now there's no way that they pick up this 3rd and 19. We have dropped everybody back. They'd know where to go. And I cannot believe that they're actually going for this right now. They're throwing it straight to us. Mangum gets another interception. Okay, I might have to just decide that he's going to stay on the team. I was so close to shipping him off to Army. I was going to make him transfer to that school, but no. Instead, he's starting to perform pretty well. And I'm not sure why we're throwing it in this position. We all know that the better move is to just run the football. Now it's 3rd and 7. We need some guys that are going to beat the press in the red zone, and they don't. That was another time where we just haven't done what we needed to offensively. But we've been so locked in defensively that I'm not sure it's going to matter too much, and we left that one wide open. Here on their next play, they're going to throw it straight at us, and they dropped the ball. So that was pretty confusing. Not entirely sure what all happened there, but that's off target. Maybe running man-to-man is our answer. We just can't get beat with any deep routes, and it's going to be 4th and 7. Here we go. We'll see what they're able to come away with. We're going to get the sack, and I think we have figured things out defensively. This is the best that we've played on it. Somehow this game still is not over, though. We have to get at least a field goal, and even then it's only a 2-possession one, so we might as well go for a touchdown or the 1st down. We knew that Josh was going to to get there. It's kind of sad. This is the end of season 3 already. It has not taken us very long to get to this point. And I should probably just be taking a knee, but I want one more touchdown. We might have a busy offseason ahead of us. We have an open Nick Smith. And even if they got another touchdown, this felt so good. We ended up going 7-6 in our 3rd year, and Devontae improved a ton. The Stallions aren't on Clemson's level yet, who finally decided to use the transfer portal. But we're really not losing any players. Only a couple of these guys started for us, and the rest of them are like backup safeties. We've also had all our recruiting restrictions lifted since we made it to a bowl game, which is good. Things have opened up for us. We'll see if anybody good wants to transfer in. And guys like Gary Rutherford or this one, Malik Powers, could be super useful. With only 525 hours to spend, it was a little tricky how to split it up, but this is what I decided on. We might need another receiver too. And as the weeks go on, it's going to be crucial that we start to put guys on visits, so that's what I'm doing right now. I focused too much on the transfers though and lost this left end to Vanderbilt, which I'm only okay with if we actually get them to commit. I got a couple and we're still in first place for the rest. But going into this final week, we're probably going to hit the finish line about at the same time, and USF's going to get this receiver. I guessed his motivation wrong, so all of a sudden they made a comeback. I was just one off. These are so close. And I found this Jim running back in the final week. He could be another powerful piece for us, but I'm not sure if we can come back. We'll see if doing all this is enough to finish in first place. That's all we need for him to commit. And I've already seen a couple transfers commit. I want to see the wide receiver though. Trevor Ham did come in, and unfortunately USF did steal Amerson. He might not have been great though. I'm just going to take a look at dev traits. I'm seeing a lot of impacts. A star on this freshman defensive tackle transfer. That is huge. And we still finished with the 3rd best class in our conference, but I feel like we got the best recruits. I'm so excited to see how training results pan out. We still have to move around some players though. John Liggins is going to be on our defensive line. He is star dev. And I didn't realize how many linebackers we signed this year, but we have so many on this team that I don't even know what to do with them. We also have a ton of junior corners, so I'm going to find one that can play free safety the best. And that's going to be Marcel Miller IV. He went up to an 84 overall, and the question is, should we convince Connor to transfer or not? We'll see how these training results go. We have a ton of points in motivator with myself and the coordinators, so we're going to go up to an 83 overall. Marcel Miller IV's up to a 90, and this is crazy. Now, to my surprise, Devontae Newcomb didn't improve too much. At running back, Duke Fowler didn't go above Rylan Pfeiffer, and at wide receiver, it looks like Nick Smith did jump the other guys. Then at left end, Demarius Boudreaux instead of Bordeaux jumped up from like a 66 to an 81. And with 40 coach points to spend, I think what I'll at least do is make sure this linebacker one is improved, but I kind of want to save up until we unlock Architect. There's good stuff in here like Tier 2, which is limitless, and that gives a player a chance to have a random skill cap increase every time they level up. We'll just hold on to some coach points for now, and we have to encourage one player to transfer, but it's not going to be Connor Mangum. Instead, it's going to be this senior. I've forgiven the junior, but I can also get rid of some of these players that will never play for us. And I'm going to test something out. I'm going to see if I can figure out if Todd Stark actually goes to a new team or if he just disappears. Well, I'm happy to say that in the game, they actually go to a new school, but Todd Stark is not happy because he actually got shipped off to a military program. He's been enlisted in the Navy. This poor guy wasn't getting it done for us, but thank you for serving our country, Todd. And interestingly enough, the only thing Devontae Newcomb still has to improve on is his accuracies, which should fill up by next year. Going into season 4, we're coming off of our first bowl win, but there's been a slight change since this is the finale. I'll still be playing every game, but not showing every play, because this video could go for 5 or 10 seasons as long as it takes for us to win it all. I mean, we're finally getting some respect in our conference projections, but there's still a long way to go, which is why it's nice that our sophomore quarterback Devontae Newcomb's coming off of a 26 touchdown season. What's even better is because we won a bowl game, we can finally recruit any prospects. There's no restrictions. And I feel like I have no choice but to send the house on this 5-star cornerback from Kentucky. I also found this Jim, who's supposed to be a running back with 95 speed. It could be super useful. And we only have 350 hours, so we can only go after a few players, a couple more 4-stars there, but mainly this 91 speed 6'5 receiver could be another big addition. I feel like a championship's still 4 or 5 years out, especially since our non-conference schedule starts so difficult this year, which is why my main focus is still recruiting, but we have 35 coach points to spend and I haven't figured out how I want to do it yet. We could go down this motivator pathway, but what I've heard recently is it doesn't have that big of an effect as you would think it would, and that's got me questioning every rebuild I've done over the last 2 months. Just from a team needs perspective, what we really have to fill is wide receiver, a couple offensive linemen, and then on the defensive side of things, a couple DBs. But most of these guys on this team are pretty young. We'll have them for a few years, and Marcel Miller's a 90. That is a huge jump for a 5'9 safety that has normal dev and surprisingly, he still has some room to get even better. Seeing that blew me away, but now it's time to play an in-state rival, Louisville. And I don't care what this screen says, they're definitely the better team. I'm not gonna fall for that and get my hopes up, especially since they'd get on the board first, and we haven't been able to do anything in this game so far, but this could be a huge run from Newcomb. He started to really help us push it down the field. We have to pick up this 3rd and long, and we weren't gonna get it, but apparently there was some pass interference on the play. Unfortunately, whenever I'm going through the highlights, Rylan Pfeiffer's not gonna get much notice, but he could if he gets into the end zone, and tying up the game right here would be massive for us, which we should do. This team might actually be better than I was expecting. I mean, we have competed going into halftime. We're completing that down to the 5, and I messed things up by taking a sack, which is why we're probably not going to get a touchdown out of this, but that's still a laser. Only being able to call the same play once per game is still in this series, so offense is still super challenging, but defensively, we've done a fantastic job and we get another sack. Everything I'm seeing in this first game against Louisville has me super excited for the entire year. I mean, we're just going to step up, except we fumbled it, and I was trying to slide right there. It's been an ongoing theme that I'm just going to choke games in this series, so I'd be devastated if that happened right here, but they bring the ball in, and I don't know what else we're supposed to do right there. We're going to hopefully hit them down, or they're going to take it into the end zone. All I can say is this game is so rigged to make us lose, and on 3rd and 8 after they stopped us, I'm hoping we can do the same versus them as I lurked them perfectly with our 90 overall. From here, I'm literally just going to try to run out the rest of the clock. Duke Fowler is going to be able to pick up like 10, and as long as we can guarantee that we're in field goal range, we have the win secured in this game, which is all we need, but we just fumbled. I actually can't with this team. I am challenging it. And all I'm going to say is Rylan Pfeiffer is very clearly already down. Once they went to the review booth, the refs realized they couldn't rig the game, but we have to pick up one more first down in order for this one to be over, and I'm just throwing it away. Unfortunately for us, Louisville is going to have a chance to respond. We better not miss this field goal. I just can't. I choke every single game, and that's what's made this rebuild with Southern Kentucky so difficult to pull off. Just so you all know, this video could be going on for a while, but we could also send it to overtime, which would be pretty sweet, and we are. That's actually not the worst thing that could have happened, and we've won the toss, so I want to start on defense. My plan is to just go for 2 after this drive, assuming they get in, but they might not. It's now 3rd and goal. They're throwing it through the air, and they're going to hit this pass. My plan is very simple, if we can even get into the end zone, but that's a challenge in itself because this offensive line still needs some work. There's been a reason that we have struggled offensively throughout this entire game. What I might have to do is just scramble for a ton with Newcomb. That cut was so clean. All we have to do is get into the end zone right here, and I'll feel so confident with that pitch. We are going to juke our way in, and that's not even the best part. We are putting sophomore wide receiver Nick Smith on a jet touch pass to take down Louisville, and with his speed, he is going to be short. There you have it. We have lost to the Cardinals, and I'm not saying I expected us to win, but I thought we were going to pull that off. By the time we get to season 6 or 7 in this video, I might have just lost my mind. So it's a good thing only one player wants to transfer out at the moment, and we've also never beaten Kentucky. That'd be awesome if we could pull that off. We're in the lead for the 5-star against them. We're starting to pull away on some of these guys too. It's time to switch over from all of these send the houses to hard sells. We really need to start winning some conference championships so our team prestige can go up from 1, and the time where we play those games will eventually come, but until then we have 2 more tough non-conference ones that I'm not looking forward to. I've decided that we're going to be very aggressive against Kentucky. I'm going for it on this 4th and 5 just to pick it up, and surely Rylan Pfeiffer is going to eventually punch this in. I don't know if we'll maintain this lead, but at one point we're up by 7, and believe it or not, by the time we're in the 4th quarter, I haven't choked it away yet, but I'm getting to the point where I might. I haven't been throwing interceptions this year, which is a good thing, but I've also held onto the ball for too long. On 3rd and 22, we're not getting it. So they have the ball back. This is 3rd and 9, and I think we have everything locked up in order to get it again. It would make sense for them to go for it, but instead they're just punting it back to us, and that bounce could be bad if we don't pick this up and get something. Well, that was quite the hit. Now we're just handing it off and getting nothing. But it wouldn't be my team if we didn't pull out the end around at some point, and this is bad. It's like we can't close a single thing out. We're not going to pick up this 3rd and 17. I'm not delusional. And even though our punter has a great jersey number, he's not going to be able to pin them back too far. The closer they get to field goal range, the more trouble that we're in. But now that it's 3rd and 18, they might not be able to get a field goal out of this. I mean, they have nothing on this drive except somebody open in the flat. I don't feel confident getting the ball back with a minute and a half left either, especially since I've already used most of my favorite plays in this game, and what are we doing? Poor Devontae Newcomb is running for his life every single time he takes the snap, but that was a good throw. And I feel so disrespected that they keep pressing Nick Smith. If this is on target, we're going to be in a great spot, but it's not. Now it's 4th and 2. There's a chance that we choke this and our drag route's open. Please just hang on to the football. This This is way too far to comfortably hit a game-winning kick from, but we're going to settle for it down the middle. And can we come up clutch with Brian Hodge? I feel like that should be in, but it also might be short. Oh my gosh, we have done it. We have beaten Kentucky. And for once in this series, the Stallions are not going to choke. All of a sudden, we have a bright season 4 ahead of us. This was such a great stat line from Marcel Miller IV. And you're probably wondering how he won player of the game with no stats. Apparently, he had 4 tackles, and he also forced a fumble with 2 fumble recoveries. I'm really starting to despise this hard sell period, though, because our school grades are so bad. And we might not close out those prospects, but we have a real chance at Tennessee. They're 1-2, that's the only reason why, because playing at Neyland Stadium is still going to be hard. Let's just say that so far I have not been able to get them off the field, and it's because the refs have been so kind to them. That should not have been spotted as a first down. And this is the worst half of football we've played all season. My only hope is they just choke this huge lead. I don't see it happening, but we could have probably thrown something there instead of scrambling with Devontae. And I think what it all comes back to is we don't really have an alpha receiver. Like Nick Smith might not catch that. I mean, he did, but there's also been some drops that haven't been shown. And let's just say that point in the third quarter was the closest we'd ever get this game. I don't even care if we catch it. It's been a rough quarter and a half for us. They have locked up. They've gotten in pressure on everything before we could ever get the ball out, and they can take their win. I didn't expect the win at Neyland anyway. One of these seasons, though, we are going to beat Tennessee, and I'm ready to start Sunbelt Conference play. This is what I've been waiting to do. I think this could be the first time in program history we make it to the conference championship, and that's needed since we can't pull away hard selling on any of these prospects. In fact, we got to schedule them for visits. In order to do that, though, we had to remove 80 points from some of these other prospects I'd like to land, so I'm not sure if it's going to pay off for us or not. All I know is they're coming versus Louisiana Monroe, and that's right after this game, so we better be on top of it. Now, I was hoping we'd come out on fire, but instead we're down 14-0 already, and we're just getting clamped. We might need to really focus on wide receivers in this recruiting class after we get through this first wave. I didn't realize how bad it was for us. But hang on, after getting that touchdown, we might be able to pull off a comeback. We have a chance to get into the end zone again before halftime, but no, we have fumbled it. I've taken an instant sack. And this might just be the worst effort I've ever seen from a left tackle. What's so sad is he's a gym too, but we haven't been able to come back throughout this entire game because of how we finished that half. And this is typical Southern Kentucky football. Thankfully, we are starting to figure a few things out. I mean, we're not going to recover multiple onside kicks and come back in this game, but next week we can put that into play. And that's all that really matters since we're going to have players on visits. The only issue is as we continue to lose, now we have 8 players that want to transfer. And Louisiana Monroe is 4-0, but there's no way we can fall. This is how we close out on our first 5-star in school history. We're also trying to get our first 4-star in school history. And don't forget about quarterback Sharif Lindsay if we land him, because he has 88 speed. One thing I have learned in this series is we're a pretty streaky team, so we need to get off to a good start. And that throw from Devontae Newcomb was so beautiful. I think we're going to be able to score on this first drive with a spin move. Jamar Ward is a new face at tight end if you didn't recognize him. He just went up the most during player progression. So he took the job from Josh Henry, and we've started with a lead. Approaching halftime, we have a chance to go up 21-0 if that is going to be caught. But unfortunately, it wasn't, and we'll still take our 3-possession lead. We've played really well defensively in this game. We're not going to get the pick right there, though. And as you can see, with 4 minutes left, this one's still not over. We're very prone to choking, so I don't feel comfortable with this lead. And they're even going for the 2-point conversion, which is kind of crazy, but we're not on it. I'm going to be sick to my stomach if we blow this too, though Ryland Pfeiffer has a chance to get loose, and this has been one of his best runs of the year. All we've done is continue to run the ball, so I think we're going to be okay. But in order to lock that in, we have to pick up one more first down, and the jet touch pass is probably about to fail us again. Trey Ramsor went around everyone. If Brian Hodge can just drill this kick, this game is completely over. He is going to hook it right. I thought he was able to make that. This is actually disgusting, the way that we have just ruined our season by not being able to finish out certain ones. And let's see what happens on 2nd and 8. They're going to throw it straight to us. Rutherford gets the interception, and this game's over. I have never been more proud of our defense in my life. Assuming we get this run on 3rd down, it is done. And thank goodness we're not falling to 1-4 like last year. This is a huge win for us. We had a 5-star on a visit, and Gary Rutherford really came up clutch. That pick was crazy, but apparently he still wants to transfer. So I'm just thankful to see we should get the 5-star corner, and we've also signed both Sonny Liu and Sharif Lindsay. Keep in mind, we can probably put Sonny at both running back or wide receiver, and there's not many 4-stars that would consider our school. A lot of them have deal breakers, but there are a couple players we can scout. For our physical wide receiver, James Carney having 90 speed isn't terrible. This guy busted. And this is the only additional 4-star we can go after besides the few we have at the top of our board. When it comes to recruiting, there's not that much to look forward to. Hopefully we can win on the field again though. And since we still haven't played Arkansas State, if we win out, we can make make the conference championship. So far, things are going well as we're about to score on our first drive, but we're going to have to get creative on this 3rd and 10, and if this is a good throw, we might have a touchdown. Devontae Newcomb has really taken his game to the next level. And what's interesting is even though we haven't had wide receiver Nick Smith because of a pulled groin, we've been doing just fine. We've had guys fill in that can step up, including a true freshman, and that guy would be Ben Remigio. He is 95 speed. If he catches this ball, he might have 2 touchdowns already. So this game has ended up being more of how I expected us to play, and we have to make this catch. If we score another touchdown, it'll be time for us to put in the backups. And literally everybody got to eat today. We could continue to make things worse though, so I'm not going to take my foot off the gas yet. I think we have Juwan Markick burnt deep, and then we'll put in the second stringers. The mass sub feature just isn't working though, so much for them adding it in. And I guess EA wants me to try and run up the score even more. Why do they keep on pressing our receivers? We have fast ones now. That's what's made this game so easy. They also hit our quarterback late, and it's like they want us to score again, getting an even bigger win. Keep in mind, this is already the largest win in school history by a ton, but EA just let us make it even worse because mass subs wasn't working, and this is a game Devontae Newcomb will never forget about. I also have to highlight what Rylan Pfeiffer did. He took it in for 3 touchdowns, and there it is. Not only did we get this 3-star linebacker, but we signed the first 5-star in Southern Kentucky history. Jamison Huber from Kentucky has 95 speed. He's going to be a monster at corner. And next up on the schedule, we're going to Coastal Carolina on the road. They have the teal field, and some would say it's one of the uglier fields in college football, but other people love it. And I'm personally a huge fan of it just because of how well we're playing at Coastal at the moment. We're breaking the tackle as well. So that's how you know we're having a good day, but we do need to get in on this 3rd and goal, and Rylan Pfeiffer's going to. I wasn't too sure about him at first, but he seems to keep on getting better. We're trying to get more points before the half, and that would give us an even bigger lead. We're on top of it right now. We have a touchdown right here if it wasn't underthrown into a pick. You would think that would hurt our chances of winning, but we are really playing well right now. I mean, we're about to throw for another tutty, and it's not like Coastal Carolina is able to score many points. We knew a time would come when our defense got so much better, and this is the first season we've truly had multiple games where we've dominated. There were signs it was coming though, and we beat Western Kentucky for the first time last season, but at the moment they're doing pretty well in conference play, so we have to do it again. I should also point out we signed another 4-star recruit, this edge rusher, but we have to start finding some more prospects to target. The problem though is because we only have 8 seniors to replace, I feel like we have to scout them before we go after anybody, so it might take a bit to find some prospects since we seem to keep getting bust after bust, and this guy's normal. It might be better if we just focus on beating the Hilltoppers, and being aggressive versus them worked last year, so that's why we went for it on this 4th and 4 that we're getting to pick up. I gotta say, our running backs are really the stars of this team, but so is our defense. They've had good week after good week, and we're gonna be able to step up and scramble for a lot with Devontae. I will say it's been kind of a boring first half, unfortunately, but I'm hoping that we can pull out a deep play here on 3rd and 17 if the blocks held for long enough. They didn't though, and it's led to Western Kentucky taking full control of this one, as right after that play, they'd score another touchdown, and they're getting in a free rusher right here. So we're just going to have to send up a prayer, hoping that we somehow moss them, and we come down with it with Markick. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it feels like EA actually wants us to take down the Hilltoppers. And it's too bad that we have struggled offensively in this game. They just got an interception off of that. Oh my gosh, they're about to run it back to the crib for a touchdown too. Come on, Pfeiffer. This is your time to shine. Catch them. Nope. All I can think about is the fact that I'm going after as many offensive linemen as I can. Juwan Markick has burnt them deep, and this receiver's the only reason we're still in this game. It is such a big matchup. I'm hoping we can get them off the field on this 3rd and 7, but they're going to step up and scramble. We should add a spy. To be honest, they've played us really well. We haven't been doing much defensively against them like we normally would against teams where we're pushing them back, and somehow we have gotten a 4th and inches where they're going to hit the kick. For a split second, I thought they shanked the kick, though we still have a chance in this one until this interception. Yeah, I had no hope running back there in the pocket. I want to be upset about the loss, but it's hard to be whenever we just haven't played better, and the Hilltoppers can go ahead and take their win. During our program's history, we are 1-3 versus them, but next season will be different, I promise. Kurt Dorr is only a sophomore, so we still have to deal with him for 2 more years, but our roster will be even better because I finally found a gym. The only problem is we could be entering the battle too late, and at the moment we're just a mid-table Sunbelt school. With 4 games left though, Arkansas State is definitely the toughest of those 4, so if we can win this, we might be able to go on a 4-game winning streak. In season 3, 3. We ended the year super strong. I'm hoping we can do the exact same this year. And it's been an intense first half, but that was a big stop. It's gonna allow us to drive down the field and potentially go up by 2 possessions, with the true freshman hanging on to the football, and I could have threaded the needle to the back of the end zone, but I really didn't want to risk it. Instead, we're scrambling and going down at the 3. Having Devontae Newcomb with 90 speed is such a nice addition, and I remember our first 2 seasons in this dynasty without him. It was definitely harder to move the ball. Here on 3rd and 10, we'll see if their man-to-man coverage can stick. I feel like we're going to have the true freshman D, and between him and Nick Smith, I feel like our offense is almost unstoppable when it comes to our receivers. Once I got both of them more involved, it has really opened up everything on the field. While our defense has also been shining, and if they don't pick up this 4th and long, this game is completely over. Give us that interception easily. It's nice to see the Stallions playing like this, and there was no chance we were ever going to blow our lead. We just have 3 more games left this year now, and one of them's against James Madison, who has fallen off all the way to 2-7. We also just need Arkansas State to lose 1 more game, and we have the tiebreaker over them. But one thing we're really going to have to do if we want to land this gym-free safety is start guessing his hard sells, because we have no chance if we don't. Since it's taken a while to scout everybody, I might just be holding out until the transfer window, and that's when we'll make our biggest additions, because again, we don't need that much to keep improving this roster. As much as I'd like to say that we're actually in a really good spot though, we have struggled against JMU, and inaccurate balls like that have led to interceptions. We'd probably be down by like 21 points if our defense wasn't playing so well, and we're getting the ball back again with about 50 seconds left in this half, so we could still tie it up before the end of the quarter. What it comes down to though is how well our offensive line plays, and there's no hope when we're getting beat like that, but we might have one of our receivers deep, and that is Ramsor. Trey Ramsor's gone. It took an entire half, but we finally had enough time to get a throw off, and then they scored immediately. It's like the game doesn't want us to have an easy time winning at all. We should not be struggling against a 2-7 team, but we are, and that's another inaccurate pass. After the type of year Devontae Newcomb had, this is hurting me to see, but it's not over yet. We could still hold them here on the goal line, and I'd feel a lot better about this if it was only a 10-point game. Well, we'll see what they run on 3rd and 4. I was pretty sure they were going to get in a free rusher, but that's why we had Nick Smith on a streak, and they should have gotten in. That was a 6 versus 5. They had the advantage, but not here. It's so weird. Some games I have infinite time in the pocket, other games I have 0, and it's random which games those are, but it's going to affect us because there's simply no way we can still come back. Never mind. I thought we were going to drop that ball. I'm actually underestimating this team, and I can't believe I've been convinced to go for the 2-point conversion, but we did, and it's a fumble. Come on. I mean, what are the odds of that right there? They're running it on 3rd and 6. I stacked the box, but no, everybody misses their tackle, so James Madison's about to get another touchdown. Oh my gosh. I just had to accept our fate. There's also one good thing about the chair I use, and that's the fact that it's basically bolted into the ground. I can't like get up and be upset. I'm just stuck in this one spot. Marshall's an 84, and I take it back. We're going to be fighting just to make a bowl game to end this year. We also guessed right with this game time thing, but it's not going to matter. We're not coming back, and no matter what, we have to redeem ourselves versus Marshall. All I can say is we have picked a bad time to fall apart as a program. We're already losing by 14 points, and that's just the streakiness of using Southern Kentucky. It's always been this way, but we could still come out on top. For example, Newcomb just took it in for a tutty, and then we got an interception, but we still have a long way to go before we're in the end zone where that throw wasn't good enough. I'm also always super nervous about kicking it, even though I'm pretty good at making them. And to start this 3rd quarter, I would really like if we could come away with a touchdown here, but it's gonna have to come with Newcomb's legs. He is about to get his 2nd of the day. He basically just jumped over that player's head. He didn't lose the ball. And the run that we've gone on to end this game is incredible. This is on a 3rd down. You're not catching it. So now it's 4th and 8. We're already up by 2 possessions, and thank you for throwing us the ball again. We will take it. I want it to be known I don't respect Marshall at all. We're going to go for it on 4th and 6. I want to keep on scoring more points, because ever since falling behind by 14, that's literally all that we've done in this game, and our drag makes it too easy. At least we know no matter what, we are a bowl eligible team, but I'd also like to finish with a better record than we did in season number 3. I think Devontae Newcomb can get us there, but it does mean that we can't lose again. We already know we're not making the conference championship. We're in 3rd place now, but it's still important to take down Old Dominion. They're an 81, And there's the official signing. We didn't get the 3-star free safety. What we should be getting though is a home win to end this season. And even though we only scored 3 points in the first quarter, I think we're about to start this second quarter right. Approaching the end of the third quarter though, we are only up by 7. And the fact that they just got that throwaway out is nuts, but it doinks in. I thought they just shanked that kick, which would have definitely been nice. I'm even going to go for a huge play against this defense because I don't think they were expecting it as we catch it. All I can really say is Devontae Newcomb definitely has his moments. He put that one on the money too. But that's our true freshman wide receiver, Ben Remigio. He didn't hold on to the football, and this is probably going to be picked because we just had to get it out so quick. What was our line doing? I feel pretty confident in saying that they're better at tackling than they are at blocking. 3rd and 16 with all this time is a huge concern. But we clamped up, and now we're at that point in the game where we try to run out the rest of the clock. I am going to give Ben a chance to redeem himself by letting him take this jet touch pass. He is the fastest player on this roster, though he needs to make that guy miss. And all of a sudden, we've hit the 2-minute warning where we just continue to run it. We have now put ourselves in a pretty rough spot, though. We have to score because they're going to be able to stop the clock before they get the ball back, and I'll take it. Even if they do get into the end zone, they're going to have to recover an onside kick. I don't see that happening. This could be intercepted, but we dropped it. There's been a lot of mistakes in this game that could have sealed it before now, but we're fortunate that all we have to do is recover this ball right here, and that is exactly what we've done. Going into the bowl week, we're going to be 7-5, and this is the first time committed screens have popped up for me all season. As far as I'm concerned, they haven't been working in online dynasties. We've signed plenty of linebackers, and at this point, we might not get the 4-star receiver. It's also hit me that every single offensive lineman I put on our board was a bust, so we have signed none, even though that was my main priority, and all these guys are still bad. As you can see, we didn't make the conference championship, and Arkansas State did, but they lost to Texas State. When it comes to our season stats, Devontae Newcomb threw 22 interceptions, which is a massive step up from last year, and yes, they're all his fault, not mine. He did have a little bit more success on the ground. Rylan Pfeiffer was the main back, though. And then at receiver, our number 1 target was Trey Ramsor. Everyone under that just wasn't as involved. Your 2027 Heisman winner was a Clemson quarterback, and our bowl game's the Myrtle Beach Bowl against Kent State. That shouldn't be difficult at all. They averaged 26 points per game, and I'm sure their overall is also much lower. But what I'm worried about is early national signing day. The 4-star receiver did choose Ole Miss. And from a dev trait perspective, I need to see some elites and stars. We have star on our 91 speed 6'5 wide receiver. That's what I'd like to have. But I'm going to highlight Sharif Lindsey, the quarterback with normal dev. He probably won't ever play for us then and lose impact. So is our 5-star corner. That couldn't have gone worse for us, and this is what the playoff bracket looks like. But I'm just upset at those dev traits, so we're going to take it out on Kent State. I didn't realize it, but we are playing on the teal field again. And so much for the Myrtle Beach Bowl being in a pleasant spot. The field's ugly. After having to play on it twice in one season, I've changed my mind on it. For a while I thought it was pretty cool, but now I just don't like it. And I think we have to go for it on 4th and 1 to end this first quarter, which we're not picking up. Kent State's definitely made this a tough game, but before the half, we have a chance to tie things up if we can score. And the only issue is we have no timeouts left, so we're going to have to hike it pretty quick and not take a sack. What's crazy is I don't know how to hurry it up to spike the ball either, so what we're going to have to do is instantly just roll out and throw this ball away. And that'll at least allow us to get it within 4, assuming this stays in. This definitely hasn't been as easy as last year, but Kent State is a better team than Sam Houston was, and we're finally going to miss again. I was so excited. I thought we were connecting for a big play, but it just didn't happen, so now we're running the ball. And maybe that's what we should have been doing, considering we threw 22 interceptions this season. Ever since that realization, keeping it on the ground's actually gone really well, and Kent State's offense doesn't stand a chance. On 4th and 10, this is their last chance to be in this game still, and they did a touchdown. They threw for like an 80-yard one. I was counting them out. I thought we had everything locked. But no, instead we have to get a couple first downs, and we'll see if we can pull that off. I'm so ready for season number 5, but we cannot choke. And I'm afraid that we might. It is 3rd and 7. They instantly got in. And I'm almost certain if you watch that back, you'll see I had no chance to get the ball out, but they're going to beat us with the deep post route again. It should be no surprise that a couple plays later they would get into the end zone, but I felt like we had somebody deep, and we did, except I got hit. This is a typical Southern Kentucky ending to a game. They're going to break our tackle over and over, and we need to leave all forms of choking in this season. We can't do this again. I've had enough of it. It's become too common of an occurrence. We could still get it back, but if they hit this field goal, our odds of coming back aren't great, and I have about 2 seconds to make a read and get this ball out before I instantly take a sack. Here we go. What will we do with not much time left? I hit the wrong button. let's just go on to next season. I'm not even gonna make an excuse. I'm not gonna get mad. We're just gonna take it. And you all definitely don't watch this channel for the good gameplay. Like, I can't even explain where that ball could have potentially gone. It was just the worst throw of my career. And I want what Ohio State is doing to be us so bad, but I think it's a long way away. To make matters worse, our best free safety wants to leave for the draft, but we have a guaranteed persuasion chance, so we're gonna have him come back. Why on earth would it be guaranteed? Of the notable names that we are losing though, Deion Scott's been great for us at cornerback, Carmelo Overton's been at linebacker as one of the users, and Kingston McCarty never got his real chance to shine. The transfer window could be our time to shine though. We can go after some of the top 50 prospects in this country, and I'm currently gonna DM a minor because Nate would be a great fit to this team. Okay, that might have been a little too wild. All I ask is you all don't clip that out of context. These are the transfers that we're going after. As you can see, there's no juniors on here, and the main reason for that is these junior transfers would only be around for one season. Of the guys we went after, we're starting to get a lead on a couple, but I've also fallen behind on some others like this freshman center because Ohio State's school grades are just so much better than what we can offer. The same goes for this right tackle. We even guessed his hard sell correctly, but George is so much better, which means I'm going to be super thankful every time we get this screen. There's no guarantees we pick up certain guys, but at least we have added to our offensive line, and then at the same time we lost a defensive tackle. One thing I just realized though was we stole this prospect from Georgia. We've jumped Ohio State on this one, so maybe we can compete with the big dogs. I've officially signed a minor. That player could get me in a lot of trouble though. It might not be the best signing, so I'll just have to watch what I say, but of course the center flipped back to the Buckeyes. Just looking at the dev traits of these transfers, anything that sticks out like star on this corner is amazing. I'll take it for sure, but I wasn't expecting 4-star devs in a row. We even got it on a kicker, a tight end, and then also a tackle. I think it's safe to say the transfer window saved this recruiting class. It's the best one we've ever had because it's the first time we can go after any players, so of course it finishes atop our conference as well. Now with all these cornerbacks, my plan is to move some of them around if we have some other needs to fill like strong safety, and this is an interesting surprise, but Sharif Lindsey's best at running back, not quarterback, so we could move him there or wide receiver too. It'll really all depend what we do with Sonny Lou. He is 95 speed, and I think wide receiver might be a better fit for him. Now it's time for training results going into year number 5. I didn't put anything into the motivator coach tab, but we're still up to an 87, and I will take this. We've developed this wide receiver room really well, and somehow we're still not over the roster limit, so I don't have to cut any of these players, but I will cut this guy just because a 78 speed receiver's not doing it. It's also probably time for us to get rid of some of our options in our quarterback room just so we can bring in other players. And I've been cleansing this team of a bunch of mid, even if that means encouraging Kareem Bryant to transfer with his 84 speed, who was clutch for us at one point. It's kinda sad how some of that worked out, but we can prepare for season 5 now. We're just looking through some of these other team overalls. We should be at the top of our conference, but I think the fact that they're signing 1 and 2 stars drags their overall down. I'm really hoping this is the year we finally beat Louisville. I also see Tennessee on the schedule, which is going to be tough. And our number one goal in recruiting this year has to be finding our quarterback of the future because Newcomb's pretty much all capped out. That guy might end up being 3-star Jim Maddow, and he is field general as an ability. We've also found a few other gyms to start targeting. I think we're going to be able to land all of them, even these 4 stars. But that'll obviously be decided as time goes on. This corner is 96 speed, while this wide receiver has 95. We also had 400 hours to spend this year, so we could go after a couple extra players. But the real question is how we're going to do against the Cardinals, who are actually a lower overall. Even though it's a new season, we basically have the exact same offense out there on the field, but since we redshirted Duke Fowler, Ham's our new power back. I felt like it could be useful to our future just to redshirt a couple of players that probably shouldn't be. And we won't really know whether or not that pays off until later on, but that's going to be a dot. Sonny Lou, the true freshman, brings it in, and he shines so far in this game, taking over the Ben Remigio role, who's also been redshirted. We actually have a nice lead against the Cardinals, but because they knocked that ball out, I feel like we need to go for it on this 4th and 4, and I think we're going to be short. Here in the 4th quarter, we're still up by 10 points, so I feel like we're actually about to beat the Cardinals. We should have picked that ball, but because our players don't have enough awareness, they're going to get their 3. That was a tight kick, but after stopping us, they're in a position where they might score a touchdown. So we're going to need our defense to come up clutch right here. The play action kind of faked me out, and they had someone open. We literally had 2 players over there in a zone. A holding call also makes this a 1st and 20. I'm in the business of choking, and I can't believe this is how our season's about to start, but there's only so much we can do. We are about to lose to Louisville again. I swear, this always happens, and they're just being smart about it. They're trying to settle for 3. We shot in that gap, which is going to mark them short. It's not a great chance, but we're going to have one. They shanked the field goal, and we could still drive down the field and get in field goal range ourselves if this is a good throw. I've almost seen enough out of Devontae Newcomb Newcomb. He kind of makes me sick at this point. This is going to be a catch inbounds. And by the time we get up to the line, we're not going to be able to snap this in time. Or we're not going to be able to snap it at all. Apparently, we are going to have a false start. That sent the game to overtime just like last year. And on third down, I'm just handing it off again. I don't trust it. I will run the ball until we get into the end zone. It's about to come. But now our main issue is we have to stop them. On 4th and 8, they have somebody open. Now it's their next drive. I should never trust Tampa 2 again, but that's the defense we're in, and we're not making a play on that either. Wait, we did. They're being forced to settle for a field goal, which they are going to hit. But all we have to do is score a touchdown to win. Whatever happens here, I am not settling for a field goal. We'll go for it on 4th down if we really have to. But I'm hoping a jet touch pass to Nick Smith can help us pick up the first down here. We're going to have some good blocks, and Nick Smith is going to help us take down Louisville for the first time. I got so excited I skipped the celebration, but I've been waiting on this moment for 5 years. And after a bye week, we're going to see if we can beat Kentucky too. At the moment, we're making a huge gain on Tennessee for this 4-star corner. We still don't have any of these prospects in the top 5, but after advancing the week we should, and Kentucky's ranked in the top 25. I am struggling to balance out our 400 hours between these 7 players though. I don't know if this split is going to work, but I guess we'll just have to find out after this game. Playing on the road at Kroger Field, I'm not really expecting us to come out on top, but I know we can take down Kentucky because we've done it before, so I was expecting us to perform a little bit better than what we've done today. We're keeping it close, but the writing already feels like it's on the wall that we're going to give up a ton of touchdowns, so I'm thrilled that to start the third quarter, we've driven it down the field. And even though Ryland Pfeiffer should have definitely caught that ball, we're tying it up at 20. Ever since then, though, we've been going back and forth versus Kentucky. That's how we're down by 1 with about 2 minutes left, though Ryland Pfeiffer was able to break a tackle. And if a missed extra point is the reason that we don't come out on top of this game, that's going to be so disappointing. Sonny Lou is him, though. He was able to bring in that ball. We're going to have it inside the 30. And honestly, just looking at the clock, we could settle for the game-winning field goal from right here. At the time, I don't think my brain registered how insane that throw was, but we're getting in. And I wasn't thinking right there. It was just pure instincts. We had our one open. We're going to take the sack. Kentucky wins this game with a touchdown. They have their tight end open up the seam, and they have no timeouts, but I'm afraid that they're about to drive all the way down the field because everybody feels like they're running stuck in mud. Like for a second there, nobody was quick. And keep in mind, I'm using like a 94 overall. That was just ridiculous. I've been able to get back to that ball before, but I also still might not be used to change of direction on this game. And they're trying to play us so smart by backing everybody up, so we're going to have to scramble instead. We still have 2 timeouts remaining. But we fumbled. Wait. No. I was trying the slide. I thought we were down. I'm going to challenge it. Okay, it was pretty obvious that it was a fumble before we went down, but all I'm saying is that should be a penalty because we started the sliding motion and then they still came through and just nailed us. At least Cutter Boley's a senior. We never have to see his face again. And that loss has no effect on how we do in Sunbelt Conference play. As long as we bounce back in this game, we're going to be just fine. Our tight end's wide open. And I'm super thankful we got him to transfer in. And I don't mind going for it on 4th and 2, but you'll notice who's in at running back. At the moment, we have a lot of new faces that are out there on the field, including Sharif Lindsay. But it's only because Ryland Pfeiffer dislocated his thumb for the quarter. It's made it so we have to pass inside the red zone, though, which has been a bit tricky. We're about to scramble in instead. And as much as South Alabama wanted this one to be a game, I'm starting to realize we're so much better than the rest of the Sun Belt. I'm hoping that we can dominate every team we face in conference play like this as well, but there could still be some teams that give us a challenge like last year. And I'm talking like we've ever won the conference before. This might be the year that Devontae Newcomb finally does it, though. It does bug me that I see certain players want to transfer still. I feel like we've gotten a lot better, especially since Nick Smith had quite the game. Next up on our schedule is going to be Southern Miss. They're in the other division. They're 2-1 going into this, but hopefully we can ruin that. We just got our first signing from Matt Owen, so we have more hours free to start putting on some of these other prospects. We might need it to schedule visits if we want to lock them in. And I'm starting to realize that we're simply not going to get everybody. What I am going to do, though, is since Tennessee is in second place on both of these prospects, I'm going to schedule them for the game that we play against them, and that's coming up next week, so that could be a massive upset. Before that, though, we do have to go on the road at Southern Miss to see if we can take them down, and they've kept things kind of close approaching halftime, but we also have the ball. If we can just finish this drive off, we'd be up by 7. I'm going to roll out, try to get some space with this halfback screen, but they weren't falling for it. It is 4th and 2, and our tight end's open, but he has to catch it. I've smart routed his route with the corner here too, which normally works super well. He has so much space to get in, and ever since that moment, it's felt like we've had full control of this this game, they're going to try to pick up a 3rd and 18. But they're not going to get it, so kicking the field goal is the only way to stay in it, yet they shanked it. Either we could run out the clock from here or try to run up the score using the play action to get another touchdown against them. I think we have Nick Smith. He is gone. And that is what I'm talking about from this team. What a performance. As much as I'm still not the biggest fan of Devontae Newcomb, he's our best option at quarterback unless Matt Owen ends up having some crazy development. I'm also sad to say we're going to lose this receiver to Clemson, and Tennessee jumped us on the center. We have no choice but to somehow upset the number 9 Volunteers at home. And I haven't forgotten about how they blew us out last year, so we're taking this one seriously. It being at home gives us a better chance, even though neither team's been able to score yet. We're just going to have to throw it away. And we'll see if we can throw a laser on 3rd and 9. I think we're going to get the first touchdown. It was about time the defense gave us something good to take. But the second we get on the board, you know Tennessee's about to respond to that too, and they're trying to throw a laser that they drop. I'll take holding the Volunteers to a field goal every day of the week. We also have Nick Smith deep because they thought that they could press our best receiver, and it just wasn't happening. That's what this game has really come down to, whether or not they think they're actually good enough to stop him. And all we have to do with a few minutes left is maintain our lead. They did score a touchdown on their last drive. They're about to get another. So we're not the only team that can beat them deep, and we are all over that 2-pointer. Now, as we try to run out the rest of the clock, I am really tempted to try and throw it because once again, they're being so aggressive with the looks that they give us, but this one is about to clamp us up. No, we catch it. That puts us in a great position. They only have 1 timeout left. So no matter what, if they get this ball back, they're only going to have about 30 seconds, though we might have the first with Trey, and he goes out of bounds. Thankfully, it's not going to matter. We're going to pull off the upset, and this goes down as the biggest win in Southern Kentucky school history. It was really more of a defensive and a Nick Smith effort than anything else, but I'll take it. It's the reason we stole this 4-star corner from Tennessee, and we're also about to steal this 4-star center from them. With this class, we should cover our need for most offensive linemen, but there are still other positions we need to pursue, and I might start scouting quarterbacks just to see if we can get another option. I thought I could get a gym at that position, but this was the best I could find, and I might as well just focus back in on the rest of this season. All I'm saying is if we're able to win out, we might be a playoff team. The only tough game left on our schedule is Arkansas State, and we do have that huge win over Tennessee. I mean, that is something that is far more manageable than I ever expected it to be. What it'll really come down to is whether or not we can take care of business versus every team we should beat. He was supposed to be on like an angle route right there, by the way. I thought he was cutting into the right. And dumb mistakes like that are how we find ourselves in this position, but that's a laser. I won't lie, just like last year, I'm throwing a lot of picks again. That's a flag. And it's against our own offensive line who didn't block the one player that got in. Sometimes I wonder how bad you have to be to cheat and still not get the right result, but I guess it doesn't really matter because we're going to have success through the air either way, and I might even be able to scramble for a touchdown here with Devontae. We have finally leveled up in the Sun Belt. Things are getting easier. But to be midway through the year and already have 10 interceptions, I'll admit it's not acceptable. Once again, it looks like it's going to be a race between us and Arkansas State to make the conference championship. And I would love to spend some of the 65 coach points in this architect tree, but in order to unlock it, we have to win 4 rivalry games. Since I had to replace Middle Tennessee State, the only game in our schedule that actually counts as a rivalry is Western Kentucky. You should be able to add custom rivalries with Team Builder, and you should also be able to set custom school grades. I just feel like there's certain things that they're missing. Setting the pipeline would be nice too, because as you can see, we lost this center to Tennessee and this wide receiver to France in the same week. Hopefully we still close out on these two. I have them coming on a visit against Arkansas State if they're still on our board by the time we get to that game. And we need to have a bigger recruiting class this year because we have to replace 15 players instead of like 8. This might not pan out, but I am going to go in raw on these 3 high schoolers because there's a chance we could sign the 3 4-stars. And let's just take care of business against Coastal Carolina. At some point in this episode, we're definitely going to have to talk as well about why I ended up shortening this series, changing up the style of what I've been doing, because I at least owe that to y'all that have loved and supported this series so much, so that's going to come in one of the later seasons. I'm not going to forget about it. It seems like most of our Sunbelt games are going to be pretty easy to win from here on out though. We're up 21-0, and I'm shocked that we still don't have a full home crowd. I kind of knew that would happen by putting a team in Somerset though. There's just not that many people to come out to these, and we almost got another touchdown. I would really like one more to end this game, but I also have to be careful not to throw an interception, and I don't think Newcomb's making it to the end zone. 37-0 is still amazing. I think that might be our first shutout in school history. And it's like every game he's putting up 4 touchdowns. We have a real test coming up though. If you look at the Sunbelt Conference standings, there's a ton of teams that are 3-1 in conference play. Western Kentucky's always a tough rival, but we're up to an 89 overall on paper. Players must be improving. And that's what's happened. Nick Smith started the season as an 84 overall. Now he's up to an 88, but he's pretty much capped out all of his improvements. I also just remembered that they changed it to where you you can actually edit players' numbers. So Sonny Liu no longer has to be number 25 as a wide receiver. That was ugly. Maybe that new number change can lead to a breakout performance versus the Hilltoppers. And using play action, if this is man-to-man coverage, we should have a touchdown to him right here. Our offense has just gotten better every season of this dynasty. And on the defensive side of things too, we seem to be able to lock up, though we're about to give up a touchdown to them to end this first half because of my mistake. I thought they were about to run the ball right there. The computer normally does in that situation, but they didn't, so now the Hilltoppers feel like they have a chance that they really shouldn't, and this could also be picked. What's crazy is if this is cover one, we can still end the first half with a score because Nick Smith is going to outrun that slot corner, but he dropped the ball. Our 88 speed wide receiver dropped the ball and just give us the sack. We got so unlucky to end the first half, but we do still have a lead. We've been able to stay on top as well going into the fourth quarter, but if we don't get this long third down, we're going to have to punt it back to them. So it's on our defense to come up clutch again. Here on third down, we're going to snag it with Damon Johnson. That was an amazing user play, but he's not going all the way. It's a shame he was not the one that got to finish that off since he was the one that did it. But the transfer still came up huge for us. I'm glad I moved him to safety. At the end of the day, the Hilltoppers weren't coming back from that. And if we can beat Arkansas State next, we're going to be 2 games ahead of every team in the Sun Belt. This is our chance to really make a name for Southern Kentucky. We have got to take them down. And we just secured our second commit, but I think there's still at least one player that's on a visit for this game. What we really needed was wide receivers though, and we still haven't signed any, which is why I had to take 55 hours off of this 4-star linebacker once I found this 3-star gym at receiver with 96 speed. We have to be going all in on him instead because 2 of our best 3 guys are seniors and we're about to have almost no depth, especially if Nick Smith went to the draft early. I'll also be looking for them in the transfer portal window just to get even more guys, but at the moment all I've been focused on is beating Arkansas State, and unless they pick up this 3rd and 9, we're going to get another stop. We're literally just dominating this game, and I think it's going to keep on getting worse for them. I know we're still not ranked, but I feel like this is a playoff team, especially when you look at how bad we're beating most of the teams we face. This is 100% going to be our best season yet, which is why I knew it was coming eventually. We've moved up to number 22 in the country. All we should really have to do to make the playoffs is make sure we keep on winning, and that's easier said than done knowing how much choking I'm capable of. Pause. But what's really important is we pick up this 3rd and 16, and that was not thrown the way it was supposed to be. It's a good thing we have a senior kicker that seems to be able to drill about everything. I've gotten a lot better with the meter. So even though we've played one of our worst games this year, we're still in a pretty solid spot. It's always been our defense that we're super worried about because that's how we stay in these. And once we get rolling offensively, they're just never coming back. It was one of our worser performances throughout the year, but we've still been moved up the polls to number 19, and we need UTSA to lose the game as well. They're ruining our chance at getting an at-large bid, but I guess at the same time, we're not guaranteed to win the Sun Belt Conference Championship. Considering Marshall is an 86 overall, I knew that this game might be a bit tougher, but I didn't think we would be punting only up by 4 here in the 3rd quarter. They still have a really good chance to take us down, though that bounce on the punt was beautiful. Come on. We could easily get them off the field right here, especially since they're trying to go through the air, though they're scrambling for it, and we're still going to hold them short. The Thundering Herd are always one of those teams that I'm pretty nervous about facing. They're about to clamp us here too. And this matchup's basically just turned into a defensive battle where our zones didn't cover it. On 3rd and 3, I could make the mistake by pressing them right here, but I'm trying to be super aggressive. We couldn't get over to the ball, and I can already tell that they're about to punch it in. If we can hold them to just a field goal, that would actually be incredible, though they're breaking a tackle. And here we go. It all comes down to this. I hope they try to force it, but where's our zone? There were 2 guys that should have been playing that ball. He got a foot in, and all I know how to do is just block everybody here because they could be sending 6, but instead they're letting Nick Smith beat the press and he catches it. I don't like being in close games again. I've really enjoyed just blowing out most of the opponents we faced this year, but this is good for us considering we should be a playoff team if we can win out for the first time, and Pfeiffer is going to hit a speed boost to take it into the crib. That has not stopped them from driving all the way down the field, though. Our zones aren't covering a thing, and they're on the verge of scoring a touchdown right here. I don't expect us to cover it all. This isn't even a road game, so there's really no excuses. I knew it might be tough when I saw their team overall, but I figured we'd still win by like 14 points, and why was Ryland Pfeiffer running that route so slow? I mean, there's still 40 seconds left, so we have a bunch of time, especially if we're able to connect on this corner route. But I have to say, I feel like it's been pretty inconsistent whether or not we do complete those throughout the year, and I just just realized we still have all 3 of our timeouts left, but that would have been a pick. I gotta stop calling that play. It fakes me out every single time. We're gonna have our drag to Smith. Somehow he is wide open. And I guess it wouldn't hurt to mix in one run, see if they're not expecting it, because Pfeiffer is gonna take it into the end zone. We're gonna improve to 10 wins this season, and we have finally beat the choking allegations. I'm also starting to think something I should have done a long time ago was unlock this tactician tree. We have 55 coach points to spend inside of it. And if anything, I'm just using it to make sure our defense plays even better with all of these stat upgrades. It'll be nice whenever that affects our overall. We even signed Dylan Coco over Kentucky, but as you can see, Alabama jumped into the battle on this linebacker, so we're not going to get him. I've decided to just look for more wide receivers, and considering we're up to number 16 in the country, we might not need an automatic bid to make the playoffs. Either way, we're easily locked into the Sun Belt Conference Championship, and Old Dominion shouldn't give us any issues at all. I know we're playing on the road, but again, we've been performing so well, so the odds of us messing this one up are just super low. We're not going to blow our chance against the Monarchs to go 11-1. It has been a long 5 seasons, and transparently, I thought it would take even longer than this to get this good, but I think one of the biggest things that helped us is the coordinators that we've hired for this team. I brought them on so soon, and I'll show you all them after the game again, but pretty much they're maxed out in 2 different areas. So not only do our players improve better during the offseason, but they also get more in-game stat boosts. At this point, the Monarchs are completely done, but I let them score 7 just to feel good about themselves, and what a way for Devontae to end the regular season. A playoff spot still not guaranteed though. We're coming in ranked 15th, and the signings are finally popping up again where we just got a 4-star guard. We needed that. That means in this class alone, we've brought 3 different 4-stars to our offensive line. Especially since we're probably going to lose out on Ben, it would be nice to land this scrambler as well just because of his stats. I know they're good, but my main focus going into the transfer portal is this wide receiver and then also another one that was a gem. It's time to lock in though because we have our Sun Belt Conference Championship, and as you can see at the moment we're not going to be in the playoffs unless UTSA loses at Tulane. The current projection has that happening though, which makes me feel good, and considering Louisiana is just an 83 overall, we shouldn't struggle. To start the game though, Louisiana got on the board first, and unless we pick this up, we're kicking 3-2. It's raining, which is affecting our passing game a little bit. We've already experienced multiple drops, and at the moment it looks like we're going to be going into the half down by 7 unless we can finish this off with a touchdown. This is simply not the time for us to play poorly. We're going to beat them off the line though. I just think they can catch up to the ball, so we'll see what we can do right here. It's man-to-man coverage. The drag is going to be open. I almost wanted to take the halfback wheel route, but that works too. I think we can get away with just handing this ball off, but they're all over it, and we only have 1 timeout left before halftime, so we have to be a little bit more careful than that. Devontae Newcomb is going to scramble for an easy touchdown. Getting stops is going to be the key to winning this game though. We can't pull away, and even if they don't get into the end zone here, which they do, we're going to be trailing, and with this 2-point conversion, I just have to hope that we can get the sack and hold them short. To be honest, we're not playing like we deserve a playoff spot, but we should still get one, and I feel like anytime we get play action involved, we normally have somebody open, even underneath. This is just another game-winning drive that we have to put together, except this one is far more important. It's our chance to win our first conference championship, and one thing you'll probably notice is we don't have our starting running back out there on the field. We have thrown an interception when we had to drag wide open, or the zig route, whatever. Anyway, Rylan Pfeiffer's been on and off the field during this matchup, and that's held us back so much. We'll see what type of pass they make on 2nd and 8. I feel like we can lock that up all day. It really just comes down to whether or not they pick up this 3rd and long. They don't, and they're punting it back to us as well, but they might have just pinned us inside like the 5. Well, we're spotted at the 8, so that's not much better. We have to go 92 yards down the field in order to win this game. Going for the big plays with this team has definitely affected this offense, even though we can pull it off, and I feel like it might be the reason that we're struggling in this one. Our zig route will get open. That was what I wanted to read on the interception, but at least we got it to work right there, and they had a corner route open. We're coming back to it. Aggressive catching with Trey Ramsor. He's not missing that ball at all. I'm starting to feel a little bit more confident, though we might have an interception, and that's my fault right there. I thought they were in a cover 4, but instead they were running like a cover 2 hard flat. Come on. It's like Devontae Newcomb is so good and so bad at the same time. He misses a lot of passes he shouldn't, but there's no reason to panic. There's still a minute left in this game, and we can always throw it away. We cannot lose our first Sun Belt Conference championship. We finally got here. We have been waiting for this moment, and there's a chance that it all goes to waste. Here on 3rd and 10, I think what I'm going to have to do is just take our flat to Otis and let him get out of bounds. As long as we're in hurry up mode, we can run the same play back, so we're able to call it twice. But that really didn't get us too much right there, and we're going to have our running back. It's a shame our offensive line can't block for too long. That issue should change after we get in these new recruits, but until then, we're stuck with what we have right now, and I'm going to burn our first timeout, or our second one right here. I figured we could get away with that. I'm also going to probably step up and scramble with Devontae Newcomb because he's getting into the end zone. There is no choking with Southern Kentucky during this season, and this has been a grind, but we're currently in a spot where we should be in the college football playoffs. I'll run it again. They have just 12 seconds to get into field goal range. The odds of us giving that up are really low, and here on 2nd and inches, we just have to hope they don't have a deep comeback route or something. This is it. They can send up a prayer all they want, but the game is officially done. They didn't even try to go for the Hail Mary, and I put my heart and soul into this team. It's about time we won our conference championship. We couldn't have done it without Devontae Newcomb, and there we are celebrating with the trophy. We still got a bit we got to grow with though, and I forgot to show you all the coordinator split, but this is how they divide up their points, and that's why we've been so effective. They're both amazing. I am afraid because we've been so good, we're going to lose one of them though, and it's cool that we got the 4-star quarterback to commit, but what I'm worried about is if we made the playoffs. First, it's going to show us the Heisman winner. He was at LSU, but then this screen pops up and it's the Hawaii Bowl. I think UTSA ended up getting the 5th at large bid instead of us. They won their game. And never mind, it was Wisconsin that got the 5th at large bid. They finished as the 4 seed. That's really upsetting, but I guess we still have a chance to win our 2nd bowl game as a program. The Rams are only an 81. It's also early National Signing Day, which means we can see player dev traits. This corner has star, the linebacker has star. Matt Owens only impact though for a quarterback, and this center's on normal. As for our other 3 signings, we have a right guard with impact, another right guard with impact, and then a quarterback with impact. It's really not looking too good at this position. Pretty much everybody's going to be the same as each other. And Josh Quarterman's the only young quarterback on this roster right now, but he doesn't have much more room to jump up. I'm just going to have to search long and hard during the transfer portal. And whether or not we win this bowl game doesn't really matter to me because we got snubbed from the playoffs. We got off to a really rough start versus them, but if we are able to pick up this 4th and 6, we're still in this game. It went to Sony Liu, the true freshman, and that is how you end a 3rd quarter. All I'm saying is they were up 27-3 at one point. And you can say a lot of things about this roster, but you can't say we don't persevere. It's so sad to me though that we're about to lose Rylan Pfeiffer because he's basically been with us for all of these years and he was finally starting to become really good. A lot of the faces that we started this rebuild off with are about to be gone. And here on 4th and 5, we have to make sure we pick this up, so we're going to hit our transfer tight end for the 1st. As we continue to push it down the field, I am going to chew the clock, but then we didn't snap the ball, so that's resulted in us getting a delay of game. I waited too long for a player to motion over. Now we have to hang on to this, and that really hurts right there. I'm going to step up and scramble. That's what we do best. I guess this is it right here. 4th and goal. We have the drag open. We're in the end zone. All of a sudden, I feel so much more clutch on this game than what we felt the last couple years. They're not going to get a field goal. And even if we didn't make the playoffs, this has been an eye-opening experience for this team. Now I know what's really possible with the Stallions. That interception is going to steal it, and we are even taking it back. Damon Johnson was such a good pickup for us. I've had a ton of fun with him, and I had a ton of fun with this entire team in general. I'm sad to see who has to graduate. I mean, it's not even close. That was our best season in school history. But I'm afraid what I've learned is if we don't go undefeated, then we're not going to have a good shot at making the playoffs in the Sun Belt. I noticed there was a hire staff button though. That means we lost our defensive coordinator. And I've been able to find like a mini version of what we had, but he still has to progress a lot. To end the year, we finished at number 17 in the country. I figured we'd be so much higher than that. Especially since we had quality wins. UTSA made a run to the championship, but they didn't win. As for our season stats, Devontae Newcomb had his best year yet. He still had a lot of interceptions, but that's over the course of 14 games. He rushed in for 10 touchdowns as well, while Pfeiffer had 863 yards. And I wasn't kidding whenever I said both Sony Liu was going off and then Nick Smith was having the year of his career. I mean, this was his best season yet. It didn't cause him to declare for the NFL draft early though. Marcel Miller IV is projected to go in the 1st round. We're saying goodbye to Rylan Pfeiffer, Ronald Moore, and so many other players like Trey Ramsor and Juwan Markick. Brian Hodge, our kicker, is another name on that list, and I remember Kevin Amatova. He didn't start as much later in his career, but that was our first class of players we recruited here, and we did have a 1st round pick. We only got credit for that too because we found him in the transfer portal. I'm going to look for other options like this running back that has us at 1st place. Besides him, nobody until rank 161 would consider us, and that makes me think I need to scout some of these players before we just automatically offer them a roster spot. From what I saw, there wasn't anything special about any of them, but I'm still going to target them, and I don't think it could hurt us at this point to sign extra players. To my surprise, we actually lost this athlete to Kentucky, and Tennessee has jumped us for Jimmy, so I'm not sure we're going to get the 4-star either. We're in week 3, and I still have no idea what his hard sells are. I have to guess, which actually ended up working. Apparently, I guessed correctly. We also signed some of these 2-star transfers, and at the end of the day, it wasn't a great class of only 16 players, but we had very limited hours throughout the year. We also just don't have that many team needs anymore, but it doesn't excuse getting the 69th best class. And next year, we're getting the best that we can because some of our school grades have gotten a lot better. It also helps that we're a 3-star school now. We have some position changes to make, and that's after finding out that both of these wide receivers receivers are star dev, which is great since all the quarterbacks we found were only impact. In fact, I might even throw Matt Owen at linebacker because of how bad his skill caps are going to be. And after training results, there's a chance that Jimmy's not even our best running back. It's almost like our roster's taken a step backwards in the wrong direction. It says we're an 89 again though. I'll take an 89. But it might be a bit inflated because we have so many points in tactician, and with 20 more coach points to spend, I'm going to make sure our wide receivers end up getting a lot better too. Somehow to start this season, we're not even ranked, and we're going to be going at Ohio State for our first game. So if we don't beat them, that might keep us out of the playoffs again, but at least we know we're starting Devontae Newcomb at quarterback. He still hasn't maxed out his accuracies, and it seems like some of his skill caps are rising. But I can say for a fact he's our best option, and it did pay off redshirting Ben because he's up to an 87. Of course, I've also started to focus on our replacements for next season. All of these guys are gyms, including these two receivers, which is great because Britt has 94 speed, Jocelyn has 93, and then this 5-star gym running back Greg Hatch has 94 himself. Smith is a quarterback, but he's not a gym. I still really want it. All of that high-end talent though with 4 and 5 stars is only going to come to our school if we can beat teams like the Buckeyes, and I have a feeling it's going to be pretty difficult to do that on the road since they're so good. We have a new starting running back out there as well who's led us down the field so far. He just transferred in, but he just fumbled it on that run. Ohio State's picking it up, and we better be able to chase them down. I'm throwing the challenge flag. His arm definitely hit the ground before that ball popped out. You can see it. And that would have been a terrible way to start this game against Ohio State. Now I'm feeling a little bit better, but we still got to get in. My main move in this situation is just stepping up with the quarterback and running. We could always throw to our running back as well, and I think we have to be aggressive against a team like Ohio State, so we went with the jet touch pass, which is going to result in a touchdown. This team is by far the best one that we've ever had, but I still don't think we're that good if we're getting toasted on a 3rd and 11 where I shaded over top. And I can only play so well. At least with the option, Newcomb is going to be able to get a huge gain for us. I think we're going to do fine against pretty much all our Sunbelt opponents. This is the one that I'm super worried about. Obviously, we were not on the same page right there, but it doesn't even make a difference because going into the 4th quarter, we're up by 5 points and they have one option, and that's take a sack. Pretty much this entire game's just been a defensive battle, mainly because we can hardly see the routes on the field. But I've also been stupidly aggressive. I'm going for it on this 4th and inches as well, just to make sure we keep on moving the chains. Every time it gets to a 3rd down, there's a lot of pressure, but if we take our drags, we should be able to pick it up. And I like what I'm seeing on this play right here because we were just going to be patient the entire time. I wasn't expecting it, but all of a sudden there's only a couple minutes left in this game, and we're basically a 1st down away from taking down the Buckeyes as we're going to cut it up here and we're taking it to the crib. The transfer portal has honestly been our best friend in this dynasty because it's the only reason we have Jimmy Fucha. It's one of the only reasons our team is so solid. But once again, we just got toasted. No matter how well I've played, every time they've gone to that in this game, it's worked in their favor. And I think it's about time we try to hit them with some trickery because this is our one way to make a difference. We have a player that has 95 speed. Come on. The only issue with going out of bounds right there with them pushing us, because I made sure we stayed in, is this game is still not over, and with the counter run, I'm trying to cut it back. If I can make the correct read here, I think we're going to be chilling just fine. Devontae, get out of my way! I don't care that we just got caught on our linemen. We are not bringing that level of choke into this season. We're going to continue to have success, so we just have to pin them as far back as we can with the punt. And I'm also backing everybody up so they can't just toast us deep like they have on a couple of plays. I think that's going to make all the difference. Here on 3rd and 10, they have to throw it away. And I'm prepared to run back as far as I have to. I already know what side of the field they're trying to throw it to, but this time we were prepared for it. We backed everybody up, and they were not able to beat us all the way deep. Get the touchdown too. Dalton B might have gotten toasted twice, but he finally got a stop, and we were just able to upset Ohio State on the road. That means it's even more crucial than ever before that we win out. Indiana's ranked. We play them on the road, but besides that, it's just Sunbelt opponents. I should also mention, we're already ranked inside the top 25, which we deserve, and all I want to do is avoid getting snubbed from the playoffs another year in a row. Even though some of these school grades are already up quite a bit, that'd be a huge building block for the program, and I think we're going to wait another week before we try any hard sells. Even though some of these players have entered their top 5, we don't know what their interests are. At least this year we get to play Kentucky at home. I know they beat us, so we have come out looking for revenge, and after playing at Ohio State last week, everything's going to feel so much simpler. We're up 17-0. Sometimes I forget that our best receiver on this roster is actually that 91 overall tight end, though our zones got bitten down here and they have a tutty. We were supposed to have a deep zone over on that side of the field, but once again our tight end's getting open, so it doesn't matter. It turns out this is what it's like to play with a really good team, and I've built the speed that I wanted at pretty much every position. We could make this defender miss as well, but we don't. I think the speed is what really separates this team from last year's though and makes it even better. We should be able to get into the end zone. I tried to hurdle. And this game's been over since the second quarter, but there's something that feels so good about running up the score. Kentucky's not considered our rivals in the game, but they're definitely one of our main rivals. We've played them every single year. And Devontae Newcomb might just go for a Heisman Trophy. You gotta think, after we played Indiana, we're just facing Sunbelt schools, so it'll be super easy to put up good numbers. But I have a feeling it might take a while to get noticed, though. If Jacksonville State can have a player up here, so can we. Now, when it comes to recruiting, to make sure we don't fall behind in these battles, I had to guess on a lot of these players' hard sells, but I feel pretty confident in what I guessed, and our school grades are still so much better than what they were. Especially if we can take down Indiana, who's a top 25 team. I think we'll have no issues getting a lot of those 4 and 5 stars. Indiana's coming out with a full crowd around them, probably because it's the one time their football team's good. And I'm ready for Devontae Newcomb to come out here and ruin all of their hopes and dreams, because we're about to go up 14-3 as we squeeze through the gap. I thought it was going to come a few plays later or something, but Nick Smith is really that guy, and imagine what we're about to do to Sunbelt teams. The longer this game goes on for, the more the Hoosiers are just struggling, because while they're barely scoring, we keep on flying down the field, and we're about to go up 28-3. I am so confident that we're about to as well, because I'm just going to roll out and then run with Devontae, who takes it in. So I didn't think it was possible for us to get this much better than last year, but we definitely have, and we should be able to go undefeated in the regular season. For whatever reason though, I still don't feel like we're on a championship level. I guess we'll see how it plays out, and we can focus in on some of these elite dev players like Boudreaux that I ended up signing, and he continues to progress. He was close to having my last name Bordeaux, but not quite. We are having a lead on a lot of these 5 stars too, which is great, but what's also great is I think I guessed all the hard sells correctly, because we didn't fall behind the second place on any of these players. After advancing through our bye week, we would sign both the 94 and the 93 speed wide receiver, and that frees up points to schedule a visit with these guys just to give us that last boost that we need. I guess we'll see how that plays out, and now we're taking on Texas State to open up conference play, who honestly seems to be pretty good, and since they're in the other division, we rarely have to face them. Even though we're entering Sunbelt play undefeated, I know there's no guarantees we're going to leave it undefeated, especially if we're going to have bad underthrows like that interception to start this game. But we're going to make up for it on the next drive by being aggressive on 4th and 3 and getting it. There's such little room for error. This is one of the best rosters we're going to have for a while, and I feel like we have to earn a playoff bid. That would just make recruiting even easier than it already is. This needs to be a good throw, but we know what we've been getting with Devontae at quarterback. Sometimes he hits his targets, sometimes he doesn't, and he did right here. I'm so glad that we redshirted Ben though, because we're now going to have him for 3 more seasons, and unless we face off against a team with super fast cornerbacks, I think everybody's going to struggle to stop us. The only real issues we continue to run into is Devontae Newcomb just not being as accurate as we need him to all the time, but then our defense makes up for it because they've been playing incredibly well. There's no way they get this 4th and 17. We're going to hold them to 0. So much for being worried about the Bobcats. We have not struggled at all, and what a performance from our entire team. Like I said, I think Devontae Newcomb could actually win the Heisman, and we picked up a couple more commits while losing this 4-star to Florida, but I don't care because we got a 5-star gym right end. We're actually setting ourselves up so nicely to have a huge class, and if we can get about 18 to 20 players of high quality, that's all that we need. There's still going to be a few tough conference games though, because just looking at our schedule, we have 4-0 Southern Miss on there, Arkansas State's always decent, and so is Marshall. This is the first of the few that I'm a little bit nervous about, but maybe I shouldn't be because we've dominated this game so far, and that's another tutty. Of course, it's Ben Remigio in the end zone, and honestly, at this point, I'm just starting to feel bad for what we're about to do to the rest of the Sun Belt. There was a chance. This was the second game in a row that we didn't give up a single point, but now that they've finally put together a decent drive, I'm not sure how true that's going to be as they have somebody open. I want to hold another team to 0, but I just don't think it's going to happen. But hang on a minute, here we go. It's 4th and 3. They're trying to scramble and they're not getting it. This is actually crazy. We literally just own every team that we're going to play for the rest of the year. That's back-to-back games where our defense didn't give up a single point, but Devontae Newcomb might not be putting up the best stats. Don't get me wrong, he's had some solid numbers, but I'm not sure this is enough to be in the Heisman running, unless it's also going to calculate whatever he does on the ground. I'd assume it would, but I don't see his name up here yet. Only players from Jacksonville State. And it's not like we're an unknown team by now. We're sitting at number 13 in the country. All we have to do is win 7 straight games, and we're probably going to have a first round bye in the playoffs. But something has gone wrong with one of these 5 stars. Jared Smith now wants to go to Auburn. We can schedule him for a visit, but it's not going to make much of a difference beating up on a small school. So that's a massive L, and we can just take it all out on Appalachian State. It seems like our streak of holding teams to 0 points though is about to be over unless we can force a fumble somehow on this 3rd down. They're going to be in field goal range. No, their quarterback was still going. Just seeing how Appalachian State played on that first drive, which ended with a touchdown touchdown, I can guarantee EA makes us lose one of these games this season. And I was pretty frustrated whenever we dropped the ball right there, but we're going to have so many chances to beat them deep, and it's another drop. It's like I can't even punish them for coming out in terrible defenses. We're going to have to be smarter going underneath. But that's not what I wanted right there, and I'm afraid that they're about to hold us to a field goal. It took too long for that throw to get out. Also, I will say, it's not like we even caught the ball anyway, which is why I'm just thankful that to end this first half, we should finish it with a lead, as that's a jump ball that we're coming down with. It wasn't even open, but I've been wanting to throw that for 5 or 6 seasons. So even though he's having a rough game for us, Nick Smith came up clutch, and yeah, we're not getting this either. I guess what it's going to take to have a competitive game with us is what I thought, good DBs and then rain as well. It's not a good combo. But at the end of the day, it's not going to matter. They have not scored since that first drive, and we're just closing this one out. We've had a pick 6 even. I want to hold them to 7 points just because I think that says a lot more about us as a team, but that didn't happen, so we're just going to have to accept the fact that we had a pretty rough day even though we were playing at home. These are the types of games that make sure he doesn't win the Heisman, and Coastal Carolina is another team that's tied with us at the top of our division. I feel like once we get through this one, our schedule has to open up, but looking at it, maybe not, because we have to play against our rivals and then on the road at Arkansas State, so it's just going to stay a little bit more competitive. I don't like that though, and I hate the fact that Jared Smith actually chose Auburn. Now I have to scout all these quarterbacks that are still available. Surely we can get at least one. And after scouting 4 players, it's clear to me that we have 2 options to choose between because they're both gyms, but Dallas Wow has 93 speed. That would honestly be great, but now it's time to go on the road to play on this teal field. On our first drive, things have been going pretty well like they have all season, and that should be caught. So now we're like half a yard away from getting the touchdown. It should be clear by now, if we get off to a good start, we're probably just going to run away with the game as we go on because we're such a hard offense to stop, and going into the 4th quarter, it's over. Now looking at the top 25, we're non-existent at number 14, and I think that's just a team builder glitch, though we're going to keep on trying to run it down their throats. There's been a couple hiccups, but I've gotten so used to these Sunbelt games just being blowouts, and I really hope this is what the score looks like versus Western Kentucky. They're 2-4. This is probably the worst that they've ever been before we've played them, and we have signed the 5-star gym running back. We're about to get this 5-star gym safety as well. I'm done with recruiting though. I'm ready to take on the Hilltoppers, and all it's taken for our offense to be humbled is facing off against a rival. Of course they've kept it close. We should still be able to end the half with our first points of the game right here, but I'll be the first to say I'm not happy we're only up 7-3. It's a good thing that our defense plays so well. They're just running it on 3rd and long, but we actually missed the extra point, which is why I cannot be simming it, and they've just boxed Nick Smith on this play for a pick. All of a sudden in the 3rd quarter, we would be losing to the Hilltoppers. That's right, we're losing to them, and we had to punt it back to them. We're on this 3rd and 7. They're gonna route up our corner for the first down. I'm starting to really question how good we are as a team. They're going for a halfback screen on 3rd and long. We should be able to hold them to a field goal, but they decided that wasn't good enough for them. They're gonna go for it on 4th down, and they're gonna pick it up. Western Kentucky's actually putting on a masterclass versus us right now, and we better start to lock in because this would not be a cute game to lose. It all comes down to this 3rd and goal where they're gonna get stuffed, and I bet they shank this kick too. They're gonna miss it to the right. I always miss in that position, so I can normally expect the computer to miss too. Nick Smith drops it, and what's worked for us against every other team all season is not working against Western Kentucky. That's what's been so confusing. But this halfback screen's going to lead to a big pickup. I have been waiting for something like that. We also have the out route on 3rd down, but I threw it late. And I can't believe we're actually settling for a field goal right here, but I'm confident we can hit this one as we do. This puts us in a really bad spot though if they're able to get into field goal range. And it seems like they're going to, unless we can get a huge stop. They're scrambling. We got to hit them. It's really not looking good for us. 3rd and 1 with the bubble. We are going to box them. But this has been a disgusting showing from Southern Kentucky. And in future seasons, I will never take this rivalry game too lightly again. We're going to have to step up with Devontae Newcomb, and this could be a huge run from our quarterback. That play alone just makes me want to keep the ball in his hands. We're also going to step up on this one because I felt like it was our best option. And it hasn't been pretty, but we have proven that we can close out games this season as well. That's a big run. I'm even going to try to get into the end zone at the last second just to save us, because you never know when a field goal could be blocked or something, but that works too. If they somehow managed to get into field goal range in a short period of time, I would have been devastated. But our defense has done their their job. They have one final shot to try and reach the end zone. There's simply no way they were going to, even though their quarterback threw it very far. And we're a little bit upset because we only won this game by 2 points, but we're still going to be 8-0. Going into week 10, we're still on pace to land Dallas Wiley, the quarterback, and then looking at some of these other 4 and 5 stars, it's going to come down to the wire. Either way, though, I'm super happy with how the class is shaping up. At the moment, we're sitting at number 13 in the country, and we're not recruiting any bums, any 3 stars this year. We're playing Arkansas State next, who from the looks of it is one of the final teams that could ruin our chance at making the conference championship. But Marshall's also sitting at 4-1 in conference play. We have to play them on the road, so I don't know why they're playing this well. All I'm gonna say is last year I was worried about Arkansas State, but they did absolutely nothing versus us. And I am not worried in the slightest. I'm sure we can pick this team apart in 5 wide, which is what we're gonna do on our first drive. Assuming we're gonna make the playoffs though, I have to remember to not sim a single extra point again, because it's not gonna cost us in a game where we're literally blowing them out and it's already over before halftime, but it could against a big school, and if that's man-to-man coverage, we have another tutty. Nick Smith has literally been doing whatever he wants, and I don't get how Arkansas State always has such a good season before we play them and destroy them. I mean, this is great for Devontae Newcomb. He bounced back after last week, and I'd given up on seeing him in the Heisman watch, but with 4 touchdowns, Nick Smith is up to number 2. He's playing for the number 8 team in the country, so he could literally win it. And the only conference opponent still in our way in the Sun Belt is Marshall. Just looking around in recruiting, we still don't have any major changes, but a lot of these prospects on our board right now are coming on a visit versus James Madison. So all we have to do is make sure we don't choke here. That really shouldn't be too difficult to do. And with those stats, I'm really surprised Nick Smith is second for Heisman voting right now, but we're going to give him a chance to put up great numbers by bombing it over the top on the first play, and he catches it. We ended up finishing that drive off for a touchdown. We're probably about to get one right here with him, and that's what would really inflate his stats, but instead we're going to run it with Duke Fowler. The name's been forgotten for a bit, but he is still on the team, and I'm going to try to thread the needle to end this first half, but that safety is going to play it. I think the hardest part about adapting to this game for me is you could have made that throw on NCAA football 14, but why did that cornerback run away from the football? Maybe fade routes are just that glitchy, like he got beat off the line. It should have been a touchdown, but he didn't even make an effort to stop that. The more I play this, I realize even on Heisman, when you have a good team, you can sling the rock a ton. I mean, that's what we've done all season, and you just have to have a big lead on the road so the home field advantage doesn't rattle you. Those are the games that worry me the most, like this one on the road at Marshall could go south, so we better come out prepared because we're going to miss the playoffs again if we don't go undefeated. Even with 254 receiving yards, I also have a hard time believing that we're going to beat out a quarterback for the Heisman, so my only goal is going to be to win games. We have signed the 5-star free safety. We also got this tight end and 2 more 4 stars down here. James Martino is a possession tendency, but it looks like he's more of a tight end than a wide receiver. And I've gotten bored, so I've just started to go after as many 4 stars as I can possibly find. You never know when one of these guys is going to pan out. This receiver's 6'4" with 92 speed, and his dev trait could be good, but let's get this game over with. Well, just approaching halftime, I can tell that this isn't going to be as easy as I thought, though we're about to get a huge play to our running back. And I wish EA showed this, but in our touchdown celebration, we shot a bow and arrow straight at the student section. The way that this team can just make a huge play out of nothing is what makes it so good, though they might be able to pick up this 3rd down. And here's the thing, they should not be pressing Nick Smith because we're going to be able to start this 3rd quarter with a huge play. We got our stop, we got the ball back, and now we should have a touchdown here too. It took a bit to get the ball over there, but those fade routes are undefeated, and no matter how hard they fight, I simply don't think they have what it takes to handle us. We'd end it with another touchdown. They never got the ball back. And talk about taking care of business right there. Nick Smith really helped us, winning Offensive Player of the Week. And all that's left on our schedule now in the regular season is Old Dominion. Anything less than winning by like 20 points in this game would be a disappointment. But we're still not perfect. No matter how well we play, there's still a lot of mistakes that happen. That's what really worries me about getting into the college football playoffs. I'm afraid some team's going to figure us out like Western Kentucky did. And a couple mistakes later, we're going to be down 21-0. In the Sun Belt, I can throw pick after pick and still win these games because of how much better we are. But there's no way I can thread the needle like that against some better opponents. By the time the 4th quarter's rolled around, you can see that we have just handled this one easily. And I'm starting to wonder if I should take this minimum play clock time and move it down to like 15 seconds. For the rest of the seasons in this rebuild, that would make everything go by quicker. And not that I don't love dominating all these games, but more than half of them were over before the second half even started. It looks like in the conference championship, we'll be playing Southern Miss. And at the moment, we're number 4 in the country, so if we win, we have a 1st round bye no matter what. There's basically no way some of these teams around the top 10 jump us if we come out on top. And we need that 1st round bye, but we should also focus on feeding Nick Smith for a Heisman Trophy. Now, of the remaining 4 stars we're going after, we're not going to get all of them, but we did sign Steve Diaz at quarterback back and then this right tackle too. So those additions along with quarterback Dallas Wiley should give us even more depth at pretty much every position. This is basically going to be the Nick Smith game if they give us a one-on-one look, but Devontae has sailed it. So on our next drive down the field, I'm not even going to try to throw with him. I'm just going to run it in. I really want Nick Smith to win the Heisman, especially if they keep being this aggressive. They're running too much man-to-man coverage. But somehow as we approach the end of the third quarter, this is the final play. We're losing 14-17. How on earth are we trailing? I'd be embarrassed, but there's still enough time for us to move it down the field and make up for a bad 3 quarters. But we're not going to be able to force feed the ball to Nick Smith the way I would like us to. We have pretty much just abandoned the run this season. Those throws can't be off target. We're going to beat them deep here. And one thing I've picked up on this season from going against it and using it on defense is cover 6 is terrible. It always seems to give up huge plays. They're on a 4th down. There is no way they're converting. And this one's over. All we have to do is punch it into the end zone. Now you're probably noticing Sharif's out there on the field, but that's because Jimmy ruptured his disc. So Sharif Lindsay, the guy that was supposed to be a quarterback, is now in at running back. And he should have just iced this game for us. That's what really did it. We're going to win this one 31-17. We even got more points after that. And it's nice to win the Sun Belt in back-to-back seasons. That win was what it took to get Dallas Wiley to want to play for us. And it also awarded our defensive coordinator with the Coordinator of the Year award. But the Heisman Trophy goes to TCU's quarterback. I really think that's fair though. Even though Nick Smith put up some good numbers, it wasn't Heisman worthy. And I also have to mention what Ben did coming off of his redshirt year, but rushing wise, you could definitely see where we took a hit. Newcomb had 4 on the ground, then 43 touchdowns through the air, so he played out of his mind. And it's not like he's anything better than an 86 overall. He never maxed out all of his stats. It is safe to say though that this is the best year of his career. He cut out interceptions, he took half as many sacks, and we've gotten ourselves a first round bye in the playoffs. Because it's early National Signing Day, we can see that John Friend is an elite 96 speed 5-star free safety as his dev trait. I mean, we have an elite on Greg Hatch too with 94 speed. And anything after that's just going to be the cherry on top. We have a third elite. We're just 5 players deep. And one of these fast receivers was elite as well. I really scouted well during this class. We have an elite on another 5-star. And at this point, it doesn't even feel special or rare with how often it's popped up for us. Unfortunately, Diaz is only star dev, but that's better than Dallas at impact, so we'll see which one of them we start. Moving forward, we have lots of options in this quarterback room. We might even be able to start one of these freshmen next year. But I guess we could also win a championship in this season. I don't want to write that off yet. I really don't see that happening, but if we do, I'll make sure I play through at least another year. Because it took us 6 seasons, but I am finally having a lot of fun with Southern Kentucky. We're averaging 37 points per game, and Liberty's only an 83. It's weird to see this team in the college football playoffs. I guess we could have technically been here last year. But now there's no question. We definitely deserve it, and I just hope that we don't lose immediately. Liberty's going to be as easy as it gets for us, but they're already moving it down the field against us. And even if they're only getting a field goal, I'm a bit intimidated. It's been a while since we've had to play against a good opponent. You have to face them way differently. And it's not like Lindsey's a bad running back, but using a backup is not ideal for the playoffs. I might have to go to him on this 3rd down if we want to pick this up, though they instantly got in pressure. And I have a throw in mind up the seam that has worked for us in conference play, but it's not going to here. I'm starting to realize that this could go very poorly for us. If they caught that, I would have been upset. Because I was stunned that they even threw that ball in the first place. That was so disrespectful. We had 2 fantastic defenders over there, but we missed that last throw, so it was about time that we hit one. The corner route to Suni Lou is for a touchdown. That caught me so off guard. I didn't even say his name right. I definitely saw the read super late. And on 3rd and 8, they're going to have to thread the needle versus us, but they just did. That should have been an interception against Liberty, but instead it led to a touchdown, so the pressure's on us to end this first half, and what a run. Now I'm going to see if we're able to beat them deep with our fastest wide receiver. That corner just can't keep up with Nick Smith. It is good to know that. I'm going to put him in a lot of situations like that going forward. So number 15, just know that I am keeping a very close eye on you. There's a size mismatch and all. On 3rd and 7, they honestly have nowhere to go. And we'll see if the fade route works for us right here. The fade route is going to work for us right here. Ben is gone to the crib. It took playing a little bit more confidently and airing the ball out, but going into this 3rd and 4th quarter, we're in a great spot right now. Lindsey makes a guy miss. And on this play, we have the mismatch that we want with Nick Smith. If we have enough time to get the ball out, I shouldn't have thrown that ball. They got in pressure too quick. Just accepting our fate and taking the sack would have been the better move. Now they're getting a touchdown. And so much for thinking this game's over. They're going to hit us with the jet touch pass where we don't have enough people over there. With another play action, my hope is this time our offensive line can actually pick everybody up enough for us to try and beat them deep with Nick Smith. He actually just held onto that ball. Now we're dancing on him. And I needed that in my life. Right now I'm watching Kentucky play against Georgia in real life, and they've given me hope. But they just went down for the first time today, and I'm afraid that it's going to be over. We're not pulling off the upset. We still got to make sure we close this one out with Southern Kentucky too. Their quarterback is going to get the first down for them, and I just don't see them running the ball down on the goal line. Once they got into this position, we've been able to lock up because there's only so many passing plays they can go with, which is why they're settling for a field goal to make it a one-possession game. One first down ends this game though, and they are way too aggressive for stopping the run. I thought we were going to have this all day, and we're still going to come back to it with Nick Smith. Having play action is such a scary thing to do in this game. They never pick up their block, and we can pretty much just take the rest of the clock with us, so I feel like there's no way they do anything with 5 seconds left. This one should be over. They might not even get off the throw, and even though they did, we're going to add an interception maybe. It would have been nice, but what's important is we're moving on to the semifinals, and to be honest, it's only because of Nick Smith. He was so clutch for us in this game. Now we've drawn Ole Miss in the next round, and all of our success means we've lost our offensive coordinator. We keep on building somebody up for them to leave us. I guess this will do for a motivator. But after this year, I expect our offense to take a step back. Ole Miss is going to be an 86 overall, and we might just find ourselves in the national championship game. Going into this game though, I just witnessed Kentucky fall by 1 point to Georgia. There were a lot of things they could have done to win that game. I'm upset, and I think I'm just gonna have to lock in and take it all out on Ole Miss, who decided to 31 try and guard Nick Smith from like underneath. We're going to score a touchdown on our third play of the game. I'm just not in the mood to deal with us if we're going to be losing. We're going to hold them on third down. And with Sharif Lindsey, the backup out there at running back, we're going to try reverse play, see if we can outrun this Ole Miss DB, but he catches us. Oh well, it's now 3rd and 6. Man-to-man coverage on Nick Smith simply isn't going to work. But they're saying he was out of bounds, and this is the type of aggressiveness I'm playing with today. I want to win this game by 40. That was not the right decision right there. We should have just taken our 3, but we're going to pitch this. I'm hoping Sharif Lindsey can get into the end zone, and I'm afraid we might still have to settle for a field goal, though the jet touch pass gets us in. The real spark that Southern Kentucky needed is going to come from me watching Kentucky football. We're holding them on this 3rd down too, and that was a perfect first quarter. They've done almost nothing offensively, and this is what it looks like to watch a Kentucky team that can actually win football games. We're going to pitch it with the option. We're going to pick up the first, and here on 3rd and 9, I'm hoping we have blocks long enough to deliver a dot, which we did. We are somehow playing better against Ole Miss than we did against Liberty last week. But unfortunately for us, that hot start is not going to seal the win because they're still in this in the 4th quarter. I still feel like we have control of the game, but it's definitely a lot closer. I think we're able to get into the end zone right here with the reverse, and at least that's going to take us back to having a 2-possession lead. Now I'm hoping we stop them on this 4th and 1 where we sent in an instant blitz, but we don't. And that's my fault right there. I just hate facing off against the spread formation, but they're going to throw us the football. We're going to take a knee in the end zone. What are you doing? I was trying so hard to just stay in, but the game forced us to take it out. And this is how we get a safety or something stupid, though Nick might have them beat deep. He tried to take off from the line, and these corners are just better. We're still in a pretty good spot. I'm just not sure if we actually have what it takes to win a championship. I mean, we only have to win one more game. But after they scored a touchdown, there's not even a guarantee we make it that far, and they didn't go for the onside kick. They have 3 timeouts left, so we have to pick up a first down here, and we're getting a couple. But we might be throwing the ball on 3rd down, and if we actually choke this game, I'm going to be so upset. It is 3rd and 10. They are playing pretty aggressively right here, which means we should have had Nick beat, but there was clear PI on him, so he couldn't get a clean release, and now we're going to have to trust our defense. We've actually choked this one away. Nothing changes for Southern Kentucky, even here in Season 6. I mean, all it takes is them making one mistake. I could get to their quarterback right here. He tried to make us miss. And we'll see what they come up with on 4th and 7. They're going to have that streak. We're going to hit stick. And thankfully, we didn't blow a 21-0 lead. Southern Kentucky is headed to the national championship. And honestly, what a year for the Stallions. It looks like we've drawn the Nittany Lions for the national championship. And after seeing they beat Georgia 45-14, maybe I should be concerned. Their only loss this year came in a conference championship game against Michigan. It looks like they are an 88. And just in case we do win this in only 6 years, remember, I'll be simming at least through a 7th season, maybe even an 8th season to see how all these guys develop. If we lose this game though, we'll just keep on playing how we have. And I guess I need to explain why this is the finale, why we're stopping at an episode 4, and instead of going season by season, I just wanted to play until I won a championship with this episode. As we're flying down the field, I'd say the first thing mainly has to do with performance. Just off the rip, I can tell they're not going to perform as well as other videos, but I take take full responsibility for that. I think it is my fault why they're not performing as well, and there's a bunch of other reasons I'm about to go into. So with getting out 3 videos a week, with each one taking like 15 hours minimum just off of filming, I feel like I have to sort of rush certain things that I don't want to. One of those is this team builder series, but last year when I did it with Grand Rapids, I didn't have to rush. The reason is because I did that during the football off season when I was only posting twice a week and I didn't have to push everything out. I was able to take a lot more time making sure the stories were there, I was able to put more dedication into the program, and I was really invested in that team. Well, this series has just felt like checking off a box. My first mistake was putting the team in Kentucky. I've done way too many things in Kentucky on this channel now, and I love my roots, but at some point I have to give other states, schools, and teams an opportunity. We're going to get the interception in the red zone. This is actually huge because they were on pace to at least get a field goal out of that drive, and now we have it back. Anyway, I don't really like how this team came out. I'm not a big fan of the colors. The logo and everything could have been better. So this feels like it's not the perfectly polished product that I want to deliver for you all, that you all deserve out of me. I mean, I want to make the best content possible at all times. Ben is gone for a touchdown. We might win this championship. So yeah, the main reason the series is stopping is just based off of performance. I felt like I wasn't doing a good enough job with the videos, so I will take full credit for it, even if there is some truth that episodic content doesn't perform as well on YouTube. On top of that, I feel like showing every single play might not have been the best decision this time around. I like the videos I do because they're quick and you get so much in just one sitting, but this is a complete switch up from that, even though we did it with Grand Rapids and it did perform really well. With that in mind, once the off season comes around, I think I want to do another team builder series. I'm curious to see if I can get one to perform even better. I just don't like how this one's going to have to end. How did we complete that pass? I wasn't just going to never post it again. I wanted to at least give it a send-off that it deserved. But I am aware that I might be letting some people down in the process because of how I'm doing it, and I do apologize for that. I just want to make the best content I can. Posting this once a week means there's other video ideas and content ideas I can't necessarily try because I have to get this up. And when episode 2 and episode 3 are underperforming anything else that I'm putting up, I know by like 7 or 8 episodes, no one's going to be watching. I know there's still a dedicated group of you all that will, but at some point YouTube's algorithm is just going to show it to less people. And that's what really sucks. If I wanted to draw out this series and spend a lot of time on it, I have to think about the main channel and performance too. That's why I'm hoping to get the time to experiment on my second channel to drop additional content where I could do a long series. And all I can say is that's the best the first half could have gone for us. One thing I do want to make sure I am very clear about is I am so thankful for all of you all that have watched it, that have especially gotten to this point. We're getting an interception, and just how much growth that's happened during the release of College Football 25. You all have blown my mind. I want to make sure I'm continuing to grow as a creator though, always making better content, so if there's ever any suggestions, please make sure to leave them down below. I have some concepts that are going to be a ton of fun on this game. But that was a little disappointing. We just had 2 bad throws in a row versus Penn State. At least one of them could have been accurate. At least the punt is going to continue to roll back. And I think I've pretty much hit everything I wanted to say about why the series is going to be stopping here in the finale. But I haven't necessarily touched on some of the IRL stuff I want to try and get out to later on in the future. I'm starting to get some really cool opportunities I want to make sure I can document for you all. So I'm hoping I can start to experiment with some newer ideas again as well. Make sure I'm continuing to have fun while doing this YouTube thing. I mean, how are they still up? I really do apologize that during this launch of College Football 25, some of the concepts that I've posted have been pulled straight from the old game. But I'm assuming that if you all wanted to see it on that, then you also would want to see it on the new one. We're getting another interception. I mean, our defense has just locked down in this game. B might take that back too. I will say, I am aware that I've definitely hit a point at some of these videos where I'm so focused on the challenge, so focused on the concept, that I haven't necessarily been coming from the perspective of a creator as much sometimes, and just like a guy that's just talking and talking. That's why I'm so excited for some of the concepts I have planned, because I think I'm going to genuinely have a really fun time doing them. And maybe I gotta fix my sleep schedule a bit too. Recording at 4 a.m. is never going to make for the best content. Here on 4th and 3, we have a chance to get another stop, pretty much just ending this game, but they do catch it. And I will say, one thing that's weird about being a creator now is 2 years ago I would have been pumped up about 5,000 views. Now I see it differently. They get into the end zone. And it truly has amazed me how far you all have taken the channel. I never thought it'd be this big. I went to North Texas a couple weeks ago, and that was also super eye-opening. I was able to meet a ton of you all, take a bunch of pictures. And I really wish I would have had to capture it for a video, because I played against some North Texas football players as well. Like, there was a ton of stuff that went on. The field access and all, I literally saw every inch of that stadium, has just made me realize that any part of this journey I need to share with you all. You you all put me in this spot. And after a bunch of yapping, we have won the national championship with Southern Kentucky. I still want to sim through another year, see how we would have done, because I really wasn't expecting it to be this short. I thought we had at least a couple other seasons. There we are lifting the trophy though. We have done it. And who would have thought when we recruited Devontae Newcomb, he would be the one bringing us a championship. He literally had such a legendary career. He finished with 53 passing touchdowns, and rushing stat-wise, don't forget about the 10 he had last year. Now it's time to say goodbye to a lot of these players though, including Nick Smith. We also have to check out his stats as a career because he was a big part of this championship. And this kid's from Bowling Green, Kentucky himself. He could have gone to Western Kentucky. He didn't even max out and everything. These last 2 seasons with him have literally just been incredible. And I'm surprised he went all the way in the 3rd round, and also that our quarterback is nowhere to be seen in the NFL draft. With school grades like this now, we should be able to get about anybody. And to my surprise, not that many transfers are actually interested in coming to our school. We ended up not adding a single player to this class during that period, though I'm not sure if we need it, because signing only 14 players still landed us a top 11 class. Going into season number 7, this team would be a 91 overall. It's probably better than what we had last year. And I bet we can bump it up a bit too, just by pouring our remaining coach points into some tactician things. The main question would have been though, who we start at quarterback, and I think you have to go with true freshman Steve Diaz. He's our only guy with star development, and he has almost no skill caps on some of these stats. So I decided that's who we're going to roll with a schedule that's not very difficult at all. We don't have a single ranked team on it. Like I said, we already won a championship, so just for the YouTube retention's sake, I'm going to sim to the end of the year. And I want you all to keep in mind, this is a 91 overall roster in the Sun Belt. I have no words at all. We lost to Kentucky, we beat Louisville, but we lost so many conference games, I guess a freshman quarterback's not going to perform. So what a weird record for the Southern Kentucky series to end on. It looks like Steve might have gotten hurt at some point, and we also had to put in Banugu, who did not throw the ball very well. While Sharif Lindsay probably was our best offensive player because no receiver stood out. I thought we would have at least gotten to play in the playoffs or something, but we didn't make it to this part. That is going to do it for the Southern Kentucky series though. We're going to wrap it up here. I don't like to see the series end this way. But performance-wise, I'm taking responsibility. I have to do better. I hope you all aren't disappointed in me, and the next time I do return to a type of series in Dynasty, I promise it's going to be so much better. Also, I really want to toy with the idea of starting a Road to Glory career as a wide receiver, but I'm just terrified of doing series right now, seeing how they're performing across YouTube. I guess I'll end this with, I just seriously love y'all. Thank you all for so much other support. I'm 21, I'm young, I feel like I still got a lot to learn in this game, but I'm also hoping I have a long time in this space so I can keep on getting better.